intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Elle King. Save at AlamedaCountyFair.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Partly cloudy skies in San Jose, going up to 83.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake up.
Oh, it's on me? Thought you were going to have some World Cup rejoiners there. Carter? No? That's all right. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Bedoni and Shasky. We're rolling here on a Tuesday in the Bay. It is a little wet and misty this morning when I was driving across the Bay Bridge, so if it's a little slick still out there, please be safe and drive defensively, as my brother would always tell me. Joe, good morning to you, Carter, Sam, and all you lovely people just getting off work and ready for work, summer vacation. Again, glad you are stopping on by with us. We have a lot to get into today. It is a Tuesday, so Bonte Hill, he's going to be joining us in studio. Thumbs up. Studio? Yeah. Bonte Hill for the 9 o'clock hour going to be joining us. Can't wait for that. But we've got a lot to get into, Joe. We've got NBA draft stuff to get into. We've got potential NFL stuff to get into. But we're going to start with the local team that is playing tonight in Atlanta, the San Francisco Giants, as multiple reports, tweets, what have you, come out yesterday in regards to the Giants putting up feelers on potential trades and making certain players available. Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic put out, the Giants are putting out their feelers / testing the waters on potential trades, but they have zero plans to part with ace Logan Webb. Buster Olney, ESPN, he joined Willard and Dibbs, I think, just the other week. Had some great sound there. The Giants are open to offers for their 3 highest paid position players, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, among other obvious trade candidates like Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray. This all coming just a year ago to the date they traded for one Rafael Devers. Wow. Wow.
What part are you wowed by?
The fact that Olney just came out and said, yeah, the 3 highest paid players, come get them. Just like they said it finally. They said the quiet part out loud that we've been kind of talking about for months, Joe. Like they would love to get off some of these contracts. But when Buster Olney, who has tremendous credibility, he's been doing this for a very long time for ESPN, comes out and just tweets it and doesn't pussyfoot around it. Yeah, it just came. It was almost an admission of failure yesterday, I think, from the Giants front office.
I'm glad you said that.
why does it matter if they admitted that they failed or not? Isn't it worse to be in complete denial? I'm not jumping you.
Oh, sure,
I'm saying those, like I saw so many people at the station. I've heard Grandy for weeks. Well, it'd be an admission of failure. So Grandy, I love you, buddy. You're in your 20s. Let me just tell you, someone in their 40s, I failed a lot. The worst thing in life, and I'm giving you life lessons right now, so get a notepad and write it down, all right? To all you young people.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm being real. The worst attribute in life is denial. The greatest attribute I can give my son is to be self-aware. Son, you're probably not going to be 6'6". Son, you're probably not going to be able to dunk from the free throw line, all right? Son, you probably won't be winning a lot of fist fights, all right? Be respectful, work your butt off, treat people well, be self-aware, right? These are the codes that I live by that I learned from my dad. Through what? Through trial and error. And I think as the older I get, the more and more I realize the most damaging things I've done to myself have been when I have been in denial and I have been unwilling to self-diagnose the reality of where I'm at. And what do I end up doing with my shovel? I dig myself a deeper grave on whatever the issue is. You'll hear your grandmother or your mother say to you when you're young, lying only makes things worse. They're right. They're 100% correct. I could pick any kind of random life metaphor. An addict in your life. It can be a divorce. It can be a significant other, your child failing in school. When you bury your head in the sand, it only makes the issue worse. Is that correct, Joe?
I would agree with you. Yes.
All right. So all of these people, and again, I'm not ripping anyone, but always it's an admission of failure. Yeah, no, duh. We're the second or worst team in Major League Baseball. All right. We understand. The record is pretty obvious. The attendance has been incredible.
It has
the
been.
team's record has been atrocious. We can't pitch. We were hitting pretty well, but we can't pitch. The formula for the team that we've rolled out there tells me through the wins and the losses, we suck. So doubling down on suck and driving deeper into a financial hole is going to make things better or worse? Probably worse.
Probably.
All right? And there's nothing worse than seeing teams double down on something we all know isn't going to work. I'm going to give you an example. The Miami Dolphins. They doubled down on Tua. How many different times?
Oh, bunch.
What did everyone besides Miami Dolphin homers think about Tua Tagovailoa?
Oh, they thought the guy's injury prone and he's not a very good leader and he doesn't have a very good arm.
You'll never win a playoff game in under 35-degree weather with Tua as your quarterback.
That was the biggest lock of the century, that divisional round game in Kansas City. Lock of the century. I said it in real time, too.
Am I wrong?
No.
And what did it end up costing them? It ended up costing them pretty much all their best players because they doubled down on one quarterback who no one else believed in but a handful of people that, the David Lombardis, if you will, of the Miami Dolphins. And it set them into this tailspin that they're in now. And now they're resetting all their books. They got $130 million in dead cap, and they're screwed, right?
Yeah.
They're screwed.
They're looking like the worst team in the NFL coming up this next year. They could be, but we'll see.
Right? Sacramento Kings.
Oh.
I'm giving you examples from different sports. Everyone knew Sabonis is good, not great. You can't give him a great contract.
Yeah.
It's going to be at the expense of locking yourself into something you'll regret.
This fish is stinking from the head.
Exactly. Am I wrong? They were unaware, and they could not look in the mirror and say, God, he had a great year. We've probably seen the best of him. He has a number, and he's a good player, but if we give him great money, it's going to cost us this, and this. And what ended up happening?
Cost them everything.
Exactly.
They're atrocious.
The worst thing Buster Posey could have done is look himself in the mirror and say, we're good here. What are you talking about? I'm doubling down. I'm going to trade some of these young prospects, and we're going to go get arms. We just need some arms. We just need a closer, and we need to spend more on free agent pitching. We're going to be good. No, we're not good, all right? And I love that he has self-aware enough to be able to admit his mistakes, because, boy, these are colossal failures.
Yes.
Like absolute colossal failures. And so I think about the 49ers, okay? And I think about Kyle Shanahan a lot. The guts to say, yeah, we 1,000% whiffed on Trey Lance so hard we're going to go with this guy who was drafted last, who played like 6 games for us, and tore his UCL, but we actually believe in him, and we believe so much in this backup guy, Sam Darnold, who you all think stinks. We think Trey sucks so much, this guy's better than him. We're going to go with Darnold as our backup. We're just going to trade this guy away. And honestly, it's the best decision that the Niners could have made, given the circumstance of events that happened leading up to the Brock Purdy emergence.
I'm still shocked they got a 3rd-round pick for him from the Cowboys. I'm still shocked.
There is a world where there's
4th
a lot
round,
of people
right,
that don't have enough guts. And what do they end up doing? They kind of go back and forth between Trey Lance. And, you spent all this capital on him. And maybe Purdy doesn't become the Purdy that we've seen the last couple of years.
Maybe.
Maybe the drama of just having Trey on the roster has negative effects that whatever, that they screw up your situation. But them being self-aware to realize, we whiffed on that. We need to pivot immediately.
Yeah.
It's one of the smartest things they could have done. And quite frankly, it's probably why they have a job and have been as successful as they've been since trading Trey Lance. So everyone's going to be like, oh my God, I cannot believe that they're admitting guilt. What else are they supposed to do? They would sound like the dumbest individuals who run a sports organization in North America if they were like, we're good. I love it.
Well, it's one thing to admit it, which is they're doing, which is great. It's another thing to execute on said trades that you want. So are they going to be able to move off any of these fat contracts? That remains to be seen. I will be doing cartwheels if I'm a Giants fan if they can move off one of these contracts. Just one. All 3, that seems like pie in the sky kind of stuff. But if Buster Posey, he shocked us all a year ago when he made the trade for Rafi Devers, and just a year later they're willing to pivot off of him. If he's able to get that done and just move that contract alone, other than Chapman, other than Adamas, but Rafi Devers, $300+ million guy, I would be shocked. Just given the guy's batting .230 this year. Chapman seems the more likely guy for me. He's been hot, he's been streaky, but he's in a hot stretch right now. He's been the guy that's been more consistent than the other two. Adames, who wants Willie Adames, right? He's never been an all-star. They gave him a fat contract. No one else is going to give him that money, all those years attached to it. And that's the thing in this conversation, Joe, that we just don't talk about enough. It's the years attached to these guys that I think are going to be scaring off all these other teams. As we're looking at a potential lockout coming up here after this season, who wants to attach themselves to aging players that probably aren't going to be all-stars anymore? I'm not sure.
Well, look, it's funny you bring that up because there's two, thoughts on this. I've seen a lot of people no one wants to take on salaries because the new CBA will be coming out and they don't want to be stuck with high-priced, expensive, many years left on their deal players. Well, that's one side. But look, you could say David Sampson's wrong on this, but he was throwing out the theory, and I found it to be quite interesting because I thought, like everybody else, who would want to take on a bunch of contracts? His thought was, if I'm one of these 9 to 12 teams that does spend money, I'm actually going to load up as many guys under the CBA as I possibly can before it gets locked out December 1st. So Tariq Skubal hitting free agency, he's just going to get a mega deal and they're going to lock him in because...
Oh, yeah. They're going to grandfather these teams in under the cap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'd be grandfathered in and then you'd have multiple years to either click down your payroll or for other teams to get in line with where you're at. And so, again, those are two extreme points of view on what these big spending teams might do leading into it. All the low-end teams that aren't going to, they're not going to take on these contracts. But the expensive teams, the Braves, the Yankees, Toronto Blue Jays, and I'm just throwing random names out there that spend a lot of money, those teams might want to get contracts under the books now because it'll be grandfathered in and it'll give them a competitive advantage over the next 3 or 4 years.
I wonder where Giants fans are at. I do think there's a lot of them that think like you do right now, waking up this morning. If you're just joining us, Buster Olney, ESPN, tweeting out yesterday, the Giants are open to offers for their 3 highest paid position players, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, among other obvious trade candidates like Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray. Shasky's here saying, hey, I'm just glad they're admitting their failure and they're doing something about it, or at least trying to do something about it. I can hear that. And I also hear guys like Grandy saying, man, you are admitting a massive, massive failure right now. Should Buster Posey and this front office be allowed to clean up this mess that they created? That is a legitimate question that I have too. And I'm going to ask you right now because I don't know what the answer is. Should Buster Posey be allowed to clean up this mess that clearly he's caused? Giving contracts like they did to Adames, trading for Devers, and obviously Matt Chapman as well. Like, do you think he's the right guy to clean up all this, move off of them, and kind of tear this thing down to the studs potentially?
I think it's a legitimate question. Here's where I land on it today. I think you have to let it play out. You got to see how he gets rid of these guys, if he's able to get rid of these guys. You know, one thing that is pretty obvious to me is that he's got a lot of really bad acquisitions, but then some of the guys that he's inherited have developed, and it's been a good sign of the system that they've put in place, both at the big league and minor league level. For example, in the minor leagues, they have one of the best records in all of baseball at every level, which is kind of surprising. They have more top 100 prospects now than they did at any point during the Farhan era. There are more position players ready to help contribute this team in double and single A than they've had in 10 years. Easy. Now, let's go a little higher. The AAA, there's not a lot right now that's that enticing, but there are reinforcements on the way. You're going to get Bo Davidson at some point. You're going to get some other guys. What have they done with some of the guys that are like on the margins? Casey Schmidt has had a monster year.
Yeah.
Is that because of the staff that they put together? I don't know. Is that just coincidence? I don't know. Luis Arise, 1-year deal. That's one of the best bargains in baseball.
Yeah.
If Adames and Devers and Chapman are 3 contracts that no one wants.
Everyone wants Arise. Yeah.
And they want to see a guy who could not defend to save his life come to this situation and become one of the better defensive second basemen, which is insane.
It's a revelation. Yeah.
What about Jung-Hoo Lee? Now,
he's been great.
Is it natural progression in the bigs to be where he's at? Would this have happened during the Farhan era? I don't know. Possibly. But I think it's interesting that he's having his best run with this staff, being surrounded by a guy like Luis Suarez, who Dave Fleming told us has had some really good impact on how he approaches his play, his at-bats.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, Bryce Eldridge. Is this Farhan and they just picked a once-in-a-lifetime gem? Or does whatever they're doing with Randy Wynn and the development, do they get some credit for that? I'm throwing my hands up. I don't have the answer on that one. Trevor McDonald's been really good. Landon Roop's been really good. Do they get credit for those things?
They should. They're under you.
Right. Yeah. Do you get credit for not developing, meaning like a demerit for not developing Kyle Harrison? Yeah, you do. And Hayden Birdsong looking very suspect? Yeah, you lose points on that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the way that you built your bullpen and some of your decisions on who to bring in, not many good bright spots in that bullpen right now.
No.
And so I think there's some good, some awful, and some I'm not sure.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. And yes, Bonte will going to be joining us as he does each and every Tuesday in the 9 o'clock hour. Presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. The Giants get back in action tonight, Joe. A multiple game set in Atlanta before heading to Miami.
Does someone deserve to be here beyond? I don't know. Like, if you ask me today, is Buster just a figurehead or is he the one like pushing the needle on making deals? I don't know. It feels like he's got some input. He's some massive juice.
He's the top dog. So he's going to get all the credit or all the blame because that just goes with the territory. Bob Myers spoke about this forever. John Lynch, the same thing. Like, if you're the president of whatever operations or the head general manager, that just comes with the territory. But to your point, I don't know if it's him and Manassian. Like are they on a text thread? Yeah.
What if Manassian's the guy like, hey, this Trevor McDonald guy's awesome?
Yeah.
You know, and Buster's like, no, I love Hayden Birdsong, for example.
Sure.
And Birdsong ends up getting hurt. We don't know.
We don't know.
The other way around.
Yeah.
I don't like when things go bad, we find a fall guy. Just the fans in general, we have to like blame everyone. Sometimes the only way out is everybody's got to work together and just sack up and find a way to like right the ship.
Yeah.
And that might be where they're at. One thing I don't want to hear though is blaming the manager for every little bad thing. I will pick and choose my spots on critiquing him, but to think that one of the worst pitching staffs in baseball since the Devers deal. So since the Devers deal, they have been bottom 3 or 4 in almost every pitching category. Bullpen, starting pitching, you name it. Just go through all the numbers. Whose fault is that?
I mean, it's the people making the decisions about the roster, right?
Sure, but you also have to have stuff in your pipeline.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
So I think it's a combination. It's a combination of what you inherited, and it's a combination of what you supplemented. You also traded away actively some of your better bullpen arms, which I applauded at the time.
Yeah.
And looking back on them, I don't know, Drew Gilbert for Tyler Rogers, is that great of a deal today?
Well, how's Tyler Rogers looking this year? Has he been balling?
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Well, then, yeah, I miss him. So, yes.
But you could have signed him in the offseason.
You could have.
You know?
Well, what they prioritized in the offseason was odd. It was 4 and 5 pitchers that no one wanted. And it was, and we did use this reference, it was like going to Goodwill, bargain binting shopping, and you got the pants with holes in it. That's kind of what they did. Not the designer jeans that all like the hipsters post about on YouTube and all their clips. You got the holes in the pants. Spadoni and Shasky, I want to keep this conversation moving because Ken Rosenthal had something interesting, and I want to get your thoughts on it. And you posed this question to me before the show started that, hey, they're open to selling these big 3 contracts of Adames, Chapman, Devers. If it meant attaching Logan Webb to any of these deals, all 3 of them, whatever, and hypothetically, that's kind of what you threw it out to me. If you can get off all these 3 big deals, but you have to attach Logan Webb, is how you kind of phrased it to me, would you be willing to part with Logan Webb? And you know what? I said, yeah. I want to give you my thoughts on why I said yes, and you give me your thoughts because you were like, hell no. So I want to get into that on the other side because Ken Rosenthal is reporting that Logan Webb is untouchable and is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax44.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax44.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax44.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap. Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infinity QX65. One of the biggest shocks of the tournament so far came in Atlanta as Cabo Verde played Spain to a scoreless draw. It was the first ever World Cup match for Cabo Verde, who put on a master class of defending and goalkeeping to deny heavily favored Spain. All four teams in Group H are on 1 point after Uruguay and Saudi Arabia played to a 1-1 draw. I'm Mike Conti.
Valhalla, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Wasn't a great shooting night for Veronica Burton, but she did drop 12 points in a 78-58 victory for the Golden State Valkyries last night against the Los Angeles Sparks. Cameron Brink back in the Bay yesterday. She played, obviously, coming off that torn ACL in her rookie season, but big win for the Valks. 9-5 on the season. They kind of righted the ship there, got a little rocky early on, and they're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Dallas Wings. And on Friday, they're going to try to finally beat the Minnesota Lynx on Friday. They have not been able to beat them at all. Now, I know the franchise's history is not very long, Joe, but they are what? It feels like 0-10 against the Minnesota Lynx, but they'll be playing them on Friday. But nice win yesterday for the Golden State Valkyries. The Giants will try to get a win tonight, taking on the Atlanta Braves.
This phrase, an admission of guilt. And I'm not denying anyone who like says it. They're the second or worst team in baseball.
They don't have to use an admission.
Admission of guilt.
They don't have to have a Buster-only tweet to tell us that they stink.
It's an admission of guilt. You've been watching this team every day.
Yes.
There's an admission of guilt every inning. like this thing, there's an admission of guilt.
Joe, I feel guilty.
No crap. Joe, I'm about to swear, but it's like what? Joe. Hello? Do you not think they look at the standings? Do you know that in center field, and they've done this forever since going back to Candlestick, they put the little pennants up, the flags.
Right.
They tell you who's in first place. That's who's at the top of the poll.
You know, there's an admission of guilt, me watching this team every single day, knowing they're 14 games. I feel guilty watching them for as much as I have this season.
There's an admission of guilt. Yeah, no crap. What are you talking about? Like, what? Am I the only one that's hung up on this? I don't know. I find it it's ridiculous. Like admission of guilt. I pulled up the standings just so that everyone can kind of understand.
I pull them up every morning.
Yeah, I do too. You're 1.5 games better than the Colorado Rockies. And then...
But 3 better in the loss column.
Oh, so. Yay. And then, like, you're basically tied with the Royals and the Angels in all of baseball. I mean, that's essentially what you are.
You have the second worst run differential in all of baseball. After some of those blowout wins you just had, too. You have a minus 56 run differential.
Like, and look, I don't want to get as dramatic as Bill Parcells. You are what your record is. But in this case, I think it's pretty apt. Like, so can you just miss me? If I hear anyone else today, it's an admission of guilt. No S, Sherlock. Like, I'm well aware. I look at the standings every day. I watch this team every day. You know what's an admission of guilt? Rafi on pace for 220 strikeouts. You know what's an admission of guilt? Pitching Caleb Killian in the 9th and praying to God that he doesn't get blown up. You know what's an admission of guilt? Pitching Keaton Wynn on 3 days of rest, knowing you have no better option. Then the fans losing their minds because a guy who has 14 career innings in Detroit, Dylan Smith, might be a better option. You know what's an admission of guilt? Your hefty, giant reliever who throws 1,000,000 Scud missiles and can't find the zone, falls behind 2-0 to every guy that he faces, Eric Miller, and then hangs one for a home run over the wall. You know what's an admission of guilt? Harrison Bader with more IL stints than impact moments this year. You know what's an admission of guilt? You want to know what else is? Like, I can keep going.
Keep going.
Okay? The 2 catchers that you brought in, all right, to replace Patrick Bailey being okay offensively and defensively because you can't throw a runner out to save your life.
Susak and Haas.
You know what's an admission of guilt? That Robbie Ray had a great first half last year, and since then, he's got closer to a 5 ERA than he does a 3. Right? I can go up and down this roster and find admissions of guilt that stare you in the face like a black eye.
God, 1 year later, and this is what we're talking about. They were 10 games over 500
but you know
a
what,
year
though?
ago.
You know what, though?
And they added Rafi Devers.
But you know what, though? Like, and look, maybe people will disagree with me. I'm sure that there are people that are going to say, I didn't like any deal in real time. Look, I wanted them to swing. They were at the plate for a decade, and it felt like they just kept taking strike three. They never swung the bat, all right? At least they swung the bat. They struck out completely. I mean, they struck out completely. Almost like Rafi on a ball 6 feet off the zone, swinging and then staring up at the scoreboard like, how far did I miss that one by? It's like, dude, Rafi, you missed that by like 8 feet, bro. At least they swung the bat. And yeah, they struck out. So you know what you do when you strike out? You go into the dugout and maybe you put on a different helmet or try a new bat or work on your stance. You try something new.
Pull up the tablet, see what the scouting report was on you right there, what you miss. To your point, though, an admission of guilt, an admission of failure, however you want to say it, this is the first step in trying to do better and trying to do better by the fan base and the team and try to fix it.
Dude, they whiffed.
Like, exactly.
They whiffed. There's just no other way around it. They whiffed.
And now what do you do about it? Are you going to just sit there and cry and just say, oh, well, we're stuck with these contracts? No, you're going to try to move off them.
You got to be proactive.
You got to be proactive. You got to try to wheel and deal, and you got to get creative. See, this is when you have to, for as much as we wanted to give Posey credit for the trade, because what it signaled to the fan base was, hey, we're going to go for it. We don't want to be second fiddle to just the Dodgers and the Padres and the D-backs. Hell, they were fourth fiddle in their own division. They still are right now. They're just barely better than the Colorado Rockies. The San Francisco Giants should never just be a couple games better than the Colorado Rockies. Not in my lifetime, anyways. That should not be the case. That being said, it's one thing to admit your failures, which they are doing. It's another team to try to overcome them. Will Buster Posey be able to overcome these failures? I don't know.
Well,
and I don't know if I have faith that he's the right guy to do it, but I think the Giants organizationally and I think ownership are going to let Buster fix his mistakes. I think they're going to let him do that. I think they're going to, Tony Vitello is going to stay there. I don't foresee some big blow up happening organizationally right now. They went all in, it felt like, for this season, all in being, kind of a loose term there because I don't think they did enough pitching wise. I think we could all understand that. But they felt like they were a playoff team heading into it. I know it seems laughable now, but that's the conversations we were having. And it's whiffed. And it's been all-time bad. And it's been so bad that you now have to go back to the drawing board. You got to pull out your pen and do a big fat X. All right, this didn't work. Let's erase all of this and start fresh. We got some things that we could be happy about. Bryce Eldridge right now, I'm very happy with him. Okay, that's a nice foundational piece. Jung-Hoo Lee, we have him locked up for a minute. He's looking pretty freaking good. Casey Schmidt, all right. He's been a big positive. You mentioned Roop, building off last season. You mentioned McDonald. Okay, I've got some young pitchers in my pitching staff. Logan Webb, who's pitching a lot better. I don't think they're going to move off of him. Robbie Ray, yikes. He was a rental anyways, so you're probably not going to get back as much as you thought, but you're still going to move off of him. Luis Ariz, yes, I would love to keep him. In a perfect scenario, do you do that? Sure. I don't know if the Giants are going to do that given his age, his standing, and his contract. They're probably going to move off of him. But you do have some pieces. You have some pieces in the pipeline. This isn't going to be a 5, 6, 7 year rebuild or anything like that. I'm not trying to sell that to the fans. And by the way, rebuilds shouldn't take that long anyways. This is going to be more of a retooling. And there's no rule book, Joe, that says just because you move off of big contracts, and this is a weird thing in baseball where we need to just move past it, just because you admit failure on one big contract doesn't mean you can't go get another one in the offseason or next year. Like this whole notion.
Reallocate the money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who did I bring up last week? That's an apt comparison for what the Giants are going through right now. A.J. Preller's first stint and his first stint of moves with the San Diego Padres. He went in big with the Uptons of the world, with the Craig Kimbrells of the world, et cetera, et cetera. They made big fat trades. It didn't work out. He owned it, cleared the house, cleared everything. They brought in some prospects, and what do you know? They got better when they got guys like Eric Hosmer, guys like Manny Machado, and then they ended up getting Tatis, Jackson Merrill. And look at them now, one of the better teams in baseball. And those guys aren't even playing that well this season. That's the thing, because what did they do last year? Oh, our bullpen might need some help. Let's go just get the best closer in baseball, even though we're giving up one of our top prospects, and it is one of the top prospects in baseball, shortstop Leo DeVry. They didn't care about that because they knew their everyday players were set. The Giants could follow that same path. Now, you have to, be prudent and be diligent, and your farm system's going to have to be pretty freaking good. But just because you're going to take your lumps and licks the next couple of years doesn't mean this Giants team can't get back to where you wanted at the start of the season. You just got to own it now, and that's what they're doing.
There is precedent for them to sign somebody and then move those guys and then pay down some of the money.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one. This is less years, less money. Mitch Haniger signed December 6th, 2022. Played 61 games in 2023. On January 5th, 2024, him and another guy that you signed, Anthony DeSclafani, were packaged along with $6 million for Robbie Ray to the Seattle Mariners. Now, Haniger had basically $12 million a year, $15 the year that they ended up trading him because they added a little bit of money. And then DeSclafani had $12 million left on his deal. And then they added $6 million, and then they traded for Robbie Ray. So they cleared money, paid down a little money, and got back somebody who was coming through Tommy John and was essentially injured and didn't pitch for them. You do that deal 10 out of 10 times.
It was a great trade. It was a great deal. In real time, I thought it was too, because you were betting on the upside of a guy that had won a Cy Young already. And I didn't really think much of DeSclafani or Haniger, obviously, at that time. Let's pick this up on the other
61 games. He played basically 61 games, and you moved him.
It was awful.
And we all knew that needed to happen.
Absolutely. It's now time for the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. The Valkyries make it 3 in a row after routing the LA Sparks 78-58. Kalia Charles had 13 points off the bench to go along with 8 rebounds, and this corner 3 with a little help from Veronica Burton.
Right side of the floor with the left-hand handle. Feeding Gabby back to V. Up top with it. 9 to shoot. Williams crossover dribble in the paint. Back out to Burton. No look to the corner for Charles. For 3! 45-26. It's a Kyla Charles corner triple.
That was the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. Kyla Charles, again, 13 points off the bench with 8 rebounds. Big win for the Valkyries, back in action tomorrow. It's Spadoni at Shasky. Keeping it rolling here on the Morning Roast on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and that includes the matches at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. And right now, Algeria is trading at 65% to beat Jordan, meaning a $100 trade pays out $150 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, and you get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
History San Jose members are invited to our annual Red, White, and Blue picnic on the 4th of July. Enjoy an evening of crafts, games, and a view of the city's premier fireworks display in a private, relaxing setting here at History Park. Not a History San Jose member? Base membership includes 6 picnic tickets plus many more benefits throughout the year. Join today by visiting our website at historysanjose.org.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spadoni.
Who wants to
Go to a Giants game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's a good one. I keep watching all these different World Cup matches in the back of my mind. It's like, who wants to go to a soccer game? Love you, Steiny. Segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're talking some gigantes right now as Buster Olney of ESPN tweets out yesterday. The Giants are open to offers for their 3 highest paid position players, Rafi Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, among other obvious trade candidates like Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray. And yeah, it's an admission of failure on Buster Posey, Manassian's part, the organizationally. I mean, this was a year ago to the day yesterday when that tweet came out that they had traded for Rafi Devers, getting rid of Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, James Tibbs, et cetera, et cetera. And just a year later, they're willing to pull the plug on that contract. Yeah, that's an admission of failure. But you know what? You have to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. Are they able to move off that contract? I have my doubts. We'll see. Could they move off of one of those 3? We'll see. Right now, it's looking more like Matt Chapman potentially, if he continues to play this well heading into the trade deadline. I'm sure some other team and contender out there is like looking like, hey, can we use a plus glove and a guy that has some pop and a guy that's hot right now? Let's do it. It could happen. If they could move off one of those, I would be impressed. That being said, I do think the question is going to start shifting now to whether or not those are the guys you trust to kind of rebuild and retool this thing after whiffing so badly on those big contracts. I have my doubts. I'm sure some Giants fans have their doubts. I want to hear from them. 888-957-9570. But it seems there is no doubt, Joe, that Logan Webb is going to stay a San Francisco Giant for the foreseeable future. As Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic says, the Giants have, quote, 0 plans to part with Logan. We had some conversations, last week, the last few weeks, if Logan Webb continues to look like he does post-IL stint, and he's looked like a baller, has a sub-1 ERA in the month of June, could they trade this guy for a load of prospects? Because he would be one of the most highly sought-after starting pitchers. It would be him and Skubal, quite frankly. That would be the most sought-after starting pitchers in Major League Baseball come trade deadline. But it doesn't look like Giants want to part with him. And is that the right move for you, Joe, to keep Logan Webb right now in a San Francisco Giants uniform?
What is the goal of trading these guys right now? Like, what are we trying to accomplish? Because
different players mean different things for me. The goal of moving off of Adames, Chapman, or Devers is literally just to move salary off our sheet.
Okay.
Ariz and Robbie Ray is to get some prospects back. Those are the guys I'm looking to get some prospects.
Would you agree on Devers? It's not just the money and the years. It's also, the potential redundancy regarding Bryce Eldridge.
Sure, that is part. Yes, that is part of it.
That is one thing. So when I move someone, it's to clear money, open up a spot, or to get better.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping
better
to do.
/ younger. Yes.
Okay. Logan Webb's got one of the best contracts in sports. It's a very palpable contract. $18 million a year this year, $18 million a year next year, $18 million a year the year after that.
Yeah.
Okay? He's 29 years old right now, so that would take him 29, 30, 31, essentially. That's what you'd be getting at $18 million a year. In football, I have one quarterback. I have decisions to make. In basketball, if I have 2 point guards, they can play alongside of each other, but boy, it makes it real difficult. If I have 2 centers, yeah, they can kind of play alongside of each other. Makes it a little difficult. In baseball, you got a 5-man rotation.
Yeah.
You need arms.
You can't have enough aces, quite frankly.
And I think right now, if you're just going around baseball, who has the best rotation in baseball?
Phillies?
Possibly.
This year, there's been so many injuries. So who has it been ERA-wise?
I mean, look, I would listen to the Phillies. Like, I'm talking about just name recognition.
If they're healthy, the Dodgers.
Dodgers are definitely.
If they're
Blake
healthy.
Snell's been hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What's the beauty of all of those? Like, the Yankees think that they have a great
that's
rotation.
a good one. Yeah.
You know? Well, what's the beauty of all of those is that, any one of those guys could be their top dogs, and they'll say something like, well, I mean, we got Carlos Rodon as our 3 or our 4.
Yeah.
Right? So,
who was at one point one of the best Giants pitcher. Yeah. For a season.
We would all agree, every one of those teams, if they could, at the deadline, what would they add? Probably more starting pitching.
More pitching. You can never have enough. We see it all the time in the playoffs. Never have enough.
Right? So I've got a guy who's still in his prime, under team control, which is a very reasonable number. All right? I'm already pitching deficient. Right?
Sure.
And to me, even if he ages and he's my 3, 4, or my 5 starter over the next 2 years, 3 years, it's still worth the squeeze. Did you see what we paid Tyler Mahle this year? Do you want to know how much he's making?
How much is he making?
Way too much. Adrian Hauser is making $11 million this year.
Oh, my God.
Adrian Hauser.
Would have rather had some bullpen help than that contract. Tyler Mahle had $10 million, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling me for the price of Mauser and Mahle and Hauser, I could have one Logan Webb? Yeah, I'm doing that all day. So the only way that I'm trading Logan Webb is if I'm upgrading. And if you're giving me a prospect, a young pitching prospect, right? One day, I hope that individual becomes as good as Logan Webb is right now. One day. Now, you could tell me, well, his prime right now doesn't line up with where the Giants' prime is and blah, blah, blah. Dude, I get that. You got to keep some leadership around. You have to keep certain guys around who it means more for them to wear your team's uniforms, for all the younger players to learn from. And I'll give you a couple examples. The Warriors sucked forever. Adonal Foyle deserved to be a Warrior for a long, long time. And I wanted him to be a Warrior. He was not half the player Logan Webb is in his sport. All right? So maybe it's not the greatest example, but the Warriors sucked forever.
Yeah.
And they kept him around for a decade for a variety of reasons. And one of them was you got to have some constant leadership. You need somebody who is important and wants to wear your uniform during a time of transition. Let me give you another example. Joe Staley. Joe Staley meant more to Niner fans than he would have meant to someone else on the open market. I am sure, I'm 100% sure, teams were calling about Joe Staley during 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. He eventually retired after the 2019 season. You keep that guy around because he's worth more to you. And he's one of the few guys during some awful, terrible, lean years that wants to be a 49er in this particular case. And I don't think we can quantify the impact of that locker room that Joe Staley had. I don't think right now we can quantify the impact, even though they suck by record. And I hear you, like, well, if you suck, what impact do you have? Nah, you got to have some leaders, dude. You got to have some veterans. You got to have somebody that means something. Because if you don't, you know who you are? You're the Arizona Cardinals of the last few years since moving off of Larry Fitzgerald.
Nothing.
You have no leadership.
Or Kyler Murray's going to be your guy. And
you have no soul.
Yeah.
You've got to have a soul. There's got to be a heartbeat of a team. And so, I'm not here to say that they couldn't get blown away. They absolutely could. I'm not even saying that you wanting to trade them is a bad suggestion. I think it's actually a great suggestion. Now, here's where I get real difficult in. If you came to me and you said, Joe, the only way they can move off of all 3 contracts, and these would be different deals, but if you wanted to move off of all 3, the only way is you had to attach Logan Webb, well, then now I would have to listen.
Yeah.
And now my question would be, well, what am I getting back?
Yeah. So you'd have to eat something because you're not going to give up a lot if you're an opposing team taking on the salary of an Adames, Chapman, or Devers. You'll give up some low-level prospects, but you're not giving up a top 100 guy for any of those.
No.
You'd think. So for Logan Webb, though, yeah, you would.
So let's play this out. the sixth overall prospect, and this is all hypothetical, sixth overall prospect in baseball is a left-handed pitcher for the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
They've done a great job developing starting pitching.
I was bringing up the Mariners a lot last week because they have a bunch.
And they need a third baseman.
Yeah.
So let's say they come to you and they say, hey, we won't eat down too much of the money on Matt Chapman. We won't ask you to. We want Logan Webb and Matt Chapman. We'll give you this number 6 overall prospect, this left-hander.
Cade Anderson.
I'd have a really hard time saying no.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, you're praying to God that number 6 overall pick becomes half the player Logan Webb's been for you for the last 5 years.
Absolutely.
Now, is there any way that I can give you Robbie Ray back and something else and still try to get that number? No, we want a guy under team control. We want a guy who's got multiple years under, it's still in his prime. We actually don't think that Robbie Ray's the guy.
And they've had Robbie Ray, obviously, for the Mariners in this scenario. Yeah.
I would have to be blown away for me to even consider it. And even in this scenario that I'm painting for you with like the Mariner situation, like let's just say it's Chapman and Logan Webb for the number 6 overall pick, you got to throw in more than that.
Well, in a weird way, I do have more faith in the Giants' ability with their young guys right now in development than I do with them going after free agents or already established guys. Like just given recent history, don't you feel more comfortable going after the prospects and developing them than you do going after surefire? We thought Rafi Devers was a can't miss no brainer. At worst, he's the number 10 hitter in all of baseball. Remember we were talking about that? And now he's not even a top 50 hitter. It feels like that's what we've come to see with Rafi Devers. Matt Chapman has been hot as of late. He's a streaky guy. We knew what Willie Adames, he was never an all-star. Like that was more just to kind of signal a change within the organization of actually like getting everyday established guys. But I do have faith that Buster Posey and Manassian can turn this prospect thing around, and they've done that. So I actually would be okay with them shipping off some of these guys.
What if
for some young dudes? I would be okay with that.
But what if I said to you, well, I mean, you really haven't proven that you could develop a young arm, an elite arm. Like you had Harrison, you didn't do anything with him. You have Wisenhunt, and it feels like he's, still behind the 8 ball in terms of his development. Yeah, Roop's been okay, and yeah, Trevor McDonald, but you've never really developed a frontline starter since Logan Webb.
Well, that is fair. The Wisenhunt one for sure. He was drafted he was in the 2022. So that was still Farhan though. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, but you've had him.
You've had him, but you do have the out saying, well, he wasn't our guy. We didn't draft him. See, we'll stick with our guys. We see this a lot in the NFL, by the way. Yeah. More so in Major League Baseball because it's such a premium just having all these guys in your farm system. But we see it all the time in the NFL. New GM takes over. I am not married to this person. Let's trade him or cut him immediately.
But in that scenario, I see other teams inherit stuff and make the most of it, i.e. the Brewers.
Well, and we've seen that with the Giants late. You brought it up earlier.
With Jung-Hoo Lee.
And some other ones. Yeah, Casey Schmidt. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky with you 1 hour down here on a Tuesday, reacting to the latest news surrounding the San Francisco Giants. Buster Olney, senior MLB insider for ESPN, tweeting out yesterday, the Giants are open to offers for their 3 highest paid position players, that being Devers, Adames, and Chapman, amongst other trade candidates like Arise and Robbie Ray. Jose in Oakland wants to join in the conversation, Joe. Hip, hip. Jose, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, I keep hearing all this about Devers to save money. Save money for what? Who are you signing with it? Okay, do we trust the Giants that they're going to go after a decent player? And are there any decent players that actually want to come into the Giants, saying, man, I can't wait to go and play for the San Francisco Giants? It's delusional. Number one. Number two, I heard the argument, well, they can use the money to sign Casey Schmidt. If you're telling me that Casey Schmidt is a better player, a better hitter than Rafi Devers, I don't know what we're looking at.
Well, he's been this year, Jose. Hold on. He's been a better hitter this year.
This year? Okay, leaving aside this year, Tell me how many other years has he been the best player on the team?
I don't really care what he did in Boston, Jose. Rafi Devers has done nothing as a San Francisco Giant.
Listen, I'm talking about Casey Smith. Tell me how many
I'm talking
other
about
years
Casey
has he been
Smith too,
a good
Jose.
hitter?
He's been a better hitter than Rafi Devers as a San Francisco Giant. That's
This
just
year?
facts. Yes.
This year?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you get rid of Devers. Who else? What other hitter are you bringing in? What other hitter do you know that is actually willing to come into the San Francisco Giants? How long have they been trying to get a hitter?
I think, Jose, what they would like to do is develop from within and not go out in free agency now. I think they're realizing some of the mistakes that they've made.
But they're still bad at it. It's not that I'm not saying that Buster Posey doesn't know what he's doing. What I'm saying is, look, when you look at a farm system, you're looking at least 5-6 years minimum of player development. Right now, the Giants, I would say, they have 2-3 years with Buster because everything. I mean, what are you going to say that the Farhad left? An outstanding farm system. He left it the same way he found it. The guy didn't do anything good. I don't know. I mean, to me, the biggest mistake they hung out to Farhad for way too long, and he way too much damage to fix it in so little time.
Thanks, Jose. The farm system's actually been tremendously better post Farhan. We've had Keith Law on, senior MLB, insider draft guy for Major League Baseball for The Athletic. He's saying they've done a hell of a job in their pipeline. Thank you, Keith. They have multiple guys in the top 100. I'm looking at it right now. A lot of everyday players, shortstops. I got Johnny Level. I know who you love. Luis Hernandez, right? You go from the pitching aspect.
Josar.
Another shortstop, Josar Gonzalez, et cetera, et cetera. They have names.
Killian's looking good right now.
Yeah, it's gotten better. This isn't the Farhan era. And that's why I had to push back. And I didn't mean to sound like I was trying to be too harsh on, Jose there, but I'm very skeptical on Rafi Devers ever being good in a Giants uniform. I said it yesterday, Joe. Are you betting that he's going to be an all-star at all in San Francisco? Right now, it's a tough sell. Right now, it's a very tough sell. Can he get better? Sure. He can be. His career has shown you he's been a really good hitter, but you know what? He's going to be over 30 soon.
The issue with the Giants, I think, for the longest time...
And I don't think Casey Schmidt's better overall than Rafi Devers. Just this season, he has been. That's it. Sorry.
No, I just think that the issue with the Giants right now is that they're an expensive team that's not good. And they're older.
Yeah.
They're sneaky old at certain spots. And so...
That's the worst spot you could be. You kind of compared them to the Miami Dolphins earlier a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't have any young, controllable pitching that is dynamic. You look at their top 100 list that you're referencing, in terms of their top prospects. Yeah. Shortstop, second baseman, outfield, and then a 20-year-old left-handed pitcher who's in high single A. Outfield, right-handed pitcher who's in triple A, Blade Tidwell. Well, he's 25. And then another right-handed pitcher who's in regular A ball, Carson Wisenhunt, 25. A right-handed pitcher who's 19, who's in single A. So of your, 12, 13 top dudes, only a handful are pitchers, and 2 of them are 25-year-olds that are stuck in AAA. You don't have a lot of young, controllable pitching. So right now, if they moved off of all these deals, hypothetically, and they ate down some of the contracts, they probably have a payroll expected going into next year of $80 to $90 million, depending on how much they eat down on some of these, maybe around 100.
Sure.
Okay, could you reallocate $30 to $50 million in starting pitching per year, starting pitching in bullpen? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah. If they just got a bunch of veteran bullpen arms this offseason and gave them all $10 to $15 million for 3 or 4 guys, wouldn't the overall team be a hell of a lot better than where they're at right now?
Absolutely. Joe, I keep going back. A year ago, this team was good. I think it's hard for us to kind of wrap our minds around it if we're Giants fans, that they've been so awful for so long. No, they've been mediocre, which is kind of the worst place to be in sports. It's just mediocrity, because you can't really sell mediocrity. It's just very difficult. If you're really good or really bad, it's an easy sell, but mediocrity is difficult. They were a good team this time last year. 9 games, 10 games over 500 in a huge series against the Dodgers. And then things just kind of went off the rails. And it hasn't been good since the acquisition of Rafi Devers. Is that correlation, causation? It's never one player. It's never one player in baseball. Sometimes in basketball, it could be. Football, maybe, if it's a quarterback. But in baseball, it's never just one player. If that was the case, if it was just about one player, the Angels would have a bajillion World Series because they've had two of the greatest players in this century in Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout.
The Pirates have had one player for about 30 years.
There you go.
McCutcheon or O'Neill.
They've had someone.
Exactly. Paul Skeens. They've had one guy or two guys for it feels like 30 years.
So I don't want it to sound like I'm blaming.
Jason Kendall.
Thank you. A's legend. I don't
love
want
Kendall.
I know, me too. I don't want it to sound like I'm like Rafi Devers is the reason the Giants are bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's an unfortunate set of circumstances. After they acquired him, they've just been a bad team. But it's just roster construction overall. Like, this team could still be 10 games over 500 a year later if they addressed the actual problems overall. Pitching. It's been awful. Now, it's funny. We were kind of shooting this around, I think, last week. The butterfly effect, had they actually had gotten Corbin Burns, like what would have happened? I don't know if he still gets hurt. I have no idea. Was his arm a ticking time bomb when he signed with the Diamondbacks? I mean, everyone does their medicals. I have no idea. But can you imagine if they just never got Rafi Devers and they had gotten Corbin Burns? He tears his ACL or UCL, whatever it is, has the Tommy John surgery. Then you're stuck with that albatross of a contract. And then you're kind of screwed in the starting pitching category too. Although you didn't have to give up anything in that scenario prospect-wise because it was a free agent signing. But man, be careful what you wish for sometimes, I guess is, my parting words of wisdom in all this. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we were bouncing this around, and it's apt to what this conversation has been around because a lot of people are fearing a rebuild or a retooling or however you want to put it with the Giants. And my whole thing is, why are we so scared of a rebuild or a retool when the team is awful with the players you're flirting with getting rid of right now? How are we afraid of this? This team has not been good for years and years and years. And to act like a rebuild is going to be the worst thing ever. Newsflash, you're the worst team in baseball next to the Colorado Rockies with one of the highest salaries in baseball. You could be better by shedding some salary. It's okay to do that. Look at what the A's are doing in Sacramento. Look what they're doing. What did they do? Will they take Chapman? Who knows? Call them. I'll take pennies off. You know what? One of their low-level prospects might actually work out because it seems like they know what they're doing there. All right. This World Soccer Championship update is brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. I know Shasky's been locked into the action. Carter's been locked in. Sam, I think he's been locked in. Yesterday, draw galore. Spain tying Cabo Verde 0-0. What? I can't. Oh no! Dude, can any of you even point out Cabo Verde on a map? You put your hand down. Stop it. No, you can't. Spain couldn't score against them. That's an incredible win in its own right for Cabo Verde. Belgium and Egypt 1-1. Saudi Arabia and Uruguay 1-1. In Iran, New Zealand, maybe the match of the day yesterday, 2-2 there. So every single team that played yesterday ended up tying. And today, we got some heavy hitters, Joe. We got France taking on Senegal. That's going to be at 12 o'clock. Iraq, Norway. We got one of the best young players making his World Championship soccer debut in Erling Haaland, 3 o'clock. In Argentina, Algeria, Lionel Messi, baby. Is he going to play? Hopefully. And then we have a nightcap, 9 o'clock. Austria, Jordan. And that is your World Soccer Championship update brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. What's coming up with the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. How do you define a rebuild in sports? We'll discuss on 95.7 The Game.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days. Then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our second quarterly game changer of 2026, Joe Hawks. He's a true team player who always goes above and beyond. Joe brings kindness and solutions to every challenge, making every day better. Thanks for being a true game changer, Joe.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
I've always loved Casey Schmidt's defense. I love tap dancing. I love Festus. I love ice cream. I love having fun. I love the DH. God, I love Jimmy Church. I love golf. I love Tony Vitello. I love Kyle.
On 95.7 The Game.
Shasky loves everything. He knows that was the rejoin too, and he had his headphones off. He's like, I'm not going to listen to it.
I think my favorite one is I love having fun.
Who doesn't?
I agree. I also love having fun.
Notice I didn't say I love Lubman. I love
why would you just lie like that? So.
And I love pasta. I love bread. I love free bottomless chips.
You in Japan, by the way. Did you see like some of the Japanese people that were visiting? Did you guys know? You guys see this? Legitimately, there was a tweet.
Where are you going with
there was a tweet out. I'm going to pull it up here.
I saw the Japanese people that went to the game were cleaning the stadium.
They do that. That is like their
They're pretty cool that way.
Yeah, it's a very cool thing that they do, which is just cleaning. Because, we should do that. Everyone should probably do that. I'm guilty of it at the movie theater. I'm just like, oh, they'll clean it up. It's, the popcorn.
Really? Oh, shocker.
I have
Wait a
three
minute.
kids.
That means it tells me something about you.
I have trays.
You've never worked in a food service environment.
Tell me where I've worked and where I haven't. I've worked everywhere. All right.
So you just leave stuff on the ground at a movie theater and you just walk
Do you
up?
want me to sweep up the popcorn that has been dropped on the floor? How am I going to do that?
Look, I'm trying to limit the amount of popcorn that's been dropped on the floor, but
obviously,
you throw away all your stuff?
Yes.
Because you just made it out like you just leave it all.
You made it out like you just leave the bag there, and you're just like, nah.
I think he's walking it back.
No, I'm saying the kids spill popcorn. I can't clean up all of the popcorn that's spilled.
But like,
it happens.
The cups and the bags and all that stuff you take out of the theater.
I bring in a lot of my own stuff. Don't tell anyone this, but I'm the guy
Everyone
that goes.
does that.
It's all tracks.
I'm going to 7-Eleven first and getting the kids whatever they want there, and then we're bringing it in.
You make burritos at home and bring them into the theater?
I used to be the guy that no. Well, my
own popcorn.
local shopping center in Monterey, the Del Monte Shopping Center, it's a mall, but they call it that because it's outdoors. They have a Chipotle, and I would just get the Chipotle burrito. And yeah, I would bring that into the movie. That's next level, Carter. Come on, man.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's walked into a movie theater with a Chipotle burrito in their hand.
Of course.
Yeah, that's just
now,
normal.
when you start hearing people in front of you with glass bottles at a Disney movie,
those guys are cool.
Then we got some problems, people.
It bothers me.
Okay, but
we can't be popping some Corona lights watching Toy Story 5.
Actually,
we need to have some perspective.
But you're burying the lead here. When you're done with all the stuff that you brought in, do you leave it in the seat or do you take it with you and put it in the trash can on the way out of the theater?
I'll tell you later.
That pause says so much.
When Bonta Hill joins us in the 9 o'clock hour, because I have big look in my ear right now. It's 7:20 and we're talking about popcorn.
He's not in your ear.
We have Bonta Hill joining us in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, 9 o'clock hour. Ross Bonta
Do you
about this.
return your cart?
Your Bay Area Ford store. I always return my cart.
He doesn't.
Yes, I do. I always return my cart because I get pissed when people leave it in a parking space.
He goes out of his way to leave it.
Hold on. I get pissed when people leave their car in a parking space.
It's the worst.
And you think you got a spot right in front. It's like,
worst.
oh, I'm going to swing right in. This is awesome. And then what happens when you try to turn in? It's just sticking out and I can't. And you know what I do in that respect? I say, hey, Nicole, can you get out real quick and take that cart? And
The hell kind of question is
put it
that?
away?
I can't believe you don't throw your popcorn away.
I take actually the popcorn to go because the kids like to eat it. Like they don't usually finish the whole big bag. I get a large and then it's like we bring it back and then they end snacking on it later. So that's what I do. I don't have a microwave though at home, so I have to get like the Jiffy Pop stove one because we're just not a microwave people. We're just not. I have an air fryer. I'm an air fryer guy now. Anyways, I say all that to say I don't know where this conversation started. I think it was this.
I love free bottomless chips.
So so Japan, right? It's the World Cup going on, and I think Japan played in Mexico, if I'm not mistaken, and there were some Japanese people that went to a Mexican restaurant, right? It could have been USA, could have been Mexico. I here nor there. But when they sat down, they were given chips and salsa, right? Just for free. They sat down, chips and salsa. They had not ordered anything yet. Nothing. And they were like, what? They come with the table, and this is a tweet. It's from Japan_no Bunaga. I don't know what Bunaga means. It means something in Japanese. Hopefully it's not a cuss word. Or I'm going to get fined.
It's science.
This is the tweet. USA, a Mexican restaurant. We had not ordered anything yet, and the food was already arriving. Chips, salsa, unrequested, free. I stopped the waiter. Quote, we have not earned these, end quote. And then the man just said, they just come with the table. They come with the table. In my land, hospitality is a debt. Every gift creates an obligation. Weighed carefully, return in the proper season with interest of feeling. Here, the gift arrives before you have even proven you can pay for dinner. This is not an appetizer. This is a declaration. We trust you. Eat. I ate with the gravity the moment deserved. And then, I must report this calmly, the basket emptied and a new one appeared.
Dude.
Bottomless. They have wells of salsa. The supply lines of this nation are beyond anything my ancestors imagined. This is a real tweet. I swear to God, this is a real person. My friend warned me, don't fill up on chips, dude. Too late. I'd accepted 3 baskets. Honor demanded each one be finished. An unfinished gift is an insult. By the time my actual food arrived, I was a ruined man. I was not hungry. I was not comfortable. I had been defeated by a courtesy. Generosity that arrives before the request cannot be repaid. It could only be survived. I know the rule now. I have made my peace with the basket. One basket, 2 at the most. This is the last part.
Okay.
Well, who am I deceiving? There is no number of baskets I would refuse. The trust of a nation is in that salsa, and I intend to honor all of it. I know it's kind of funny, but in a weird way, it's beautiful.
Honestly, it makes me want some chips and salsa now.
Like the cultural divide and difference of coming to a place, and we're just like, hey, just it's for free. Don't worry. There's no catch. Here's some chips and salsa.
Well, the catch is that you're going to order a deal.
No, it is, but we're not going to like be mad if you like eat the chips and salsa and then leave. We're just going to be like, well, we gave it to you.
I like the concept how when they sit down, they're like,
again, no. If you're at a restaurant, my wife was a waitress for many years.
You're gonna turn this into some sort of negative.
No, I'm saying if you show up, time out. If you show up to a restaurant, sit down for chips and salsa and all that, and you don't order anything, like, no, that's not
no one ever
acceptable.
does that is what I'm saying. We trust you if you go to that restaurant is what they're telling you.
Well, we assume that you're going to order an entree.
Yes, there's a level of trust that is there, which is what the guy was getting at. And he was like, wow, this would not be a thing in Japan.
Well, some places, depends on where you go. Some places won't bring you the chips and the salsa until after you've ordered.
Absolutely.
So, like every place is different. They do this with bread and various things. And so, look, I know my wife worked up on Nob Hill at a restaurant up there. And so a lot of tourists.
Sure.
A lot of tourists. You would be surprised the random things that you would hear about other cultures regarding paying for condiments overseas. Like,
they don't do free refills. My favorite part of the World Cup is through the social media lens and landscape, which sounds awful, but it's true because you get a glimpse of people coming to the U.S. for the first time from many different cultures, many different continents, and the thing that they are astounded by the most is the things that are just so simple for us. They go to a restaurant and they get free refills with ice. They're like, wow, you guys give us ice. And these are places from like Italians, Germans, whatever. I was like, wait, you guys don't get free refills and free ice over in Europe? They don't do that thing? No. Well, it's warm. It's like, wait, what? So like the little things like that I find fascinating. This little thing right here, just going to a Mexican restaurant in the U.S., and them giving you chips and salsa for a Japanese immigrant, they're like, this is kind of crazy. Hospitality is a debt in my land, and we have to repay you for it. Well, and they're saying here, you don't have to repay us anything. Just, buy a burrito or something and have fun. 3 bottomless chips. So
I love free bottomless chips.
And so does Japan, Joe. So does Japan. I just love this is what the World Cup should be. Embracing other cultures. Being excited, going to Buc-ee's and Waffle House and Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out Burger. That's what it's all about.
I got beef with Chick-fil-A right now.
That's funny. Beef, Chick-fil-A. Continue.
Well, no, I'm being real here. Like, wasn't feeling great yesterday. I wanted some fried chicken.
Are you feeling better?
I do. I feel a lot better.
Good.
The sinuses were killing me
yesterday. That's not good.
But I ordered from Chick-fil-A, and all I wanted was the biscuits and spicy chicken. And it's only allowed in the breakfast menu. And I think it should be opened up to the everyday menu, all day, every day.
I thought as a society we had leaned into all day breakfast everywhere. I know that was a Jack in the Box thing for a while. McDonald's did it for a little bit and then they stopped. But Chick-fil-A doesn't do all day breakfast?
No, and I'm very I'm frustrated with it. I'm frustrated with it. I would like to see the biscuit. I think it's the best thing they make. Spicy chicken biscuit, with the spicy chicken thing. Gosh. So anyway, I ate my Chick-fil-A. It was amazing.
I like their little breakfast burritos too with the fried chicken inside there. I was like,
those.
yeah, they're not bad. Not bad. Again, breakfast burritos. I don't go to Chick-fil-A all the time, but when I get one, I don't hate it. All right. We good off the food? We good off the bottomless chips? We good? Let's talk rebuilds, Joe. You want to do that? Because that's a word everyone's so damn afraid in the Bay Area. I say the word rebuild, people are like, oh my God, don't say that. It's like Voldemort in Harry Potter. Don't say that word. It's too scary. Why are we so afraid of it? Why? The Bay Area should be most accustomed with rebuilds. We've seen them. We've seen them with the Niners. We've seen them with the Warriors. We've seen them with the Giants.
I think there's a negative connotation because of the Oakland A's.
Is that why?
And the irony is I would argue that they're probably one of the best models of reshaping and redefining your team every handful of years and basically letting you realize that there's always the next wave of guys.
Correct.
Even though it's an extreme example.
It is.
And it's not probably the most customer-friendly way to do business. But I think that they've proven year after year after year, over like a 25-year period, we could reflip this and reshape this roster every 3 to 4 years.
I think we could all agree, and that's a great point. A rebuild looks different sport to sport. One rebuild for the NBA is not the same as Major League Baseball, not the same for the NFL. I think we could all count in each league the handful of teams that are truly rebuilding right now, right? The Colorado Rockies have been rebuilding for a minute, right? It feels like a perpetual rebuild.
Since Matt Holliday got traded.
The Los Angeles Angels. I think those are the two teams, the two poster childs for both leagues in Major League Baseball, the Angels and the Rockies.
And the common denominator is that they've been just god-awful forever.
Not only can they not bring in young prospects and develop them, when they do go out and get free agents or make big splash signings, they whiff. Chris Bryant on line 1, Anthony Rendon on line 2, right? Now, the Angels is probably a little worse because you had maybe two of the greatest players we've ever seen, Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, and you still couldn't do anything. So, again, it goes back to, even if you have good players in baseball, it doesn't mean you can't still suck, as we're learning right now with the San Francisco Giants. They have some good players, but it's not enough. How do you define a rebuild, Joe? Do you have like a loose definition? Because I know I have one. I want to hear yours first.
You already have one?
I have one.
Well, let me hear yours.
I don't think you could have more than one star player on a team. In order for it to be a rebuild, you can't have more than one star player. That's my definition. So the Angels are a good example of this, as I just brought up.
Yeah.
You can have a Mike Trout. You're still going to be in a rebuild. I think the Milwaukee Bucks have tried to sell us on it not being a rebuild. They're retooling around Giannis for years and years and years. Giannis has been the common denominator. They're not quite rebuilding, but they've been retooling. You saw it with LeBron when he first came to the Lakers. They were kind of doing a loose little rebuild around LeBron James. Now, what did they do after his first season? They totally traded all the young guys outside of Kyle Kuzma for Anthony Davis. So you could have one player and consider it a rebuild, one star, not more than one, though, and sell it as a rebuild. You can't do that. Now, that's different sport to sport, I understand, but that's my loose definition. You can't have more than one star player, and if you don't, then you're in a total rebuild because you got nothing, quite frankly. Like, I'm trying to think of an example in the NFL right now of a team that has like one really good player. The Raiders. How about that? Max Crosby, I think, is their only star right now. Right? Max, we would all agree?
Brock Bowers.
Yeah, he's a rising star. I love Brock Bowers. I get it. First team All-Pro as a rookie, Carter. He got hurt last year. We'll see. I love me some Brock Bowers. What's my guy Kubiak call him? A robot sent from heaven? Something like that. Kind of a weird phrase, but I love Brock Bowers. But that's kind of an example of an NFL team that you can have a star player and still be rebuilding. In basketball, it's a little different. If you have one star, you could sometimes still compete and contend, but that's my loose definition. I want to know what your definition of a rebuild is, because for a lot of people, it's different. And I think a lot of people are scared right now when it comes to either the Warriors or the Giants. Hell, people think that the Niners might be close to rebuilding here if things don't go well this season. We're just so scared in the Bay of rebuilds. When we're looking at one right now in San Jose with the Sharks, they're coming, man. Was that rebuild that scary? Was taking those lumps that scary?
Until you got Macklin, yeah, it was for, I think, fans. See, I think what you're missing an element here. You use the word star, and I don't define it by star per se. To me, a rebuild is we have a group of guys that we think are our veteran leaders that are win now, and we don't believe in them to win now anymore. And we're picking either a soon-to-becoming core that has yet to arrive or a different group of people on this team to build the rest of the team around. So, for example, in the current Giant landscape, we thought the team was going to be built around Chapman, Devers, Adames. Okay?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So those three and all the other parts around them are going to be retooled or whatever. I just don't believe in them as a group to be building around and that they can be your centerpiece. Not that they're not all individually solid. They're solid. They're just, as a collection, they're not good enough. When you had Buster Posey, okay, Crawford, and Belt on an infield, that was a core to build around.
Yes.
Okay? I thought that they should have moved off some of these guys from this core and start that rebuilding process with another player or two to build around. You could throw in Hunter Pence that they added,
sure,
and guys like Matt Cain and Bumgarner. But at the core of it, there was those three. And we could take qualms with how deep they went into that. At one time, the Warriors were built around Monte Ellis.
Yeah.
Loosely, okay? And then they ripped off the Band-Aid and they said, we're not building our team around you anymore. All right, essentially, we are actually going to go in the direction of, and we didn't know Steph Curry would be Steph Curry, but we're building around other guys, David Lee and whomever, and obviously Steph Curry right now. We'll see where this goes. They didn't even realize that they were in a complete build around Steph Curry at that moment in time. It ended up being that way.
Yeah.
But that's what they did. When the Warriors traded for Baron Davis, it was, we're building around Baron Davis.
Yeah.
And then they had Troy Murphy and Dunleavy, and then they're like, oh, actually, like, you guys don't fit with this guy. Get out of here. We're bringing in Stat Jack and Harrington. So notice how it's different? Like, it's loose. The Niners, were they rebuilding in 2015 with Jim Tomsula?
They were they didn't sell it as a rebuild.
No, they were just mediocre.
They were just not good.
And poor performing, right? They were lousy. I wouldn't even say mediocre. They were lousy.
They were not good.
And they were poor performing. There really wasn't a lot of guys to build around because everyone left. By 2017, they were 0-9 to start the year when Shanahan showed up. Were they, quote-unquote, rebuilding, or were they just an awful team? They're an awful team. Then they landed Jimmy Garoppolo, and then you rebuilt the team around Jimmy Garoppolo. That's how I view it.
Okay.
All right? That's what. And then you got a core of guys, and they've kind of been building around that core of guys ever since. Have they retooled? Yeah, like we go from Sherman to Diamond Lenore 4 or 5 years later, right? Like look around we went from Raheem Mostert and Breida and Coleman to now we've got CMC and George Kittle's a mainstay and Fred Warner's a mainstay, but other parts have kind of changed around those guys.
Dominic Pooney, et cetera. Yeah.
Right? For the last, 6 years, 7 years, who have the Yankees been built around?
Aaron Judge.
And? Stanton.
Well, and Garrett Cole's
they brought him in, right? And other parts are moving on around him. I think one of the areas that the Boston Red Sox find themselves in right now, who are they built around?
It's a great question. I mean, Duran? Who's their best player right now? It was supposed to be Roman Anthony. He's kind of taking a regression, though, this season.
Well, they're not rebuilding. They're kind of just in no man's land, which is kind of where the Niners were when they didn't have stars in 2016, 2017. You're just kind of in no man's land.
And they had their guy, right? Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to pay him for whatever reason, and they traded him to the Dodgers, and it was very strange.
So you asked me about the Sharks. I think they were in no man's land until they landed Smith and Macklin. And then once you land Smith and Macklin, well, yeah, you've built everything around them. When they were tanking and losing, they had a strategy, but that wasn't a rebuild. It was, we're hollowed out. That's really what you were. You're hollowed out. At one point, the Bears were built around Justin Fields, were they not?
They were.
Okay. And then they were like, actually, no, we're pivoting from that. We're going in Caleb. Yeah. And year one, were they rebuilding or were they trying to build around Caleb Williams?
Oh, they were trying to build around Caleb. Well, remember, I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I thought that team was a playoff team in their rookie season, which is, in hindsight, laughable because their head coach is a defensive guy, didn't put him in a position to succeed.
But now what are they doing? They're rebuilding around.
Now they're building
coach and quarterback.
Coach and quarterback.
Right?
Yes.
Which is kind of what the Niners have done since the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. So I look at the Giants right now, and I'm like, well, what are they rebuilding? They're building the team around Bryce Eldridge. Like, this is the most obvious thing in the world. And the question is like, all right, well, is Bryce enhanced or is he more complicated by the presence of Rafi Devers? Because that's the number one question.
It makes it more complicated.
I agree.
Yeah.
Not that he's like hampering him per se. It's just, it makes it difficult.
It's because both guys are a little, use the word hampered physically, and they just don't have the range to play other positions. They just
both can only play DH and first
Correct.
base.
That's all they can play.
Right.
Because we've learned that Rafi's no longer a third baseman.
Right. So, and look, Rafi, I think, is the best of these three that we're going to bring up. Chapman. Are they hampered by Chapman? Not necessarily.
No. Well, as of late, definitely not.
Is he stunting Casey Schmidt's maybe overall development? But and before you answer, I'm not sure what Casey is. Is he 2 months? Is he, a guy that could get better? Is he a guy that is, going to fall back down to earth? I don't know. I really don't know. But this is all about rebuilding around Bryce. And this is where Logan Webb, I think, comes into play. Also building around Logan Webb. And maybe he's not the premium player who's my ace 2 years from now, 3 years from now, but he's in my rotation, and he's in a group of dudes that I want to build the rest of this team around. I would throw Jung Hoo Lee in there. I'm ready to say that I'm ready to, he's one of my outfielders. Bryce is one of my infielders. And there's a lot of other things that are up in the air. If the Niners this year bottom out, let's say they suck, I think they have a lot of decisions to make. But I think one of them that is, staring them in the face is, are you building around Brock Purdy for the next 3 or 4 years? Or are you building around what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, and then he's going to switch it up and go to a different quarterback?
Why should Giants fans not fear a rebuild? Now that we've kind of gotten our loose definitions of what a rebuild is for us, Giants fans, are you afraid right now of a rebuild? Quite frankly, because I keep hearing that, and maybe it's just the afternoon guy, Mark Willard, and I love you because he's saying the Giants fans or this market would never accept it. Well, we're accepting this product. They're one of the worst teams in baseball, and they're selling out left and right. So that tells me they would absolutely accept a rebuild. Are Giants fans sitting down and going to these games? Because I can't wait to see Willie Adames and Rafi Devers and Matt Chapman. You replace those players, seriously, replace those players with, Joe Blow down the street. They're still going to these games this summer. I'm convinced they are. You know why, too? It's what you just said, Joe. I think they're smart enough to realize who the next guy to build around is. He's here. He's the guy that says he wants to be the face of the franchise. It's Bryce Eldridge. You know what? He's the draw. Jung Hoo Lee, who, you know what? Even I underestimated how much this fan base loves him. They love this guy.
You got the loudest ovation on Wednesday.
They love this man. And you know what? He's staying.
You brought up Bryce, and you said that the Giants, everyone wants to rebuild around him. Would you agree?
Yeah.
That provides clarity, right?
Yeah.
Why are the Warriors in such a weird spot right now?
Because we don't really know what they want to do. What do they want to build for the now or for the future? Or trying to do this both kind of a thing?
Because we all don't want to admit that it's a really odd, tough, difficult proposition building a team, even for 1 year, around a 39-year-old superstar who missed 50 games.
Who has runner's knee. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If they had the equivalent of Bryce Eldridge, wouldn't there be more clarity on who you're building around moving forward?
Yeah.
Kuminga never showed the amount of promise that Bryce showed, even in a short period of time.
Nope.
Would you agree?
I would agree.
All right. Wiseman, obviously not. And Moody, obviously not. And Pods, though very good and useful, he's closer to Casey Schmidt or Jung Hoo Lee in this equation than Bryce Eldridge. So, as I see all these people, lose their minds and everything, I think part of why there's so much anger in Warrior Land is that there really is no clear idea of how to build the team. Meaning, how deep do you double down on Steph for now? And then at some point, because you're wandering, going back to the pre-Macklin, pre-Will Smith Sharks, you're just kind of wandering. You don't know where you're going. Who are you building this team around in the future?
I mean,
this is why I think the Niners situation is a little terrifying. You do have a quarterback,
Brock.
You do have a head coach, and in the NFL, you can build around a head coach.
I mean, we got Nick Costas on yesterday, BetMGM, saying he likes the Niners win the Super Bowl.
Not for this year. I'm talking about beyond.
No, I know that, but I think he's so damn confident in the team. He told you why, because of that head coach.
I am too.
They'll figure it out.
I am. Okay, I am too. But like Joe, you would acknowledge like you got to have pillars after this year, right? And a lot of their guys are either up. That's why they have $73 million that they're just floating out there.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's a lot of unknown after this year. Would you agree?
There's unknown.
I think it's been very clear this offseason told me everything's about this year. Mike Evans is really about this year. Maybe next year, this year. Trent is about this year. Maybe next year, but this year. CMC is about this year. Maybe next year, but this year. Kittle's trying to get back week 1. Why? Because it's about this year.
Yeah.
Right? Dre Greenlaw's back on a 1-year deal. Why? For this year.
I think this year.
Bosa's got this year left on his deal.
To your point, it does feel like the last hurrah, if we're talking Niners, of that core.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
But as long as Brock stays healthy this year, I think most of us, we take a step back. Unlike the Warriors situation, we're like, yeah, I'll build around Kyle and Purdy and I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think most reasonable Niner fans would be like, yeah, as long as Purdy's healthy this year, I'll build around him and I'll build around Kyle and I think we'll be all right.
But to your point, they also have to deal with the expectations being a little bit different after you move off a lot of those players.
Absolutely.
But I know you can accept that. I can accept that. I don't know if Niner fans can accept maybe taking a step back for a little bit because they're moving off that core.
They're not going to be a 4-win team with Brock and Shanahan.
No.
I don't care if they're throwing to Kendrick Bourne or not.
I mean, what they were able to do last
that's what I'm saying.
What they did last year should tell everyone that when bleep hits the fan, lean on Kyle Shanahan, dude. He'll lead you to the promised land.
Back to the Giants. Right? Now we get back to the Giants. This is so obvious. You build the team around Bryce Eldridge, and then you hand select the other guys that they believe in. Do they believe in Jung-Hoo Lee? I don't know.
They should.
Well,
what's not to believe in at this point?
Well, it's been a couple months.
It has been.
That would be the kickback.
But he's now had a couple months stretches. Even last year, he had a couple months stretch where he was really hot too.
Joe, I agree with you. I'm playing like both sides of the fence here. I'm trying to I'm walking through this. I got one outfielder, I got one infielder, and then I got to make a decision on Casey Schmidt. Is Casey Schmidt closer to the player we've seen the first 2 months, or is he closer to the guy who's now 6 for his last 28 and just doesn't look as dialed in? Is he inconsistent right now because he doesn't know what position he's playing every day? Would he settle in if he just played one spot? Do I have a spot for him?
Is Matt Chapman the guy that we've seen the last couple months, or is he the guy that was talking to the San Francisco Chronicle prior to that with Susan Susser? I don't know. But I'm willing to bet more on the young guy getting a little bit better than I am Matt Chapman keeping this up.
Chapman's been pretty hot.
He's been hot, Joe. He's also going to be 34 soon. He's old. He's
look.
Again, he's getting older, man. He's getting older, and I think we're starting to see some of that age this season with his glove too. But it's hard for me to sit here and say that when he's amidst this stretch. He's playing really good baseball. He's red hot. He is.
So like this whole like rebuild, like I think it would be way more terrifying if we had no Bryce Eldridge.
Oh.
Like this whole conversation would be completely different with no Bryce Eldridge. With Bryce Eldridge, there should be nothing but clarity. We're rebuilding the entire thing around him, and we're hopeful that his development and his ascension is going to be able to lift the entire tide for everything in the Giants organization.
Does it feel like this rebuild, retool is totally hinging on him? Like if you're Buster Posey, Bryce's success equals your success at this point?
Ask the Kansas City Royals if their success is derivative of whatever Bobby Witt Jr. does.
I mean, they're 15 games under 500.
They were awesome last year and the year before.
What happened this year?
They just again they got to retool that team.
Yeah.
You know,
it's tough,
and they're a small market team that doesn't have a big
payroll.
Yeah, and so there's complications with that. By the way, Bobby Witt Jr. leading all shortstops in the WAR right now.
He's a beast.
So he's still awesome. I'm using him as an example.
Sure. Again, going back to baseball being different, you could have a star player like a Bobby Witt, like I mentioned, Mike Trout in his prime too. Doesn't mean you're not going to do anything.
Who are the Cubs built around?
Pete Crow Armstrong,
PCA.
Yeah,
who hit for the cycle the other day.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster, and that's who their team should be built around.
Absolutely. And they were flirting with Kyle Tucker, right? They had him last year, bringing Alex Bregman instead, and they've been pretty good.
Who are the Toronto Blue Jays built around?
Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Everything flows off him, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it was Well, they had that interesting little core, right?
Yep.
It was him, Bichette, and Springer. Chapman was a part of that for a second.
And they've retooled around
And they've retooled, and they were just in the World Series, and they felt like, man, we were a play here or there of winning the whole damn thing.
And they've got a really nice pitching staff that aligns, like all of their pitchers and their staff fits the timeline for Vladdy.
Gosman's just, that was
the one that got away.
How did you not keep that far home?
But no, it's funny you bring up Gosman because similar to Logan Webb, he's not a high velo guy.
No.
He's a location guy. And those guys age well.
He's aged beautifully.
That's why I'm
Wouldn't you love to keep him right now? God.
I mean, he was the one I wanted to give a big deal to. I would have taken Rodon too.
Yeah.
Knowing that he is a volatile, could be on the IL at any time.
Prickly, for sure. Red ass.
He's a stud.
He is.
He's a stud.
He's a gamer too. He gets up for the big moments.
Like who are the Padres built around?
Manny Machado.
Conceivably.
Manny Machado.
Even though their pitching's been carrying them.
Yeah.
Machado and
Tatis.
Tatis.
Yeah. And Jackson Merrill now.
Yes.
Right? He's part of that.
Even though he's been struggling.
Well, the whole offense has been struggling, and yet the Padres are right there at 37 and 34. The National League is just so damn deep, which is another layer to this conversation right now. In baseball, as you just referenced, you said the Kansas City Royals were really good last year. Detroit Tigers, really good last year. Things can change very quickly in this sport.
What they need so bad is in these trades that they're looking, whether it's internally or what they receive and what they could possibly get, whether it's Robbie Ray, Luis Arraez, Chapman, Adames Devers, whatever. They need to find a complementary piece for Bryce Eldridge that plays a different position who can be the Kevin Mitchell to his Will Clark. That's what you're looking for, the Jeff Kent to his Barry Bonds. And those are extreme examples. We're talking about great players. But like Will Clark isn't Will Clark without having Kevin Mitchell in the lineup across from him. And then you could sprinkle in your Robbie Thompsons and your Jose Uribes and Terry Kennedys and Brett Butlers and all those guys around him. I'm going late 80s Giants here on you. But like, you've got to have that dog to go with him. Buster Posey, okay? His MVP year. He had Melky Cabrera.
Milkman.
And then he had Hunter Pence. You know?
Yeah.
With also, you supplement Crawford and you supplement, Angel Pagan was awesome that year. You supplement, what's his face? Panda in there as well. Obviously, they had Duffy a little later on, but like you've got to have complementary pieces in the lineup with you. And that's what their strategy should be. It's not just offloading contracts right now. It's how do you find a complementary piece that's ready to go that you can build and grow with and alongside Bryce Eldridge.
Giants fans, are you fearing a rebuild potentially as Buster Posey is apparently open for business on Devers, Adames, and Chapman's contracts? Obviously, the rental guys that have been out there in trade conversations, Luis Arraez, Robbie Ray. But now it's official. And Buster Olney of ESPN, when Ken Rosenthal, tweets out and writes articles, they are willing to move off those three big contracts. I'm here to tell you that it's not the end of the world moving off those guys. And you shouldn't fear a rebuild. And I think that's just the word in general. We need to just move off. It's no longer just total rebuilds in sports. Retooling. It's a nice little term to use because that's truly what it is. Did you think the Chicago White Sox were rebuilding heading into the season? Did you think they were rebuilding?
I mean, they've kind of been wandering for the last 3 or 4 years.
Exactly. They've been bad.
Yeah.
They've been one of the worst teams in baseball.
Since Anderson got punched.
There you go.
Right?
They haven't recovered from that.
It just feels like
and Tony La Russa's, DUIs.
It always comes back to the punch.
Yeah, it hasn't been good.
Are the Jets in football, are they rebuilding? Or are they just wandering?
They've just been bad.
They've been wandering.
Right?
They've been wandering.
They brought in Aaron Glenn, first-time head coach last year, and it has not worked so far. It's just one season, though. How can I be that mad at them?
How would you describe what the Detroit Lions have been doing for the last 50 years?
Rebuilding and retooling, and now we finally see them being a good team for the last handful of years. First time in my life they've been considered like good.
I would argue wandering the desert, praying for success.
That's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
And they finally have turned into a competent franchise, which is incredible. The Chicago White Sox is what I'm getting at, Joe, is we weren't calling them a competent franchise a year ago. Now a year ago, we are. The Giants a year ago were 9-10 games over 500.
We thought they were turning the tide.
We thought so after making a big trade. A year later, they're one of the worst teams in baseball. Things can change very quickly. So by moving off 3 guys and 3 contracts we don't deem very good, I just don't see how that's saying, oh, we're totally going to tear this thing down to the studs. by getting off contracts and players that aren't really helping you all that much this season. I get it. At times they've helped you. They've had some good months. They've had some good stretches, but the totality of the seasons have not been great for some of these players. I'm okay with moving off those guys. If it opens up more time for Casey Schmidt, who's 27, if it opens more time for Bryce Eldred at first base, more and more and more, and he can get better and better and better, who's in his early 20s, right? Jung-Hoo Lee, he's a mainstay in right field now. He's in his 20s. Like, I'm excited about these prospects and these guys coming through the pipeline. That could be everyday players. How many shortstops do they got in the pipeline, Joe?
Like 5.
Oh, my God.
But they're all in either high A or they're good. Johnny Level will get promoted to Double A by year's end.
Okay. So we got a shortstop we could be excited about. And then we have some other names that are in the top 100 that, you know what? Maybe we could package some of those guys and go after another big fish if we get excited about. See, just because you whiffed on a Rafi Devers trade doesn't mean you still can't make other splashes elsewhere. I want to get that through Giants fans' heads.
Well, I want to reallocate the money back to the bullpen.
There you go.
I think you could become a better team tomorrow if you took, let's say, $50 million and just spent it on 2 or 3 arms. I'm dead serious. Just for your bullpen. Established arms.
707. They need pitching prospects. We have a pitcher's park. Focus on the pitching.
I agree.
That is what this season has been about, 707. They haven't had any pitching, and I'm with you. They need to lean more into that. I think I was jaded heading into the season, Joe, and I was maybe drinking the Kool-Aid of just this offense. And I kept saying, hey, you know what? Even if they don't make the playoffs, this offense is going to be really, really good. It's going to be amazing.
It's been a good offense.
You know what? It has been a good offense. I just didn't think the offense and the pitching staff, that quite frankly, would be so bad, they'd be 14 games under 500. And that's what they've been. It's been so awful. 415 on the text line. I wouldn't mind a rebuild because under Farhan, I just wanted everyday players. And under Posey, I've gotten it, but I just didn't want this product. Posey's been a lot better at the development, him and Manassian. I think we could all agree so far. I mean, the proof is in the pudding with Bryce Eldridge. When did any other top prospect look this good in the Farhan era?
I mean, we haven't seen a guy come up and hit like this early since Buster Posey.
Since Buster Posey.
Since
Sabian.
I mean, to me, the only right now, untouchables on this team, Jung-Hoo Lee, Bryce Eldridge, for now, Susac and Casey Schmidt. And Casey Schmidt, I would be I'd be open to a trade, but it had to be the right deal.
I love this text because it just makes me laugh. Oreo cookie, and I love you, Oreo. You're diehard. By the Giants announcing their intentions, they are hurting their leverage. Nothing to see here. Real GMs move in silence like lasagna. Yes, because you're hurting all your leverage, making it known that 3 guys that we could all see and all other GMs and all other scouts and all other president of baseball operations can see aren't translating to wins, and Matt Chapman, Rafael Devers, and Willie Adames. It's the worst kept secret. It's not a secret. It's not a secret in sports when a guy's not contributing very well and he has a high contract that you want to get rid of that player. It's every single sport's the same thing. You think it's the worst kept secret that maybe the San Antonio Spurs right now want to get rid of De'Aaron Fox's contract? You think they'd like to do that because they have Dylan Harper waiting in the wings? Absolutely they would. It's easier said than done, though.
Every year, Kevin Durant is available and everyone knows about it. Every year. Memphis has been trying to trade John Morant for 4 years. It feels
Doesn't matter.
And JJJ, and eventually someone will take it.
Exactly. Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's been the worst kept secret in Milwaukee forever.
So sick of him.
It's me too. And he'll finally get traded probably this offseason. Or he won't be. And guess what? If he doesn't get traded, he'll have some stupid tweet about it. I was never going to leave, guys. I'm staying forever. It's laughable. So Oreo Cookie, I disagree. Them announcing their intentions through Buster Olney or Ken Rosenthal does nothing. Injury report time? Are we ready? Hey, what's going on with Elliot Ramos? This guy's been out a minute. Tony Vitello said the Giants outfielder is working his way back from a quad injury he suffered last month, has resumed hitting and running drills. Vitello said he thinks Ramos is ahead of the curve in terms of his recovery, but stopped short of giving a timeline. That's not good. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast, well, it's presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, baking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Halfway home here on a Tuesday. In about a little over an hour from now, Bonta Hill going to join us for the entirety of the 9 o'clock hour, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. And we got a lot to get into with Bonta. I'm sure he wants to talk NBA Finals, maybe some World Cup, obviously what's going on with the Giants. As the latest news and the biggest news of the day yesterday, Buster Olney tweeting out the Giants are open to offers for their 3 highest paid position players, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman, amongst other obvious trade candidates like Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray. And we just been kind of asking the question, like, hey, if this signals that the Giants are admitting that they need to do a retool or a rebuild, why do we have a problem with that? Because the fans clearly don't. They're supporting a losing product right now. They're going to the stadium. They're having fun. And you know what, Joe? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with going to a team that's losing and enjoying going to games? And you said something in the text thread yesterday. It kind of triggered me a little bit and got me thinking. There's like diehard fans, and I get that truly believe if a team is struggling, you should be booing them. And you shouldn't be supporting them by buying a ticket to them. I think Bonta, who's coming up in an hour, he even said he didn't want to go buy a ticket during the Farhan Zaidi era. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want to support what the Giants were doing down at Oracle Park once upon a time. And I understood I understood it. I understand. But that is a narrow-minded view of a fan that I don't think, goes to a lot of games simply just to enjoy the sport. You want to see the team win. That's what certain fans go to win. That's not all fans. Some fans just want to go and just have a good time. And that's okay. I don't tell other people how to fan. I have 3 kids. My level of fandom, I'm going to admit, shifted once I started having kids. My mindset
changes.
No. But like some people, they don't, and they're saying they never, like, they get angry. So like, I didn't get as angry when my team lost after I had kids. I just didn't. You know why? Because I didn't want my level of toxicity as a fandom to bleed into my kids.
I would also counter with you. You're bringing up children. That is absolutely a differentiator. When you take a child to a game, the experience is different. I haven't drank at a game in 15 years, whatever it is.
Sure.
Okay. I think alcohol is equally as big of a game changer I'm talking about the removal or the addition of alcohol changes how you view going to sporting events in general.
Yeah.
I really do.
I'm not a big drinker when it comes to games. Maybe I'll have an occasional beer.
Well, there's a lot of people that go just to get loaded.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. They're just going out to have fun. I'm just telling you that when I walk through specifically football, because football is an all-day drinking environment.
It is. Tailgating,
when it feels like when you go to a baseball game is we're here and I might as well have a couple drinks. Whereas football is I'm here to get loaded before we go in.
Carter's nodding his head in the back. He's very excited.
The whole energy in like going into a football game is dramatically different than a Giants game.
Yeah, I gotta like lock in once I'm in the football game. Whereas to when I'm at the baseball game, like I'm sipping through the whole thing.
Yeah, you're casually enjoying it. And I'm not here to judge anyone.
Well, those are the aspects of the sport, to your point, that are just different.
I just think they're so wildly different. And so like, for example, at a football game, I'm locked in, and if you jump off sides on third down, I'm going to lose my mind.
You only have 8 of those in the regular season, or 9, depending on, but like, that's why it matters so much.
And then like baseball, because I just took my kid to the game, and I saw, again, I'm not drinking, and I'm with my son.
Yeah.
Nobody cared that Rafi Devers was batting.
No one, exactly.
Do you know who got the loudest ovation in warmups?
Who?
Like when they announced the lineup for the Giants?
Who
do you think?
Jung-Hoo Lee?
Yes, by far.
His jersey's everywhere,
Isn't
man.
Isn't that crazy?
His jersey is everywhere. It's insane.
Yeah, so all right. So we sit down, and the amount of people that are just there to just hang out and enjoy a beautiful day. Now, it's a Wednesday game,
sure,
not a Friday night game, so there's a lot of differences in the elements. Most people, they don't even know where second base is.
Yeah.
No, I'm being real, let alone who the players are. They're going because the stadium is like Disneyland, and it's an excuse to go out and have fun. My other buddy who went, and we ended up hooking up, he was there working on a business transaction with another buddy, and they all grew up together.
Yeah.
The game was...
It was secondary.
Secondary. It was like the third or fourth thing.
Tertiary.
So, yeah, like I used to be locked in, go crazy, and look, there's a moment to boo an umpire and have fun and all that. To not go, like, don't you guys, like, I love sports. So I like to go to games for the live sporting aspect of it and then to share it with my son to see it through his eyes. And there's a time and a place. I don't want to take him to a Friday night Dodger game. Right. He's too young. I don't want something to happen, whatever. I take him to football games, but I'm very, like, guarded and cautious, and I understand.
And you're
like,
usually around a bunch of Niner fans, too. Yeah, almost always, which is different. I don't know. It got me thinking just with fans in general and how it feels like we're always slanted to certain fan type of behavior. And I almost always feel like it's the podcaster, it's the so-and-so that's not going to any of these games or watching these games with, either a significant other or kids around them. And it just got me thinking that I have changed as a fan, whether good for bad, I've changed as a fan. And it just got me realizing it through the lens of my son, but who started crying, Joe. Benny started crying because the Spurs lost. And he got mad and said, I hate the New York Knicks. I can't stand them. They're the worst. They suck. Yeah. I was like, this kid's been watching this team for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Maybe I failed as a father when it came to his fandom. But like, he just started watching for 3 weeks. Now, was I supposed to check him and say, dude, it's not the end of the world. It's like, I didn't want to take away that passion.
Yeah, sure.
I was caught in a weird spot. Now, he can't be going a full-on temper tantrum and like yelling and screaming. I was like, relax, dude. I told him, hey, it's okay to cry. I've cried in the past when I was younger. Like, that means you care. But at the same time, don't be so mad at the other team, right? You could be angry. You could be upset. Just know 30 other teams feel this way too. And you know what? It's sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose. There's going to be one champion at the end of each year. You're going to be disappointed more than you're going to be excited. But the times that you get excited makes all those disappointments worth it. That's what it is in sports. So, I don't know. Does it take away? Do you want to feel anger during this time as a Giants fan so that the jubilation and joy years from now was worth it? You can enjoy both, man. Enjoy it for what it is. Like, the Sharks didn't make the playoffs this past year. Did that make it any less enjoyable of a season? No. Because Macklin Celebrini and all those other young studs made it worthwhile. Hell, the highlight for Sharks fans, it might have even been watching Macklin playing for Team Canada.
Let me give you an example of something that I think is another aspect of this that we haven't touched. I went to the Warriors-Kings first round series, game 6.
You were with your brother, right? I remember this, yeah.
So we spent a bunch of money. We sat really low.
Yeah.
All right. We were going to have a good time.
Yeah.
It's the playoffs. Sure. I want them to advance and move on and whatever. The Kings kind of routed the Warriors and were kind of like handling them the whole game.
They did.
And they kind of like, they won going away, right? And it was sucky that they lost, right? Especially a playoff game. But I went with my brother, who I don't get a chance to do a lot of stuff with because we're both busy and we got kids and we're going crazy.
Yeah.
And he had some beers. We sat there, we cheered. We got to see Steph Curry play in a playoff game. You know, it was pretty special. It was pretty fun for me. I thought it was pretty fun.
Nice.
And we walked out and we were bummed, but we walked out. I was like, I had a really nice night tonight. It's like, I love you, bro. It was great to see you.
That's awesome.
Right? But how many people are going to a regular season game, not even a playoff game, a regular season game, with that kind of prerogative when they're going in? Hey, it's me and my boys. We haven't seen each other in a while. Carter, you went to the game the other day with your boy, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys randomly link up or did you choose to go to the game together?
No, actually, it's kind of like an annual thing. Is the weekday Wednesday games, he and I go. It's like where I see him.
Okay, when you walked out of that game.
It is.
When you walked out of that game and it was 8-1 and you left early like I did, okay? Were you guys like, I had a good time?
Yeah, 100%.
Right? They're getting blown out. Why? Because it's a beautiful day. You saw your friends. You were out and about. You probably had a couple of pops, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Ate some good food.
Yeah.
You're walking around Disneyland, as I call it, on a beautiful... Like, I know that the people online, and me myself, I'm guilty of this. On my couch, you get furious and angry and blah, blah. But like when you go to the games and you're spending the money that people are spending, you go to have a good time and experience it with those around you. I think the days of like truly like booing and screaming, especially baseball and basketball, they're just kind of over.
Generationally, I do think it's going to start shifting. It just is. We're already seeing it. Like when it comes to social media, when it comes to some of these players, we get mad and angry, Joe, that there's not enough sports hate today between the players. Well, that's just because it's emblematic of that generation. Like this upcoming generation, whether it's my millennials or whatever, the Gen Z after me, whatever, XYZ, elemental P, like, I don't know what it is. Forever, whatever letter it is. I don't know. But
Gen Alpha.
Thank you. See, we're already on the new A's. They're not going to be as angry anymore. They're going to be like, why am I mad at this person? Now, there's still going to be some sports villains.
I don't know. I see college campuses angry all over America.
Well, it goes back to drinking.
No, I know, but I think basketball and baseball
professionally, as I was kind of getting at there, but you're right.
By design, it's just different. Like booing is very difficult in those sports. In football, we boo our coach when he doesn't go for it on 4th and 1.
It's true.
We boo the kicker when he misses something. Football culture is just so unique.
Well, it is because of the finite amount of games, Joe. Because you only have a certain amount of games, the scarcity makes it that much better.
And the sense of urgency in the parking lot walking in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the whole culture of football is dramatically different than baseball and in basketball. We should almost play, honestly. You guys ever heard Carlin stand-up?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot.
Well, it's baseball versus football. We'll pull it.
That's pretty.
And we'll play the difference. It's one of the greatest stand-ups of all time.
Well, I might tell you, FCC.
No, he doesn't swear in it.
Oh, doesn't swear at all? Oh,
George Carlin's a genius.
Rest in peace. Rufus from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Great actor. Do you want to do some deep dives on the other side? On some prospects? Or a prospect for the Golden State Warriors? We got the NBA draft coming up. Did you guys know that in the back? The NBA draft is approaching, people. The Warriors are going to select someone with the number 11 overall pick. And you know what? We've heard this guy's name a lot on these airwaves. I did a deep dive on him yesterday. Shasky did a deep dive on him yesterday. And I'm excited. He's a national champion. His name starts with a Y, ends with a Borg, and we're not going Bjorn Borg. I'm excited. I'm going to tell you why. And it's going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Spadoni here, and the number 7 is everywhere in the world. 7 days a week, lucky number 7, and in the vodka world, when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka, well, it's the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
That's a Michigan State Spartan right there. Sparty up. Wonder how he'd feel having a Wolverine as a teammate. He's done it before.
Thundercats.
Well,
hopefully better than last time.
Well, I was going to say, Sam, he took the words right out of my mouth. JP was a Wolverine, wasn't he? Michigan, a week away from the NBA draft. Can you feel it, Joe? Can you feel the buzz? The NBA draft. This is low-key, like really big for the Warriors, and we're going to start getting pumped up for it.
You mean like high-key?
No, it's well, it feels low-key right now because we just have the NBA Finals. We have the World Cup happening. The NBA draft just doesn't hit the same as the NFL draft. It just doesn't. Like, the NFL draft blows everything else out of the water. So any other draft feels second tier, if you will. But this season and this upcoming pick, whether they keep it or not, keep the player or not, we'll see. I think they do.
Do what?
Keep the player. They they flirted with trading in, whatever. I just don't see that happening.
I wonder if they're going to trade, back in or move up or I don't know. Like, you want to get into one of these guys that I would love to have?
I would like to do that, and we're doing some deep dives on him. And this guy, I feel like, has been the most linked to the Golden State Warriors, whether that's because of the age, whether that's because people think he's going to fall. I have no idea. The more I watched this guy, the more I just became infatuated with. There's some concerns, but I think those are concerns that he can fix in the NBA. His name is Yaxel Lendeberg, all right? And he is a guy that we've talked about on this station, I think, a bunch. Steiny and Guru's mentioned his name.
I mean, if you watched Michigan
the national champions, if you watched him, he's a beast. He is a large man. He is 6'9". He's about 240. Looks bigger than that. Plays big. Plays his size. And he's everything you would want in a guy coming into the league. He is mature. He is older. He is established. He's going to be 24 at the start of next season in the NBA. He's 23 right now. September 30th is his birthday. He's a guy that's bounced around a little bit, going from Arizona Western. I don't even know where the hell that is.
Well, do you know why?
Why did he do that?
Look, I think this is important because, in this era of everybody why are you a 24-year-old, essentially entering the draft? And the guy just couldn't make grades in high school.
Yeah.
And so, the nature of where the NBA is and how, I think most people have now realized that, going through the G League route you've got to be a really high level prospect to be able to do it. And even then, it's got some issues with it.
Sure.
He couldn't make grades in high school.
No.
Joe, he played basically 10 games in high school, give or take. So no one was going to take a chance on him because he couldn't make grades. He could barely make grades in high school. No one thought he could make grades in college. And so that's why he ended up at some of these random schools. But on the floor, he's an absolute stud.
He's been a beast. And he's improved on the floor. And I'm glad you brought that up because that is something, fighting through adversity at a young age. It's not talked about a lot when it comes to the academic thing. That's a struggle for a player mentally and any person mentally to try to push through that. And there's a level of embarrassment too that you kind of have to move past. It's like, damn, the reason I can't be on the floor right now is because I can't get a C in this class. I can't get a C-. I can't and I'm not.
He's coming from another country.
Well, I'm not poking fun. I'm not poking fun at him. This is a real thing. And it doesn't matter if he's coming from another country or he's in this country. People struggle with grades.
No question.
It comes easy for some and not the others. And sometimes there's a certain subject that you just can't do. I've never been a science guy. Hell, I'm talking about sports for a living at this point. I was never into science at all. Just didn't gravitate towards me, didn't care about it, whether it was biology, whether it was chemistry, whether it was, physical science. I don't even care. Just never cared for it at all. And I struggled because I didn't care about it. And this guy clearly is gifted at the sport of basketball. Maybe he just never cared about the grades. That's another thing too. And I think that's where we struggle as a society and as a country too, is try to get these kids to care about things and trying to create different learning patterns for these kids and have a reward system in place. I'm learning at it right now. Benny's 6. He's going to be going into first grade. And there's certain subjects that he struggles in right now, and we're trying to work with him. It's nothing serious, and he's shown really, really big improvements from where he started in kindergarten towards the end. But we're trying to hammer out some of them, heading into first grade and through this summer. But having a reward system in place, this is a bigger conversation than what I'm getting at with Yaxel, but neither here nor there. The fact that he was able to persevere and be talked about as a lottery pick now through that, Joe, I think that speaks highly to his character.
Yeah.
And I love high character guys. And so do the Golden State Warriors, do they not?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, and they love Big Ten Players of the Year.
Yes.
See Draymond Green.
Yes.
So, I mean, this guy is, I think he's everything that you would be looking for in a guy who could be a more modern version with a little more offense, actually a lot more offense, than what Draymond Green brings to the table right now. I think this would be the ideal pick if we're looking at, there are other guys that maybe, and I always put in air quotes, higher ceilings, where you'd have to develop. I think this guy has an opportunity to be the best player coming out of the entire class in terms of like year one. Because some of these other guys are going to take some time. Like you look at the kid, Ament, and he's so thin and so frail. They've got to add weight. This guy's already thick and has a grown man's body and has played high-level basketball on a winning team with a brand of ball that really fits the Warriors. Put a couple balls on the floor, pass, move to the other guy, get a rebound, put it back up. Play within the fabric of an offense, guard some of the grittier guys, both at the block and out on the perimeter. I think he'd be a great pick for the Warriors here. And he can knock down shots, too.
He can. His contested shot percentage from beyond the arc versus his uncontested, not very great. You're going to have to make a lot of contested threes. This is the NBA. But when he is wide open, he hits them at almost a 40% clip. Now, contested three-pointers, it's in like the teens, not very great. But again, he's improved his three-point shot if you just look at his last 3 seasons. And he's taken more threes every single season. 33%, 35%, 37%. And the three-point attempts, 0.3, 0.7, jumping up all the way to 1.7 to 4.5. Like, the guy's shooting him more because he realizes in the NBA you need a three-point shot. You just do. Especially on the Golden State Warriors, a team synonymous with three-point shooting. That being said, his ability to drive to the hoop and just finish is so refreshing to see at his size, because I swear to God, this Golden State Warriors team, it's going to drive me nuts the amount of times that they just haven't had someone able to finish at the rim. And I know we're always going to get the Kuminga. He's not here anymore. I'm looking for the future and for the now. This guy, Yaxel Lendenberg, as we're talking about a week away from the NBA draft, if he's there at 11, you got to take him. You just got to take him.
Well, when you're watching Yaxel on a lot of the highlights with Michigan, it's hard to not see Mara, who's the center that he played alongside of. 7'3", and both guys have been really linked to the Warriors at 11. There's a bunch of them, and we'll go through some of them, but seeing the way the two of them play off each other, and Yaxel really understands leverage at the block. I've seen him a bunch of times get passes, entry passes from the big man, and he's like sealing his guy off, catching, pump faking, going up, finishing in traffic with both hands. He's not the fastest guy, but he gets to his spots. I've seen some comps, because comps are all over the place.
Sure.
I mean, they are all over the place. I've seen poor man's Paolo Banchero in terms of size, and I've seen some Franz, but Franz is an easy one because Franz played at Michigan, so I can see why a lot of people make that like that connection.
His brother played at Michigan, Mo Wagner, right? And so did Franz. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
so I understand, and just that program pumps out a lot of really good players. He's a little different from me. I think he's rugged. He's really rugged. I think he understands how to use his body to like crash into guys, but not in a reckless way, and then like still be able to finish. He's definitely, to me, he's plug and play.
Well, and also,
I think he could be a starter right now in the Warriors.
I agree. Remember my dream scenario? He just gets that three-point shot to be amazing, and then we're good. He could be a plug-and-play starter. He could also be a small ball 5 if you need him to be. He's big.
I prefer that not.
In the NBA, Joe.
I prefer that
probably not. But again, if we're just like looking at his traits and what he could translate into, a wing, whatever. He's listed as a forward, obviously. 6'9", 240. He's a big player, but he can also distribute the ball. Like, his assist-to-turnover ratio has improved every single year. It was 1-to-1 2 years ago. This past year, it's just 3-to-1. Well, that's incredible.
I'm thinking about, like, how could you use a young man early in the year? And, well, obviously, transition. That's number one, fresh young legs. But number two, like, they love to do that Draymond, Steph, high pick and roll, and then Dre's kind of your trigger man. You could see that he could do elements of that. Yeah. Draymond's the highest level, but Like, I see a lot of kind of like drive, kick, dish out to the open man, relocate, get a rebound, put it up in traffic. He's got a lot of, I think, things that the Warriors could really use right now. I mean, he's really he's like the anti-Kuminga. He's not the most crazy athlete guy who's going to wow you with some of the verts and stuff like that. He's like kind of the opposite of that.
He has a 7'4" wingspan, 7'4" wingspan with his arms. Like, he's a big dude. And he's gotten some comps, as we're kind of talking about it right now. Not the same player, obviously, and he's a little bit bigger, but Draymond Green. The people have brought him up as a similarity, and Yaxel was actually asked about it because he had a workout with the Golden State Warriors the other week, Joe. We got some sound from him talking to reporters in the media. He was asked, hey, Yaxel, do you see any similarities with your game and Draymond Green?
Yeah, I do see some similarities. He's a win guy, win all guy, you can say. And he's a connector for a squad. He makes the right read majority of the time. He plays super hard on defense, willing to take on the best player on the other squad. So I definitely feel like I have a lot of similarities just as far as that. Like if I play alongside him, again, just a lot of learning. He's won many rings. He's been in many tough situations where he has to step up his game, and it'll be a very, very good vet to have by your side.
Now, the pushback on a guy like Yaxel, as we're talking about right now, we're both excited about him. We would love the pick, but a lot of Warriors fans want someone that's really a really, really good shooter. They like a high efficiency guy, 3-point shooter. That's not his game. Now, he's improved, and he averaged between 1.7, 4.5 three-pointers a game. I'm looking at his stats from this past year with Michigan, which he was not a 3-point shooter at all in his previous stint with Alabama Birmingham. 37% though, like he's not some Scrabini from beyond the arc, and he has improved and shown improvement at the collegiate level. How does that translate to the pros? I don't know.
But they need defense too. Like that,
yeah.
I think one thing is pretty obvious to me. They need defense, and they need bodies that can play every day, and they need grown man bodies. They don't need kids.
So you're not as concerned about the 3-point percentage heading into the not at all.
No,
What if Warriors
not at
fans
all.
are?
I mean, like everyone, you need to be able to shoot the ball.
Yes.
There's no doubt. This is a guy that can put the ball on the floor though a little, and I do like his little midi game. Like he is willing to hit you with the floater and some of the off foot. Finishes. Like I'm not as worried about the three. This team, I think we're getting way too, like you're at 11, all right?
Yeah.
You're not getting a perfect player.
No.
What you're looking for here is who is someone that can come in and be a top 6 or 7 player right away, 8 player right away, like in that 8-man rotation. This is it. He's a good fit. What's the learning curve going to be like? Probably not as high as some of these other guys. Like, for example, Ahmed, the kid from Tennessee. He's really frail. He takes a lot of bad shots. Yeah. You watch his film, he takes a lot of bad shots. So he's got to fill out physically. He's got a lot of maturing to do off the floor. And then you're worried about his IQ in terms of shot selection. Like, that's a lot of things that, to me, doesn't jive with Curry Kerr. Right?
Yeah.
What jives with Curry Kerr? Older, physically mature, emotionally mature, understands how to win, being able to pass. Can you play defense? Are you going to get cooked on? Like, is this a guy who's going to get 3 quick fouls in the first quarter by being dumb? Probably not, Yaxel, right? But a lot of these other 18-year-old younger players, like, not everyone is ready to just play. I think this is a guy that in year one could be an all-rookie, in terms of like top 5 players in the rookie class from day one.
This is Yaxel, again, speaking to the Golden State Warriors in a workout the other week on who he models his game after, Joe.
I have 3 to 4 people. One is Paolo. I've always tried to, mimic his game. Naz Reid as well. In a way, I try to mimic some of LeBron's drives, how physically he is and how he uses his body, when to use it, stuff like that. And somebody I still watch to this day, like just highlights, is Magic Johnson. But yeah, those guys I learn a lot of different things, like little pieces from each player.
So Naz Reid, Paolo, and Magic in one. I'm kidding. But I actually like the Naz Reid comp because Warriors fans have been infatuated with Naz Reid forever and have wanted him in a Golden State Warriors uniform, who's obviously doing some good things over in the Minnesota Timberwolves.
They need another rugged guy.
Yeah.
And this is a rugged guy that I think can help them on a variety of levels. Again, I like him way more than other guys around that level. I don't love the center from Michigan. Like watching him more, he's a really good passer. He's like a mid to late round, first round pick. Am I wrong on this?
ESPN on their little mock draft has him,
He needs to work on his body. He was at UCLA before. He needs to work on his upper body. I don't love his finishing around the hoop. You know what he actually is? In terms of passing beyond the arc, he actually does have a lot of KP Bogut in terms of passing. But like, I have questions on athleticism, on toughness, feet. To me, he's more like project center than like plug and play center. Why are you ready?
Well, I think one thing you guys haven't mentioned about Yaxel that is one of his best attributes too is he's a really good decision maker, and he makes his decisions.
High pick and roll.
And his assist to turnover ratio has been improved dramatically.
He'll swing the ball quickly.
Very quickly.
He'll make his decision to go to the rack quickly, and that works really well in the motion offense for Steve Kerr.
And I also think what I noticed is he identifies mismatches, whether he's got it and then try to like block that guy down on the low block or throw it to the guy who does. Dude, I like him. Am I hyping him up? Yes, like there's a lot of projection. It's going to be up and down. It's any rookie, but of all the options at 11, he is one of my most tantalizing of the realistic options.
Bonte joining us for the entire 9 o'clock hour in about 26 minutes, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. All right, biggest question.
Did you guys did you watch him in the tournament, Joe?
Yeah, wasn't he hurt though? Or
he missed some time.
So he missed a lot of time. But yeah, I did. Yeah,
I think he's a high level player.
I do too.
A winner. I really like it.
And I'm with Steiny on this because I know Steiny and Goo have been talking about this kid for a while. I do like that he's older too. Like that, a lot of people say that's a detriment to him. This isn't Brandon Whedon from Oklahoma State, people. This isn't some like old 28-year-old quarterback coming into the league. By the way, I do want to get into something with the quarterbacks. Brendan Sorsby, that whole thing is wild to me.
Here's the thing.
We're getting into that at some point.
But like Ricky Pearsall is an older wide receiver.
Yeah.
Couple years later, I still don't know if he's good.
Yeah.
So like the number one thing, and they drafted a young guy, Michael Williams, who's 20 years old at the time. I don't know if he's any good a year later, right? Like, so we could talk about age, and it is a factor. I'm not denying it. It is a factor. If you're not good, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Like it literally does not matter how young you are, how old you are. You know who I kept hearing that about?
Who?
Kuminga.
Yeah.
Forever. And I'm not trying to knock Kuminga. I'm just saying like, he's only this age.
You know who else was 23 when they were coming out and he was undrafted? And I know you love this player, was Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves was 23 when he came out. And look at he had an opportunity and he seized it immediately. Like, so it's not the end all be all just because you're 18, 19 versus 23. Now, does that play into projections? Absolutely. Is Yaxel going to be the face of the franchise post Steph Curry? I mean, that's a lot of expectations for a number. We're not even looking for that. But that's what people get to. Exactly. That's what we're looking for. Hey, that's the biggest question, right? Hey, everyone wants to know, how are you going to fit with Stephen Curry? And what's that going to be like, Yaxel?
Man, it'll be amazing. You know, he provides so much gravity on the court that it really makes it super easy for other guys to score, other guys to just, showcase any ability that they have. So, I've been having so many arguments going against Steph when I was young with my best friend. And now, like, if I would be able to play with him, it'll be kind of funny being on the other end. But I'll be very excited to get the opportunity. He's a great player, great human being as well. I got to meet him about like twice. So it's really nice. And I feel like I will learn a lot playing with him as well.
Hey, Yaxel, what do you mean? You have arguments against him? Steph wasn't your boy? You must have been a LeBron guy. That's okay. He's more built like LeBron. But he said he had 2 conversations with him. Did you hear that? That was interesting towards the end. All right. And you know what? You know how I already know he's bought in? He used the one word everyone loves when you're talking about Steph. Gravity. He used the word, Carter. He gets it.
If I had to move up 2 slots to get him, I'd do it.
Oh. That might not cost you that much.
I know I really would.
That wouldn't cost you that much, probably.
Well, I don't know what it would cost me.
Maybe a second rounder.
If I had to, I would do it.
I'm looking at the projections right now, or not the projections, but a mock draft. ESPN put one out yesterday. They have number 12, which is the Oklahoma City Thunder, taking Yaxel Lendeborg.
And this is the one they have us taking Mara?
Correct. Ade Mara, center, Michigan.
I'm so iffy on him. Just like at that spot, no. I don't want him at that spot.
You would want to trade back maybe?
Well, if you trade back into the first round, let's say you're at 23, 24, 25. Like, okay, all right, that's fine. Okay. But like, I'm not taking him there.
And they got the other guy that I've heard a lot linked maybe to the Warriors, Kareem Lopez. Kareem Lopez, who would be the first Mexican-born player to get drafted in the first round.
Another very high IQ player.
Yes.
Who I really like. I think he's very intriguing. I mean, if you want to go down the rabbit hole on him, I like him a lot. I think both those guys scream Dunleavy Kerr.
Here's more from Yaxel in his sit down after his workout with the Golden State Warriors on how he'd fit on offense with Steph.
I think it fits perfectly. They do a lot of them like off-ball moving sets, a lot of action to get Steph open, and playing off his gravity will make it a lot easier for me to make reads and for the other guys to get open as well. So I think it'll be perfect.
Oh, excuse me, Axel. Again, Carter brought this up. I brought it up earlier. Like when you watch just the highlights of this kid, the decision-making and the aggressiveness just going to the rim and not being hesitant at all. That's something I like when I was watching all the highlights. And again, these are highlights. This is the lowlights of him. But the decision-making and not being hesitant at all is something that I felt I saw through Kuminga at times. And again, this is not all on him, but this is the benefit of getting a guy that's going to be 23, 24 years old immediately. He doesn't have the same level of nerves and hesitancy as a guy jumping from the G League who's super raw. That's not the word you use for a Yaxel. Not raw at all. Actually, it's polished. And now, can he be more polished in certain areas? Absolutely. The three-point shot, the shooting percentage over there, the contested percentages, absolutely. But that's something you have to improve on in the NBA. He used Naz Reid as a comparison. I love that. You know why? Because Naz Reid has turned into a pretty serviceable three-point shooter. Did not start out that way. Started as a 33% guy. Then he jumped up to a 35%, struggled a little bit more. Hell, in 2023, he was a 40% three-point shooting guy. You can improve. We've seen it ad nauseum. Big men and 6'9" and above guys improve their three-point shot as seasons go on.
But college is a, like when I look at half-court sets in college, it's just the whole floor is way more congested than the NBA.
Yeah.
The NBA just provides way more spacing. Guys are just
especially
such
Steph.
dynamic playmakers and the shooting and everything. So what I'm looking for, and I'm glad you brought up the decisions, it is the decision making and the short area quickness and being able to finish in traffic. The things that you'll never be able to figure out from college is will strength and toughness around the rim truly translate? Because some guys can finish in college against 19-year-olds, go up against 29-year-olds and 31-year-olds, and that's different.
And it is a very difficult, team to get drafted to, as we've seen with Moses Moody, as we've seen with Brandon Pajemski, as we've seen with a lot of these Warriors rookies. It's not seamless, right? Will Richard, I was actually shocked they played as Will Richard as much as they did last year, because I think a lot of us felt they like to treat Warriors kind of like Kyle Shanahan treats wide receivers. You're gonna take a year, man. You're gonna sit on the bench. You're gonna look. You're gonna be a sponge. But what did we see with Will Richard? Where did he come from, Joe? How long did he play in college for? Florida, national champion, right?
Yeah.
So I think if you draft Yaxel, you're probably going to see him early on. And maybe that was a glimpse of what we'll see going forward now that Steve Kerr's sticking around here a little bit longer, 2 years. And with Mike Dunleavy, maybe that we see a pattern now of going after guys that have won championships, guys that have played in big games, guys that are playing at big conferences, right? And playing in meaningful basketball as opposed to the raw prospects. Mike in Berkeley wants to join the conversation. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Fantastic. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you. Yaxel's not a top 10 pick. He's not a top 5 pick. He's the number 1 pick. If I had the number 1 pick, that's who I
over
saw
AJ.
Play. I saw all of these guys play. There's too many 6'5" guys that are trying to be shooters and stars. This guy, you heard him, his sound bites. The kid's intelligent. You put him with Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, he's going to be a sponge. I'm telling you, and you're right, Joe Shasky. He is going to be in the all-rookie first team if they draft him. I would move up 8 spots.
Wow.
To pick this guy. He's polished.
Well, that's Mike in Berkeley. Would you bet your life on it? Would you bet your life on that, Joe? Huh?
I'm not betting my life on that. What are you talking about? My life? My life?
Well, Bill Simmons is betting his life that LeBron's going to be a Warrior. Would you bet your life that Yaxel would be on the all-rookie team?
There's not a lot of things I'm betting my life on.
Do you have any that you would?
You want me to bring this up right now?
Just ponder it. No, just ponder it. We're hitting the break. Ponder it just for a little bit. We got Bontail joining us in 18 minutes. Don't worry, Sam. I see the clock. It's sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
SF Fire Credit Union is celebrating 75 years to put your idle cash to work. It's their new 7-month tiered certificate, starting with as little as $250. Members earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days. Then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Visit sffirecu.org for full details. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI. Up to $250,000 per account.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957TheGame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online help.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai. an official partner of FIFA.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. We're rolling. Tuesday. Spadoni, Shasky, Bonte Hill, 11 minutes as he is each and every Tuesday in the 9 o'clock hour. Presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, and courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We've been talking some NBA draft. We are officially a week away from the first round of the NBA draft. Warriors with the number 11th overall pick. Who are they going to take? Well, if it's Yaxel Lendeborg, I think we're both very, very intrigued. If it's Mara, the center from Michigan, I'm intrigued. Little more risk there for me, just given the size and the frame and all of that. I think Yaxel, I'm not even going to say the last name because Yaxel is just such a cool first name. I think he checks all the boxes you need. And we'll ask Bonte about that because I think Bonte is also really high on him. He's 6'9", he's 240. The little things. Is he a great three-point shooter? No. Could he be better? Yes.
Yeah, but when you watched the entire finals play out, I mean, how much did you really think about like pure three-point shooting only?
Not pure three-point, not only, but it was amazing to see a lot of those Spurs players have that in their repertoire.
Yeah, okay.
Like that helps.
Anunoby has developed a three-point shot.
He has.
Right?
Yes.
But like what makes him great is his versatility and his ruggedness and his rebounding and the defensive prowess. And like Yaxel, to me, again, Anunoby's an extreme example because he's so strong. I mean, physically strong. But like those types of guys, they just don't bust. Like they just don't. Like sharp, smart, defensive-minded dudes who can handle a little and pass and finish around the rim. Like those things are good. There's so many guys in this draft I've noticed that are at that 6'3" to 6'5" range. Where I don't know how truly big they are. You know, because you never know.
Well, yeah, Pods is listed at like what, 6'4"? Something like that. But I was like, he doesn't look 6'4".
Well, and some guys play bigger than they look.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wade wasn't that tall, but he played bigger than he was. But like there's a kid, Mikel Brown, who went to Louisville, and I see shades of Jordan Poole. He's a little bigger. They have him listed at 6'5". I don't know what his exact size is, but I'm like, do they need an offensive-minded, like, playmaker off the dribble who can knock down shots from beyond the arc? Sure. But if I'm thinking about what the league gives you every single year, aren't there 1,000 of those guys every year?
Feels like it. Warriors just want their own. Warriors just feel like, can we have our big young stud like everyone else has? That's why everyone's just so frustrated with Kuminga, because they feel like they see a bunch of these 6'7", 6'8", high-flying guys.
Bigger. I'm talking about 6'5" and under. I feel like they've stacked the decks with so many guards. Like, I think and I like Braden Burries. Like, Braden Burries is another guy who's a California kid who killed everybody in the state championship. I mean, he's a phenom, the kid from Arizona.
Right.
But it's like another 6'3", 6'4" guy. It's
like Moses Moody was that guy, right? 6'5", shooting guard, but
not athletic enough.
Yeah, and that's it's just so unfortunate, man. He's probably gonna be out the entire season with that. I'm still so gutted for Moses Moody.
Well, and that's why Yaxel. One last thing on Yaxel. This is why, like, I think it's a very interesting pick, is because it's a position I feel like they don't draft well and they don't draft enough, which is kind of like power forward, small forward.
Exactly.
Kind of combo guy.
Nas Reed. Like that. I thought that was an apt comparison. Draymond, exactly.
Draymond, you know?
That's the last time they've ever gone after a player of Draymond's skill set was Draymond Green. And he's so unique, so it's hard to compare anyone else around him.
I think they tried to do Eric Paschall, but Paschall was never defensive-minded.
No.
He was all offense.
Hey, he was all rookie first team.
Yeah, because he didn't have a square button. He didn't pass. All he did was shoot. And so, yeah, like, I don't know. They've done the tweener thing, but, like, this is a defensive-minded tweener who also rebounds really well.
Nick Friedel, who covers the Warriors for The Athletic, is our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Joined the boys, what was this, yesterday? Hey, in the afternoon, excuse me, Willard and Dibbs. Give them a shout out. Warriors need to trust their scouting, and they need some shooting.
I think they're open to just about anybody. This is the quintessential, you trust your staff, they put in the work for months. Who do you think is the best player when 11 rolls around? And that's what it boils down to. I was just down there a couple hours ago at the workouts today. Everybody wants to play for the Warriors. They know what it means to be here. They know the standard that's been set, and they know that Steph is still Steph. It's more what is the fit? And as I go through these prospects, I would pick somebody that could shoot it, because this team doesn't have a lot of shooting and has the ability to kind of defend in different spots. And if it's me and you have some guy at 11 that you believe can really help you offensively and hold his own defensively, whoever the best fit is who's still available, that's who you go with.
And could that be Yaxel Lendeberg? We'll see. We shall see. 1 week away, Joe. I know you're fired up. We're going to do this for a lot of different prospects, though, this week, leading up to the draft. We're not just sticking on one guy. We'll do one tomorrow. We'll do the next day. We're going to find out who exactly the Warriors, and maybe it's going to be Mara. Maybe that's the guy we look at next, who's his teammate at Michigan, who is a big guy, because we're really not talking a lot of centers right now. It would be intriguing if they were to go after a big 7'2", 7'3" guy.
So, like, Heinz Stambach is, I think he's only 6'11", but again, I don't even know, because some of these are like college listed sizes. Sure. You never know. Skinny guy. He played for Washington last year, but he's from Germany.
Steinbach.
He's an intriguing player. He's got like a forward, like power forward, kind of center slash type of a player. Offensive. What are you going to do with Porzingis?
That's a good question.
That's a question that I have. Like, it sounds nice. I would love to have a big man that you can anchor down in the paint on both ends of the floor. But like, what do you do with Porzingis then? Steinbach is an example. I'm just throwing out a random guy. Like, how physical is he going to be in the NBA? He thinks he's physical in college. Does that translate to the next level? You know, how sturdy is he? I don't know. Like, I always worry about those flimsy, thin big men.
So Hans Steinbach, this is his little pre-draft kind of excerpt on ESPN as they did their mock draft. Although Steinbach's pre-draft workout process has been quiet, he has drawn interest in the back half of the lottery. He was helped by his combine measurements, which affirm that he has adequate size to play center. Even if he isn't a vertically gifted shot blocker, he would represent a ready now addition for any team, and they have the Chicago Bulls here at 15.
He's the word that I would use, and we do this for white guys. I'm not trying to crafty. Like, he's a crafty kind of like
gym rat.
Well, he's just crafty.
6'10", he's listed at 250. He's a big boy.
Yeah, but I think he's still got he doesn't play like a beast mode guy.
Okay. Is he more like a...
I'm not saying he's soft.
Do I compare him
He's not an athlete.
Do I compare him to another white German that's in the league that's around 6'10", Franz Wagner? Is that who he translates as?
No, Franz is way more athletic than he is. No. Right. Franz is a playmaking... To me, Franz is the size of a forward but plays like a guard.
Okay. All right.
And can give me elements of a lot of different things. No, this is more of a back-to-the-basket guy.
Okay, well, this is a guy that I think rebounds probably better than Franz, though, because he did average 12 last year with Washington. So he's more a double-double machine there. How does that translate? I have no idea.
Yeah. But again, like, is that a guy, like, we're just throwing out random things. Like, if you don't keep Porzingis... Are you more apt, or you don't think you're going to keep Porzingis? Are you more apt to go after a big man?
That's a fair question.
They went big man with Quentin Post. They went stretch big man, and now he's just. I mean, that's a later pick.
That exactly.
That one really worries me.
Quentin Post.
The Warriors just don't have a lot of great
history with some of the big men lately. They haven't. I mean, Wiseman,
Patrick O'Brien.
It's always been
Ekpe Udo. I could go right down the list.
Free agency, right? Like that's kind of where they've hit on it. Trades and free agency.
Yeah.
Like you think of all those title teams, the guys that like Andrew Bogut, huge trade right there.
Yeah.
Paid off in a huge, huge way. Zaza Pachulia was a free agent, right? JaVale McGee once upon a time. Like you think of some of those guys, none of them were drafted. None of them. So this would be a unique situation drafting a guy like Amara or a Steinbach, as you're saying, that early on in the draft.
I like Steinbach over Mara.
Oh, okay.
But I don't like either of them at 11.
Yaxel. You're kind of locked in on Yaxel,
No,
right?
well, I mean, I can make an argument for a couple guys, but I want to know, like, because I think that whoever they picked, if they go guard, that tells me, like, are you moving one of your guards? If they don't go guard and they go power forward, okay, is Draymond coming back? Is he not coming back? Like, I think we're going to learn a lot about what their decisions are on the rest of their roster for the offseason based off what they target in this draft.
Nick Friedel was asked that from Willard Nibbs yesterday. This is what he had to say about Draymond Green.
It feels like everybody kind of wants to find some way to continue to make this happen. They want it to happen on their number. I mean, Draymond has made a ton of money. He has built the culture with Steph and Clay. He's done so many things to the organization, but he's no longer a $28 million a year player night to night. So I think they can work out some kind of deal for the future, but it would have to be at a lower number than that. And this is the business side of basketball. So as far as odds go, absolutely, I would expect still Draymond to be here at the start of next year. But Dunleavy has said it several times since probably midway through the season and in his press conference last month, wrapping everything up. This is in Draymond's hands right now. They're waiting to see what he decides. If he declines that option and he comes back at a lower number, I think there is a path forward for both parties involved. If he doesn't and he wants to cash all that money, which is absolutely within what he agreed to and what Rich Paul came to the contract negotiation with, then I think the Warriors will look to say, all right, this is probably not the best place for you moving forward anymore.
So there's the whole Draymond angle to everything that they're doing right now.
Yeah.
There's the Kristaps angle. And then there's the angle of other teams are going to make big splashes.
Mm-hmm.
And where are all their ancillary pieces going to end up? And then what about the teams that are lining themselves up for a big splash who don't get that guy?
Yeah.
Right? What are they going to do? So let me throw a random name at you as we're talking centers in the draft. Khalil Ware apparently is on the outs in Miami.
Ooh, I like him.
Young player. Something's up. I don't know if it's his work ethic, his attitude. I don't know. I would much rather take a flyer on a Khalil Ware from Miami, even though I know, like, red flags, like you don't get along with Spoelstra. How are you going to get along with Kerr? I understand that. But if you played in the Heat system, I kind of know there's a baseline, right? There's a baseline there. They've got Jovic, and they've got other players, and they've got Bam Adebayo, so maybe he's just the odd man out. I would rather swing on a Khalil Ware in a trade for one of my guys or a future pick or whatever, like a couple of seconds, and like take that guy than take a flyer on one of these big men early in the draft. You like that, don't you?
I actually really like that. I
love Ware.
He's not worth 11 overall for me.
No. He's a second round.
But if I'm another team like in the 20s or a second round, I would consider like a Khalil. Like if I'm like Los Angeles, if I'm the Lakers, like I would absolutely go after him over than, DeAndre Ayton. You kidding me? So much rather have Khalil Ware.
Well, like let's say because they might need a stretch big, right? Hey, we'll give you Quentin Post, 2 second rounders, something else. We'll take on Khalil Ware.
Yeah. And I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the article right now that people are, talking about Miles Turner potentially, or no. But like they're flipping in that regard. I didn't know about this Khalil Ware. Interesting.
Well, he's the guy that everyone's saying might be in a package for Jaylen Brown, Giannis, whoever like that. But let's say they don't get that guy.
Well, it does kind of concern me as you're saying if he's having the outs with Spoelstra. What does that say? But again, it's not the first time a guys wanted to leave the Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler in line 1. You took him over just fine.
I don't know. I think the Warriors do a better job assessing who's already in the league at bigs than they do guys coming in, at least their track record.
Speaking of guys coming in, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming live from Laughing Monk Studios, Bonte Hill, live in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Bonte, good morning. We're talking NBA draft prospects, man.
Good morning. The city of San Francisco is back. You know how I know it's back? Because there's construction going on everywhere.
I did notice that.
I know.
2 lanes, 1 lane, 2 lanes. I'm like, geez, took 45 minutes to get in here. But no, I'm good this morning. What's up, boys?
The Bay Bridge, to your point, like, there's been traffic at 4:30 in the morning. I was like, what are we doing? There's traffic at 4:30 in the morning.
Terrible. That's terrible.
But you know what? We persevere. That's what we do. So we're doing good, man.
We were just talking draft prospects.
No, I've been listening.
So,
Yaxel Linderborg.
Yeah.
do you not like him?
Oh, I love him, but I don't think he's fallen to 11.
I don't see. Okay, I'm glad that you said that. I would be willing to move up a couple spots to nail him. I don't know if that's in the cards for them. Would you?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think if anything, the Warriors will move down.
Move down.
They're kind of in no man's land, right? And I'm going to go to the facility tomorrow. Dunleavy's going to speak, I think, at 12, maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And he's obviously not going to tip his head.
Yeah.
But you look at Yaxel Linderborg, and we all watched the tournament and the way he played. He played through an ankle injury where his parents and agents said, hey, don't play in the championship. He's like, no, I'm playing. I'm playing.
Yeah,
and he was, he's the prototype wing. You look at OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges, and this is what we want Kuminga to be. Right? And you see all these wings. And I think that's what San Antonio was missing in the finals, which is why I thought it was a 50-50 series, because New York's wings were a little bit better than OKC's wings.
100%.
You know, Lou Dort is kind of a situational player, right? He's really good on defense. He's hard or cold on offense. OG, Mikal, some of these two-way guys, they can do things.
Josh
even
Hart.
Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
You know, he can play defense. He can get to the cup. He can shoot the three. And that's what you need in today's NBA. So that's why I was like, man, Yaxel, if San Antonio wanted to move up, he'd be a nice fit next to Wemby. But thinking about it from the Warriors' perspective, yes, Yaxel will be a dream come true. I just don't know if he's going to last to 11 or if a team's going to trade up to jump the Warriors and go get Yaxel.
I hate that we've kept hearing his name so much that the hype is now a thing, or it's like, damn, he might be a top 10.
The hype should have been there from the tournament.
The hype was there.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's been growing and growing and growing.
Oh, it's been there. It's been there. I'm actually surprised that he's even in the conversation for the Warriors at 11. I thought top 8.
I did too.
Hell, this mock draft yesterday from ESPN has him falling 12 to the Thunder.
Well, some of the names in front of them are more offensive, younger, upside guys that I just major question marks on shot selection. Like when I look at some of the videos, and I think there's a couple of all NBA, and I forget what it's called, all NBA prospects. They do like 15-minute breakdowns, good and bad. And you see some of the poor shot selections in the half court. Like this kid Ahmet from Tennessee. Whoever takes him, he's going to need a long runway to learn what a good shot is. He takes a lot of contested shots. He needs to work on his body. He needs to work on defense. I don't know if the Warriors are a great fit for a guy like that.
Nah, they need somebody who's ready to play on day one.
Now.
On day one.
Yeah.
And the kid from Tennessee that you mentioned, Ahmed, he played against Michigan in the Elite Eight. And they kicked their ass. But one thing that bothered him, physicality. He cannot handle the physicality in that basketball game.
Small frame.
And you look at these playoffs, because that's what we're talking about. We want the Warriors to get back into the playoffs. You better have some physical nature. You got to be physical.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be able to play through contact. You got to be able to play through a foul like Stephon Castle did with San Antonio, like the Knicks did. You got to be able to play grown man basketball. Right now, the Warriors, after failing on Jonathan Kuminga, after failing on James Wiseman, Moody's going to be out for a year. You can ill afford to take another project with Stephen Curry here, playing at an all-NBA level.
And that's where when I look at some of the other bigs that are targeted around that area, Mare, who's the teammate.
Yeah.
And when you watch him, he's a nice player. To me, he's a lower first-round pick, meaning in the high teens, early 20s.
Well, what about the other kid from Michigan who worked out yesterday? Morez Johnson.
Yeah, see, to me, isn't he more of a middle first-round pick?
He's a middle first-round pick, but if some mock drafts has him at 18 or whatnot, that's where you trade down. Maybe you get another pick. This guy's 6'10", he's active, he's physical. Now, can he shoot the three? He started to try to shoot the three in Michigan. You know, he's a project, right? if Yaxel's not there at 11, because I think he is the ideal pick for the Golden State Warriors, and I'm sure we all heard the soundbite when he came in to work out. He was like, "Look, I mean, look, I heard you guys talking about it. All these kids are going to say they would have come to the Warriors. Like Nick Friedel was talking. Oh yeah, every kid's going to say, "Yeah, I would love to come here and play. You want a job in the NBA? You want to be an NBA player? Yeah. How many guys are going to say, "Yeah, I would really love to come to Sacramento and be a kid?" Right? Like seriously, no. I mean, some guy who wants to get his numbers, like Darius Acuff, probably is thinking, please don't draft me, Sacramento. Send me to LA with the Clippers. But a lot of these kids,
once upon a time.
But however, Yaxel does seem genuine to what he said. Yeah. Like, look, I know the system here. Dustin May kind of runs a similar system to the Golden State Warriors with the Read React. A lot of guys touch the basketball, and there's a spot ready made for him where he can learn from the guys like Draymond Green. He's a natural-born leader. I just have my doubts that he's going to last to 11.
The maturity for sure and his ability to fight through adversity. Just in a personal adversity too. He's talking about his struggles in school and academically. Like that speaks a lot to character for me. And he just sounded very poised, very mature. And just judging what they prioritized last year, I know, a different round, different whatever, but Will Richard, a guy that obviously had a championship pedigree coming out of Florida, they value guys like that. Mike Dunleavy in particular clearly values that.
Yeah, you got to value it, but you also need players. Yeah. Will Richard, Will Richard
started off okay.
Right, he's a role player. He was drafted in the middle of the second round for a reason. Now he needs a lot of work. We're talking about top 11 players.
Yeah.
You draft somebody in the top 11, you need a difference maker. Now, I'm not saying Yaxel needs to be Cameron Boozer and AJ DeBanson and Darren Peterson. But when you're picking at 11, you need a dude who's going to be able to be a baller.
He needs to be a
guy who's going to have to play 25 to 30 minutes and be a guy who may make the all-rookie team. A guy who may say, you know what? This guy's a future, and he's 24 years old, so you know the maturity's already going to be there. Yep. He's already going to want to win. But, when we talk about Will Richard, that's a lottery pick. I mean, a lottery pick in terms of it's a crapshoot. Yeah, let's just take a pick like Quentin Post.
Team and you're good.
Right. Quentin Post, right? Yeah. I think he served his purpose. Now, we know Quentin Post is now. We know what Will Richard's going to be. When you draft at 11 and you take a player, you got to have a guy who's ready to play 30 minutes a night.
He needs to be in your top 8 rotation every night.
Top 6. He may need to start.
You know what I mean? Like he needs to be in your rotation. I think that's where a lot of Warrior fans they want the highest upside guy. Right. Well, the highest upside guy might not be ready for a couple of years and might not earn the playing time that is required to hit whatever ceiling you're looking for. I'm looking at the Tennessee. I've looked at a lot of kids, but there's so many young guards that get any shot they want in college and are ball hogging. And I'm saying, I just don't know. Are you defending? Are you playing within a system? Because remember, this is Kerr, and then you're going to have to play with Curry.
Yeah.
And even if it's just for 1 or 2 years, I do think that it's valuable to play the game the right way.
And if Draymond Green is here, he's going to have the ball in the half court.
Yeah.
And then if Jimmy Butler comes back, if he comes back with the torn ACL, well, I don't know if Porzingis is going to be back. I checked out of the Warriors during paternity leave. I can't wait to go back to Chase Center tomorrow and kind of get back into it with the draft happening next week. It's like boom, bam, bam, finals are over.
Yeah. Are you going to be there for the draft?
I may. Chester has to get her tonsils taken out that day.
Really?
So, early age. Dennis recommended it. So they say get it done early.
A lot of ice cream.
A lot of ice cream. So she's popsicles. She's already ready to go for it.
The other day. What happened?
She was in a dance.
Recital?
She did great. I mean, look, these are kids who are dancing. Some of it's going to be off rhythm. But I look at the reports from the teachers, and her report was, she was teaching other kids to move.
That's awesome.
She was there early.
The Tom Brady
she's like charismatic. When she graduated preschool, Teacher Jacqueline was like, one of her greatest strengths is helping others. So she did great. She was serious about it. She practiced all the time.
That's awesome.
I'm proud of her. She's in the dance. But even last night, she's like, Papa, let's go kick the soccer ball around.
That's awesome.
I want to play. So I'm like, she's becoming like a sports junkie, all because of that Giants game. Yeah, maybe the World Cup. And I'm showing her, we're kicking up. So, she's growing into her own little lady. I'm not forcing anything on her. It's just kind of funny to see her blossoming in so many different areas. But you were talking about guards. You talk about guards for a second. I don't want a guard.
No.
So
I don't want
a
guard. They're small.
I totally
They're already
agree.
small. Give me some size.
I totally agree.
I need some size. Some dudes who's going to dunk on your head.
But I also don't want the project center.
No, I don't want that either. I don't want that either. I don't want that either.
And like the kid from Washington, I keep seeing him around where the Warriors are.
Steinbach.
I wonder with Warrior fans. I would love to hear from Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. What if the Warriors just trade down or trade out of it? Now, they need players.
I think
I highly doubt that they're going to trade out of the draft?
I want to move up.
You want to move up? What do Warrior fans
spots.
want right now? Because Yaxel seems to be the dream crush. But I look at Charlotte. Could Charlotte use a Yaxel? Yes. Or excuse me, I'm looking at top 10, excuse me. Like Brooklyn, Sacramento, Atlanta. Atlanta they've got Jalen Johnson. We'll see what they do with Kuminga.
Sac does still have, what's his face, Murray.
What about Dallas?
Well, they could use wings.
What about Milwaukee?
Dallas, are you kidding me? With Cooper Flagg and Yaxel, all of a sudden they're big and then they're in the West.
I don't know. Miami may move. Who knows? I keep saying every offseason there's going to be a lot of movement in the NBA as we get to know this new CBA.
Yeah.
But doesn't it feel like this year could be the tip of the iceberg? I have no idea, man.
Especially after the Knicks won and they didn't really draft any of those guys.
Yep.
Make sure you're signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. I think it's a fun question. Let's throw it out to the audience. 888-957-9570. Warriors fans, what do you want this team to do? Are you more in lockstep and Shasky's thinking trade up for a guy you want? Or, I'm kind of in Bonte's line of thought here, I think they might trade down, and I don't know how that's going to land with the fan base. And would you be pissed if they did that? 888-957-9570. That is Bonte Hill live in studio for the rest of this hour, presented by Seremoni Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. And this segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Extra Meaty Pork Loin Back Ribs, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Bay Area, listen up, because Seremoni Ford has one of the biggest offers of the year. It's Ford's big offer. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Seremoni Ford. Here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most of the new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the public. Not just the employees, not just the insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. And we're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang, Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Utility, Duty, and Ranger. Truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Seremoni Ford has the inventory, and Ford has that offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Seremoni Ford right off of 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at CeremoniFord.com. Seremoni Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Need a plumbing, heating, or HVAC contractor? Choose UA Local 38 Signatory Contractors. Craft certified professionals with over 10,000 hours of training deliver quality work with no surprise costs. Visit ualocal38.org.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni here, talking about getting your home ready for summer with Ashby Lumber. Every detail matters when designing an outdoor living space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch, even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and easy to work with. Humboldt Sawmill Redwood checks all the boxes for a beautiful and durable building material. Ashby Lumber stocks a full range of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood lumber products, including decking, fencing, dimensional, timbers, and more. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, Ashby Lumber is here to serve you. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore their selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project. Learn more at ashbylumber.com.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
What's up, Pilo? Again, the only guy that can make Spadoni into a Japanese last name is Spadoshi.
Stop.
Loved it. Loved it. Hey, shout out Team Japan. World Cup's on fire, baby.
Anybody going to the game tonight?
Did you go to Qatar and
No, I'm going tonight. It's a 9 p.m. start.
It's Jordan and who?
Jordan and Austria.
Austria.
And you know what? I was shocked last night in L.A. I thought L.A. late arriving crowd, Iran and New Zealand, it was packed.
These crowds have been crazy.
Packed. So I'm expecting a great crowd tonight at Levi Stadium. I'm going down. It's 9 p.m. Now, if I was working on the morning roast, there'd be no chance. But the benefits of not being able to wake up early.
Well, are you going to call us tomorrow with your report from the World Cup at Levi's?
If you want.
Yeah.
If you want, I'm looking forward to
Let's
it.
go.
World Cup, bucket list.
Well, we got a couple of big boys.
Shasky's not in. You got to get him into soccer, man.
No, he's back in. I talked him into
Day
it.
one, bro. Played way more soccer than you did growing up.
I don't care if you played soccer. You don't watch soccer.
I literally
watched
tennis all weekend.
I watched all weekend.
Germany's jerseys. I'm a sucker for the black shorts, white jersey with the black V logo thingy that they had. They're so cool.
I love the non-traditional uniforms where they go away from the flag colors. Like New Zealand yesterday, they do the all blacks.
Yes. I want them to do the hockey dance.
I know.
I wanted to see the hockey dance.
I know.
They were going crazy out there in LA. It was insane. The crowd was popping. And all the grass fields. NFL, take notes, please.
I've been on this.
Give me grass. I want the grass. You know how I love to smell the grass? I love to eat the grass. Give me the grass at these fields.
Fonte Miles over here. The fact that these stadiums are going to go back to turf after that. Stupid. What a slap in the face. Real quick on this. What a slap in the face to players like USA is going to be playing, for example, in Seattle this Friday against Australia.
Dude.
They use artificial turf during their Seahawks seasons. What a slap in the face that you're bending over backwards for Christian Pulisic, but Jackson Smith-Njigba, sorry, Jackson, I know you're really important. You got to play on artificial surface. It's
Seattle
stupid.
looked beautiful yesterday. It was Belgium versus Egypt. My boy Mo Salah for Egypt. Great game.
Your
And then
boy Mo
Belgium,
Salah,
Lukaku came in to sub a minute in, scores the equalizer.
Yeah.
Seattle looked beautiful. And it was a high noon kick I don't know what they call it in soccer, but it was high noon, Egypt, Belgium, and it was packed at Lumen Field. I was shocked. Like SoFi, packed. I'm like, wow, what is Levi's going to show?
I know.
Here, come on, Shasky.
You're going to be there tonight, dude. Let's go.
9 p.m. match. I can't wait. Hey, Jack for this.
Throw out the record books when it's Jordan versus Austria.
You want to come? You want to come to the World Cup game?
Tonight?
You can make it. You live off 3 hours of sleep.
Bring LJ. We got Mbappe in France.
Unlike Guru, I don't say that I'm going to show up and then just not show up.
I thought you were going to say, unlike Guru.
Don't do that.
Guru's for Africa in the World Cup.
Guru made this big deal about how he's going to come to one of my baseball games. And I go, why are you doing that?
That's their fault for listening.
No, Spadoni, didn't I say to him, what are you doing?
No. To Shasky's credit, he said, Goo, you don't need to say that. You don't need to say you're coming.
Yeah, and I wasn't.
He's giving him an out, quite frankly. But Goo doubled down. That's what he does.
No, I'm for Africa.
Who are you rooting for, Bonte? What country are you rooting for, huh? U.S. looked pretty good. Come on.
They did look good.
They looked really good.
They looked really good. You know, I was rooting for England a few World Cups ago. I was rooting for them in the Euros.
They're complaining about the heat already, England. They've built in the excuses already over there.
Spain, Cape Verde. Yeah. But it's early. It's group play. They're letting third-place teams in group play advance to the knockout round. I hope USA makes a run. I really do.
Well, I do too. I want them to win their group so they play at Levi's in the next round. That's what would happen. That would be sick.
Yeah. That would be sick. July 1st, right?
Let's just hope we're in the shade if we go to that game. Let's just hope that.
No comment on that.
Don't want to be cooked. Don't want to be cooked in the sun, boys.
No comment on that.
Speaking of comments, did you hear? You know Nick Friedel. You love Nick, don't you?
Yeah, I love cousin Nick. That's my guy.
Boy. That's your guy,
That's
right?
my guy.
Did you guys hear what he had to say about Oracle Park? Did you hear this?
Hey, text us.
It might trigger you.
No,
Nick Friedel.
It won't.
I've never seen a quieter ballpark in my life when the visiting team was batting and in play. Why do they not play more music at Oracle Park? That place was silent. I know the Giants have struggled. I know there are a lot of reasons. The only park that's quieter I've ever been to in my life is in Miami, and the Marlins are god-awful, and nobody cares about that team. A lot of people care about the Giants. The game ops there, oh my God, it's like ready to go take a nap. Get some more life in that ballpark. I mean, come on. I love going there. It's one of the prettiest places to see in the major leagues. But the atmosphere, my gosh, my mom and I sat down behind the plate. There was like a little spider web behind like one of the cup holders. I'm going, what the hell's going on here? Like, let's go. This is the Giants.
Wow. Nick off the top deck.
We've talked about this for years. Over the last decade, in-game entertainment has been underwhelming at Oracle Park. Am I not lying, Shasky? What? Mic off, please.
I'm in 100% agreement.
Right. I mean, we're supposed to be triggered by that?
I'm confused. What is the in-game entertainment that you go to a baseball game for?
Well, I would argue
I don't go like, see, basketball I expect to be entertained.
Yeah, but I think it's overloading sometimes at Chase.
Basketball's a fast sport though in comparison to baseball. So
I know, but what I'm saying is that when you go to the game, there's so much, like at a Warrior game, there's like literally so much, it's almost, to a degree, it's almost sensory overload. There's like advertisements on the jumbo screen. This person's doing this.
Basketball games in general
There's just a lot. I'm just saying I would slow that down a little and then, yes, definitely speed up AT&T. But like, I think a football game's got a pretty good vibe to it.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, there's music all the time in football games. There's things happening all the time. Advertisements, that's just the way of the world. Everybody's selling something. It's money. And when you're making money, you're going to have ads, you're going to have music, you're going to have this, spots, commercials, behind the scenes with players. The Giants for so long did not show replays.
Yeah.
They were terrible when it came to instant replay. They finally started showing some replays. Now, can you get some organs going? When your team is bad, if fans go there and they're like, well, we're already down 6-1 in the third inning. What do you expect, Nick? I mean, same thing happened in Warriors games. Yeah. You're down 20 in the second quarter. You think fans going to start getting up and screaming? This ain't college.
And when you have a beautiful venue, where do people end up going right before halftime? To the concourse area where they're able to like congregate.
JP,
so for example,
Morgan Club. Yeah,
I went to the Wednesday game. It was 8-1. But
yeah, you left early. I remember.
Yeah, I was with my son. He fell asleep.
You texted me during the post-game show.
Yeah.
You left early.
That's okay.
I'm kidding. I'm busting your balls. I don't care. I leave games earlier. 49er games, if I go as a fan, I leave at the end of the third quarter. I'm not getting stuck in the parking lot. I watched the fourth quarter on my phone. I'm dead serious.
No, I'm dead up back. Pump fakes.
Dude,
Touchdown.
I do not care.
I'm at home.
Dude, I do not care.
There.
Getting home in 30 minutes or being stuck in that parking lot for an hour and a half. I'm good.
Agree. But in this particular instance, it was 5 or 6 to 1. And it was a beautiful day. All right. It's a Wednesday day game. And I said, all right, LJ, you want to go for a walk? And he's like, yes, I want. And he kept pointing because he wants to go where the Coke bottle and the glove and the little field is. Yeah. So we went on a walk and we did our lap. And I run into Carter. We were doing our lap. And
you met his boy, LeBoy?
Yeah, I guess so. Carter,
what's your boy's name?
What was your boy's name?
Yeah, LeBoyd.
LeBoyd. I call him LeBoy. He's that's my guy.
Okay, and so ran into other people from the other station as well, and we were just doing a lap. And
you guys make a truce?
I don't have any
like the Bloods and Crips. You guys shaking heads.
I mean, when we were talking about you.
I hope not.
No, but you're walking around, you're just doing the lap, right? You want to talk about a beautiful day? It was like 85 degrees.
It was cooking.
It was really nice. And then if you have kids and you go to the game, there's the slide. There's the Build-A-Bear. There's food. There's
square.
Now, what about the underneath where they have like the skee ball and hacky sack and then like the Papa shot? So, yeah, in a 7 to 1, 8 to 1 game, I get walking around and just having fun.
I would have left early. I mean, I was doing the post-game show, and I'm like, Sean, dude, this is embarrassing. They're on the cusp of getting swept, and the way the Nationals in the top of the 6th inning was just running on the Giants. This is a JV team. Yeah. They were just running. We're running. You can't stop it. You're going to throw the ball into the outfield. I mean, it was awful.
Without their shortstop.
It was, CJ Abrams had the day off. It was awful. And next thing you know, the last 2 innings, they scored 10 runs and come back. And we're like, what? And we're fanboying out on the post-game show. It felt good for that day.
Yeah.
It felt good to be a Giants fan that day. Bryce doing what he did. And he was the right guy to hit the grand slam. Yeah. I don't know if it hits if Adames does it or Dever does it. The fact that Bryce Eldridge walked it off with a grand slam, now it gives Giants fans, okay, we got a player for the future. He looks like a bona fide stud. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm blown away.
Well, okay, so you and I have been talking about him for how many years?
A long time. Well, you brought him up, and I'm like, all right, Chask, I'm away.
I know, and I exaggerated it.
But no, he looks like the real deal.
No, I think he's better than I thought, because you never know, right? You never know what they're going to look like. I thought it might take a couple years at the big league level to show what his eye and discipline at the plate is way better than I thought.
It's unreal. But then you get all that washed away with the shenanigans over the weekend. We don't need to get into it. And they lose. And then you get Buster Odie and Kay Rosenthal writing reports that the Giants could be sellers. And the vibe just all of a sudden dissipated from that comeback win over the Nationals. Right away, you lose the first 2 to the Cubs. It's like, damn. Can we get some momentum? Can we feel good for a week?
So what would you do? So I'm looking at it right now. And we were asking this question, the rebuild word I think is a stupid one. It's like you're building around Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah.
But who do you want around him? Do you want Logan Webb around him?
I wouldn't trade Logan Webb.
I wouldn't either.
I just think you keep him. You need some pitching. You need starting pitching. You need a guy who's in the clubhouse. This guy's giving you 6-7 innings. And I know everything is he an ace? Is he not? Is he a number 2?
Freaking good.
Well, listen, Greg Maddux didn't throw 95, 96.
No.
We consider him top of the line rotation starter, right?
Yep.
Top of the line. We want him getting the ball in game 1.
Andy Pettit.
Right, exactly.
Jason Schmidt.
Logan Webb game 1. And the one time we did see Logan Webb in the playoffs, he exceeded expectations.
Great games. Dodgers,
Great games. So, no, I don't want to trade Logan Webb. But I wonder if this is Buster Posey wanting to reset, or is this ownership saying, you know what, we may be locked out. Now, when they're locked out, nobody gets paid. Nobody gets a check. But coming from the lockout, if they do get locked out and you miss 2027, which will be terrible for the sport.
I don't anticipate that happening.
I hope not. I really do. I really don't. But with ownership saying, you know what, let's flip this. We got Bryce. This is not working out. Is it coming from ownership? Is it coming from Buster? Is it coming from Tony V? I have no idea, but I know Buster Posey. He wants to win. And watching Devers, and I know everybody was talking about the year ago, and everybody would do the deal, but it's been a massive disappointment. Willie Adames has been a disappointment. Chapman's come around, but for the most part, it's been a disappointment. Yeah. Jung Hoo Lee's been on this hitting streak, but for the most part of Jung Hoo Lee's career, it's been a disappointment. So I'm okay with them doing whatever they need to do.
So
because they're done.
Yeah,
I agree. I mean, you're the second worst team in baseball.
Yeah.
So if the only way to move off all 3 contracts was to somehow pair Logan Webb up in a trade in one of those deals, do you do it?
You may have to for your ownership, which stinks. I don't want to do it. I personally don't want to do it.
I don't either.
But if you could say, hey, we can wash away the money. And look, does Devers want to be here long term? Was he just traded here just to get out of Boston? How's he feel? He hasn't done a lot of media this season, and I think he's a good guy.
I haven't heard him talk to anyone.
But he hasn't talked to anybody. Like, it's he's
kind of crazy, actually, considering he makes that much money for the team.
I mean, and he's been hot and cold. Maybe there's too much pressure on him to be the savior, but it's been a disappointment. But I do want to say this, because I see a lot of fans crushing Posey, crushing ownership, and I'm not here to shill. Every fan out there, when the Devers deal went down, the Giants were 1 game behind the Dodgers for first place in the NL West. What fan didn't want to do that deal? What fan didn't want to extend Chapman? How many fans were opposed to the Willie Adames deal? There was a few.
Yeah.
But I'd say 80% of the fan base was like, yeah, we got Willie. We finally got a guy. Deals. So as fans, we can't be mad at ownership for doing what we wanted to do. What did we talk about during the Farhan era? We want name players.
Swing on something.
We want to buy a jersey where we know the name on the back of the jersey and we can walk around the streets of San Francisco with pride. So every move the Giants have made, most of the fan base has approved of it.
So I guess what my question is, and this is kind of what I was touching with Shasky earlier, okay, Buster Posey, he's admitting right now, whether it's through Buster only, whether it's ownership admitting it, they made some mistakes with these contracts. Is Buster Posey the guy that you want to clean up these mistakes, though, if he was the one that did make them? Has he earned that right to fix all this stuff that clearly he thought Adames was going to be a piece of the future? If you go back to that presser, he thought Chapman was going to be that guy. Loved Rafi Devers. It hasn't worked.
Hasn't worked. I mean, how many years did Farhan get with the Giants?
6 or 7.
6, right? It's year 2 of Posey. Then we owe him a couple more years at least.
I would like to see it.
I don't think he's forfeited. To your point, has he earned the right? I don't think he's forfeited the right to not move up. Like some guys forfeit the right to move on. For example, Chip Kelly. I'm sorry, dude, you're done. We're done. This is done. We're moving on. You get 1 year, we're done. Trent Baalke, see you later.
Jim Tomsula.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're out of this business. I don't think he's gotten that extreme. I think the only other course is you just gotta ride out another year or two and see if it gets better.
Well, and I think, and we were touching on this earlier too, Bonte, something that is going to be helping Buster Posey going forward in these conversations and whether he can turn this thing around is the development in the pipeline. And some of these young guys that are developing, Bryce Eldridge could be a massive feather in his cap if he continues to develop and looks like a stud this year. He's in the top conversation for Rookie of the Year. Yeah. And if I was to tell Giants fans at the start of the season, hey, you don't make the playoffs, but Bryce is the Rookie of the Year, it's not a bad consolation.
Well, some people will say that's a Farhan guy.
No, but he developed under Posey, so Posey gets the credit.
Right. But also, Jung Hoo Lee's given us glimpses here and there, but he hasn't put together a full 162.
No doubt.
He's been very consistent.
He's been hurt. He's been hurt a lot.
And if you can get off that money, I'm sure there's some Giants fans saying, you know what? I don't mind getting off that money. Sell high. Listen, he just started running Jung Hoo Lee. It's been good. It's been fun to watch. We've expected this since they signed him. It's been fun to watch, but would you be opposed to trading him? I'm not sure. Now, he's big time with the box office, right? You got the hooligans out there. He sells a lot of jerseys.
He was the loudest ovation at the Wednesday game.
Exactly.
I couldn't believe it.
So you got to factor that into it. Bo Davison down there at AA Richmond.
Yeah.
He's another guy who's developing and torching the ball, right? He's scorching hot at the plate, right? I don't think he had a 6-game stretch where he had 5 home runs. I think you owe Buster another year. And you got to think about when he took over this organization. Where was the Giants at post-Farhan? When they fired Farhan Zaidi, where was this organization at? Basically at the bottom.
Rock bottom in almost every statistical category.
Now you can say they haven't made a lot of movement here, but man, they were a game behind the Dodgers. They made the Devers trade. We're all popping champagne saying, yeah, we got a slugger. And it just hasn't worked out. So at some point, we got to put it also on the players. The players aren't performing up to the expectations that Buster have for them, that the fan base have for them, that their contracts state right now. Their contracts say you should be better than this. Devers has been a massive disappointment. How can that all be on Buster Posey? How can that all be on Tony V? Doesn't the player have to take some of the blame for that?
No doubt.
Well, sure, but also there was some concerns when you made the trade for Devers, and maybe we just didn't pay attention to them enough. The fact that the Red Sox were basically willing to say, yeah, I'm good with this guy that helped win us a World Series. And I know the Red Sox aren't what you want as a model franchise right now either. They got their own problems For sure.
There's a lot going on there.
No, there's a lot going on. But
Red Sox are dumpster fire.
No, they are. But the situation with Devers wasn't great there, and Devers was a part of that. Like, they clearly saw a diminishing player. Yeah, and I didn't think the player was going to be this diminished in what we've seen from Rafi Devers. He's looked like a shell of himself from his best days in Boston.
But he's still, that being said, agreed, he's still one of their best players, the Giants.
Well, that speaks to the Giants overall.
I mean, but you swung a deal to have a middle-of-the-order guy, right? I don't think Casey Schmidt has the year that he has without batting in front or behind him. Right. I don't think Bryce Eldridge looks like there are other things that you can do besides just your own statistics.
I would also like him to just be a good player, though, if I'm trading him.
He is good. He's not great. That's the
problem. He needs to be great.
Yeah, he's good.
How about him at first base?
He's been good.
He's been better and better defensively. That was the problem with the Red Sox. The Red Sox, he wanted to play in the field. Right? He wanted to play. They were like, oh, we signed Alex Bregman. Now, Alex Bregman's now with the Cubs.
And they had Tristan Casas at first.
Right.
Tristan Casas or Casas.
Casas, the big boy.
Yeah. He's always hurt.
He's always hurt.
So,
always. He's got power, though.
I don't think he's ever going to be an all-star again, Rafi Devers. If I had to bet on it, I'd probably say no, which is kind of crazy a year later when you make the trade you did. And if I was to tell Giants fans, a year later, he's like a 230 hitter with you guys, 235.
I don't know if I'm willing to say he's never going to be an all-star again. Because if he goes to the right situation and he hits 30, 35 jacks and he's driving in runs, he's a good player. There's probably a team out there who's thinking, boy, we get Devers in this lineup.
Yankees. Without no Judge now, him and Stan would be, and you put Ben Rice, him and Stan together. I mean, I think they would love that.
It's not in Cleveland Guardians' nature to make a deal like that.
He would be perfect with Jose Ramirez.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that would be.
You think what about the AL West? What about the AL West?
I don't know if anyone wants to get that salary, though. I don't know if they want him for that price. I think he's hurt his brand a lot this last year.
But it's $27 million, not $47 million.
No, it's the years attached to it is what I'm saying.
No doubt.
But Spinelli, I'm sure we heard the same thing before he got traded from Boston. I'm sure Red Sox fans like, nobody's going to take that contract. And then the Giants come in, boom, Sunday Night Baseball shocks the baseball world, and they take on the contract. See, we always assume we're doing this now with De'Aaron Fox and the San Antonio Spurs. Nobody's taking on that contract. We said the same thing about Bradley Beal, right? We said the same thing about James Harden. We say the same thing about these players here. Like, there's always a sucker in these leagues that say, you know what?
Tough weekend for Harden.
We'll take a shot at this player, and we'll make something happen because you know what? If he is a good player, and they know, you know what, we'll attach Rafael Devers to good players around him, we'll make a run at this thing.
What's their number one need in all of these trades? Is it to shed money or get pitching back?
Both. Can it be both? Because they do need pitching. I mean, the bullpen has been going into that Nationals game, for example, that Wednesday. They had a 12-game stretch with this bullpen where they had an ERA of 8.14 and gave up 41 earned runs in 45 innings and walked 30 batters during that same stretch.
It didn't do anything to address it in the offseason.
But I think that this is an important fact. So if you could shed money, get back young, controllable arms, now I could reallocate some of the money that was going toward my hitters this offseason, obviously after the CBA thing gets settled in.
Yep.
I've said it 3 times today. Let's say you spend $50 to $60 million on some bullpen arms.
Yep.
Doesn't that dramatically help the overall team?
It does because
Tony Vitello.
Yeah, well, you got to think about the nature of baseball too. These starting pitchers are not going long anymore. Like Miz going complete game shutout against the Phillies on Friday night. It's a rarity. If you can get a pitcher to give you 6 innings, like Robbie Ray hasn't gone 6 innings, I think, since May 8th.
It's been bad. We were going over this yesterday.
From last year All-Star break till now, it's just been awful.
It's been horrible. He's walking guys. He's just getting hit. His sliders, he's not locating the slider. It's embarrassing, right? It's been bad for Robbie Ray. But if you get some bullpen arms to help alleviate some of the struggles of the starting pitcher where you're going to get 5 innings or 6 innings, yes, that would be awesome. You have to replenish the pitching, though, because I think offensively, they've done some good things. Now, they've been streaky, but man, the total bases, the grand slams, this offense on paper looks good, and they've produced at times, but you don't have pitching.
No.
You're giving up 8 runs a game, it feels like.
No, well, and that's going to be the name of the game this offseason and the trade deadline. If you trade a guy like Luis Ariz, if you trade a guy like Robbie Ray, you're going to hope to get some young arms back.
I don't know what you're getting.
But I don't know what you're going to get there, right?
They're on 1-year deals.
And Robbie Ray, he hasn't helped his case at all if you're trying to maximize him. Ariz will be solid, but again, these are rental pieces. If I'm the person taking over, I'm not giving you like a top 5, top 10 prospect. Why would I do that?
You're just moving on just to say you got a player back because these guys are in expiring contracts. Now, I know a lot of people have conflicting arguments about Luis Ariz. He's the type of guy, like, you want another year on the deal? I'm not like, I talk to too many people out there who are just like, yeah, you got to move on from Arise. The guy is like, he's like the second best second baseman when it comes to defense in the National League behind from the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, you have two guys in the top 5 in hits, singles, that is, him and Jung Lee, and in batting average.
I mean, the guy, what does he have in strikeouts? I don't think he has 15 strikeouts in the season.
13 or 14.
13 or 14.
Yeah.
He had 13 going into that afternoon game against the Nats.
And he leads you in stolen bases.
I mean, I'm not
Did you know
really,
that?
like, well, that's embarrassing. I know. You know me with the speed.
And he's not fast.
Then he's not fast at all. I was like, wait, when Jung Lee started running against the Cubs, it really felt like, thank God, about time. But Luis Arise, why are so many people quick to just pivot off of him? If anything, another year. Let's build around him. I got him in Bryce. He's going to get on base for Bryce Eldridge. I'm not willing to give up on the Rise like that.
I think we just do that as fans in baseball. It's like, all right, well, the season's over. Who's the guys on a 1-year deal that you want to get some young prospects? So that's just what we do in baseball and sports
what
in
general.
general.
What do you expect to get, though, from Arise when he's got half a year on the deal?
A 26-year-old guy who's pitching in AAA
in single A, who will never make the majors.
Exactly. Let me ask you about Casey Schmidt. I think this is the more interesting one. I'm probably one of the more high individuals on Casey Schmidt, but I'm also real in the sense that I am worried the last couple of weeks are closer to what he is. He strikes out way too much. The walk rate is not great. He has driven the ball like crazy. He has been awesome. He doesn't have an everyday position. I do think that's an element in consistency. Knowing that you're going to play at this spot every single day, it just calms things for you. Are you more apt to, hey, this is who he is this year? Or are you like, I want to see more? Because I'm kind of in the camp of, I want to see more before I'm ready to like crown him as an everyday player at a specific position right now.
I feel for Casey in this sense. I remember down in spring training, and I was talking to Casey a little bit. He's a fun dude. Like, if you ever converse with him, go down to the clubhouse, converse with him. He's a video game freak like us. Yeah. He's a character. Yeah. I've done sit downs with him in front of clients. He is a character, and he's cool. Like, he's a cool dude. But I think it does bother him, and he'll never admit it publicly. Moving around all over the place. A young guy just wants a position. Mm-hmm. Let me know where I'm playing every single day, and let me just play. And now you're trying to become a left fielder. Your natural position is third base. Now all of a sudden I'm playing second. I'm playing short. I'm out here making picks and shorts in the hole. I don't know how good Casey is. But I think he's a dude, if he played every single day, he's going to get you 20 to 25 home runs. He'll probably hit about 250. He's going to get some doubles. And he's going to be a good glove. He's going to play good defense for you. I don't know where he fits with this Giants team as long as Matt Chapman's here and Willie Adames is here. Is he a natural second baseman? No. Do I think he wants to play second base? No. And so I'm conflicted when it comes to Casey Schmidt because I've come around to him this year. The guy's bided his time. He's been waiting for his moment. And then all of a sudden, midway through the year, you know it's got to be affecting his bat playing in left field.
100%.
Do you trade him? What do you get back for him? Because what if another team looks at it from the other side and say, well, we don't know who he is yet. So we're not giving you a premium prospect for this young man.
Let me give you 2 other names. I'll kick it around the room. Elliot Ramos.
I think he might be gone. I think it's a guy you trade.
I'm concerned about his injury right now. There's still no timetable when he's coming back. They asked Tony that yesterday.
He was swinging the other day.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
I don't know either.
Daniel Susac.
You need a catcher.
Bad.
You need a catcher. I mean, we underrated Patrick Bailey in terms of being a good defensive catcher. Susac's throwing the ball all over the place. I know everybody got hyped up the first few weeks with his bat, but defensively, I mean, and ironically, your bullpen has gotten to crap since Patrick Bailey's been traded. The ERA is ballooned up from the starters and the bullpen, so you need a catcher. What's my boy in Baltimore? Adi
Rushman, your boy. Adley Rushman. I still call him that because of that.
Well, he could be available because they got the other guy who's hit, what's his name?
Samuel Basallo.
Basallo, there you go.
And Gunner's not playing well this year. There's a lot going wrong with them.
That's a guy I would take a swing at if I'm Buster Posey saying, I got a catcher for the future. I mean, I think you need a catcher. Susac he's a good backup for now. He's got a decent bat. But defensively, guys are just running all over him. And Haas, too, same thing.
Haas.
I mean, you created a hole at the catcher spot.
He's good for a home run every now and then.
I think we underrated. Somebody clearly didn't like him in the organization, Pat Bailey.
Yeah.
He rubbed people the wrong way. Something happened that Friday night where he was going back and forth with the dugout over a pitch call.
Oh, yeah.
We never really dived into it because it happened over the weekend, but that was a bizarre sequence.
Yeah, I don't think he was a favorite in the organization. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
We got a couple minutes here. What'd you make of the NBA Finals? Knicks getting it done in 5.
Congrats to Knicks fans. New York Kitty was texted throughout the playoffs. I'm happy for those New York Knicks fans waiting all that time for a championship. But I can't get over how San Antonio blew every single game in that series. I cannot get over it. And De'Aaron Fox, it's not just him, because I know everybody wants to crush Wemby. This was Wemby's first ever postseason run, and the guy ended up in the NBA Finals as a 22-year-old. And people are already, he's hateable. He's 22.
Victim Wemby.
Oh, dude, everybody's just crushing the guy. Yeah, I love my daughter though. I love my daughter though. She's like, Papa, look at the alien. There's the alien guy. Because
they're calling him the Earthling now.
She knows it now. She looks at him. She goes, "There's the alien guy." De'Aaron Fox, and how shook he was in that fourth quarter of Game 5. He did not want to be in that game. He did not want the basketball. Remember, he shot the corner three to hit the backboard and the rim. It's like, oh my God, get him out of here. Dylan Harper is ready. You've got a Kobe Eddie Jones situation. You got a Steph Monte Ellis situation. You have to move off of Fox, go get some size next to Wemby. You have access to attach to Fox, and get off of that. It is time for the Harper and Castle show with Wemby. You got access to do it because you better reload. Fox was awful, and I just cannot believe how they blew every single Game 4. I mean, Game 4. Have you ever seen anything like it? No, because it's never happened before. So the finals were fun while it lasted, but I was disappointed we're not getting ready for a Game 6 tonight. I wanted one more game at least. Didn't you guys?
No, it was great, but it just showed the lack of maturity just from the closing game situations in the fourth quarter. You saw one team getting tight and one team was loose, and I think Mike Brown deserves a lot of credit for that. I know it's Mitch Johnson's getting crushed. He's getting crushed. Ultimately, though, I mean, De'Aaron Fox is a veteran in this league. He's been around a long time. And not knowing that Game 4 situation, to your point, Bonte, and then,
it was all bad. It was all time bad. I watched it back.
Just, why are you attempting a shot? Why are you attempting a shot there when you just need to milk the... I go back to that moment. Obviously, the tip-in, everyone's going to remember. I'm going to remember the tip-in, but I'm also going to remember De'Aaron Fox shooting for God knows why.
It's the entire second half, though. They had 9 straight possessions where they attempted a 3 in the third quarter. It was like, what are you guys doing? You're up 20. Horrible. What are you doing? Horrible. It was the entire second half, and Fox was awful the entire second half. Young team, no doubt about that, but it was shocking in the sense of how they won the Western Conference Finals. They were composed against the champs.
Yeah. Well.
And then that happens in the finals. It was shocking, man. But congrats to New York City, man.
Final thoughts? There it is. And Bonte Hill is joining us every single Tuesday at this time. It's presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. So you're going to be at the World Cup tonight, dude. Did either of you go real quick? It was 32 years ago, 94.
No. I didn't know
it was
about
at Stanford.
soccer.
It was at Stanford Stadium because the only reason I know that is because my Uncle Phil, he's from England, big Man United fan, loves all things World Cup. And he took 2 of my older brothers to that game at Stanford Stadium. I don't know who played in the game, but it was a memory they had.
Well, they beat Colombia when there was a 30 for 30 on the Escobars. One of those games where he scored the old goal and went back to Colombia and got killed, got murdered. It was not good. Yeah, no, seriously.
I need to look into this.
You should.
It's one of their best 30 for 30s, actually.
Yeah, it is. it is
called? The Hand of
unbelievable.
God?
No, that's Maradona.
Diego Maradona.
Maradona, Argentina.
What was the name of that one?
The 2 Escobars.
Yeah, the 2 Escobars. The 2 Escobars. They also lost to Brazil, I believe. Was it at Stanford where they lost to Brazil? Or was it at the Rose Bowl? I don't remember. But that's when I first knew what soccer was. I thought soccer sucked. And then the 94 World Cup happened. I was like, oh, this is interesting. The Brazil had, Romario and Bebeto, and they were dancing and stuff. It was fun. I can't wait for tonight. I cannot wait. But condolences to Alden Smith and his family. Unfortunate what happened Saturday with Alden Smith, man. It stinks. It stinks. 36 years old. Now, 36 years old. Unbelievable, man. And what could have been, the guy could have been Derek Thomas, Lawrence Taylor on the field, just couldn't get right, was trying to get his life right. Just stinks that you lose somebody that young And we're going to remember Alden Smith for some of the tragedies he went through as a human being, man. So condolences to him and his family.
I always root for people, like, just to make a comeback. I think America is the land. We like to think of it anyways as a land of second chances. And, you know, we love a comeback story. And I was rooting for the comeback of Alden Smith. And I do like to highlight, like, even in his final days, he was at least trying to do better. He was trying to give food to homeless. And, you know, does anyone take solace in that in his family or whatever? I know I saw reports earlier. They want to get send his brain out and see if he gets tested for CTE. I don't know. It's a very sad situation overall. And hopefully he found peace. That's it. Hopefully he found some peace for sure. What you got, Joe? Nice hat, by the way. I like the little rope on there.
Oh, thank you.
Callaway
final thought. Happy birthday, Aiden Horgan. I don't know, 23 or something. Get out of bed. Go do something productive.
Who?
My nephew.
Oh,
Which one is that?
I thought he was a World Cup player.
Yeah.
Oh, how's he doing, man?
He won't get out of bed.
He's tired.
I was like that when I was
23.
How old is he?
23, 24, 25. I was waking up at noon, dog.
I'm going to go play pool today.
I was
like, oh, God.
I was up till like
life.
midnight the other day, and it felt like 3 a.m. And then I realized, like, back in high school, when you were just up till 2 and 3 a.m, it's just like whatever.
Yeah,
and then you could wake up 4 hours later for first period of class.
Going to sleep at Sports Center.
Exactly.
Right, my last thought, I have another one, and I said it earlier, I'll say it again.
Say it.
I think Chick-fil-A is amazing. It's excellent.
Shout out to Susanna.
Yeah. I would ask everyone that works at Chick-fil-A, please, I'm begging you, the biscuits and the spicy chicken need to be available all day. All day. It's the number one thing on the menu is the breakfast menu for spicy chicken with biscuits. It needs to be
Should we call Susanna right now? Let her know. Call her right now.
It's probably a corporate thing, not necessarily an individual
I know.
franchise thing.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, the breakfast biscuit spicy chicken is hands down the best thing they make.
You know, it's so hard driving down 280.
Spicy deluxe, but
I pass by Chick-fil-A.
I love spicy deluxe.
Sometimes I take 101 on purpose to avoid Chick-fil-A because it's looming. You're like, ooh, I need some
and
breakfast.
the line is not that big.
It's not. No, I've never been there longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I've waited longer in and out.
I'm an app guy too, so I'm one of those people that just walks in there, gets in, and leaves.
Of course, he's that guy.
Well, when he does at movies?
No.
Just throws all the stuff on the ground.
I do not throw stuff on the ground. I said I'm not cleaning up popcorn that my kids spilled on the floor.
He goes, popcorn, I'm done with it.
I did not do that. I literally said I bring the popcorn back in the bag back home because the kids like to snack on it.
Someone will clean it.
I did say I'm a big
believe it.
I'm a big 7-Eleven guy, so I can get the big purse. So you head into 7-Eleven, get all the candy.
Slurp. Oh, that's pause talk. That's not.
Where are you going with that? You okay over there?
Ooh.
You okay? Huh? What's wrong with the Slurpee? You got problems with Slurpee? Big gulp? Big gulp Bonte? You afraid?
Yeah, pause on that one.
Big gulp Bonte?
He does drink a big gulp of coffee every morning.
You drink 7-Eleven coffee?
No. Well, there's not a 7-Eleven open around here unless you want to go to a...
Explain to him what you drink every morning.
Oh, a McCafe every morning, large. There you go.
How many
half
ounces?
syrup?
So you don't wash your feet. You drink a McCafe.
I soak my feet. I soak my feet daily.
What else? You want a low managed Kauai playoff series? What else?
I was right about that. No, I was right about that.
Wait, you wanted a
How
low
are you right? Remember that? You brought it up like it was a great idea.
Thank you. You
low managed Kauai in the playoff series. Win game 1, wrestle for game 2.
They should have done that. He was gassed last year. They were gassed. Steiny and Goo next.
I love you, Spadoni.
I love you too. Fremont Bank here for you, here for good. SF Fire Credit Union is celebrating 75 years with a new limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. That's right. A certificate is similar to what a bank calls a CD, and this one gives members a big earnings boost up front. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7th-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI, up to $250,000 per account.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events, and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I mean, come on,
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru's got a little toothache. And I know he's listening, and that's number one that he's going to come at me for tomorrow.
I thought it was his gums.
Hey. Oh.
Something recessive going on.
Mouth-related from Goo. Get back here soon, Goo. Evan Giddings in, of course, and good morning, everybody. And we got some things to talk about today. We got to talk Giants endeavors at some point. But the NBA draft, Evan, is a week away, and the Warriors are number 11. Mike Dunleavy will talk to the media tomorrow. We'll take that live. He usually does a pre-draft press conference, so we'll take that. But I do kind of want to get into the number 11 pick, whether or not the Warriors have any options, some of the players who may or may not be available at that point, and then just kind of figure out who might fit and who might not. And I'm going to operate under the assumption that they're going to use the pick at this point.
Well, let me ask you this before we get into all the players and strategies. Mike Dunleavy's going to talk tomorrow, I assume, a lot about what's going on with the draft next week. How important is this draft to Matt Steinmetz?
It's their biggest draft since they had the 7th pick. When was that? Kuminga. The year after
2021?
Yeah, so 5 years. This is their biggest pick in 5 years because it's their highest pick in 5 years, and they happen to have their highest pick in a draft that's really good. It is a really good draft, and I think they're going to get a good player at 11. And I think there's going to be players that go after 11 who may end up being better than the 11th pick. But what I'm saying is I think, have an opportunity to draft a player who's going to be part of your foundation moving forward. And to me, what's most important would be after Curry's all said and done, we got to start finding players who can keep this thing at least afloat to start.
But I think that's the question they're going to have to answer. Are you looking for a player that wants to keep this afloat after Steph, or are you looking for somebody that's going to help him right now? And it seems to me like they want someone who, in an ideal world, could do both.
Right.
But they want an impact player. And it's funny because, Bonte Hill was just in here for the last hour. We're talking to him, and he's saying, well, this guy, Yaxel Lendenborg, well, he might not be there. But to me, because there's so many good players in this draft, or a lot of people believe there are so many good players in this draft, I almost think, from what I've read with different mocks, there's so many different ways this thing can go. Lendenborg might be there at 11. He might get taken at 8. The Warriors might trade back, could still be available there. They might be looking for a swing guy. I don't know how this is going to shake out, Steiny, but to me, the Warriors, there is an immense amount of pressure on this draft, and it is as much about the future as it is, I think, about the past, where they just have not hit on enough draft picks. Even some of these second-round guys, as much as we loved at the time Trace Jackson-Davis, Quentin Post had a good rookie season. Will Richard had, a good rookie season for being a second-round pick. Those guys are not going to be good enough to, in your words, keep you afloat. So I think there is a lot of pressure on this pick because it's got to be a guy that can help you right now, unless you're looking at next season as just kind of a fizzling out. And I don't think the Warriors are looking at next season like that.
Well, and the other thing that I think is hugely important is there's a week between now and the draft, but I do think the Warriors are in the process of, quote unquote, getting their house in order. And what I mean by that is, they're probably getting a sense for LeBron one way or the other. They probably know right now whether they're going to rip up, whether Draymond Green's going to opt out and they're going to give him 2 years, or he's just going to play it out. I think they also have to find out about Horford and to a lesser degree Porzingis, because just starting with positions, right now we got Horford, Post, and Porzingis are all kind of fives, and then Draymond, of course, can play the five. I don't think Post is going to be on the team next year. So my question would be, if Horford's retiring and Porzingis isn't back, well, then a center to me becomes very important. But if you got word Horford's back and Porzingis is in your plans, then maybe you bring Post back, and then I go away from a center, which I don't want to draft a center. I do not want to draft a center.
Now, why not?
Because it's going to be because there's better players. There's better players out there, I think, that are wing-type players. And I'm not necessarily against a young big, but I'm talking mostly about Mara from Michigan, the 7'3" guy. Guys
are like a true five, not guys that could play the
correct.
five.
I just don't see a center playing a lot for the Warriors as a rookie. And the other thing is, and I get it, LeBron likely's not coming here, but you do have to have a sense of where you're going, I think, before the draft, because positionality, there's an opportunity that they may have gaps at positions if they draft a wing and then they lose a bunch of their centers. So what I'm getting at is, I got to believe they have a sense for who's coming back and who's not, or who's, especially with Horford.
Yeah, and I think someone like Porzingis is coming back, and he might not be as expensive. I don't think he's going to be that expensive just because he doesn't get on the floor. But therein lies the problem, because if you're hoping that some of these dudes can return to their prior forms, that's all well and good. Can they play like they did it against the Clippers? Yeah. But can they do it for 6 months? I don't think so. And so that's why I don't think center is the biggest position of need for them. Also because Kerr doesn't really play him.
Mm-hmm.
But I also sign, I'm looking at this team, and there are a lot of holes. It's also why I kind of understand why they want to bring back some of these guys, or even try to, I know you're not a big fan of it, but give Draymond an extra year and just have him there, because you don't have any players. And unless you really want to strip this thing down, something that we might talk about later with the San Francisco Giants, unless you really want to take a step in that direction, which maybe fans want them to, I feel like taking whatever the best wing is that's available is going to be the best course of action for this team, because they have to get younger, they have to get more athletic, and they have to find guys that can do multiple things. This team is just full of a bunch of old and super young specialists that do one or two things well, but not great. And the rest is just left to piece together. And so I think you need somebody that you can plug in. And it's kind of funny that, you're watching a team like the Knicks win the finals, and they do it with a bunch of guys that can just pretty much plug and play at any position outside of Brunson and Cat. Those other three spots were interchangeable for the Knicks, and I think we found, especially when the Warriors were winning championships, unless you have players that can switch and play multiple positions, you're just going to be at such a disadvantage night in and night out.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. The NBA draft a week away, and the Warriors have the number 11 pick, and it is a deep draft. There's no doubt about it. There are players to be had in this draft. There are cornerstones to be drafted next Tuesday. There's no doubt about it. One of the things I'd heard, And I'll just kind of leave it here, and then we can jump in on the other side. But one of the things I'd heard a few weeks back was that the Warriors were willing to part with the number 11 and maybe another future unprotected first to jump up into the top 4. That probably is not going to happen. But to my way of thinking, there's a team, there's 2 teams that I would be looking to do business with. And I'll tell you why on the other side. But next week should be a lot of fun. Dunleavy talking tomorrow. And the Warriors, ideally, are going to bring in a young player who we can get to know and follow for the next decade. All right, 888-957-9570. DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California, so whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, and it's all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's 957TheGame in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in a non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkngb.co/predictions promo.
We all know what the 2 best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E. New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's N-U-E-Vodka.com. You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for, had trouble hitting the button there. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back tomorrow. Well, hopefully, root canals, I think, and gum surgeries can go wrong. We don't need Goo losing his voice.
I don't think the voice is what I'm worried about, but it might just be the fact that he might be a little agitated tomorrow. And you tried to do it to me this morning, too.
Oh.
What did you mean by we don't have to get you a Father's Day gift? You were talking about me and Guru. You walk in today, and I don't know, you when did your hit with Marcy on line 105, and you come back and you go, don't worry about it. You don't have to give me a Father's Day gift.
Yeah, Father's Day, of course, Sunday.
What
right?
did you mean
Kenny,
by that?
Father's Day on a Sunday, baby. Right, Bonte? Right, Kenny? Yes, sir.
He just had a Father's Day gift. He was in San Antonio for the Knicks winning the NBA Finals.
Yeah, all I'm saying.
I'm getting a lot of gifts.
All I'm saying is
he's going to the freaking parade. Was that tomorrow? Tomorrow?
I'm leaving Wednesday. Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow, and then I'm flying back Friday.
Oh my!
Wait, the parade's Friday.
Oh my
parade's Thursday.
God.
Flying back here.
Yeah, leaving tomorrow.
I tell
JFK,
you what.
and then staying for the parade Thursday, and then the next day I'm flying back on Friday.
Okay, so this is our great producer Kenny Luttrell. He's already flown to San Antonio for Game 5. Was there for 2 days.
Yep.
Watched it all. Now he's come back to the Bay. He's going to put in a shift, and now he's flying back to New York for the parade. Man.
It's a frequent flyer.
I think, isn't that what the kids call a baller?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was cool the fact that I got to go to the Western Conference Finals in San Antonio and got to hang out and see the Spurs. And then Ken's just like, yeah, by the way, I'll be going to the clinching game of the NBA Finals.
Money time! Good for you. And no, I just know that a lot of times conscientious people like yourself who think a lot about others, sometimes they worry too much about buying gifts for people. And I just want to let you know that I'm not expecting anything from you on Father's Day. Don't worry about it, please. That's all.
I'm actually glad.
Don't worry about it.
I'm glad you brought this up. Do you remember the last gift that I got you?
It was a shirt. Isotopes, I believe. Or no.
Missions.
Yeah, Missions.
And I got it for you because one of the logos has it's like a Davy Crockett hat.
Yeah.
And I thought that I've never seen you wear it. I've never seen you wear that shirt.
I wear it under hoodies. I might have it on. I could say right now, what are you talking about? I'm wearing it right now.
Like you got me a button-up shirt with the baseball scorecard.
Yeah, you only wore that once, by the way.
I've worn that.
You've only worn it once.
Well, to the office. But I've worn it out.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a nice shirt. It's also, I might be wearing it I'm going to the Grand Canyon this weekend, so I might be wearing it out there.
Whoa, you're burying the lead. What are you going there for? Are you taking time off?
Yeah, I'm leaving Thursday.
Oh.
Thursday at noon.
So you're taking a long weekend?
Yeah, we're driving, though.
Nice.
It's going to be a while.
You ever been there?
Never been.
Worth it. Grand Canyon's worth it.
The North Rim, not the South Rim.
That's the one that's supposed to be like not quite as good, but it's still incredible.
It's also supposed to be less crowded.
It is.
We figured for the holiday weekend it'd be a little bit easier.
That's a good call. It's a good call.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the Warriors. NBA draft is next Tuesday. Warriors have the 11th pick. I mean, without doing any research, it's their best pick since they had the number 7 pick in Kuminga's draft. And it is a very, very good draft. So what do you do if you're the Golden State Warriors? You still have Steph Curry in tow, 38 years old. When he plays, playing at a high level. You still got Draymond. You got Jimmy Butler, but he's going to miss a good chunk of the year. And, the question with the Warriors always seems to come down to the present versus the future. And just to start out this segment, where I'm at right now is I think this is the perfect time to utilize your 11th pick in the draft and get a young player in here. It's really as simple as that. I would entertain one thing I would entertain in terms of moving off 11. And Evan, get this. This is why I blew it this morning. Because I was looking at Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
They have number 12 and number 17. And they got so many young players. I was thinking to myself, I wonder if the Spurs or the Thunder would move up one spot and give up 2 spots for it. And I thought that maybe, but the team that might be more trade compatible with the Warriors is Charlotte. Charlotte's got 14 and 18.
Yeah.
If you were to call Charlotte and see if they wanted 11 for 14 and 18, I would do that in a heartbeat this year, believe it or not. Because I think the draft is good enough that you could then get 2 rotation players. And when I say rotation players, I'm allowing for the possibility they could become more than that. You know what I mean? But to me, at their foundation, this year's draft, they're supposed to be good enough to eventually be a rotation player. That's how good this draft is.
Well, they might have to be on this team because the Warriors are so old and injury prone. I don't have look, I would love that. The only thing that gives me pause, so you brought this up earlier with the Thunder, and my first thought was, well, I don't know if 12 and 17 is worth moving up one spot. 14 and 18, there's a little more value. But the one thing is, I have to imagine if you and I'm assuming the Warriors are believing that this is a really good draft. So right now, if you just look at ESPN's mock draft, they're mocking Kareem Lopez and Cameron Carr to Charlotte at 14 and 18. Those are 2 good players. If I'm the Charlotte Hornets, if I'm any team with an extra draft pick in this draft, I feel like I'm inclined to keep it because you're not typically getting a good player, a rotation player at 18 in most drafts, unless his name might be Brandon Podziemski. But I feel like it's going to be, I would love for the Warriors to trade back and acquire multiple picks. I don't think there's a ton of difference, at least from what you've been telling me, from what people have been writing about this draft. There's not a major difference in talent from, let's say, 11 to maybe 18 or 19. So I would love for the Warriors to do that. The only thing that gives me pause is, are other teams willing to play ball? And maybe it's just a draft night thing where they love, let's say it's Lindeborg, and the Hornets are willing to give up 2 slots to go get him. Okay, well, if I'm the Warriors, to me, that's a no-brainer. I think at this point they have to be, and I think you saw it from San Antonio, to some extent the Knicks, but mainly teams in the West, good teams in the Western Conference, teams that have stockpiled draft picks or young talent are the teams that are going to be the toughest to beat in the coming years. I mean, I think that's why a team like the Clippers got off of James Harden, traded Zubats for 2 future first-round picks. They ended up with number 5. Teams that are older, that are decrepit, are trying their best to get into the draft, and this is the perfect year to do it. So if I'm the Warriors, trading back is absolutely a great strategy. I just don't know if there's other teams that are going to be willing to play ball with them.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing they could have going for them, And I realize we're not talking about monster money, but the Charlotte Hornets are cheap. They've always been cheap. Mm-hmm. And so if they pick at 14 and 18, that locks them into 2 salary slots for the 14 and 18 pick respectively. So number 14 would start at about $4 million. Number 18 would start at, let's say, $3 million. Then if the Warriors have one player at 11 who's going to start at like $4.5 million. So what would the benefit for the Hornets or the Thunder, even though I think you're right, the Thunder are less likely, is you're only locked into one player for 3 or 4 years. Now, it might not be a significant enough amount of money drafting 2 players that you lock yourself into for 3 or 4 years, but if the Hornets are a team that loves a lot of these guys at the end of their bench that are under contract through next year, maybe they're saying, let's move up to 11, make sure we get our guy that we like at 14 and just take one guy and get out of here with a better player or the guy we like at 14 and 18. And the Warriors, then they get 2 cracks at it, which to me would be the way to go if Charlotte were willing to do that.
Well, and I think it would be a perfect opportunity for Mike Dunleavy, who so far has done a pretty good job at finding rotation players. Now, he hasn't found a star. He hasn't found a perennial all-star in the draft, but he's found players that can help. And I feel like with 2 first-round draft picks, he's guaranteed to hit one of them. You know, and maybe you get both. The one thing that I got to ask you, too, is do you think the Warriors are more likely to trade the 11th pick or to trade back? Like to trade that 11th pick for a proven talent? Let's say it's, I don't know, hypothetically, Kawhi or one of those kind of guys. Do you think they're more likely to do that or to adopt this strategy you're talking about, which to me makes sense? I just don't know if they're there yet based on what we're hearing from their potential offseason choices.
To me, I mean, that's a great question to me. And that's where I believe there are things happening right now and leading up to Tuesday that are forming the Warriors strategy, or maybe have formed the Warriors strategy. For example, if they think that they can move the 11th pick for a veteran that they love, okay, then maybe they go that way, even though it would be a veteran-type player, but they get somebody in here that can play another year or two with Draymond and Steph and Butler. I'm not crazy about that, but if they were to like the player so much to move off 11, then that's the decision they made. But if they're finding at 11 that they can't get a player they really like or that they think's worth it at 11, well, then maybe you do the other and you go, let's go move back with Charlotte. We'll take 2 young guys. I think it could be that, not fragile, but I think it could be that fluid. I think, on the one end of the spectrum, you got LeBron James and Anthony Davis pipe dream. On the other end of the spectrum, there's a method to get 2 or 3 young guys in here who might, change a little bit of the makeup of the team. And I'm not sure right now they know exactly what they're going to do, but they're allowing for the fact that something could change or pop up in the next week.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think from everything they've done so far, right, they brought Steve Kerr back. It feels like they're going to rip up and re-sign Draymond. I'm assuming at some point in August when he's eligible, Curry's going to be given an extension. It feels like Porzingis and the Warriors want to find a way to work together. I don't know about Horford, but that doesn't really feel like a whole lot of change. And that's why I would have a problem with it. But I do feel like they're more likely to use that draft pick to go get a veteran. Or maybe it's just a younger, more proven NBA player. In a sign and trade, there's a few restricted free agents that are, maybe at odds with their own franchises. Guys that other teams can't resign, a la Lou Dort, but maybe could use them in a sign and trade. I think the Warriors would be more inclined to use that pick than to trade back, because the other thing, too, it's like, I don't know if they're ready, Steiner, to hit the eject button on their opportunity to compete just for a playoff spot. I don't think anybody's talking about them as contenders anymore, or they shouldn't. And I don't think anybody in that front office, as much as they, publicly say they want to compete and want to win a championship still, I don't know if anybody's still saying, all right, we're verified contenders going into next year. But I also don't think that they're ready to retool or reset this thing. And that's why if they do draft a player, to me, a guy like Yaxel Lendenborg would be perfect because he's someone that can play immediately. Whereas a lot of these other guys around the sort of 14 to 18 range that, you could get, 19 years old, does a player that is 19 years old, does Steve Kerr, does that front office look at them and say they're going to help us this season? I don't think so. And as much as I believe that that's the right move to try and get as young as possible to get players with just some sort of potential, I have my doubts that the Warriors are there as a franchise.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. The NBA draft is next Tuesday. We're just a week away. Mike Dunleavy is going to make his highest draft pick since he's been the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He's going to pick 11, or at least he's got the 11 as an asset. He's going to talk to the media tomorrow about some of these prospects. We can go down some of the prospects, and if you want to jump in, obviously, you guys are always welcome at 888-957-9570. So here, I'm just going to throw some names out of some players who have been, linked to the Warriors in the mock drafts. And who's not going to be on this list is Stribling.
DeJon Stribling?
Yeah.
Oh, he was at the Valkyries game last week, and actually Carter said he got a private tee time at Oak Club on a day off.
That's a bad sign.
Well, he was on his IG. He was taking swings.
Stribling golfs?
Apparently.
You know what? They all golf.
Everyone golfs.
Every pro
if you got
athlete
money, you golf.
Yeah.
Well, the majority of them.
All right. So one of the, here's a first player, Adai Mara from Michigan, 7'3" center.
Okay.
I'm not crazy. I wouldn't draft him. I just wouldn't draft him. To me, he seems a little like, Zach Edey, maybe a little more skilled, but not quite as big and strong. I do think Evan centers for the Warriors are tricky, particularly if they can't stretch the floor. He's not that yet, but he's got some size, and he's skilled. How it'll translate to the NBA and how it, the other thing that you brought it up is, and I think could be unfair to some of these guys, is that the fans are going to want the pick to play right away.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why, if I'm the Warriors, I may go away from Mara, because I'm not sure that he's going to play right away.
I think he might. I'm not a huge fan of his game, but this is the problem is centers are always at a premium. You look around, and I was shocked today. So John Hollinger of The Athletic put out an article about his top 25 free agents. And, there's some bigs in there. I was appalled at the kind of money that he's projecting for some of these guys. So is Mara a player that I like? No, but the reason why I could see the Warriors taking him is it prevents you from having to go after one in free agency should you not be able to come to terms with Porzingis. Maybe Al Horford retires, and you don't want to just be stuck with, God love him, but Quentin Post. For example, like Isaiah Hartenstein might be a $30 million player. The Warriors don't have that kind of money to go get a starting caliber center. Namus Keita, who's he emerged this year for Boston. Hollinger's got him making $25 million this offseason. That's a lot of money. Even someone like who's our boy Sandro Mamushkalavili, whatever. He's a $20 million center, according to, again, these are projections.
Sure.
But my point is the Warriors can't afford to get into a bidding war for a center based on this particular market. So if they want one and they ain't going to be able to get one or bring one back, that's where I could see them taking Mara, even though in general, I just have an issue with guys above 7 feet who can't really shoot playing in the NBA, especially now. It's like, Hell, we were talking about some of the problems that Wembanyama had in the NBA Finals. He's still young. He's still not strong enough. He's not a great enough shooter. He's a generational talent, but even he had trouble against some of the bigger guys, specifically Karl Anthony Towns in the NBA Finals. So I think that taking a center would be a big risk for the Warriors. And with as much pressure as there is on this draft, I don't think that's a position, at least a pure 5. I don't think that's one that they want to get into.
Yeah, and, some of the other names are going to – look, when you have a draft history like the Warriors, a recent draft history like the Warriors the last 6 or 7 years, and some of the picks haven't gone well, then I think you have a tendency to shy away from players that you think resemble at all former players that you drafted that never worked out. And so, I'll throw another name at you. Nate Ament, 6'10" forward, freshman. Like Yahoo Sports has him going to the Warriors. You take a guy like that, he's gonna struggle to play next year, I think. Because he's that young. Now, again, we got a couple of those types of guys like we always do, and you might have to wait for him, but according to the scouting reports, a guy like Ament has a higher ceiling than, and I know, Mara's 7'3", but a guy like Mara, or hell, even a guy like Lendeborg, even though they play completely different positions. Like Lendeborg is seen more as a finished product.
Well, yeah, because he played half a decade in college.
Exactly.
Played 5 years.
Exactly.
I think that's, I don't know. Like, do you feel like Warriors fans would prefer to try that again? The project, the 19-year-old? Because when I hear 19, I hear Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman. I hear projects. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that if you're willing to invest time and effort into them. But again, the Warriors decided to bring Steve Kerr back for 2 years. They're clearly not willing to move off of some of these veterans that they have on their team. And while those guys are going to be here, your 19-year-old, for the next 4 seasons at least, you'd hope, half of that time is not going to be spent, in my mind, with the Warriors trying specifically to develop them. They're going to have to fend for themselves while the Warriors try and compete at whatever level possible. I mean, heck, if you get a wing, let's say you get Ament, and even if he plays, let's say he starts day one because you don't have Moody, you don't have Jimmy.
All right.
Okay, that's all well and good. What happens when Butler comes back? What happens when Moody comes back? He was your starting 3. Jimmy was your starting 3 or 4. So as much as I would love to believe that an Ament or another 19-year-old swingman could step in and play immediately, I don't have a ton of faith that the Warriors aren't going to do what they did with Wiggins to Kuminga in 2024, that the moment their guys are ready, their proven NBA talent is ready, that they're just going to go right back to him. Because I can see that happening. I can see them as, we're going to draft a man as a placeholder, get him some tick, let him have opportunity to fail. But the moment our guys are back and we're gearing up for a potential postseason push, I'm sorry, you're going to have to take a back seat.
I mean, I could put a positive spin on that, and it would be, you get a player like Ament in here, and because Moody's out and because Butler's out, you'll get a real good look at him for 40 games, halfway through his rookie season. And maybe by that point, you can you have a better sense for who Ament is. Would he be somebody who looks so good in 40 games that we can start thinking about him as a starter in a year or two, or as a starter from that point on? Then maybe we look to keep him and go in another direction, meaning, move a guy that he's playing the same position as, if he's the real deal. If he's not the real deal, well, you still got to look at him for 40 games in a season that's a little shaky anyway, and the stakes are a little less than they have been. So maybe you look at it like, okay, we're gonna draft a young player, and this young player is probably going to get some minutes for the first 3 months. So we'll get an accelerated look at him, and still have time to make a decision on Butler and Moody or some other guys on the roster who may be, log jammed if this kid's the real deal.
Yeah, but I also think that, it depends on what the Warriors have learned from their past. Do they believe that a guy that comes in that they draft this year has got to play and they got to make sure that there's time for him? Or do they feel like they can try and develop him at a slower pace? You just take Ament. He shot below 40% from the floor. He's a 33% three-point shooter as a freshman in college. Should that get better? Yes. But am I to believe that kind of player at that level of efficiency is going to be able to stay on the floor for 30 minutes a night as a rookie, as a 19-year-old rookie in the NBA? That's a lot to ask unless you're willing to let him stink it up for a few games and cost you a few games.
Right.
And I just don't know if the Warriors are willing to let young players, because they haven't had their actions have shown me different. They have not been willing to let young guys ruin in their minds to lose games for them.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. NBA draft a week from today. Warriors have their highest pick since number 7 back in whenever they drafted Kuminga. We're talking about it at 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by Serramonte Ford. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening now at Serramonte Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And no one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move very fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, maybe saying too much, signing too early, or trusting the process can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Please call Beam Law first before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery, it's your income, it's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history. A 20-part series with Tom Hanks. No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged. Experience the ultimate account of World War II. Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are. Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Three, two. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny lagging a little bit behind. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny's got to get, oh, my God. Those had better be chopsticks.
It's 4 Victor Wembanyama's.
For those who missed it last week, it's coffee stirs. Why do you need...
I'll tell you why, because I rushed...
Why do you need 4 coffee stirs?
Because I rushed in here because I knew I was late, because I had the longest read in the history of reads. Of one I butchered. And so I had to run back from the bathroom. My coffee was ready. I had a quick swoop and pick up my coffee, and I reached in for a stir, and my hands were clean, very clean, but a little damp. And so 3 or 4... were grabbed, but I was in such a hurry I couldn't worry about it.
There's only one reason you should have been late. Let me kind of bury the lead. You know, even though I don't believe it happens as often as we'd like, you want good things to happen to good people. And the only reason you should have been late back from this break is because you were congratulating Joe Hawks on his promotion. And that's the talk of the town today around the station. Joe Hawks Beeman promoted project sales manager. Congratulations.
Yep. Joe Hawks Beeman. Great guy.
Did he get you your coffee stirs?
No, they were there. I got them.
All right.
I got them. All right. So we have the NBA draft coming up next week, obviously, and the Warriors pick number 11. Are they going to use it? Are they going to entertain possible trades for veteran-type players? How much is a young player going to play on this team? So here's the one thing, and here's where I want to start. We talked about James Wiseman. So when the Warriors drafted James Wiseman, his first year wasn't bad, right?
Well, what? He was the only 19-year-old to average 12 and 9?
He averaged, 11 and a half and 12 and 6. Basically averaged 12 and 6.
First since Garnett.
But then he got hurt. And maybe that derailed his career.
This is James Wiseman.
But it shouldn't have derailed his career for 6 or 7 years. What I'm getting at is, if you draft somebody at 11 and the year isn't great, for example, I never dreamed James Wiseman would be out of the league in 4 years. You know what I mean? Like,
neither did the Warriors.
You can have a year where you play a lot as a rookie, but it doesn't mean you're going to be a permanent member of the team or that the team loves you and will continue to keep you on the roster. If like the Warriors and a lot of teams have a lot of young players that play the first year or two, and then you realize either they haven't gotten any better or they're not really playing winning basketball. All that is a way of saying that if they use an 11th pick, which I believe they should, you gotta make a commitment to the kid for at least half a season, knowing full well you're not going to have Butler and Moody. Here's the other thing. Like, this is why I'm not drafting a center. This is a league of wings right now, and you're going to start the year without Butler and without Moody, and you need wings anyway. So that's where I would go. Now, here's the question I'm going to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So there's two guys that I find intriguing, Lendeborg and Kareem Lopez.
Yeah.
So Lendeborg's 24. We all know that. And that's, depending on how you look at it, that may be a disadvantage. Lopez is only 19. But the reason that Lopez, to me, could be the guy, and here's the thing. Let's just say, in theory, 24, he's got no ceiling, and 19, he's got a huge ceiling. Well, Lendeborg could probably come in and play right away. The question is, do you believe Lopez has a better future, let's say 3 or 4 years down the line? The one thing that eases my concern a little bit about a 19-year-old is he has been playing professionally already down in New Zealand. So I'm going to assume that he's already familiar with kind of the pro lifestyle and the commitment and how good you have to, how hard you have to work to be good and all those kind of things. Maybe I shouldn't assume that, but that takes a little of the fear away for me for a 19-year-old, and it's why I would absolutely lean Lopez. He's 6'9", by the way, over a guy like Hans Steinbach of Washington or somebody like Ament. I'd rather go with one of those two than a big man, particularly one that you may have to wait on.
Well, the reason why I wouldn't draft a center is because those guys just generally don't help you in your first year. There was a couple taken last year. Kalkbrenner for the Hornets probably played the most of any center that was taken last year. If you take Mara, sure, he might play 20 minutes a game, but how much is that really helping you? Like, if you need Mara to play, or another center, if you need a center to play 30 minutes a game as a rookie, to me, your team just isn't going to be very good unless that guy is a Victor Wembanyama, who he's obviously not. So I think the Warriors are looking more towards players that can step in and help them. Lopez is a guy who, to me, I think anyone who can pass and has somewhat of a feel is going to be able to play for Steve Kerr and the Warriors. And I don't worry too much about the position because I just feel like as long as you're of a certain positional, if you have positional versatility, you can get on the floor, especially for this team. But The one thing that does concern me, though, is like, all right, let's say Lopez is 19 years old. How much are the Warriors invested in him versus invested in their veterans or their OGs? Because I think they're looking at a player in this draft to come in and complement those guys, not to be someone that could potentially take over in the future. I don't think you can look for a guy at 11 and say he might have the potential to be a future face or cornerstone. I think you're looking for a guy that can help you. You know, the boss sent us some of the players that were taken at 11 in recent drafts. And most recently, it was Cedric Coward.
Okay.
Impactful wing player, Memphis. I think he was top 5 rookie of the year. Good player. But is that going to be a guy? He might be. Could be. But is he going to be a future cornerstone piece for Memphis? Or is he going to be, you know, your third or fourth option for hopefully a team that can make the playoffs? I'm not sure. I like Coward. I think he's good. But to expect to find somebody that can help you now and then maybe take over and down the line, I just think that's a lot of pressure to put on this pick.
Yeah, no, I do too. And I don't think you draft 11 and look what player is most, I mean, maybe you do. What player is most likely to end up a face of a franchise? I don't know. I don't think that's crossed their mind at all. To me, what should be crossing their mind is drafting a player that you believe will be a legitimate contributor after Steph Curry's gone. And yes, I would love for him to be able to be the best team on best player on a really good team. Maybe that doesn't happen, but we have got to get better players in here with bigger upsides than the players they have right now. And so then the question becomes, well, if the perception of Lendeborg is he's already 24 and he's not going to, his ceiling's not as high as Kareem Lopez's ceiling, then that's the decision the Warriors are going to have to make. Do they want a player like Lendeborg who might be able to not only step in next year, but be kind of a stalwart for the foreseeable future? Or do they take a chance on Kareem Lopez, who they may believe has a significantly bigger upside? I would, if they believe in Lopez's upside, I would then take Lopez, because I'm not really operating under a time constraint. But again, if they are, then maybe Lendeborg's the pick.
But aren't they operating under a time constraint?
Well, it depends on how important you think this 11th pick is next year.
Well, what I'm thinking about is how important the Warriors think next year is in general, not just the pick.
Right.
To me, you make the pick because, well, number one, you have it, but also you don't know if, like, I would not move that pick. I'm trying to stockpile as much young talent as possible and get younger as a franchise. But I think, at least when I'm just reading the tea leaves, I don't think the Warriors are done giving up on trying to do something. And by something, I just think make the playoffs. I think this idea of meaningful basketball, the definition has slowly diminished throughout the last couple of years, where when Steph said meaningful basketball, I think a lot of people thought, all right, contending for a championship. And last year it was win a playoff series. This year it was clearly just get into the playoffs, which they couldn't do. To me, that's what meaningful basketball is. And maybe it's play-in games when they're champions for a night. I don't know. But I think they're still under the assumption that that's an attainable goal for this core. And whoever is coming in at number 11 has to complement that, not be independent of it. And maybe Kareem Lopez can be both. But I just feel like, Steiny, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I don't think the Warriors are, I don't think they're done. And I don't think they've given up on whatever this era has left.
So you think, at least leading up to the draft, they're still in...
They're trying to go get LeBron James. I mean, I don't think they will. But my point is, they're still hunting proven, older, veteran talent. I think in terms of tasks this offseason, like what the most important things are to the Warriors this offseason. Number one was deciding on Steve Kerr. And I kind of think that if there were two paths to go down, that's the path they chose, which tells me, all right, the 11th pick is important. There's no doubt. There's pressure on that pick. You got to nail it. You got to find a guy that can help you. But to me, I think that it takes a back seat to what they're trying to swing for in free agency, because if you hypothetically acquire LeBron James,
right?
Well, I'm sorry, Kareem Lopez ain't that important anymore.
Well, not next year. Not next year.
No, but we've seen what's happened with guys that have just gotten lost for a year or two. It's almost like, all right, Kareem, we're going to put you in Santa Cruz so you can go play and develop, because we don't really need you right now. And again, it's just, I think that they had to choose I felt that this summer they had to choose a path. I think they kind of did. And that's why I feel like the more proven commodity, the ready-made talent, is where the Warriors are looking to get better at number 11.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the NBA draft. It's coming up in 1 week. The Warriors have 11, and they might not be in the best position of any NBA team, but they do have options. They have the 11th pick this year. Do they use it? Bring in a young player here and start supplementing around the aging core? Do they start sniffing around to see if they can trade the 11th pick for an established person, established player who's already in the league? On the surface, that sounds crazy to me, but I got to know who that player would be that they're acquiring. Is the player 25? Is he 30 or is he 35? Because to me that makes a difference. The other thing, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. The other guy to me that I think the Warriors have to figure something out now with, and that's Jimmy Butler. So if you're Moses Moody, you're under contract and you're hurt. He may miss the whole year if that's the way that goes. That's a shame, but he'll eventually return, you hope. But I'm starting to go through the Jimmy Butler timetable. And the first thing that I can't get a handle on is he's coming off a big injury. He's making $55 million next year, and he's going to miss at least half the season, maybe more. So if you're Jimmy Butler, to me, you have three options. You come back and play if you feel good enough at the end of the season, play 6 weeks, 2 months, and allow the league to say, hey, Jimmy Butler's back. Well, now he's a free agent. Or Jimmy Butler doesn't come back. He just doesn't come back next year. He misses the entire season and becomes a free agent. But the thing I'm starting to, let's just go through it. If Draymond Green rips up his player option and gets 2 more years,
yep,
and Steph Curry gets 1 more year, which means he's going to be here at least 2 more years, I think Jimmy Butler's going to ask for another year.
Well, I would say good luck with that, Jimmy.
Okay.
Why would anyone want to negotiate with Jimmy Butler this summer? You're talking about this summer.
Well, no. Yes.
Like he would be contract extension eligible this summer.
Yes.
You can ask for a year, but I don't think there's any team in the league that would give him one.
What I'm getting at is,
even if it was for a significantly lower number.
But what I'm getting at is, if you don't want to just lose Jimmy Butler, maybe the Warriors think that he's got 2 more years left in him. Then maybe they have to do something with him. You know what I mean? Because look at it this way, we know Jimmy Butler, I think, and I think he's probably telling the Warriors right now, I'm going to bust hump to get back. I'm going to get back, halfway through the year. I'm going to be good. You know what? Steph's going to be here 2 years. Give me another year at 50.
Hell no.
I'm just saying. I'm talking like I'm pretending I'm Jimmy Butler right now. Like in a crazy way.
You're not that dumb.
I'm just saying, in a crazy way, like I think Butler looks at it as he has control because he'll determine if he comes back or not. And one way to guarantee Jimmy Butler will take rehab seriously is if he's got another year on his contract. I'm not advocating for it.
Yeah, see, I almost feel like the fact that if you gave him another year, that would give him reason to take it slow.
To take the whole year off.
Yeah, like if anything, I think a contract year is motivation enough for him to get out there and play because as much as there's a long history of Jimmy Butler, messing with franchises around contracts. And that's kind of been the crux of every issue, it feels like, for him, and whether it was Chicago or Minnesota, Philadelphia, Miami. It's always been about money. If he's paid, he's happy. He's a fat cat. But the problem is now he's not just playing against his own production. He's playing against time.
Right.
So if you're Jimmy Butler, are you more likely to make money having played conservatively 20 games at the end of next season and showing that you're still maybe 85% of the player you were before you ripped your knee up? Or going into your age 38 season, not having played a year and a half of basketball and coming off an ACL tear, that's when you're going to cash in? To me, I think that's a little foolish. I think Jimmy Butler knows that this contract that he got from the Warriors was the biggest one and the last one that he's ever going to get. And at this point, it's about how he wants to stay in the league. Okay, you could say if you're Jimmy Butler, all right, well, I want 50. I think I'm worth $50 million. And what I think, if we're just being honest, I'm looking at the highest paid players in the league going into next season. Jimmy Butler's the worst contract in basketball because he makes $54 million and maybe a little bit more. And he's the only guy on that list that will be unavailable opening night. Even someone like Anthony Davis, who makes in the same ballpark as Jimmy and played fewer games this year, is probably going to be healthy and able to contribute to the Washington Wizards. There's nobody else in the NBA right now that makes the kind of money that Butler does that is coming off the kind of injury that he has.
Yeah,
at that age.
I'm just trying to look at it from Jimmy Butler's perspective. And if he's going to watch, in theory, Draymond Green tear up his contract.
Levine might be worse. I apologize.
Okay. Tear up his contract and give him 2 more. All right. Now, I get Steph Curry is our franchise. And Jimmy Butler doesn't have Curry's history here. But if I'm Jimmy Butler and I see that Steph Curry only played 43 games last year and has been diagnosed with runner's knee, and the team's willing to give him 60 for the year after next year, and the Warriors don't know the extent of Curry's injury, if I'm Jimmy Butler, I'm saying to the Warriors, hey, I don't want to, in a way, the Warriors have to work with Butler if they have any interest on having him on the team after next year. Now, if they don't, then this is an easy decision, and you either move him for anything you can, or you just let him come off the books at the end of next year.
Yeah, I think from a position of strength, this is the weakest that Jimmy Butler has ever been in when it comes to negotiating contracts, just because he's hurt, he's old, and is a diminished version of himself, just naturally. But I think the thing for me, if you're the Warriors, they don't love you like that. You can't ask for that kind of money the way that Steph and even someone like Draymond can, who'd be about half, if not less than that, of Butler's, because you're not a Warrior. I think that Jimmy Butler he's done awesome things for Golden State since he's gotten here. He's had one really good season and one season derailed by injury, which is kind of where everything fell apart for the entire team. But I don't think the Warriors look at him as I don't think the Warriors want him beyond next season. To me, that's a perfect opportunity to free up a max salary slot and pursue a free agent next season. Hell, I mean, there's a decent amount of free agents this offseason that the Warriors think could go after. I'm not sure if they can afford all of them. You know, they're at the mercy of their big boys, and they're at the mercy of Jimmy Butler's, of his cap slot. They cannot go out and acquire a player that makes $30+ million. Maybe if they finagled some things, but they can't do it. That's why we're talking about Butler being involved in trades. If Jimmy Butler, I'll just say it, if he had the audacity to go to the Warriors and say, I want $50 million next season, or it's going to impact my ability to play at all this year.
Yes. I believe he'll do that.
Okay,
well,
then you got to trade him. Then you got to trade him. Or you got to try to trade him.
You do, but I'm not convinced you can. Or you'd be able to until the trade deadline, because then he's an expiring salary that somebody, may want.
Well, then it would involve you moving off of draft picks, which is something else they may not want to do.
I mean, Jimmy Butler knows they're the fourth best team in the league record-wise when he plays. The other thing that could, and we can talk about this on the other side, the other thing that theoretically could impact it is, like, if the unthinkable happens and LeBron comes here and he takes that 2 for 30, which, again, I don't think he will, again, what Butler will be playing with Green, Curry, and LeBron, all with an extra year on their contract.
Yeah.
No. That's not Jimmy Butler style.
I think it might have to be. Steiny, he's 37 years old.
I understand
with one leg.
Yeah. Some might say that it's not that dissimilar from Steph.
Okay.
I know he's coming off a catastrophic injury.
Well, now we got to hit a break.
All right. What's coming up on the game? 888-957-9570 is the number. NBA draft in a week. Lot of stuff with the Warriors. Talk going on. What are they going to do with the 11th pick? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com. You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. NBA draft coming up in 1 week. Mike Dunleavy has his best opportunity to acquire a young player through the draft in his short tenure with the Warriors. They have the 11th pick in the NBA draft. It's a good draft. They should be able to get a good player in this draft. The question always with the Warriors, or at least for the last several years, is would they move that for an older veteran player? How much are we going all in for some older players or some veteran players? And we stumbled upon talking about Jimmy Butler. And I'm not, okay, I'm going to make a couple statements here, and you can address them.
Floor is yours.
All right. Here's one thing. I'm not convinced that if Jimmy Butler were to come back and play, let's say, 25 games next year,
yes,
at the end of the year, I'm not convinced that will kind of replenish his free agent juice.
Agreed.
Okay. In fact, I'm not convinced Jimmy Butler playing 25 games as opposed to Jimmy Butler missing the whole season would make him significantly less attractive if he's a free agent and there's a team out there that does want him.
You don't think that there's going to be a difference?
That's what I'm not 100%
Like whatever his
convinced.
value is right now will be his value a year from now, no matter if he plays or doesn't.
No. Yes, I think that's a possibility because he's taking a risk too if he comes back, and he might I don't think he's going to push it to prove that. I don't think he's going to push it to be healthy by the end of this year if that's not going that way, so as to have to prove during the season that he's back. I think if he misses the whole season and it's July in free agency, he's going to say, I'm healthy. I'm a free agent. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, but the problem is he's still going to be going into his age 38 season. I think that's the difference. Like, I was talking with the guys in the back, and Carter brought up a good point that the Warriors, they paid Klay Thompson when he was hurt, but Klay Thompson was 28 years old. Klay Thompson was still in his prime, and they also were much more attached and committed to Klay Thompson than they've been to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler I think he was a good trade. He was a nice addition. He helped save a couple seasons ago from spiraling and maybe kicking this proverbial can down the road. But I also think that the Warriors are not, you cannot be loyal to someone like Jimmy Butler because he inherently will not be loyal to you. He's loyal and he plays his ass off for whoever compensates him. And I think that in a year, the Warriors are not going to want to do that at the price that he's asking for. And so he's going to have to find that somewhere else. Or he's going to have to be okay with taking a pay cut. It's like, is Jimmy Butler going to make 54, 56, 58, 60 for the rest of his career? I don't see it.
I agree.
I think he knows that. He's smart enough to know that. I think that's why he was so intent on becoming a Phoenix Sun at the deadline 2 years ago, because that was the only team that was willing to give him 3 or more years. He was looking for his last big bag, and the Warriors gave him one, but they didn't give him as many years as he wanted.
Right.
He just couldn't find it anywhere else. I think that's why Paul George wanted to sign with, maybe it was Golden State a couple off seasons ago, ended up going to Philadelphia, because that's the last place that he can get a 4-year max salary deal at this stage in his career.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Butler could make this difficult on the Warriors.
You think he still sees himself as a max player?
Well, it's not so much as a max player. Let's use the term leverage. Okay, if Jimmy, the only thing, like one of the only things that the Warriors have to hold on to next year, if they think they're the only thing they can hold on to in terms of positivity feels like if Jimmy Butler comes back on March 1st. But if Jimmy Butler is telling you, I ain't coming back on March 1st unless I get money, and not necessarily max, maybe it's 40, I don't even know. But I think Jimmy Butler is the type of I'm going to say it. I think he's the type of guy that I don't know that he'll come back without an extra year on his deal, believe it or not. I can't believe I'm saying it, but that's kind of who he is. Like, nobody tells Jimmy Butler how to do his basketball.
Pat Riley did.
Well, and then he left. I mean, like, here's the other thing. What I'm saying is the Warriors may just have to, they may have to come to terms with Butler's not playing next year, and he's gone. He's just not on the team the following year.
Yes, and unless you're looking to move that contract, I think that's the best case scenario for the Warriors.
Yeah.
To free up $54 million. And it's not as if I'm not saying that Jimmy Butler's a bad player. I think he can still help you. Among the max guys that make that kind of money, I think he's on the lower end. I just think at this stage in his career, he's not what he once was, especially off an ACL. But
Okay, so do you think there's a number that the Warriors and Butler could arrive on for the 2027-2028 season?
No, I don't. I don't think either side is interested in tacking on an extra year right now.
Okay,
because
then
that number would be too low for Jimmy Butler.
I kind of agree,
and that number would be a number for the Warriors. I don't think they're comfortable with it.
And I agree. I absolutely, positively agree. And I'm just telling you, if Jimmy Butler knows that this is it for him, again, I could be wrong, but I'm not convinced Butler, thinking about his self-interest, thinks that him coming back would reestablish any kind of value for him. I know what everybody says. Well, he's going to have to come back and play a couple months and show the league that I'm not convinced of that. I really am. I feel like if he misses the whole year, here's what I'm saying. He plays 20 games and he looks mediocre.
Okay.
He's a free agent.
Yep.
He doesn't play at all, and we don't know what he looks like. Is he really making significantly more money because he played 20 to 25 games at an average level?
I think he's making more money, or he might get more years. And that might be the biggest part. Would the AAV be similar? Perhaps, but I think that someone would be more likely to invest, a 2-year, maybe it's a 1+1 in him. Let me ask you this, because there's a player that I think is in a similar situation to him. He's slightly younger. Are the Dallas Mavericks trying to tack on an extra year to Kyrie Irving's contract right now? Going into next year.
He's got one more. That's it?
This year, and then a player option.
No.
They could negotiate with him. He missed the entire year. I think his value has gone the opposite way. And part of that is because the Mavericks.
Irving's got next year and then a player option.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
but essentially
that's a little different.
Well, but essentially next year's his last year.
Right.
And then he has the option to tear it up or to sign a new contract or to go somewhere else. Like next year, Kyrie Irving has more leverage than Jimmy Butler does.
I don't know about that because, I think you're right. Well, Dallas doesn't have to do anything with Kyrie because
they don't
because
believe that he's going to be a part of what's coming next.
Or it's his decision and his only, right? It's a player option.
But
Kyrie.
Next year, he's under contract.
Right.
The year after would be the player option.
Right.
So theoretically, next year's a contract year for him. Just like Butler.
Yes, but the difference is that Butler right now is an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, no matter what. And Kyrie, it'll be Kyrie's decision to make. If he wants to go back to Dallas for 50, they can't tell him to pound sand.
Yeah, but that's why I think he's got a little more leverage because he can say he can hold them hostage with his player option. Jimmy Butler can't do that.
But Jimmy Butler's only got one more year left.
Yes, I think we're on the same street, maybe just on different sides.
Because I'm not following. Because for example, if Jimmy Butler had a player option at the end of next year for 57, then they wouldn't have to do anything with Butler.
My point is Kyrie Irving is coming off a year in which he did not play basketball.
All right.
I don't think his leverage is very high.
Well, but this is what I mean. He's going to get a whole year to show whether he's Kyrie or not, right?
Yes.
We're not going to be able to get that from Butler this year.
But if you get a half year from Butler,
okay,
and maybe a play-in or potentially first-round playoff appearance, I think there's absolutely a way that he can prove that he's still that kind of player. I mean, if Jimmy Butler helped you in a playoff series next season, you don't think that's going to do wonders for his summer, his value, as opposed to just not playing at all and people wondering if Jimmy Butler still has anything left in the tank at age 38?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying you're not making sense. I just feel like I think Jimmy Butler, I think sometimes we have a tendency to think when a guy plays here in our backyard that he becomes more altruistic or he becomes more of a team player. And I understand, I get it. Butler suffered a season-ending injury, and from that perspective, he doesn't have leverage. But I think Jimmy Butler always looks for leverage, and I'd be shocked if he hasn't come to the Warriors, especially if the Warriors in early July rip up Draymond, give him 2, and then we hear about a Curry extension for 2. So Butler's going to bust his hump to come back knowing he's gone at the end of 20 games anyway.
They also might want to bring him back. It's the same thing with Porzingis.
Yeah, I mean,
so what, Porzingis should have sat the entire year, whether he was traded to the Warriors or not. He could have said, I'm sitting the rest of the year. I got this illness. I got a, back or lower leg injury. I'm going to sit the rest of the year, go into free agency, and it's going to help me. No, Porzingis, just like Butler, I think looked at the last half of the season as an opportunity to prove that he's still worth his salt.
Is he?
Porzingis?
How much did he prove this year? I know he played, but my point on Porzingis is he made 30. He ain't making 30.
No, but he might make 20.
Maybe.
As opposed to, and he also might get multiple years. Because I don't think that if Porzingis went into this summer as a free agent, he's probably getting a 1-year flyer deal, just like he got last year from Atlanta. But if he's interested in job security, I wouldn't be shocked if the Warriors come to terms with Porzingis on a 2-year deal. That wouldn't shock me at all. But I don't think he's getting that unless he played for them.
For the Warriors?
Yes. They knew that there was a risk when they acquired him that he might not play. I mean, I would like to think they'd done their homework and knew that he could come back. But there's a risk that, he's an injury-prone player. He could have played that game against Boston, got hurt, and missed the rest of the year. I'm talking about his first game as a Warrior. And then, what do? You gave up Kuminga for him. You didn't get a player back in that case because he's hurt. But I think Porzingis understood, all right, if I want to continue to play and make the money in a similar ballpark, I got to prove that I can still play. He's only, 2 years removed as a champion? That's not how people look at him right now. They look at him as damaged goods. And unfortunately for Jimmy Butler, as consistent as he's been, and his track record of winning does speak for itself, I think this is just my opinion, I think there's a lot of people around the league that would look at him and say, well, that's all well and good, Jimmy, but you're a 37-year-old coming off an ACL tear. You're not just Jimmy Butler.
Let me agree with you, because that to me is not the sticking point of why Butler may or may not do something. Let's just agree right now. He's a free agent at the end of next year.
Yes.
Let's just say, can we agree that as a free agent next year, because of his age and coming off an injury, it's just completely unsettled? You don't know what he's worth, right?
Yeah, I think either way, it's going to be hard to determine that.
And if, let's say, and you also said he got his last bag.
I think so.
Okay. And by bag, you mean 50 plus.
His last max salary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're Jimmy Butler, all right? And you think one of two things. If you think your big money days are over, okay. First of all, do you I believe 100% Butler's going to go to the Warriors and say, let's work on another year right now.
Okay.
And they're going to say, geez, Jimmy, well, what do you want? And he'll say 45, and they'll have to make a decision. Maybe they think, whatever. Can they come to a number? 35, 30, 25. Well, maybe he won't do 25. Okay. What I'm getting at is if he gets a sense that they don't believe, they don't know, I don't think he has any incentive to come back.
Well,
not only that.
That's where we disagree.
Well, not only that, because he'll be pissed at the Warriors.
Why would he be pissed?
Because
They gave him something that no other team was willing to give him in the first place.
What do we know about Jimmy? What's the thing that gets him all riled up? It's money, right? And it's contract situation.
Yes.
Okay. I just don't think I don't think he's gonna I don't think it's this simple. Oh, he's gonna bust hump, come back into March, and then he's gonna be good, and they're gonna, and then I don't think Butler's gonna.
Okay.
I think Jimmy Butler.
Fine.
Here's the thing. I think Jimmy Butler thinks so highly of himself that he probably's like, I don't have to come back for 15 or 20 games. I'm Jimmy Butler. I'll be fine next year. And somebody will still bite. Somebody will pay him. Maybe not 50, but it'll probably be more than the minimum for a short number of years. So I'm just not convinced he's got any incentive to come back for the Warriors if he doesn't have money that following year.
Well, and that's why that's where we disagree. Because I also think that Jimmy Butler is smarter than you're giving him credit for. And I think that as much as he would ask for an extra year, the response is simple. Hey, Jimmy, we got to take care of this first. We got to do this. And by the way, we still got to extend Steph. We can't even do that till August. So as much
you're
as
going to extend. So okay,
you're going to extend Steph and not Jimmy. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
You don't think that's going to piss Jimmy Butler off?
I don't care what it does to Jimmy Butler.
That's fine. Then just be prepared for him not to play next year.
He's not going to play because they gave the face of the franchise, one of the faces of basketball, an extension?
No, it's going to be a lot of different reasons. It's going to be because they did Draymond a solid. They did Steph a solid.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Those are Golden State Warriors. He knows that.
I understand that, and you understand that.
Then why wouldn't Jimmy Butler understand?
Because he doesn't, that's not who he is. That's... it's like the scorpion and the frog. He's a scorpion. He's
also been 5 different places that haven't made room for him. And I think he knows that right now there's not room for him, which is why he would want to prove that there should be. I could see Jimmy Butler, if he comes back comes back next season, works his way back, plays well. I could see him making a stink next year in free agency, but making a stink now and during the season and during his rehabbing, and maybe if he decides to come back and not, I don't see that. I don't know. And maybe I'm giving Jimmy Butler too much credit. And maybe we're in for an absolute firestorm this season that he single-handedly places upon Chase Center.
The audacity.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess I just feel like, if the Warriors had traded for him this year and he was hurt, I think we're having a different conversation. Like the Wizards. The Wizards traded for Anthony Davis knowing that he was not going to play for them this year. Or if he did, it would
last year.
Or last year, sorry.
Sure.
Same, Trae Young played for them a little bit, but they know that those two guys are in their future plans because they're probably going to extend them this summer. That's not the scenario that Jimmy Butler is in. The team traded for him 2 seasons ago, gave him the guaranteed money, so that if something catastrophic like an ACL tear happened, that he would be taken care of. And after that, I'm sorry, that's where the loyalty ends to me. I think the Warriors have done Jimmy a great service by giving him that 2-year, $110 million extension. I don't know how many other places would have given him that, or he could have got that.
I think this is a good discussion, but I'll say this. The conclusion that to me, I think you got points, and obviously I think I have points.
Well, no, I think you're on a Jimmy.
We got to trade him then. He's got to be moved.
He might be.
Seriously then. He has to be moved.
He might be.
He has to be moved to a team that's prepared for him not to play for him. Problem is, then you're not going to get much for him. And you might, I don't know. I mean, you got to move off him. That's where I'm at right now.
With Butler?
Yes.
Because you want to avoid the 2-ring circus. I guess for him it'd be the no-ring circus. But.
I'm just envisioning a year where we get into January and if the Warriors are 20-30,
yeah,
I don't think he's coming back. Like they're better. There's got to be something to play for.
Well, that I'm kind of with it. It's not that he wouldn't come back, but I think he would just come back at his own speed. Like I also think he wants to play basketball. You know, like the whole idea of risking it at this stage. I don't know. Like getting an ACL tear this late in your career for a lot of people would be a career-ending injury. So I think that Jimmy's going to take it easy, but like seriously, you think he doesn't play next year?
I'm thinking, I don't know how he goes about his negotiating, but I think you better be aware of who Jimmy Butler is. And
I'm aware of who Jimmy Butler was.
Okay, that's fair.
And maybe I'm just being naive, but I think that I'm trying to give Jimmy Butler some credit here that he's smart enough to understand that if there's a summer to try and get some money, this ain't one of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, he's a great resume. He's a future Hall of Fame player. I'm not trying to take anything away from Jimmy Butler. I think he's a baller. And I think what he did a couple seasons ago is probably underrated at this stage because of how much, or because he got hurt last year. I give him a lot of credit for that. But I also don't see the Warriors right now being in a place where, off of a 37-win season, they can just be giving out contracts.
Would you trade Jimmy Butler right now for De'Aaron Fox?
Yes.
I think I would too.
I know that Fox is going to play 80 games.
Although, actually, I forgot about Fox's contract.
Well, that contract stinks, but also it's like, are you going to get a better player for him?
I know. And I know everybody thinks De'Aaron Fox stinks. Well, he doesn't stink. He can not a superstar, but
okay. So De'Aaron Fox isn't Jalen Brunson.
Yeah,
he's still a pretty good player. And what did we learn last year? We need guys who can play.
Yeah, I think his money is just too prohibitive because then they're going to gobble up cap space.
We need Thundercats.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select Extra Meaty Pork Loin Back Ribs, just $3.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is open June 19th through July 12th with plenty of kid-friendly favorites like food, carnival rides, demolition derby, and monster trucks, even pig races. And right now, save big with advanced tickets at AlamendaCountyFair.com.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and that includes the matches at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. And right now, Algeria is trading at 65% to beat Jordan, meaning a $100 trade pays out $150 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, and you get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/rules. regulatory.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Clouds early, sun later in San Francisco, going up to 66.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And we spent a lot of time talking about the Warriors. The NBA draft is next week. And the Warriors pick number 11. Will they use it? Will they trade it? We talked a lot about that. I do want to, before we jump into the Giants, I do want to update our listeners. It looks like Giannis is focused. This is the headline. Giannis is focused on getting to Miami. So the trade would most likely involve Giannis. It would involve Tyler Hero, Jaquez, and Ware, the center, the young center, and maybe some draft picks. But that's the latest on the Giannis front.
Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. If the Knicks had not won the finals, he might be a New York Knick, but it's like what? LA, New York, Miami. That's where everyone wants to go.
Yep.
As much as we love the Bay Area, as much as some other markets think that they got, legitimate chance to get some of these guys, it's at the end of the day, the superstars, 3 places they want to live, and Miami's one of them. So, plus you get to stay in the East. Maybe Giannis looks at him as like, they won 43 games last year. I could get them to 48. Get in the playoffs, make something happen. Hell, Knicks won the finals. Why can't we?
Yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't want to go to the West.
I think I think he absolutely wants to stay in the East. Hey, real quick, by the way, so like I ran this by you today.
Yeah.
And your response was kind of muted. But I'm hoping that
Did you talk to me before,
Carter and Ken are also listening.
Or after I had coffee?
I was right in the middle of your first cup. Okay. Fair or foul, even though I know the... All right, so yesterday, I'm getting on BART. And it's not packed. It's not empty. It's it's about medium full. Most of the seats are taken, a couple people standing. And as I enter the BART train, there's a young gentleman with a dog on a leash.
Service animal?
It was not. It had no indication that it was a service animal. Not that it matters. I love dogs more than people. It was a pit bull, but hey, pit bulls are lovable too.
They get a bad rap.
But here's the thing. I come in, the dog's laying there, cute as a button. Oh, just cute as a button, just laying there. And I say to the owner, hey, is your dog friendly? And he goes, no. And I look at him and he's like, well, and then he says to me, well, he knows who to be friendly to and who not to. He knows what he knows. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. We're just letting dogs on BART, apparently.
Well, they're not allowed. I don't think.
Unless they're a service dog.
Yeah, if it's a service animal, it can be on BART. But it's, all right. How long you lived in the Bay?
30 years.
You've seen a lot weirder crap on BART, or maybe literal, than a dog on a train. I have to imagine that's top 75 weirdest things you've seen on BART. A dog that is not friendly walking around. By the way, because I didn't ask you this earlier. You're right, I was muted. How many dogs do you walk up to and ask their owner if you can pet them?
A lot. I love dogs.
I get you love dogs.
Yeah.
But you don't have to just accost every...
Oh, it's not a cost.
...walking pup.
No, it's not every.
...in the San Francisco Bay Area.
It's not everybody. For example, our good friend Jim Mollet.
Yeah.
He's got a dog.
He does.
First time I met his dog, I said, Jim, is your dog friendly? And Jim's like, of course. And his dog's friendly. So now his dog and I are tight.
Yeah, but you're walking home from BART as you do every day.
Sure.
Every time you see a dog, you just ask him, can I pet your dog?
Not anymore. Not anymore. I told you about 3 months ago what happened, right?
Did you get bit?
No, but I was crossing the street and a woman had a dog on a leash.
Mm-hmm.
Intersection. Long leash. Close your eyes and picture it. As she's walking past me, the dog was like a retractable leash, you know?
Yeah.
The dog starts making his way over to me, like hopping around. It's kind of a puppy. Hey, little puppy. Starts like kind of veering toward me. And of course, I put my hand down backwards the way they teach.
So it can smell you.
This woman starts absolutely undressing me. Don't you ever put your hand down in front of my dog. Don't you ever do that again. Don't you ever put your hand down.
Oh, dear.
And I was like, it was one of those moments where 20 years ago, I'm turning around and every other word's going to be an MF, and I'm gonna tell her, your effing dog came over to me. You need to get your dog under. But you know what I did? I said, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
This was all.
Have a nice day. And then I went into the ship.
This was all in the middle of a crosswalk?
Yep.
So you just, middle of the street, stopped to...
No, I didn't stop. As I was walking by, I put my hand down. She starts berating me as we begin to walk to the opposite side of each intersection. So she stops and walks slow and is starting to look back. I'm still crossing, and she's undressing me verbally. And at one point, I said, okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, okay. And then I just walked into the establishment.
Was her name Karen?
I have no idea.
Okay, it sounds like
no
one.
idea.
You can't yell at people for your dog going up and sniffing them. But this is where we differ a little bit. And maybe it's just because I take care of a dog a decent amount. By the way, you have a dog. Why do you have to pet everybody else's dog?
I love dogs.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, you get a lot of pets. Your dog wouldn't like you cheating on her with other dogs.
The difference with the woman who lambasted me was that her dog had scampered up toward me.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't frightened because it was kind of a puppy. And so I just wanted to greet the dog. And she had a conniption.
She probably was thinking that the dog was going to bond with you and not with her. Get a little smelly.
Well, let me tell you who wasn't going to bond. Me with the owner. That was a bond that was never going to happen.
Well, typically when you're at a dog park, you don't get to learn the owners. I don't care about them. I care about their dogs. I know their dogs' names. I don't know their names. Why would I want to learn a pet owner's name if we're at the park together?
No, that's
same
funny.
thing.
That's the funny thing about the dog park. You go to the dog park, you see 10 people that you see all the time. You don't know their name, but you know the dog's name.
Yeah, I know the Australian Shepherd named Tony, but I don't know who takes care of the Australian Shepherd named Tony. Similar to the dog I take care of. Everyone knows who Tuna is. No one knows who I am.
Right.
And in fact, I prefer to remain in anonymity. I would rather them not know who I am. But you can
tune him with the tongue. Let him know.
Yeah.
Follow him on IG.
Yeah, he's on Instagram. There's nothing wrong with petting dogs, but I guess I didn't know that you would walk up to every single dog.
Again, I didn't walk up to this dog.
Well, this one, no. I'm talking about the one on Bart.
Okay. Well, I didn't walk up to that dog.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I asked the owner first. And when he gave the answer he did.
So you shouted from across the train?
No.
Then you had to walk up to him.
I was about halfway to you as I am now, and his dog was beside you. I was never within an arm's reach of his dog.
It sounds like he didn't want you to be.
Hey, Steinmetz, I know language matters to you. I think what you mean to say is she was dressing you down, not undressing. Yeah, I've always used, I know dressing down. I know what that means, but verbally undressing me? I think, you know how defensive I get. I think it counts.
Well, and if I said something wrong, you would hit me for it. So I think you're on.
I said verbally undressing me.
Yeah, you're fine.
By the way, I did find out something that did disappoint me. So you take Tuna on the BART trade?
No.
Oh.
No, because dogs are not allowed on BART, so I wouldn't take a dog on BART. Okay. But if someone if someone doesn't have a car and there's a scenario where you have absolutely no other option, you're going to the East Bay or coming from the East Bay or whatever, and you can't find someone to take care of your dog, I don't have a problem with it. Like, if someone has their dog on BART, I'm not going to walk up to them and say you're breaking the rules and stick a kick me sticker on their back. But I'm also not going to bring my dog on BART unless it's absolutely necessary, because I have respect for other people.
And, I'm the great Sal Castaneda, KTVU. Mm-hmm. I had to run this one by him because this is right up his alley. He knows all things BART in San Francisco. He says dogs can only be on BART like that if they are service animals. Otherwise, they must be in a crate. You could fit Tune in a crate.
Yeah,
easy.
100%. He didn't like it, though. The one thing that people are doing, I've found, and this is more of these are more aerial journeys, like on planes. People are really stretching that definition of service animal.
Yes, they are.
And it's not just with dogs.
Yes, they are.
That gerbil is not a service animal. That bird is not a service animal. You don't want to have to either take care of it by stashing it somewhere or having someone else take care of him for you, or pay to have it shipped to wherever you're going, I don't know, or drive, whatever's easiest. And so you'd rather make everybody's life on that plane lesser than by bringing your loud, obnoxious animal that you don't really need. If it is a true service animal, that's fine. And I'll live with, I'll live with Toto yapping at the back. But what I'm not going to live with is your varmint that is just sitting in the middle of an aisle seat and chirp, chirp, chirp the entire time when I can't sleep. Even if it's a 90-minute flight. Service animals, there's got to be some sort of concrete definition.
Who were the two Giants fans? Didn't they have a duck? They have a pet duck that they brought to the stadium.
That's right.
A duck. I'm with you there. What are we doing? A duck.
Yeah, an emotional support gerbil.
Let's go to FedEx Mike. He's our resident dog expert. He's in San Francisco right now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hey, FedEx Mike, how you doing?
Steiny, you got that one in before you got me on the air. Great job.
Thank you.
There's two things when the dog gets in the crosswalk.
Okay.
First of all, Stein, I can see exactly your thing. You're doing the right thing. You think the dog's friendly, and it probably is, and you're putting your hand down. The lady made a crucial dog owner number one mistake. You don't have one of those retractable loose leashes when you're around the intersection or in the crosswalk. The dog could bolt one way or the other.
Right.
That's on her. And if she got offended by it, well, like they said in the studio, was her name Karen? Anyway, you guys, love all the dogs. English Bulldogs rule. Take care.
Thank you. That's FedEx Mike. He's our resident dog expert. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, the English Bulldog, was that the breed of Rocco?
I don't know.
Clay's dog? I think he had a bulldog.
I think his was a bulldog.
I got to double check. They're very cute.
I might have taken a little liberty with it was a retractable leash. But what I'm saying is...
Yeah, Rocco was an English
Even if
bulldog.
it was a normal leash...
Rest in peace.
When the woman and the dog began crossing the intersection, the dog was right by her side. As I began to pass, then the dog veered out toward me. It wasn't a retractable leash, but there was slack in it so that the dog could begin to approach me.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because you don't want to be yanking on the chain of your dog and potentially hurting him when he tries to go talk to everybody because, well, for example, your dog, who I've had the pleasure of spending time with.
I'm down on Rosie.
What? Is that why you're going to pet other dogs?
She's regressing. Dude, she's
what are you
regressing.
Talking about?
Rosie's regressing.
What are you talking about? She's sweet.
She's started to pee in the house in the middle of the night.
Did you do something?
Did I do something?
Yeah, you pissed her off. You didn't feed her on time, didn't let her out.
That dog loves me.
Well, I know she loves everybody. The moment you walk in the house, she just lays there.
Yeah. We think that maybe, I should have kept Mike, the FedEx Mike on because I have another dog question. Rosie's very meek around other dogs. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Do you think that's because we got her fixed when she was a little too young? Like she never got her built up her confidence. She. And then, never really built up her confidence. And then,
Well, that's interesting. So I've only taken care of or been around male dogs that have been fixed. And what they can be is spiteful, but it's not, it's not towards other dogs. It would be towards you because they know that what you did to them was completely emasculating. And that is where I do think that people don't give enough, credit in the sentience department towards these dogs. Whenever you fix them, they know it. And there's something that happens, not just, internally, but there's something psychologically upstairs that goes down. It changes your relationship. And it might be for the better, but it also could be for the worse. And I don't know what you did to Rosie and when, but it sounds like maybe her, lack of bladder control at this point could be related to something from the past.
From 7 years ago.
You never know.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, enough of the dog talk. Oh, although D in Washington wants to talk about Jimmy Butler. Hey, D in Washington, what's going on?
What's up, D?
Sinatra, what's going on?
How are you?
Hey, I'm all right, man. I see you keeping good company today, bro. You have my guy Evan with you, man. Hey, man, this is high-level company you have right there today. Anyway.
Don't let Goo hear you say
Evan,
that.
I didn't know you were a dog.
You know how he gets.
Hey, Evan, I didn't know you were a dog. I didn't know you were a dogologist, man. Listen to you talking a lot about dogs, man. Look at you. Awesome. Listen, man, I just wanted to say a few things about Jimmy Butler.
All right.
First of all, I don't trust this organization to ever do what's right anyways, right? If I were the owner, the very first thing I would do, I'd trade Jimmy Butler and I would trade Draymond Green. But as you know, Lacob never does what's right. So moving forward, there's a good chance that they might offer Jimmy an extension, a 2-year extension, and he's going to end up making close to 40-something plus million. So, which would be stupid in my opinion. But anyways, I don't trust Lacob to do what's right, man. He has not proven to be capable to make the right decision for the last 5 years. Since the last 5 years. So I'm going to leave it like that now. I hang up and listen to you guys from the other side.
Thanks, D. Appreciate you. You know, the one thing Joe Lacob never did was trade Steph Curry. So that's one move.
What do you... Okay, this is what...
No, I'm serious. Like,
did you call Bleacher Report last week?
Why?
I don't know. They put out some trade for Steph with Charlotte, and I thought that you might be at the bottom of it.
Okay, you're missing the point here. What I'm saying is, I get it. Like, when somebody says Lacob hasn't done anything in 5 years, well, the reality is he never traded Steph Curry. He turned down the Klay Thompson for Kevin Love trade that might not have worked, and then they won titles.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Well, sometimes I don't know if it was Pat Riley. Sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't make.
There you go, Evan.
However, I think that typically applies to guys that are in their primes. You know, for example, everyone for years was talking about Boston. You got to get rid of Tatum or Brown. Can't play together. They're going to make too much money. They're redundant. Lo and behold, they win a championship. I think the Knicks probably were in a similar situation going into this season where people were talking about how, you paid too much for Bridges. Cat's not physical enough. Brunson, he too little, to quote Becky Hammond. And they got it done. It's like, I think that applies to players that you don't want to give up on guys that are in their primes, but trading someone like Jimmy Butler, I don't think they're going to do it. I'm with D. I think they're going to ride this thing out and the Warriors have been, and actually this is kind of what it's come to. The problem I guess I've had with the last few seasons, as much as I've understood the logic behind it, Steiny, would you agree that they've operated based on their decisions being made for them? Like, they've waited for the games and the years to play out, and then hopefully there's a path that just kind of appears. As opposed to being proactive and trying to create, I don't know, a better present.
Well, what I think is going on right now with the Warriors is I think they're weighing every possible option. Can we move 11 for a young player? Could we move 11 for a veteran? Could we move 11 for somebody in their prime? Do we like any of those guys more than the 11th pick? All right. How important is the 11th pick? Well, are we going to have LeBron James? You know what I mean? What kind of team are we going to have? So I think the way they look at it is, and tell me what you think about this. We're almost up against it, but if they know right now they're getting LeBron James, that's got to impact your offseason strategy, right?
Well, in that case, then
would you be more likely to move the 11th pick? Probably.
Well, you'd be more likely to. I personally wouldn't.
Me neither.
Yeah. How would that impact your theory about Butler and him choosing to come back or not come back? I think that he would want to play with LeBron. I don't know how that would look.
Yeah, I don't either.
But those are two cerebral players. Those are two players that can figure out how to play together. I think that Butler would. I think he'd love that. He'd also be pretty pissed if LeBron took $15 million per year, because that means
that's actually true.
That anybody else looking at him in the future. In fact, I bet there's a lot of veterans. I don't know if LeBron. I don't think LeBron's going to take 15, but let's say LeBron takes 25 or 30. There's going to be a lot of veterans out there that are saying, "Damn it, Because if LeBron James is worth $30 million, and I understand he's Jackie Robinson 42, but that also means that all those older guys, that old money ain't going to be there anymore. Like it's kind of like a new standard.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying there. I wonder if one guy could impact, like, because everybody knows kind of LeBron's special.
But I think that's also, well, he is special in that he could sign 1+1s for the last decade and get away with it. But I also think that he and Steph, along with maybe Durant, if you want to throw him in there, those are the guys that I think have given front offices hope that players can play and be great late into their 30s. I mean, how many players before those three guys could you say that about? That's just the way things are. I know people look at Brady, but that's a different sport. I'm talking about the NBA, where you could be the leader, the number one of a franchise at age 40. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. All right. Hey, as you know, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. The faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's the strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law first. From that first call, they take over, handling the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you cannot undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together ring heals.
Tune in for World Soccer Championship updates on the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and afternoons with Dan Dibley, right here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
It's the best time of the year for sports. Teams are making big moves. Maybe it's time your money did too. Celebrate the 75th anniversary of San Francisco Fire Credit Union with a limited time 7-month tiered certificate. Start with just $250. Visit sffirecu.org and click Discover Our Best Offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Germany is in rebuild mode, but never count them out. A tenacious central midfielder drives the engine room while young forwards bring speed and creativity. Their tactical discipline and tournament pedigree remain formidable.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that didn't end well. Bob ain't taking another job, and Guru ain't a 143.
What do they call that? Presumptuous?
Yeah.
That he was going to, I guess on both their parts. No, Bob, so he just hired the Philly GM, right?
Yep. So now he stays above the Philly GM, who's, this is his first job. Their owner there, Josh Harris, wanted a guy who hadn't been a GM before. Now he hired a first-time GM, and he'll go back to LA and keep in touch with the guy.
Oh yeah, no, but
seriously, that's what he does.
But I have a question, and because you spend time with him, maybe you can help me. Why would an owner want to hire a general manager with, you said no experience or no prior experience, as opposed to, like Dallas got Masai, who's obviously got plenty of experience. Why would Philly want to do that?
Here's my understanding. Josh Harris, the owner of Philly, is pretty intense, pretty high maintenance.
Hands-on?
Very high maintenance. Yes, and hands-on. And so when they were thinking about GMs, that came up. Like, probably won't work to have a veteran GM come in here with, young Josh Harris, relatively young, calling him all the time and this, that, and the other. So that's why they settled on a first-time GM.
Gotcha.
And, what's Adam Peters' job in Washington for the Commanders? Like
he's the John Lynch.
Yeah, Bob Myers hired him. Because and I'm just like, that's what Bob does. He oversees the 4 or 5 general managers or presidents of 4 or 5 pro teams. It's a great job.
Well, it's also, assuming there's a lot of pressure in that job.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if
the pressure's on whoever he hired in Philly?
Yes and no, but you're the guy that picked him. Like if Adam Peters hadn't got Jaden Daniels with his first pick and the Commanders had just been, going down the same lane that they had before and he fizzles out, isn't that somewhat of a reflection on Bob?
I think Bob is more there to be the go-between between all the franchises outside of the Sixers to Josh Harris.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he has final say. Obviously, the owner's going to hire whoever they want to hire, but I'm assuming that Bob is presenting them with these options. These are the people that I would lean into, and then you make your choice.
For sure.
Okay.
I think that's
so
the
he
way
vets.
It is. Yes. Yes.
He's a great vetter.
He does. That's
pretty cool.
Speaking of vets, it's been a year since Rafi Devers was traded to the San Francisco Giants. And the Giants, for whatever reason, just have not played well, in essence, from the moment Devers got here. Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic wrote yesterday that the Giants, they're ready to talk about a rise. They're ready to talk about Robbie Ray. According to Rosenthal, they're not interested in trading Logan Webb, but it does seem like if they had an opportunity to get off one of their 3 veterans, Devers, Adames, or Chapman, they might. So that's where the Giants are right now. Your thoughts? Talk about Devers.
Well, it flies in the face of a adage that time flies.
Yeah.
Not when you're not having fun. I think it's been a really long year for the San Francisco Giants. Basically, from the moment he's gotten here. Can you recall, this is something I was thinking about, kind of had the last few days. But really, when I saw the only tweet, which was Giants are open to trading, and he also mentioned Adames and Chapman, but to me, Devers that's the big boy because you acquired him to be your middle-of-the-order bat, to be your offensive threat, to be your number one. Can you recall a player based purely off of production or lack thereof that a team has soured on as fast as the Giants have soured on Rafael Devers? It's been 365 days, and the Giants went from being a game out of first place to getting a middle-of-the-bat lineup, which had escaped them virtually since the moment Barry Bonds retired. They got that guy, and we're on cloud 9, and a year later, you know what? We're okay with moving on. I can't recall a player in my lifetime in the Bay Area that has been a complete 180. And it's just, I've never seen it before.
It's a good question. 888-957-9570. Rafi Devers has been here a year. You know what I'm trying to figure out is where the entire fan base is on Rafi Devers. I know he's been disappointing. By the same token, he's now played 162 games as a Giant. He has 29 homers and 85 RBIs. That would be a season. It feels like he's been much worse than that. Obviously, his average has slipped, 30 points or so. But I do lump Devers and Webb together in that if you're trading one of those guys, and I know they're more unlikely to, I don't know who they're more unlikely to trade. But then whether you like it or not, you're trading bona fide, veteran, proven players. You know what I mean? Like players who are still good and can contribute. Like if Devers was on another team with a little more pop, I think they'd be happy with him. So I'm always like, I'm not in the we've got to move Devers. Now the thing with Eldridge maybe makes it more urgent if you got to get Eldridge to first base, but if you have time to make that decision, as it relates to Devers, he's not. If something comes down the pike that blows you away, that's one thing. But I'm not having to deal Devers right now.
No, I probably wouldn't. But the difference between him and Webb is that you wouldn't deal Logan Webb because you don't think that there's a package good enough for him. You wouldn't trade Devers because you can't. Like no one's going to. I mean, the Giants are basically saying that they're willing to sell low on a player that was already sold for pretty low last year.
You talking about Devers?
Yeah, that's why they got him. They didn't think that Harrison and Tibbs were that much to give up, even though they turned out to both be good players. I mean, everybody last year was saying that the Giants got him, like they fleeced the Red Sox, so they stole him away.
Yep.
And I think it's hilarious, well, maybe not that funny, but certainly interesting that both franchises have gone in the opposite direction. And that's what makes it so strange because it isn't as if the Red Sox have skyrocketed since they got rid of this quote-unquote cancer. You know, a guy that was giving them fits last offseason. The Red Sox have screwed up, in my opinion, maybe more than the Giants have, by what they did with what they got, in addition to what they thought they already had that could replace what they traded. The Giants just acquired a dude who appears to be aging before our eyes. And that's why I think they're trying to get off the rest of this 7-year deal. But what it also, I mean, what we're finding out also is the Giants actually do have time because this schedule that Buster Posey was supposedly putting this franchise on towards the playoffs and contention and getting back to winning seasons, I don't think there's a schedule for that at all. So if you're talking about players to trade and players to try and get off of, sure, Devers is one of them. But I don't think there's much pressure to do that at all.
No, I don't either. I'm sure they're calling people and seeing if anybody has interest. But to me, well, what about and he eventually won everybody over, but what about Wiggins?
That's a bit different.
Yeah, I know.
That's actually a lot different.
How so?
Because he didn't have to be the man. Devers has to be the man for this team.
Oh, okay. You're going that way. I just meant Wiggins. A lot of people were down on Wiggins after he got here until he won the title.
Yes, but
how about look, how about D'Angelo Russell?
I think that's a better comp.
Okay.
Yeah, D'Lo. I mean, but the difference was no one did you expect Russell to be here long term?
No, but I also didn't expect Devers to be like, I thought Devers was really good.
He was really good. Look, the problem, so I asked you, is there a player that a franchise has done a 180 on quicker than Devers? The only team that I can think of that's done something like that in which the image or the perception of that player and his talents or her talents has changed completely within 365 days. The only guy I can think of is Brandon Ayuk. But that has to do with something that's different than football. That has nothing to do with what happened on the field. It had to do with his contract negotiation and then apparently what's been transpiring over the last several months. Devers, it's purely because of baseball. I don't think anybody dislikes Rafi. There's no rumors coming out of the locker room that he's a bad guy and doesn't want to do this, or, you know, maybe he's not inclined to talk to the media, but it isn't as if when he does it, he's a D-bag. He's just not very good for what they paid for him and what they are currently paying him. So that's That to me, Steiny, is the most frustrating part. Is like you got 7 more years of this if you don't trade him, and he plays every day. He's always available, but it's like that hurts you more than him even being absent. It's like him being he's a player that if he's healthy, he has to be in the lineup every single day. But he's got a 700 OPS.
Yes, but I still think when it comes to a player like that, it's still about what he represents. And what he represents is a home run hitter in the lineup. Like he'll hit 30 for you. He'll hit 30 home runs for you. Now, maybe what the Giants are finding out is he can't carry you. He can't be your best player. He needs to be in a lineup with other guys where he's just one of the, signature bats. But like the way I do look at it with Devers is if you trade him, he hasn't been good for you for one calendar year, but you're still trading a 30 and 85 guy. And this team doesn't have a lot of those. So maybe we're saying the same thing. I'm not in a rush to trade Devers. He would not be the guy I would move first. I'd move Horizon Ray. But let's real quick about Logan Webb. I don't think the Giants want to move Logan Webb. And here's why. Well, not maybe one of the reasons. Like if the Giants move Arise and they get a minor leaguer, right? Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. If the Giants trade Webb for a guy that nobody's heard of, I think there's going to be scrutiny then on that guy or those guys because they will have been the two guys or the guy that's been traded for Logan Webb. And I do think Logan Webb's got, more cachet than 90% of the Giants.
Well, I think that they don't want to move him it's for a similar reason as Devers. The moment you move a player of that caliber, whether he's performing or not, you're immediately looking to replace him, right?
Yep.
If you trade your ace away, what do you need? You need an ace. And I know you could call him a 1, a 2, whatever. He's your best pitcher.
Right.
So the moment you get rid of that, you're trying to find it again, which as easy as a lot of people believe that is, it ain't. You can't just go find a guy at the top end of your rotation unless you're willing to spend $250 to $300 million, which is one of the reasons they're in this predicament in the first place, because they've spent poorly. Devers, same deal. Is Devers a 40 home run, 120 RBI guy? No. But the whole point of having Eldridge or someone like him was to add to a group of hitters that are productive. Rafi's not hitting well right now, but in a perfect world, if you have Eldridge and Devers in the middle of your lineup, sure, it ain't the Dodgers, but that's a pretty good 3-4 combination.
I completely agree with that. And that makes me wonder, how urgent are the Giants for, to get Eldridge to play first base every single game? What's the upside of that? What's the possible downside of that? And, the bottom line is there any way where you can play both those guys? And maybe the answer is no. Where you can play both those guys where one doesn't have to be a first baseman and the other doesn't have to be a DH. I think it would change so much if one of those guys could do one other thing, play somewhere else.
Well, and that's why I think the number one thing that Bryce Eldridge needs to do this offseason is get an outfielder's mitt.
Well, I think, yeah. I agree.
If you can, by the way, Elliot Ramos was the worst left fielder in baseball last year, right?
Yeah.
Eldridge can't be that much worse.
Well, if you put Eldridge out there, you already have a terrible fielding outfield. So
you do. But I'm saying this season, maybe you don't try it. I know he hasn't played outfield, I think, since his first year in pro ball, but he's more likely to learn a new position than Devers is at this stage in his career. And I think if you can get him to just be, like Kyle Kyle Schwarber used to play left field. Kyle Schwarber ain't there to catch a baseball. He certainly ain't there to throw a baseball. He's there to hit a baseball. But if you can find him a position, then you keep your DH flexible. The problem is the Giants have a lot of guys that are aging into DHs before our eyes, or already there in the case of Eldridge.
Who else is on that list, you think?
I think Chapman will eventually get. Chapman's slower, but he's 33 years old. So
Chapman can play the field for a couple more years, right?
Yeah, but is he going to be able to play 130 games a year at third base? I don't know. He might. Yeah. He could. Arenado's playing a pretty damn good third base, and he's a few years older than Chappie. Adames is someone who's either moving towards playing second base or needing a day or two to DH. They have a lot of guys that are designated hitters on good baseball teams. At least are going to be soon. So I think they need to find Eldridge a different position, even if he's subpar, because what he gives you at the bat, you're eventually going to want in the lineup every day.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily catering to Devers, but you're not, if you're not a finished product and you don't have to make a decision right away, yeah, you have time to develop Eldridge at another position. Also, what that accomplishes is, you're keeping Devers engaged because he's going to play first for you the rest of this year. And then hopefully Eldridge, if he learns another position, it's an outfield position. And and Devers is on board with that. And then Devers can take a day or two, off from first base and DH, and Eldridge can play first base when, you want Devers to not play in the field, or you want to give him a day out of the field. But if there's no urgent sense to get rid of Devers right now, I'm not inclined to do so.
If I was to rank the guys on both Olney and Rosenthal's list, so it was Arise, Ray, Chapman, Adames, Devers, Webb. That's 7 players. What's the urgency to move them in order?
Well, let me spin it another way. Of those 7 players, who could you get the most for?
Logan Webb.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid you were going to say.
But all right, so this is a.
But I don't. I'm not moving him right now.
Well, I don't think they want to either. Okay. But one of the reasons they don't is because, and I think it's also why they wouldn't be able to get as much for him. It's a little inside baseball, but there's a lot of people who believe that there's going to be a lockout next year and that we're going to miss games.
All right.
Logan Webb has 2 years of team control left. So why would you give up a haul for a pitcher who you might not get everything out of? Like, Logan Webb's value would not be what it normally is for 2 years left on team of a deal, because people are not sure how many games you're going to play next year. A lot of teams have sort of prepared themselves for this in different ways, whether it's through contracts, through trades. Hell, I think the Angels gave Kurt Suzuki a 1-year deal as a manager because they don't want to have to pay him if he's not working, and they're cheap as hell. But I think that's also something that factors into this Webb deal is that the Giants are unsure of what is going to happen next season. Other teams are, and that's why they're not willing to give up a ton in a trade. The only guys that I think are going to be worth something right now that the Giants could get off of are going to be rentals. Like
Arise
and Ray. Those are the 2 guys I feel quite confident saying that those 2 players will be traded by the deadline. I don't think anybody else will for the Giants.
I would agree. I don't think they're going to have, the 3 guys, Chapman, Devers, and Adames, I don't think they're moving off of. Because with their contracts, they're probably not going to get the value that they want. a guy like Arise, I think he's probably the number one guy who's going to go. I need Robbie Ray to pitch better in the next month. But I do think some team may look at Robbie Ray that's gone to the postseason this year and definitely won another arm. But I agree with you. Webb to me is Webb and Devers to me are in the same category because of what you said. Like if you get rid of Webb, well then you need another ace. Well, and I hate to say it, if you get rid of Devers, you need another guy who's going to hit 30 homers. As disappointing as he's been in the last year, you're going to have to find another guy to hit 30 homers. Otherwise, you not only lost a bat, but you lost the threat of a bat. You lost a guy in your lineup that theoretically is somebody who is going to help you game in and game out.
Yeah, and I know that Devers hasn't been great since he's joined the Giants, but also too, how long did it take you to get a guy like Devers? Okay, are you willing to move off of that so soon? You don't know if you can acquire another one of those. In all likelihood, you're going to have to draft and develop one, and that takes time. And unless the Giants are willing to sit back and just stink for a few years, which I don't think Buster Posey wants to do, then I think you're better off keeping him because at any point, he could have a month like May in which he looks like the old Rafi Devers, and you're like, where the hell's this guy been? So I think they're in a bit of a tough spot, but the Ray thing is actually kind of interesting because maybe I'm missing the boat. I think he's got more value than people are giving him credit for.
I mean, he might. He's proven. He's not pitching great now, but he is proven. All right. Hey, we got action tonight at Levi Stadium. I got to tell you guys some info if anybody's going down there. Austria versus Jordan tonight. It's at 9 o'clock at Levi Stadium. It's the World Cup. Everybody knows that. It's the World Cup. All right, here you go. If you're going to the game, here are some things you need to know. Parking. Stadium parking is available both in advance and on match days, and lots open 4 hours prior to the start. That's 5 o'clock. Advance purchase is recommended for the best pricing. Fans obviously should expect increased traffic near the stadium when both entering and exiting. Now, if you're taking a ride share or a private vehicle, review the designated ride share and drop-off locations before traveling to the stadium. You can always use public transportation. Fans can utilize BART, Caltrain, and the VTA. That's Valley Transportation Authority. A couple other things. You want to plan to arrive early, well ahead of kickoff, because it's going to be crowded down there. Have your tickets ready on your mobile device. This is all second nature to you guys. And obviously, they have the clear bag policy. All right. Who wants to go to a soccer game? I know I do. And if you do too, just follow these rules. And you know what? I think it'll be a better experience for everybody. Don't forget, you heard it here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-559-4141. That's 800-559-4141. 800-559-4141.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
I'm afraid
of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you
never
get,
wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. No Guru today. Evan Giddings filling in.
We do know where he is.
He's at the F? He's at the dentist.
He's in the dentist seat.
Oh, he is?
You didn't see the video?
I should be in the mental ward. I didn't see the video. What's going on?
He's in the dentist seat with, one of those bibs.
Okay.
That they got you
on. The light blue bib.
He's got the
Charger blue.
The glasses they give you because the light's really close to your face blinds you. And I couldn't tell if he was on Novocaine or not. Because he was talking, but it was very faint. And I think he said, "I'm scared."
It's a root canal.
I don't know. Do we know he's getting a root canal?
No, we don't.
We actually don't know.
We have no idea. It's something with his gums.
For all we know, he could just be getting his teeth cleaned.
I am scared. This could be the first of multiple misses he suggested yesterday because he said he might have to go back.
I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth.
Oh, boy. All right. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, Gil.
Yeah.
Hey.
You should get him a Father's Day gift.
Why?
It carries you.
Okay. Before we get back into the Giants, Valkyries.
Oh, yeah.
Valkyries wins
dominating
78-58 last night against the LA Sparks. Evan Giddings in the building.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you something, Valks.
You better be careful.
Tell you something, Valks. Let me tell you something about the NBA and the WNBA.
Valhalla.
It's a sewing circle. Word gets around
what are you
in
talking
those
about?
leagues.
What are you talking about?
Word gets around in the NBA and in the WNBA. And why don't you tell the people how the Valkyries put the cap on that game last night?
Okay, well, first and foremost, they absolutely dominated the Los Angeles Sparks.
That makes it worse.
From wire to wire. I think they led by 14 at the end of the first. Maybe it was 15. The Sparks made like 1-3 in the first half. Valkyries just ripping and running, and Williams is scoring. Burton's knocking down threes. It seriously was an entertaining game, and they just put the clamps on them. They won by 20. They were by 20 the whole game. But in the final minute of the game, and this is where I came into you this morning as our resident basketball expert, because I needed some help. So I know that Natalie Nicase is she's an aggressive coach. I actually kind of like her. I wouldn't call it confrontational. To me, it's just she's competitive. But at the end of the game, Valkyrie's got a turnover with the shot clock off. So you can run out the clock, game's over. And one of the first things that I look for in these situations, I was sitting in the stands, just as a spectator, and one of the things I look for is what is the head coach doing? Because sometimes they're walking to the scorer's table, sometimes they're telling everybody to put on the brakes, or in this case, head coach Nicase was saying, go, go, go. And so the Valkyries took a layup with 2 seconds left, a second left, and they ended up winning by 20 instead of 18. And so my first thought was, I don't know if the Sparks are going to like that. But Nicase and the opposing head coach shook hands, went about their separate ways. Nobody said anything. And it was just game over. So maybe people can help us that are more familiar with the W. Is that something that's pretty normal, that they play all the way until the end of the buzzer, or the Valkyries trying to make a statement?
So I went and watched it. I wasn't crazy about it, but I'm going to take it a step further. All right, so the Valkyries are up 18.
I was not sitting next to Pods.
The Valkyries are up 18, and the Sparks have the ball in the Valkyries' half of the court. And the ball got stolen with about 8 seconds left.
Yeah.
Now they're up 18, and there's a 24-second shot clock. That, to me, is when you dribble out the clock, period. So, but here was the other thing that I found interesting about that. Not only did the player go down and score the layup with about 3 or 4 seconds left, as the Sparks are trying to inbound, down 20 with 4 or 5 seconds left, there are 2 Valkyries players lingering in the back court, almost looking to make a steal.
Yeah, they're pressing.
Exactly. That's what I had a problem with.
They pressed pretty much the entire fourth quarter.
Listen, I think, Steve, we see these situations a lot. And I think Steve Kerr has it exactly right. And it's this. I don't believe in taking a shot clock violation as a turnover if you're up big in a game. In other words, if you don't let the shot clock expire if there's more game clock than shot clock, even if you're up 20. So if you get the ball with 30 seconds left and there's a shot clock violation, or I'm sorry, you get the ball with 30 seconds left and there's 24 on the shot clock, yeah, then go run your offense and try to score. But if you get the ball back with less than 24, then just hold it. You just hold the ball and the game's over. So, I don't know.
Well, it was something that I noticed because I was with someone who was asking, like, what'd you go, at? And I explained. And I asked a couple people because we were sitting, there was a lot of season ticket holders, I think, around us. And so I was just asking, hey, as people who have watched the Valkyries now for a couple of seasons, one couple was season ticket holders from the inaugural season last year. The other couple was first-time season ticket holders. And I just asked them, as I've been to a couple games this year, but I haven't watched the team every single home game. And usually if the game's over, I'm watching on television, I'll probably flick to something else because I've seen what I want to see. So I asked them, have you noticed that the Valkyries play from 0 to 0? And their answer was, yes, that's how they play. So if that's the way that Nakase coaches, some other teams might have a problem with it. But the one thing that I don't know if it's impressed by, but I noted they're pretty consistent. I mean, that's what they do.
Oh,
whether it's with the starters or the bench players, they play until every last second is off the clock.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not coming in today to chastise the Valkyries because if you're trying to build an identity, you try to build an identity, and if you want to hang your hat on, we play the full 40, and we don't let up ever. That's awesome. It may not be popular with the league, which is okay too. I'm just saying that there are some unwritten rules that maybe some people won't like what they did. But the other thing is, here's the thing. Was it a Commissioner's Cup game?
It was.
So
technically it's like the NBA Cup where there is a point spread, right? Because if you tie with someone, then it goes down to point differential.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're 13 back from third place in that Commissioner's Cup in the Western Conference.
Okay.
So they needed the points.
13 points, excuse me. Yes.
Now, all right, fine. If you think there's still something I can't get annoyed with, you're crazy. Well, that's stupid.
What? The cup?
That's stupid. So, okay, so you're going to incentivize teams to run up the score.
Well,
just come on.
I think it's more of a philosophical thing personally. Like, as much as I know that the teams purport as if they care about the in-season tournaments, and maybe it could be different in the W than it is in the NBA, but I don't think Steve Kerr is aware. In fact, I feel like I know that he's not aware that when they're playing in a cup game that, all right, we're up by 15 points. Let's try and push that to 25. So, if it comes down to a tiebreaker in the cup, then we have the point differential. I don't think that's how they look at things. I think the Valkyries just play really hard. And that was apparent because they were suffocating the Sparks for the entirety of the game. Literally, until the last second. They were pressing them. So I think that's just how they go about their business.
And that's fine. But when are we
gonna leave the unwritten rules in the past?
Let me be clear again.
Like were they written on parchment?
I'm not here to rip Natalie Nakase.
No. I'm not saying you are.
I'm here to say, if that's the way you got to do it, because they've set up a cock now that, I found out it was definitely a cup game. Come on.
Well, the cup game didn't go through my mind, honestly.
Well, no. I mean, really, like, they have the ball with 8 seconds to go, and they turn it over. Okay, go down and get your 2 points.
Yeah, here comes Kalen
You win
Chen.
by 20. You really going to linger in the backcourt and try to win by 22? Come on.
It's a mindset. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not hating on the Valkyries. I'm hating on these Commissioner Cup things where they entice teams to run it up.
Stunny, you don't just walk into Valhalla and walk out without the Valkyries taking a pound of flesh.
Valhalla.
You're listening. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, like, okay, you ready? Who said this? No. And this is fine if this is who they're going to be. The Valkyries have zero chill. And he says, I like that. All right. You know, hey, if this is going to be kind of who they are, then let's get nuts.
Well, it's also like, okay, stop them. I mean, it's the whole...
I know.
It goes across sports, too. At the end of the game, if you don't want baseball teams to run up the score, well, then get me out. You know, strike me out then. Don't throw a position player up there who I'm going to score 6 runs off of.
I think there's a happy medium. And the medium is you score until the 24-second shot clock is the game clock if you're up. If a team takes a three-pointer with 30 seconds left and they're up 50, that's fine. But if they take a three-pointer up 50 with 20 seconds left and the shot clock turned off, yeah, I do think that's gratuitous.
Well, you wouldn't do it, and no. I might not either, but I also think that the people that are legitimately offended might be too strong, but the people that are disturbed by it, I'm sorry, that's Charmin. You're soft.
I'm not offended by it.
No, but if you have a problem with it, like I've seen NBA players that get really pissed when someone takes a layup with 5 seconds left. Okay, well then go block their shot. You know what I mean? If you have a problem with Kalen Chen gliding in for an offhand layup, then foul her. You know, if you think it's that disagreeable of an action, I think you should do something about it instead of complaining about it afterwards.
That's fair. I just, and again, it's not a huge deal. Yeah, I just think, play up till the 24-second shot clock is off. Let's go to David in El Cerrito. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. I can't believe I'm calling about this. Go Knicks. But I'm going to say that I've coached.
Yes.
Played.
Yes.
And I'm not saying this is the right time to do everything all the time, but the best time to work on things you want to work on are in-game, no matter what time on the clock it is. You can practice against people all the time. I'm not saying they were doing this, but as a coach, the best time I wanted to work on things. Now, I would tell teams of mine, not to score at times and things of that nature because usually they're kids. But if I was an adult, I'm playing an adult league and I want to work on something, I'm working on that in-game, and I don't care what the clock looks like, especially similar to English Premier League, all the points count in these tournaments, score goals until the end. So I don't really have an issue with that.
That's a fair statement. Appreciate you, Dave. And you're not the first coach that's said something like that, the best, in a game is the best is the place to work on something.
Well, I mean, he's also from El Cerrito, so he's naturally wise. I think that what Dave is talking about is, did you have a problem with that?
No, I didn't. That's fine.
There's not a lot of people from East Steiny. We got to stick up for each other. So I completely agree. Now, I think at the professional level, although game time is valuable to me, I think what he's talking about is more at the lower level. That you shouldn't have to work on something. But I also think that if that's who you are and that's what you're trying to establish, that every time you play the Golden State Valkyries, they are going to try and kick your ass for 40 straight minutes.
Right.
It doesn't matter what the score is, how close, how far. Similarly, if they're down 20, they're probably defending like you're going to go and score on them. They've been blown out this season. So I don't have a problem with it either way. And I would bet that head coach Nakase would say, yeah, if someone tries to score on us with 5 seconds left, we're down by 25 points. I don't have a problem with that.
Right. But this is the part we could be missing from the 707.
Okay.
So does that rationale the same for the team that's on the losing side? Like, should what's going to happen?
Like the Sparks are still jacking up threes kind of thing?
No, the Sparks are going to flagrantly foul a Valkyries player going in for a layup with 5 seconds to go when they're up 18.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Is that if you really don't want them to score and you're taking offense to it, then you can do something about it.
Oh, I thought you just meant like defend.
Well, defend, yes, but I mean, if someone's taking a cheap shot, I think that's a little out of bounds because not that you're weighing crimes in this case, but scoring a layup with 5 seconds left is not the same as you trying to intentionally and potentially hurt someone with 5 seconds left in the game.
Right.
I don't think.
I mean, I just think if something equivalent happened in the NBA that
like Westbrook, who plays until the end of the clock, goes in for a layup.
Somebody could get flagrantly fouled.
And beef stew.
If that's your MO, put it that way.
Yes, I think fair.
That's
true.
All. Okay.
But and I guess I would see that as Bush League. Like you flagrantly, intentionally hacking someone mid-flight because you know that they're going to play until the clock hits 0. In that case, you just know to defend. And if you don't care, which, by the way, a lot of teams don't, if you're down 20 with 5 seconds left, no one's playing hard because the game's over. So let them have their layup. If you want to be pissed about it, sure. And if you're that angry, well, then D them up and try to not let them score.
Let's go to Terry. Terry's in the East Bay.
What's up, T?
Hey, Terry, what's going on, man? Terry in the East Bay going once. That's it. We only go once.
Scary Terry.
Want to talk about the Valkyries finish?
Yep. Well, it was actually it wasn't a great game. They handled them the entire time.
If all I'm saying is if there was an if there was an NBA team that was known for doing this game in and game out, eventually they would pay the price.
Okay, so but what's the difference between you knowing a team is going to do that and knowing a team is going to hack you like the bad boy Pistons? Like they have an established identity. It's not taking liberties at the end of games, but it is, when you play the bad boys that if you go into the paint, you're going to get abused. What's the difference?
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, this is always, and this is one of my most fascinating topics.
Okay.
Steiny, you're making the same mistake Willard made last week. Viewing the WNBA through the NBA prism. It's not that. Stay out of women's business, bro. Okay. This is always, this has always fascinated me.
Yeah.
It really has. The idea of what do you want out of the women's game? Do you want it to closely resemble the men's game? Or, like, for example, here's one thing.
I think it was Ray Burrell, came over from the weak side and just absolutely tossed. I forget who it was, but it was a Valkyries player, and she kind of flexed on her and stood over her after just, tossing her into the first row. And it's like, I don't know, everybody in our section was like, whoa, that was a great play. Not, well, that was a bit too much. Like, no one's feeling that way watching this team. They play hard, and the game's different naturally, but it isn't as if people are feeling weird because the WNBA is too physical. I mean, hell, they're the Bay Area. I think the fact that we're going to have an indoor women's football team, there's going to be a women's hockey team. There's already multiple soccer teams that have sprouted up. The Valkyries, like, I think people are done with that, personally.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'm projecting because I'm still fresh from my youngest as a soccer player, the wonderful Mary Page. So when she was playing youth soccer, about 7th, 8th, 9th grade, she was physical. Like, she was really physical. She got a lot of yellow cards. Yeah. Probably led the league. And I got to tell you, most of them, I thought, that's a double standard. Like, you're penalizing my daughter because she is more physical. And if she were playing that way as a man or a boy, that would be celebrated.
Yeah, I never thought of it from the parents' perspective, but I grew up, there was a girl who I went to elementary school with, and she was a really good softball pitcher. And her dad would teach her to use intimidation as a tactic.
Right.
And she threw really hard. So there'd be some times where to set the tone for a game, she would just plug the first batter. And a lot of opposing parents didn't like that. I thought it was genius. I'm like, well, yeah, you throw hard. You're a great pitcher. Just put the first one in the first girl's rib cage, and then we can go from there. It's like, but it's the same concept because when men do it, like if Bob Gibson throws at somebody or the equivalent at the lower level throws at somebody, it's not seen as out of bounds. It's seen as strategic. So I'd like to think that 20 years later that we've moved past this, but maybe for some people we haven't.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. Steiny along with Evan Giddings, Guru not technically under the knife.
He's under siege.
He's also under, he's been put under by Novocaine, apparently.
We hope.
The number's 888-957-9570. One more segment, and then we get the boys in here, Willard and Dibbs, for the crossover on 95.7 The Game. Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-559-4141. That's 800-559-4141. 800-559-4141.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
The sports calendar is stacked, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is stacking up a big offer of their own. SF Fire Credit Union has a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
You hear that? That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valkyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Valhalla. You can feel the energy. Get your tickets now at Valkyries.com.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Bay Area, it's Coach Natalie Nakase. You're listening to Steiny and Guru, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Don't apologize for competitiveness. That's Valkyries. What are they, 9-5? 9-4?
9-5. They are tied for 5th right now in the W.
Darryl the Guru Johnson is having oral surgery So he's having his mouth is getting attention right now.
Do you think there'll be any lasting effects? Like,
No.
how often he speaks, or
Of course not.
the volume, or maybe the pitch?
No. I do think it's possible that, and I'm no malice, but I think it's possible that if it doesn't, if he does today and it doesn't feel great, I could see him missing tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because
why even say that?
Well, because it sounds to me like the surgery he's having on his gums or root canal or whatever, like some people don't react well to that. He might he might have to be putting that gauze in his mouth for like a day. Seriously.
Yeah, but usually you can speak. I mean, it's not going to, like, he didn't get, he doesn't have a broken jaw or a damaged esophagus. He has a toothache. Or maybe he needs a new
You
filling.
said it, not me.
What?
It's more than a toothache, Evan.
You think?
Yes. Yes. Yep.
I think it'll be okay.
All right. Hey, a couple things to talk about here, this last segment before we get the boys in. Silver lining. Here's a silver lining.
Of what?
We talked a little bit about this. It was a heartbreaking story. Let me turn serious for a minute. We lost Aldon Smith, former San Francisco 49er defensive lineman, on Friday of last week. And I saw that he was 36 years old, and he had some demons and some issues he had to overcome. His family is going to have his brain studied for CTE. So I believe, they did that for Junior Seau.
Yep.
I'm sure you remember that. And I think they found that he had it, CTE. Anyway, so hopefully some good can come, from what happened to Aldon Smith. But I just thought I'd pass that along.
Well, it's just tragic. He's
it's
36
awful.
years old, and I know you guys are kind of, I think Goose said, he might still be playing, and you were like, he's 36, but Trent Williams is 39. I mean,
true.
He's on the team. I'm not saying he'd still be playing football, but it just puts it in perspective. Like, he's younger than Steph Curry, and I don't think we have a definitive understanding of what happened, but it's terrible. And by all accounts, he was delivering pizzas and doing charity work, I think, on the day in which he passed away. So he clearly was trying to turn his life around, and he was an unbelievable talent. He's just like a shooting star almost, how dominant he was, and then how quickly he fell off, mainly having to do with things that were not about football. So it's just, absolutely sucks. And I do think the family is doing the right thing. This is something that I've talked about with Lorenzo Neal. Not necessarily if he would, donate his brain or anything, but like CTE is a very serious and highly prevalent, unfortunately, consequence of playing the game of football. And you never know how much you do or don't have and how it affects your life. So for the family to offer this up for not their own purposes, for other people to learn more about the ramifications and consequences of playing the game of football, it's honorable to say the least.
Yeah. Like I said, hopefully some good can come out of it, or at least a silver lining.
Yeah.
We were talking Giants earlier. They open a 3-game series, I'm assuming, against the Braves. That starts tonight. And we talked a little bit, you always got to, you always have to update. You got to update when things happen. And we talked briefly about this yesterday. Some Giants pitchers wrote Bible verses on their pride hats, and it didn't go over well with some people. And Major League Baseball on Monday decried the use of personal writings on any team-issued Pride Night hats after members of the Giants had Bible verses etched into their caps during Friday night's game against the Cubs. In a statement to multiple outlets, Major League Baseball said the following: the writing on the cap violates our rules, and consistent with normal practice, we have warned the players about future violations. which likely won't come into play for another year, right?
I mean, you would think not, but, it's like all these guys knew what they were doing. And it seemed like it was coordinated because it was between pitchers and the majority of them relievers. But, to me, it's an easily preventable thing. Like, it's not necessarily the statement itself, Steiny. I may disagree with it, what Landon Roop was trying to get at and what Sam Hentges and Ryan Walker were attempting to say. It's not necessarily that, but it's the lack of explanation afterwards. Typically when you make a statement that has nothing to do with your performance, and whether it's something you wear, something you're passionate about, you typically have to explain why. And I just felt like specifically Roop, I don't know if Hentges or Walker was asked about it after the game, and if they were, it wasn't quoted, but I kind of had a problem with the way that he didn't want to stand on it.
Right.
It's similar to what Nick Bosa did a couple of years ago on Sunday Night Football. I remember being at that press conference. I was at that game. And the first thing that I was interested in was, not to see if he was going to get killed afterwards, but I wanted to hear what he thought. And he had nothing to say.
Right.
Landon Roop had nothing to say. And he, in my opinion, kind of hid behind a Bible verse when we all know well what he was trying to do.
Yeah, Mike Krukow, longtime Giants announcer, former Giant on NBC Sports Bay Area. I didn't realize, and I don't know if it should matter or shouldn't, but Mike and I apparently have something in common. Mike's got a gay son, and this is what he had to say, Mike Krukow. And this is really, to me, this is really good. And it brings up another point that we can talk about. But this is what Mike Krukow said. I think that you have the right as a player to believe and say whatever you want. But you have to take a broader look at the city that you're playing in. What makes San Francisco so great is the acceptance of others, ethnicities, opinions, cultures, and that extends to the gay community. I would just hope they would understand the demographic of San Francisco and respect people for who they are. What you do to your uniform, that has weight to it. You can't offend people, and so why would you do that? How much of the city is it because it's San Francisco? Like, in a way, I wouldn't expect more or less if it's in Chicago or New York. But it sounds to me like what Krug's saying is you should be a little bit more aware of where you're actually playing in the city you're actually playing. Maybe it would have played differently in Atlanta.
Yeah, it probably would have. But if there was a specific night, like if there was a Pride night in Atlanta,
right,
and he did the same thing, I think he would be asked the same questions. The response from the local fans might be different because it's a different geographic area. But San Francisco, and this is also in the story today from The Athletic, the fact that San Francisco was the first professional sports team to host a game that raised awareness and money for HIV and AIDS in 1994, but until there's a cure day. They were also the first team to incorporate the rainbow colorway into their caps on Pride Night. I think when you don a jersey for a team that does those things, there's an understanding that, yes, you have your beliefs, but you're also an employee of the team.
Right.
And this is the choice of the team. So you are choosing to not stand with your employer. It's like, that's just a fact.
Yeah, this is interesting. Risotto put this in my ear. 29 teams have a Pride Night in Major League Baseball. One doesn't. The Texas Rangers. But they have a faith and family night rather than a Pride Night.
Okay.
So
there's nothing wrong with that.
My question is, when Texas plays on faith and family night, Can players put a rainbow on their hat? And then what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they could. And then Major League Baseball might frown upon that. I mean, my whole thing is just be who you are. Like, why has Ryan Walker and Landon Roop not put a Bible verse on their hat any other day this season? I wonder. And it's not just because on that specific night he was feeling preachy.
Yeah. I hear you. And it's just, again, and I brought up this yesterday, it's Steph Curry writes a Bible verse on his shoe every single game. I guess you're allowed to, but it's because, like, nobody takes offense to it because of who Steph Curry is.
Well,
it's just a fact.
Well, there's a player on the Dodgers.
And I mean, he's known to be tolerant, Curry.
Yes, but if he did it every single game, I think there would be more. People might not agree with it, but there'd be more of an acceptance of it. Blake Trinan writes something on his hat every single game for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Okay.
It may not be something associated politically with how we align, but I know that's where Blake Trinan stands, and I at least can respect that. To me, Landon Roop and Ryan Walker and Sam Hentges were trying to make a statement on that specific night, and none of them were willing to explain why. That to me is, I said it the same way when Nick Bosa did it. I feel like it's a little cowardly. When people make statements and are asked about it, which is just good journalism to follow up on what you saw, you can at least give us the benefit of the doubt that we're not just seeing things.
Right.
We're not just noticing these things because, I don't know, we have it out for you. No, like you as the athlete, and Landon Roop in this case, were trying to say something and then didn't want to follow up on it.
No, I hear you. I get that frustration. I understand. And I wasn't necessarily making a comparison between Steph Curry and the Giant pitchers, because that's an important distinction that I don't think they put Bible verses on the hat in the first 60 games of the year just on Pride Night. What I'm more suggesting is you can have your own beliefs and they can be different than other people, but you don't alienate all the other people. In other words, when Steph Curry puts a Bible verse on his shoe every single game, that doesn't, if I don't believe in God, that doesn't offend me. You know what I mean? Like he puts it on his shoe and he believes in a Bible verse, and like he's not invoking anything. He's not pushing anything. He's just putting it on his sneakers because he wants to remind himself probably of that.
No, but if, for example, his employer had a problem with it, I bet that based on who he is, and he might not do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think Steph does it because he knows that it's not going to affect the bottom line.
What does he put on? Is it the actual quote, like all things are possible, or is it the other thing? Or does he put a different one on every?
You know what? Honestly, I don't pay attention to what to what Curry writes on his shoes.
Well, that's the other thing. If you write something on your shoes, 2,000 times, nobody's going to care what you write in your shoe, because he's played 2,000 games or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Coach is in Vallejo. We'll finish up here and then get the boys in. What's up, Coach?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call on this sensitive subject. And I wanted to say a couple of things. The second one is kind of more superficial, but the first one is, number one, it's not their uniform. It's the Giants' uniform, okay? And if the Giants, I was hoping that if this was a Giants affair and this was the new uniform for that day, they need to abide by that uniform. So they defaced the Giants' uniform. I wish the Giants would have even addressed it that way, saying, hey, don't add or take away from our uniform for the night. Number two, the LGBTQ community, they like baseball too. They go to the games. these guys need to recognize that this is part of the fan base that's paying their salary. Why would you want to insult that section of fan base? Do they not want these guys to cheer for them? Do they not want these guys to pay money to watch them play so they can make millions? I mean, so it's a direct slap and insult to that group of people. And what would it hurt them to play just one night, one game? Again, they were trying to make a statement, and I'm sorry that Major League Baseball is coming down on them instead of Giants management. That's where it should come from. That's where the penalty should be. From Giants management, suspend them or fine them or whatever they do. But Major League Baseball is now getting into it because Giants management didn't do it. So that's all I have to say, guys. But thanks a lot.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you very much. I thought we were also... we could end it there.
Yeah.
We could end it there. Steph wrote, I can do all things. What a cocky SOB. Man. You know what? That's worse than a Bible verse. Actually, it probably is a Bible verse still, right?
I was watching an interview yesterday with Richard Jefferson. Sat down with Andre Iguodala recently, and they were talking about a bunch of things. And one of the questions that RJ asked Andre was the three best versions of Steph: 2015 Steph, 2016 Steph, 2022 Steph. Which one would you start, bench, and sit? Or maybe start bench and cut. And he says, I would start 2022 Steph. And I'm like, wow, that's, 2016 was a unanimous MVP year. And Andre says, that left-hand pass, though, or the behind-the-back pass. So Steph can do all things except for throw behind-the-back passes.
In crunch time.
I thought it was a little bit of a cheap shot by Iguodala, but if anybody can do it, it's him. He said, yeah, I'm a cut 2016 Steph, and I guess I got to bench the 2015 version of him.
Hey, Kenny, jump on here. We got to take advantage of this. Great producer, Kenny Luttrell. He's from back east, a New York Knicks fan.
New Jersey.
He's a Knicks fan. That's fine.
Or just across the river.
He's legit.
Everyone
all
tells
legit.
me they're totally different continents.
It might as well be. But
if you're North Jersey, your teams are New York regionally.
Sure.
But we're all central to the Knicks. So.
Anyway, so the game was on Wednesday, right? No.
Saturday.
Close.
So Kenny up and goes to San Antonio and watches the Knicks finish off the series, and now he's going to fly to New York for the parade. But let's stick to the game. How was it? Where were your seats, first of all?
My seats, it was lower bowl. So I did spring for, here, let me give myself a little drop there. I did spring for the closer seat because I'm like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this right. And originally, I was going to buy Game 6 in MSG before the series started. And the price I would have paid is the price I paid for Saturday's game. So I still made out like a bandit because the prices for Game 6 just skyrocketed once the series started to progress. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was great seats, great atmosphere. I got there, and I don't want to say the nick of time because I landed at 5:20.
That's a 4, Ken.
Yeah. 5:20, got to my hotel. Uber's routes are outrageous. I split an Uber with a random Knicks fan I saw. I said, hop in, we can split it. Easy money. We all go in there. Knicks fans, it's about 50% Knicks, 50% Spurs. Sitting with people I've never met in my life. We all became friends that night. It was one of the most unreal experiences aside from my son's birth and my wedding night.
You don't have to do that.
I am going to do it because I have, just in case, she's listening. But I did. But one story I want to just quickly share is I'm sitting next to an older couple named Moses and Pat. Great people. We're talking throughout the entire game. Moses has headphones on. He's watching the feed of the television. So I'm like, great. He can tell me what's going on. If there, every technical foul that wasn't getting called for us, he could tell me everything on the insides, right?
You won the series, Ken.
We did. I know. I was there. But one of the great things was he talked me down after the first half because he could see I'm just freaking out every time I'm yelling and screaming and standing up and down. And at one point, he just looked at me and goes, "How you doing, son? How's everything going?" And I'm just like, "I'm okay." He goes, "Listen, they're going to walk them down. They're tiring them out. Don't worry. We're going to get there." So sure enough, that's what they did. That's what happened. Everyone saw it, came back down 15 at one point. I don't know. It was a blur at one. It really was a blur. And then he goes, I'm like, "Hey man, we did it." He goes, "Yeah, I got to go down there." I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "I didn't tell you this, but my last name is Hart." And it dawned on me. I'm like, "Wait, you're Josh Hart's dad?" He's like, "Yeah, and that's my wife." And I'm like, I'm sitting next to Josh Hart's parents the entire time, and I never knew. And it was one of the greatest cherry on tops for an unbelievable experience.
That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
That's so
And he
cool.
was smart enough to know not to tell you his name before the game.
You know what? I thought about that. I was like, I'm so glad he did that. I mean, not that I would have bothered him.
Right.
I kind of, especially when working in the industry that we work in, I kind of have the wherewithal not to bother somebody like that.
Well, you bothered Draymond Green on the way there, apparently.
I did bother Draymond Green because that's another insane story. Before I even got on the plane in Oakland to do a layover in Denver, I'm walking to my terminal, and who do I see but Dre, just walking straight. And I saw, and I'm like, that's a big guy. That's and then
he's out of shape already.
No. He had shades on and he had a hoodie on. I'm like, man, that guy's huge. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh crap, that's Draymond Green. So I go, what up, Dre? He goes, what's up, man? And I'm like, not going to the game? He goes, no.
He was probably coming from game 4 from New York.
I think so. He's just stayed a couple of days longer. But I'm like, this trip is already off to an insane start. And it ended in the same way.
Good for you, and enjoy the parade. That's always great. I remember nobody cares.
What?
Watching the Hawks at Milwaukee in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Hawks won game 1.
You're right.
And I was lucky enough to meet Solomon Hill's mom. She was wonderful, wonderful person. Okay.
Hey, real quick, Steiny, just want to say one quick thing for the station. Mike Dunleavy will join Steiny and Guru after the press conference tomorrow. Between 12:30 and 1 p.m. You can have them promote it. I'm promoting it right now. I'm like Ron Burgundy with that one.
I mean, with all due respect, that wasn't cleared by me yet.
Well, it's cleared by the boss who sent me the message, and I'm just relaying it back to everybody else.
All right, there you have it. Mike Dunleavy tomorrow on 95.7 The Game. Hey, let me give you some hints. We got a World Cup game in the Bay Area, Austria versus Jordan. It's at Levi Stadium. It starts at 9 o'clock, and we want to get the word out about some things. First, parking. Stadium parking available both in advance and on match day. Advance purchase is recommended for the best pricing. The lot's open 4 hours before game time. That's 5 p.m. Fans obviously expect increased traffic near the stadium, so give yourself some extra time. If you're taking rideshare or a private vehicle, review designated rideshare and drop-off locations so know where you're going to be dropped off. If it's public transit, you can always utilize BART, Caltrain, or VTA. And a couple more quick things. Get there early so you don't have to worry about it. Download your mobile tickets before you get there so you have them ready. And don't forget there's a clear bag policy so they can see what's in your bag from the outside. So familiarize yourself with the approved bag sizes and types. We got the crossover coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good. Hey, Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and that includes the matches at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. And right now, Algeria is trading at 65% to beat Jordan, meaning a $100 trade pays out $150 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, and you get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com. Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Bird the heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team. ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. It is the crossover. How you guys doing?
Hey-o.
What's going on, fellas?
God, I'm so glad to be here right now.
Well, please explain.
Well, no, it's not a good story. It's just one of those days where you think you've set aside an appointment that should be about 20 minutes long, and it ends up being your entire day. And basically, I got a new phone today. So you've all been through this. Where 8 different people are like, no, you got to hold the phones next to each other like this and sit here for 44 minutes. And then you sit there for 44 minutes like, it didn't work. That's okay. Let's just start over. And then, bad story. I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad that part of my day is over. And now this part starts.
So you got the iPhone 38
No, I got a 16. It's not even the brand new one. I'm not like that. I don't ever get the brand new one. I get whichever one they're hawking. And just give me the phone. And just all I want is, will you please under-promise and over-deliver? If it's going to take 45 minutes, tell me it's going to take an hour. Don't tell me it's going to take 20, and then it takes 2.
It always takes more when you're trying to transfer the information from one to the other.
Good Lord.
And then when it gets stuck or it doesn't all go all the way through and you got to start over, it's
They sent me home.
Yeah.
They're like, here's how you do it by yourself. Just put the 2 phones on top of each other and leave. I'm like, I will.
Perfect.
Bye. And I'm pretty sure I'll be back tomorrow because this doesn't work. Whatever you're telling me doesn't work.
Yeah.
So anyway,
how
you guys doing?
I don't want to be a contrarian. Did someone at this store really tell you it was going to be 20 minutes?
Uh-huh.
So you didn't just make up that number?
Mm-mm.
Well, I don't know if you should be mad at them or yourself for being so gullible and thinking it will only take 20
I'm
minutes.
not really mad at anyone.
Why not?
I'm just mad.
I'll give you some people to get mad at for me if you want.
Oh, okay. Who you got?
He's got a list.
Okay.
And I think we rolled out one of the names before we joined the crossover
And
here.
that sounded deserved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
It's always interesting listening to you guys tell stories about probably future events that are going to happen in my life. Like, I've never experienced, you guys are talking about, someone that you don't enjoy playing golf with. I don't have any of those people right now.
Or parenting stuff.
Yeah. But, I come in and just listen to you guys and just taking notes. I'm like, I don't know, is that going to be in 10 years? Is that going to be in 5 years? Is that going to be in 20? I don't know. But I got to say, this one, you and I might see a little, like everyone knows they're friends in their own way, but I don't know. I don't know if I could be that mad at somebody. But
it just depends on how it goes.
I am with my guy?
Well, again, this is a glimpse into the future that I don't have it yet, but yeah, I mean, getting old.
I mean, it's hard.
I'm not there yet.
No.
No.
It's kind of a flex. I don't think you meant it that way, but it was a
big
little
time flex.
Yeah, it was a flex.
Well, I'm also not very good at golf, so I don't have a ton of time to go.
It's
out
early.
And play. Yeah, well,
It is.
Yeah.
It's early.
Although Steiny yesterday, it must have been yesterday when you told Goo, you probably shouldn't pick up the game. And then somebody texted in and said, you're too old to start. And he was taking on the chin.
Yeah, and it's not going to work with him.
Well, the reason he brought it up, though, is because of
Christy.
My wife, the lovely Christy, has been texting him so that they could do lessons together because out of nowhere, we went to Silverado over the weekend. We ended up with a room that was right out by the range. And so we kept going out there, and she's hooked. We bought her a set of clubs on the way home. And I have texts on my phone this morning. She's like, will you set us a time for Friday morning and Saturday morning, please? She played twice yesterday. She went out with me in the morning.
Wow.
And then texted my son and went out with him at night.
Get the bug much?
Seriously.
Holy
But that's the way she rolls. Once she's on something, she wants to just do it well.
There was a video of her hitting it straight, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't as if she's going right and left.
No, and that wasn't our only video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like, right? You don't post the fights online.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, she's an athlete. She can hit the ball. I was impressed.
So was I going to say? Is she like a kid, though, at Christmas, where by New Year's she's done playing with it, or will it last longer than that?
Possible. That depends on where it goes next. But she's liking it early, Steiny.
Here's the big question.
She parred a hole yesterday.
Here's the question.
It's pretty impressive.
Legit.
You can tell from a person's swing. Like, does she have that full turn and stuff?
You want to see it?
Yeah.
I got videos.
Because Guru will never get that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, LeBron will never get it. You know what I mean, dude?
To be able to take the club all the way back, the full turn, and then finish.
Yeah.
Isn't half the battle the contact you actually make, though?
That's most of the battle, but, like, you can just tell LeBron can't, like, he doesn't want to get it up.
He's got his muscles are too big.
There's a drop.
Hang on.
Okay.
It makes it tough. This is actual live video being shown from Willard to
That's not
Steiny.
bad. That's not bad.
Yeah.
And I thought that was actually the inspiration for why Goo was so gung-ho about it, because he saw Christy posting videos, and we know how Goo likes to post videos. For example, he posted one earlier today of him in the dentist seat, which we'll have to discuss at some point tomorrow. But I think that's part of the allure, is that there are many photo ops involved in golf if you want it. You know, you could look good.
Yeah.
You don't have to necessarily play good, but it's a nice course. It's sunny out. You got a cool polo. The fit check is, I think it's a big part of it for some people.
Absolutely.
Sure
and also, there's the more you get into it, the more you realize just the beauty of the experience of you just hit this ball and then you go find it and you just hit it again. You're just out there with your friends, cruising around. It's a very simple game. You hit the ball and you put it in the hole. And, you know, there's no rules like pickleball. You can't be in the kitchen, and no volley till after the third hit. And there's rules in golf, obviously, but it's just so simple.
Yeah. Well, and I find it depends on everybody's demeanor. I find it to be very relaxing. And yes, it's frustrating. It's hard, but I don't like, a lot of people just can't sort of deal with it, the frustration. And I've been there probably, like you're saying, Kevin, 25 years ago. I had a harder time with it. Now, I'm super thrilled to be out there. And if my wife does actually stick with this, I'm also not. I know guys who are like, this is
my time.
This is what we
this
do
is my
to
sport.
get away from. No, like I love, if we can go do this together, I think that's awesome.
I'm with you.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I would prefer that too, because then you could get, then you can play with the guys 3 times a week. And then, once a week.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, once a week. Let's go.
Plus,
you're only playing 9. That's fine.
And I told Goo yesterday, she is phenomenal for the golf ego, because she's new and has no sense of what's good and bad. She thinks it's so impressive that you just hit that ball so far. It doesn't matter what direction it went.
Right.
She's just like, wow. That was incredible, and thanks.
Well, especially with your son, who hits it even further than you.
I'm like, it's in the trees, but whatever. Like, yeah, hit it really far. So that's fun.
Oh, the newness of somebody picking up a sport, the freshness,
Fascinating game.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't get mad anymore. I get a little discouraged at times. During, a few holes during a round. You're just like, you stink. I mean, you're never getting better. Why do you even come out here spending all this money?
I think you said that
money.
A couple months ago. I bumped into you at the turn or whatever. Hey, how's it going? And you said, stink, stank, stunk.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, sounds like you shot about a 48 in the front.
Yeah, that was probably right.
Yeah.
Probably about right. 48, 46, 94. Yeah, there's nothing like talking about your golf scores to a listening audience that doesn't care.
No doubt.
So, hey, we got a draft in a week. Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, if they're still in it.
Oh, yeah.
Bleacher Report, Jimmy Butler in the 11 for Anthony Davis. Who says no?
Okay, why would... no, seriously.
I'm just saying what they wrote.
No. I totally there with you. Why would the Wizards acquire Davis in the first place if they were going to do that?
Because they don't have to do it. They've got optionality, but now they might be like, we don't have to pay Anthony Davis. You get Butler, he comes off your cap, and I would think about it. I think if I'm the Wizards, because now you got the 1st and the 11th, and you already got some pieces there. Question is, would the Warriors do it? And I'd have to. Oh, boy.
I know.
If I were Danny Dunleavy and I'm the one making the call, it's a hard no. It's a no because I don't think that Anthony Davis is cut from the cloth that you want him to be cut from, and he's always hurt. And I can just picture Draymond Green the first time AD comes up with a softish moment on the court, Draymond be in his ear, and, I don't think it would go well.
Now, what if there's someone else that came with Anthony Davis? Like if that's the reason why LeBron would sign as a free agent, because I could see that. No, I'm just saying, like I could see a couple teams trying to do that, to pair AD with LeBron. Maybe it's probably not the Lakers, but maybe the Clippers. Maybe it's a team in the East. Maybe that to me would be the only reason that you consider it. But giving up the 11th pick and an expiring to then have to probably pay Anthony Davis, that I'm out on that.
I think you'll all will get what I'm saying with this. It's like I understand the thought process behind it, yet find it nauseating at the same time. It's kind of nauseating. You're really going to not make this pick after all this time? Mike Dunleavy gets a lottery pick in the greatest draft in the history of ever, and you're not going to make the pick. You're going to give it up to buy in, to push chips into the table for someone who's about to turn 39.
Making 58.4 next year, and then a player op of 62.8 the year after that.
Which they can afford, and it does give you a full year of a Robin as opposed to whatever Jimmy Butler. Like, I get the thought process.
And by a full year, you mean like 20 games, probably?
Well, you're being fairly pessimistic. I get why you are, but in theory, he would be allowed to play 80 games.
Sure.
Nobody thinks it would happen.
Something he's never done in the association.
I know.
And it's been a minute since he played 76 once upon a time.
I bet he'll play more than Jimmy does this year.
I don't know that.
I mean,
I'd bet on it.
It's a great bet.
That is.
That was the one we were talking about last week, actually.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'll say this. If the Warriors were to do something like trade the 11 and Butler for Anthony Davis, I'm sorry, I would come to no other conclusion than, LeBron's already running the Warriors. Because if you don't think LeBron is saying stuff like, go get Anthony Davis and I'll come, or to Cleveland, you need another player and then I'll come for, I'm not coming for 15 unless you get Anthony Davis, Warriors. I actually think it's more likely that's going on. With Draymond and Steph and LeBron, they could finagle all kinds of crazy ideas.
I think Clutch needs a new locale now that the Lakers are being run by Duffy. Come on up. I mean, isn't Moody a Clutch client too?
I don't even know.
You'd have four of them?
Yeah.
Rich
Four
Paul?
of them, all hurt. Be great.
Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, there are worse ideas, but
there are worse ideas.
I think it just speaks to the kind of the desperation. I feel like that they're entering this year with, desperate to try and give it one last swing and hoping that last year wasn't it. Or I would say even 2 years ago. I don't know. At the time, I kind of felt like when they got Jimmy, that was going to be the year to try and make something happen, just because Jimmy Butler at the beginning of a full season, along with the older guys, is a lot to try and figure out for 6 months. But, I mean, if you could get off, we were talking about it earlier, Castagni brought up the idea of Jimmy going into the front office and saying, hey,
I'm worried about Jimmy.
I want another year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, then you got to trade him then if you think he's going to be a problem.
Yeah. I heard that whole discussion, debate. I was on your side, Evan, as far as, I think that he has to play in order to show the league that he's capable of still playing at some level. And if I'm the Warriors and he goes to me this summer and says, hey, guys, everyone else is getting a couple years tacked on, I'd say, well, let's see how you look when you come back on the court. We're not just going to give you money now. because you may not be able to play at all.
And that's all well and good. But nobody tells Jimmy Butler what to do.
Right. But he doesn't have a no-trade clause.
You and I have a different opinion about, and I think Evan does too, is how important will it be for him to play 25 games? And I'm starting to think it might not be as important as we think. Like, what if he plays 25 games and doesn't look great? Well, then he goes into free agency, humana. But I think Butler's the kind of guy that if he doesn't play this season, he's still going to be a free agent next year. And he probably won't. He's not going to get the money that he probably wants, but someone will take a chance on Butler for a year or two.
For sure.
So
and I think it's a little like the Porzingis situation. You guys discussed that as well, where Kristaps needed to go out there and play and show what he can be when he is healthy. And so by doing that, I think he was able to, I don't know what his contract will be, but it'll be more than if he didn't play at all, I predict.
I got to feel like, okay, so the thoughts that you're putting out there about Jimmy Butler, you might be right, but this would be Miami Heat level argument arrogance plus a lot more. Because you're coming off a torn ACL.
No doubt.
I don't know that the Warrior-Butler relationship is like that. And if he took it there, I think the Warriors would be in a fair space to just
no doubt
be like, then sit there.
I mean, I think if they sense this, they got to move him, obviously. But the other thing is, what if LeBron comes and you give him the 2 for 30, and then you extend Steph, and he's got 2 more, and now Draymond, Steph, and LeBron are sitting with 2. Like, Butler's going to want that year to play with them after coming back from his injury.
That's great. You can want that. Okay. But as an organization, I'm not just going to give you a second year before I see what
fair.
You're going to look like. He turned 37 in September, and you're coming off an ACL.
I want to make this clear. I believe the Warriors are in the right to handle it this way. Jimmy Butler needs to prove to me that he won't try to manipulate or leverage this. And I think he's going to try to. And I think if he doesn't like the answer from the Warriors or feels disrespected, I don't think he's going to play a game for him.
Well, I think they've been pretty accommodating with him, considering he didn't go to a single home game after he got hurt. I mean, he was at the D.C. game in Washington, which I'm assuming he was in town for something else. And then he was at the Clippers game for the play-in. But he wasn't on the bench during the regular season. And by the way, I don't have a problem with that. If you're rehabbing, you're getting better, I totally understand it, even though I also saw him at Indian Wells at a tennis tournament. They're going to let him do what he wants to do. But it stops at if you thinking that you need another year at whatever money you're making. Like, I just think the Warriors understand, and I think Jimmy does too, that his leverage is at an all-time low at this stage of his career.
What if I told you also that during all the head coach stuff, Jimmy Butler was vocal about wanting Steve Kerr to be the coach again?
I believe that.
So then would you follow that up by skipping the year?
Well, I don't think I ever said skipping the year. I just think that if he's in his rehab and he doesn't feel like he's ready, he's not going to bust his hump to come back.
I'll give you this point. Steve Kerr signed a 2-year deal. If they rip up Draymond's and do a 2-year deal, and they give Steph Curry a 1-year extension and he's on a 2-year deal, if I'm Jimmy, would I go ask the question?
Yeah.
I would think.
I would assume.
I would think. But I'm with you guys that if I'm the Warriors, I would try to politely say no.
Well, it's a wait and see for me. I mean, I'm going to want to see it. I'm going to want to see how you comport yourself through the rehab and how much you get ready. And, are you around during the rehab? Are you mentoring the 11th pick who you make a pick and is a young guy? And are you going to mentor him the way you did Kuminga? A lot of things I want to see before I go out there and give him another year on top of it.
And I totally agree with you guys. Like, I wouldn't be willing to do it either. I'd rather not do it. Of course I wouldn't. The question is like, they know if there's going to be a ramification from that or not. Maybe there won't be. Maybe there's no issue, and Butler will be back in February, and he plays great, and he either becomes a free agent or the Warriors re-sign him. Here's these guys, man.
I know.
These NBA players, they just...
And here's the real. Like, if the fan base is still activated, if the organization is still activated by this concept of everything for Steph, then don't you try like hell to trade Jimmy Butler this offseason? Because he is absolutely 100%, because of health, not the right person to maximize the rest of Steph.
And also because of his age and injury.
Sure, but mainly injury. I mean, to think that Steph is going to be better 2 years from now than he will be this year is crazy. With each passing year, his chances to do something meaningful go down. So therefore, what I want is a player who plays on opening night this year.
Well, the other thing with Butler is you have to, like, if you think Butler's going to be a problem, well, first of all, let's take the positive. If Butler comes back with 25 or 30 games left, like, that's the cherry next year. You know what I mean? Like, you can always say, if you're having a pretty good, and Butler's coming back, the minute you say Butler's not going to come back, or you don't think he's going to come back, then you lose that chance that he could elevate your team when he comes back. And then you're just going to play the full season without Butler. And I think the handwriting's on the wall if that's the way you're going into the season. Like, if they don't have Butler for the whole year, they're in big trouble. If Butler's coming back as a reality with 30 games left and he's functional, well, I kind of want to see what happens then if we're hanging around.
Also, if your season's not going the right way, you could choose to hold on to him. You also could trade him at the deadline, right?
What kind of position are they in to be a good basketball team the first half of the year?
I mean, not a great one.
Like, what's that scenario? Who is helping them do that? Let's say Steph and Draymond are healthy.
James. That's the only one.
Right.
And a healthy Steph, yeah.
And Wendy, by the way, is reporting today that the Lakers and LeBron are all trading numbers as we speak. I don't know how much of that's just leverage play or whatever, but I still think that's the most likely landing spot for him.
Yeah.
So if you come back with just basically what you had last year, you keep Kristaps on a smaller deal, and maybe you bring back Melton, and you got Pods. Don't forget your boy Pods.
And the 11th pick.
Right.
You got the Axel.
So I don't think that you get to February, and if you're 55 games in, you're probably not 40-15. You're probably 23-22 in that 9-10 spot again, hoping for Jimmy to come save the day.
Is it weird for me to say that even that feels optimistic?
Depends on health, obviously. You know, last year before Jimmy got hurt, they were pretty good. I mean,
because Jimmy was on the team.
Right.
I mean, like, when's the last time that they were good and Jimmy wasn't on the team? A winning record and Jimmy wasn't playing?
The previous year when they went and...
so 2 seasons ago.
Right.
When they started 12-4 or whatever it was. Yeah, at the beginning of that year.
But the other thing that could simplify this is even if Butler does this, they'll move him at the deadline then. Like, I think they will be able to move Jimmy Butler if they absolutely have to at the deadline.
That's probably true.
Because somebody's going to want to... And you know what? I'll leave you with this. Would you trade him right now for De'Aaron Fox?
No.
Okay.
No.
Only because
that
the
contract.
deal is too long.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I don't know how
How about Zach LaVine?
I mean...
He's only got 2 more years. I'll let it there for you guys. 95-7. The game.
Christy says you can come to the lesson, Evan.
I'm in.
Okay.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get this thing started. Here we go. 888-957-9570 is the number. You are welcome to join and weigh in. And we will have a lot of that Warrior stuff that we were just kind of playing with. We're going to have that a little bit later on in the show. I'm fascinated by something that's taken place over the last 24 hours, and I want to work it out with you a little bit.
Okay, let's do that.
Why is every single baseball reporter in America all of a sudden at the exact same time all reporting the exact same thing about the San Francisco Giants?
And they're reporting it on their own. They're not just reporting somebody else's report.
Correct.
In other words,
multiple sources to ESPN, multiple sources to MLB.com, multiple sources to The Athletic, multiple sources. The Giants are taking offers on their big three money guys.
Man, Adames, Devers, and Matt Chapman.
Right. Now,
they're taking offers 7 weeks ahead of the deadline.
There's so much that I want to pick apart here, because think about what that means. It literally feels today as if a press release went out. And you don't send press releases out about that. But text messages done got sent all at the same time to multiple places. Rosenthal writes it. Buster Olney tweets it. Mark Feinsand tweets it. All of the outlets write articles about it. The San Francisco Giants. And all of the articles also say the same thing. While they have not fully made the decision yet to become sellers, because there is still time for them to rally back. But at the same time, they are now officially making calls and taking calls with regard to Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman, and Willy Adames. Why would suddenly that get reported by so many people all on the same day?
Because you want to get ahead of the curve, and you want to let teams know, let the world know that anybody in this team can be had except for Logan Webb, because that was also...
and except for Bryce Eldridge.
Fine, yeah.
But okay, let me ask you this. If you want the world to know, I'm pretty sure Buster Posey's got the number for all the other GMs.
You would hope.
Why don't you text them?
Zach Manassian's brother is actually a GM as well. So
Correct.
Down there in Anaheim, I believe.
They're doing well, too.
Yeah, boy.
What's the aggregate for the Manassian brothers right now?
I mean,
as far as their record in the bigs?
I think that the Giants have a slightly better record than the Angels, but, I mean, they're probably a combined 38 below.
Yeah.
It's rough between the two, but.
Yeah. So that just struck me.
Yeah.
Again, not the news, but why the news and how the news. Why did the Giants suddenly send that out? And then here are some of the branches that come off of that tree. Willy Adames and Matt Chapman both have no trade clauses.
Interesting.
So I would imagine that if I were Willy or Matt, and I've got a computer, and I've got a phone, they can both afford one, and all of a sudden you see that everywhere. Giants are taking offers on Willy Adames and Matt Chapman, and both of them are sitting there going, I have a no trade clause. You can't take offers on me without my permission. So does that tell you that the Giants have already gone to both of those guys and said to them, hey, here's the situation, and we've got to kind of recalibrate a little bit. There might be an opportunity for us to get you to a winner. Would you be open to it?
And it might have even gone the other way, where they go to management and say, look, this thing is not going the way we wanted. I signed here when Bob Melvin was the skipper, and I like Bob. I used to play for him, and you brought this guy in who is not Harry High School, but he's, straight out of college, and he's doing things that aren't really working. And you know what? Maybe I want to go play for a winner. So how about you start making some calls and taking some calls?
I doubt it's gone that way, but sure, it's
possible.
On the table. It's on the table.
And the agent can contact the front office. And
don't forget that Chapman spoke to Slusser 3 weeks ago, and in the article, it was like trading Chapman is, quote, not happening. It's not happening. In other words, he was telling her at that time, and remember at that time, he also was striking out every single at-bat.
Right. And that's what Buster told Susan Slusser? Or
no, Matt.
Chapman? Okay.
Matt.
That was really at the same time as him getting death threats.
It was Susan's line. She wrote, not happening.
Right.
But I certainly took from that, like, you're sitting there talking to Matt. If you say not happening, it's both because you, A, think the Giants have signed up for this and they believe in Matt Chapman, and B, Matt's sitting there going, that's not what I signed up for.
And he has a no-trade clause.
Right.
So
but then again, not what I signed up for. Like, when Matt Chapman joined the Giants and when he signed his extension, Bob Melvin was the manager.
Exactly.
And Farhan Zaidi was president of baseball ops for both of them. Even though Buster pushed that across, he was not the Pobo yet.
Right. And, you have that situation. Primarily, I look at the Bob Melvin piece because he played for Bob in Oakland, and then Bob's here, and you decide you want to sign an extension, possibly connected to Bob because you enjoyed playing for him. And now Tony Vitello is in, and it's not going great. And it's his first year, and you got to give him time and all the rest of it. But just from the outside looking in, it's not going great. And, you had to replace your third base coach already because he was making mistake after mistake, and you have no bullpen, and you're one of the losingest teams in baseball right now. So I wouldn't blame any of them if they went to their agent and said, yo, agent, how about we try to get me out of here?
I wouldn't blame anybody for anything. That kind of stuff, you never know what's going on behind the scenes because make no mistake about it, Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, and I'm sure money was the number one driving force, but both of them sat down once upon a time and a piece of paper was put in front of them that pretty much represented you spending the rest of your career here. Not that long ago. Both of them signed those pieces of paper. I'd like to be a Giant into my late 30s. That's what both of them, in fact, I so want to be a Giant that agent you just referenced, in both cases, requested a no-trade clause. Like, in fact, you can't make me not be a Giant if I don't want to be. They both asked for that less than 2 years ago. And so I'm fascinated by, let's unpack what happened here. What just happened here? And then there's the third piece, and this might be the largest one of all. And that is the first baseman who is in some ways blocking the great new hope, and also is the one who doesn't have a no-trade clause.
Right.
Rafael Devers does not have a no-trade clause.
And he did not sign to play here.
Correct.
He signed to play elsewhere, and then that soured, and, well, he's getting paid a lot, but he would be here for another 7.5 seasons.
And these articles came out on the exact 1 year anniversary of his acquisition. And it really made me take a step back and go, okay, let's think about Rafi Devers for a second, because these three guys in different ways at one point or another represented the guys we've been waiting for. Absolutely. Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, veteran left side infielders who both chose to come to the Giants. So all the fans that go, nobody wants to come here. Well, they did. They chose to come here. They chose to sign long-term, and they chose to have a no-trade clause. And then Rafi Devers, he's acquired, and we've all been after the elite hitter. The Giants have been after all of the Bryce Harpers and the Aaron Judges to no avail. And finally, they get this guy. And 365 days later to the day, they put all of them on the market in the middle of every content creator who will listen. And it struck me that the relationship that has been built between Rafi Devers and this fan base in 365 days is damn near non-existent.
Right.
And that's wild to me. This was the guy we were waiting for. And the relationship is what?
It's non-existent.
What is it?
Well, do you see any Devers jerseys out there?
No.
Because I sure don't.
No.
And Have you ever seen him do like a sit-down interview? I know on NBC Sports Bay Area, they do the thing with Alex Pavlovich and Bonte Hill, and I think Adamas was on one of those episodes the other day.
Logan has done it.
Don't think I've seen Rafi Devers on that.
Nope.
And I don't even know what he sounds like. You and I were talking about it before the show, and I was just trying to think about just his voice. And, what does he sound like? And I have no idea.
You got to remember back basically to the introductory press conference.
Yep.
He has barely spoken since then, and he doesn't like it. And I'm not going to come down his road for that.
Yeah, I'm not.
There is a language barrier, though Jung-Hoo Lee has done more interviews than Rafi Devers, but that's fine. If you choose to not talk to the media, you choose to not talk to the media. But we arrive at here, the guy we've been waiting for, and the guy that the Giants gave up their then number one upcoming pitching prospect, the number one left-handed pitching prospect in all of baseball. They gave him up for this guy because they so badly needed a bat, and we as a fan base so badly needed a bat, and exactly a year later, the relationship between him and the fans feels like a wet newspaper. It's not even there. These three guys we're talking about, I would argue if you did a Giants popularity poll right now, none of them end up in the top 4.
No, I was even thinking top 8, but that might be a stretch.
That's probably a stretch.
Bryce would be above him for sure already.
Casey.
Yep.
Jung-Hoo Lee, Logan Webb. Those are my 4.
Yep, that's an easy, quick 4.
Yeah, those are the 4 that I think are resonating with the fan base right now. I like Matt Chapman, and Matt's had now a good 3 weeks that's calmed everyone down about his numbers. I don't dislike Rafi Devers and Willie Adames, but it's fascinating. None of them homegrown, all of them acquired, all of them supposedly scratching itches that we all had. And their relationship with the fans, particularly with Devers, is just, it feels very incomplete.
Yeah, I think Adames has a great relationship with the fans, and it would help if they had more walk-off wins and he could, douse more people with Gatorade. They just haven't had that many. And even though he was chatting with Mookie Betts and forgot how many outs there were, he has a certain amount of joy and personality, I think, that is connecting with people. But it's hard to really look at any player and be happy about it because they as a team are so bad.
There you go. I mean, the number one answer on the board as to why it's like this is because since the 3 have arrived, the Giants lose a lot more games than they win. But we'd love to hear about that. You as a Giants fan, what is your relationship with Rafi Devers? Like, let's spotlight on that. If you'd rather talk about Adames or Chapman, we can do that too. But those guys are in control of their future. If they don't want to leave, they don't leave. Devers is the one that the Giants, if they find a taker, he can go. And Bryce Eldridge can just go ahead and take over first base. So what is your relationship 1 year in with Rafi Devers? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. We're sponsored by AC Transit. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Transit Fair keeps the East Bay moving, funding reliable buses, community routes, and essential transit service thousands of riders count on every day. Pay by Clipper, contactless bank card, or cash. Discounts are available for qualified riders. Visit actransit.org/fares matter.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Julio from San Francisco. Used RNS of SF a few times now for our business. Great guys to work with. Special thank you to Marcelo, Roberto, and Alex for making this last project as seamless as possible. I will definitely use them again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and auto pay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
What word would you use?
About
to define,
the report?
to define a year of Rafi Devers in a Giants uniform.
366 days in.
Yeah.
I would say, disappointing might be too harsh, but I thought that he was a better hitter than what we've seen in 162 games. So that's been disappointing. And I think that he is, the more I've been reading about the Boston exodus, he's a bit of an enigma. He's a puzzle. I don't think that...
In what way?
In the way that, he was told that he was going to be the DH, and then the first baseman got hurt, and he's like, nope, I'm not playing first. And I wonder why things soured so quickly. Maybe they were always sour in Boston. I was reading reports that he was really openly critical of Craig Breslow, who was running the baseball operations in Boston. And I don't know, it just seemed like he was pretty outspoken when it came for him to try to get out of Boston.
Look, I'm not in Boston, obviously, but my perception of the way things all went down there, and what could we liken it to? What if...
Jimmy Butler?
Well, what if the 49ers in the first round this year drafted a quarterback? You know what I mean? In the first round.
Right, like the Rams did.
Right, but their quarterback's 39.
Right.
If you were Brock Purdy, would you be pissed?
I would be puzzled. I don't think I'd be that mad because I'm about to make that real chicken, and it would be annoying.
Yeah.
So what, I'm going to have to compete now?
And then that's not even a fair full comp. That's sort of like part A of the comp. Part B would be, and this would never make sense, but part B would be then the Niners go to Brock Purdy and they're like, so we think that you should be a cornerback.
Right.
We're going to use this other guy as the quarterback. We love you.
Yeah.
We want to honor your contract.
You're going to move Trent Williams into guard.
Yeah.
Because we drafted a tackle.
But we'd like you to be our slot receiver. That's kind of what the Red Sox, in Rafi's mind, did to him. He's an all-star, third baseman. And forget the fact that I don't think he was very good over at third base, but that's not the point.
And Bregman was a Gold Glove winner.
He's the Red Sox third baseman, and he's a star. And without talking to him, they just went and signed a new third baseman.
Right.
And they're like, so we're going to put you over there. And he's like, you didn't ask me first? You don't want to talk to me about it? You didn't even want to talk to me about it.
Right.
Let's do the NBA. Do LeBron's teams do anything without talking to LeBron?
Probably not. Basketball is a little bit of a different one.
It is.
Because the one superstar can control a lot more.
No doubt. And Rafi was only one of a number of stars, and Rafi is not LeBron. He's not Steph Curry. But I get why he was knocked off kilter. I don't know if he handled it perfectly.
Right.
Everybody would love a good teammate to just be like, you got it, Skip. I'm going to go over there and be the best first baseman that I can be. Rafi pouted.
Right.
No.
Well, he pouted, and then he spoke out and made it so untenable that they had to trade him a month and a half before the deadline.
Right. But you see his willingness to play first base. He did it here.
Right.
Because there were no false pretenses. There was nothing behind anybody's back. The Giants acquired him and said, we're thinking first base because we have a third baseman already.
But they also have a first baseman now who is, he's your top prospect, and now he's one of your best players. He's no longer a prospect, and I think he's coming off those lists because he's here to stay.
Yeah, I don't know what that rule is.
It takes a little bit of time, I think, for them to refresh the list.
No, but he's their best player.
Right, and he's a first baseman. He can DH and they can take turns or whatever, but I just think that the Rafi Devers part of it, he hasn't ever really felt like a Giant. He's in a Giants uniform, but you're right. He hasn't made real connections, I don't think, with the fans.
Yeah.
And now you've got competition at first base, and the DH is also blocked, and we're just a year and a day into a long tenure here, in theory.
If the Giants were to pull off of a trade that involved Rafi Devers, your emotional response would be what?
My emotional response would be almost none.
If that breaking news sounder hit in a week, and we read that Rafi Devers is being traded to, here, let me pull up a team that would make sense. Rafi Devers is being traded to the Seattle Mariners for some of their best prospects, or maybe just some of their, a couple guys in their top 15 prospect list. And the Giants will pick up a third of the salary, and Rafi is the Mariners.
Yeah.
But the Giants don't get anybody on the Major League roster.
Right.
They just move Bryce Eldridge to first base. What's your emotional response?
I would be angry.
You'd be angry?
I'd be angry at the front office because you go from Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs, who all of a sudden is a thing in AAA.
He's not yet. Yeah.
But
but we don't do that. Because Bryce Eldridge has been a thing in AAA. Right. Marco Luciano was a thing in AAA.
I'm just saying that he looks to be a pretty good player thus far. And if you turn that into a couple of prospects from Seattle and a 1-year rental of Rafi Devers,
what
are we doing?
But to me, the toothpaste is already out of that tube. If you're trading Rafi Devers, it's not going to match up to what you gave up for him.
Right.
So I guess I'm asking, what's the emotional response to Rafi Devers is not on the team anymore?
Not much of an emotional response.
I agree with you.
It's just kind of not a yawn, but it's it was kind of fun watching him hit when he did well, but
sort of.
Off you go,
I don't think the word that you used is overdoing it at all.
Disappointment?
This has totally been disappointing. How could it not be? We were so fired up. The Giants got their bat. They got their bat. And he has just not been their bat. He's not been their bat. He's not been their face. He has not been their inspiration. He has not been their, I don't know, man. And this is not a criticism. It's just an observation. Do you notice that when Bryce Eldridge hits a home run, or Chappie drives in 8 runs in a game, when those dudes go into the dugout and they're running through that line and people are butting heads and Drew Gilbert is eating dugouts and all of these things that are happening in there, do you ever see Rafi?
He's usually in the back.
I don't see, you know what I mean?
He's not out there, yucking it up.
And if he's not wired that way, then he's not wired that way. It's not a criticism, but that's what I'm trying to access. To what level is Rafi Devers, you know what I mean here, a giant?
Right.
Like, are you a giant? Or are you just kind of a hired hand that's not really quite showing up on time?
That's kind of what I was saying, is he is in a Giants uniform, and he plays a lot of games down at 3rd and King, and when they're the home team, he plays for the home team. So, yeah, he's a giant. But as far as, the fabric, and you think about, Will Clark, when Will Clark came up, immediately it's like, oh my, that guy's a giant. And, many guys on this team, you still get that same feeling. I think that, Chapman, he's a giant, and maybe he's been here a little bit longer, but
he feels like a giant.
He does. And Rafi Devers, I don't think has yet permeated the fan base like that.
Well, and I mean, listen, I want to be fair. He was traded here. And when you do acquire somebody who's at the top of the game, but they weren't kind of born here, they didn't grow up here, it feels different. That's very much the Kevin Durant story, right?
Yeah.
He just didn't connect with the fan base in the same way. And in fact, it bothered him at such a level. It was part of why, at least reportedly, that he didn't want to be here anymore, because there were other homegrown players that excited the fan base more. But if I'm Rafi Devers and I'm 8 years into this league, I've achieved what I've achieved, and Bryce Eldridge comes up and has 3 good weeks, and the whole fan base is like, yeah, that's it. Thanks, Devers. I'm sure that doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
I would think that doesn't feel great.
Well, especially when you look at his March and April this year when he was so bad, and you could see the frustration, right? He's slamming the bat down occasionally, and he even snapped a bat one time, and he was frustrated, and the fans were not necessarily supportive, and you don't have to be. The guy's a new player, and he's supposed to be 850 OPS. He's supposed to be that dude, like you say, a star. And this year he's at, I think, 703.
I don't know that the fan base was unsupportive, though.
Right.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. They come to the yard.
Yeah.
They come to the yard.
And maybe it's the echo chamber on social media where people are more prone to be critical and harsher.
No doubt.
When a guy's struggling.
I mean, I think that, they respond when he gets a big hit. We were at that game where he hit the grand slam and the whole place was ready for him to do it, and he did it. And I don't hear anything from inside the clubhouse about him not being a good teammate. I don't hear that.
Right.
I think the guys like him or whatever. I do think that some of this is just the way he's wired. He's not a face of a franchise. even though I think that some of us thought that's what the Giants were buying. That's not who he is.
Right.
He wasn't the face of the Red Sox.
And you don't have to be the face of the franchise. All you really have to do, quote unquote, is play hard and hopefully play well. And he has not hit the ball like we've known him to hit it for his previous 9 years. And that's where, things like this can pop up. These reports where, they're open to trading all three of these guys. The team is really struggling. And, if you can get somebody to take on some of the money, at some point, I think you're going to have to not have Devers and Eldridge on the team together.
I think you're probably right. And Dan O'Dowd, the former GM of the Rockies, was on with us. I don't know what that was, at least 3 weeks ago or so. And he kind of made that comment. And Bryce hadn't quite popped in the way that he's popped, number one. And I don't think we were all where we are now yet. And when he said it, we were a little like, whoa. But his first thing was, we were like, if you were running the Giants right now, what would you do? He goes, I've got to find a way to get Rafi Devers off of this team. And we were like, whoa, dude.
Yeah, slow down.
Slow your roll.
Bryce Eldridge hasn't hit a walk-off grand slam yet.
And now we're like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Which I'm at times bothered by how quickly this all changes. Again, Matt Chapman is the most recent example. Matt Chapman 3 weeks ago, everybody wanted him, they wanted him off the team, and he was just absolute dead weight. And now 3 weeks later, he's the best of the three. And that can change again in another 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe Devers will go on another hot streak and give everybody pause here. But the report and the anniversary really struck me, and I don't think the word disappointing is too strong at all, because I'm not even necessarily directing that at Rafi. I just mean this entire experience. If you had told me on June 15th, 2025, that we'd be here a year later kind of going, whatever. If he stays, he stays. If he goes, he goes. I'd have been like, no way. No way that's how we're going to feel in 12 months. But I think that's how we feel.
I think it is, and a lot of it is his lack of productivity, and it's also the one-loss record. And I think in the 162 games he's played, the Giants have won, I think, 64 of them, or not 70 for sure. I saw the number the other day, and
they've been bad.
I didn't remember, but they've been bad. A whole season of bad, and he's been a contributor. He's not the only reason that they've been bad, but that leads you to today, and Buster Olney just put out a piece on ESPN. General managers under the most pressure. And number 5 in the list, Buster Posey.
Wow.
So
made top 5 basically a year and a half after he started.
Right. And it's, they're one of the most disappointing teams. And young and affordable players are needed because the expensive veterans have underperformed. Yeah. And so he's got Buster at number 5.
I don't think he's on any sort of a hot seat, but I don't think Buster Olney is wrong that Buster Posey is under pressure.
Right.
Because he's got to make hard deals. They're emotionally hard deals. They're financially hard deals. They're hard deals to find a partner with. And then also they are admissions. They are early admissions.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, they're admissions that you messed up. Nobody signs these deals and then a year later is like, let's not do this anymore.
Buyer's remorse.
Yeah. This is an annulment. This isn't a divorce. This is like...
It's an expensive annulment, though.
Yes. That happens. Those weddings,
Yeah.
You put that $100K down for a wedding, you don't get it back if you change your mind a month later.
That's right.
But that's what this is. These are annulments.
Right.
These are the people that they married to be the core of the Giants for the next at least 5 years. And a year later, they want out from all of them.
Right. Or maybe the players want out. Maybe it's the front office. Maybe it's mutual. I don't know. It's going to be fascinating to see over the course of the next 7 weeks how this all plays out. I don't think you're going to get rid of all 3 of them, but if you could get off of one of the 3, I think the Devers one would be the one just contract-wise that you'd probably want to get off.
I was going to ask that question today. If you could lose one, I hate that word. That makes it sound like you're throwing them in the trash.
Offload, trade.
If you could move off of one of the 3, who would you move off of first?
I think it's Devers for me. Even though
that's crazy.
Well, he has the potential to be obviously the best of the 3, but that contract is That's wicked. That's a heavy, heavy deal.
The only reason that I would even consider agreeing with you is because of the positional issue that it causes for Bryce Eldridge. But I need to think about whether or not Adames is the answer to the question.
Yep.
Because Rafi Devers, even when he's struggling, I don't know if you've noticed, he's still kind of more often than not better than Adames. Adames, I think, is the weakest of the three defensively. I think Adames brings a lot to the table for the clubhouse and the emotions and the fun and the purple, all of that. I also know that the Giants farm system right now, and I know this is just a song and it's a long time away, but their top prospects are all shortstops. And so if you were to keep Adames for another 6 seasons, there's a strong likelihood that he's blocking someone the same way that Rafi Devers is right now.
Yes, but I mean, at that point, he'll be 36.
Yes, down the road.
So, down the road, that'd be like the last year of his deal. And
But I mean, what if these guys are ready in 3 years? What if they're ready in 2?
It's possible. I think they're 18 and 19 years old, so that would be an aggressive acceleration. But Bryce Eldridge is 21, and here he is knocking the ball around here in the show.
And Rafi Devers came to the bigs when he was 20.
Right.
That's why he's got so many years under his belt, but isn't 30 yet.
Devers with a 706 OPS. Adames is 692. Neither one is good enough from what they should be and what they have always been.
Yeah. I'd have to think about that. It's not Chapman.
Right. I agree. Like, the defense is so sparkly.
How would you have answered it 3 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago?
Before they got to Chicago.
Probably Chapman.
Right.
Even though it's the shortest of the deals.
They were that's why we annoy them so much.
Yeah.
That's why they go on social media. It's like 3 weeks ago, you guys were begging. You wanted me to leave. You all were going to drive me to the airport. Now I'm the one you want to keep.
Leads the team in ribbies with 39.
And WAR.
Right. That happened in about 10 days.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's on a heater.
Yeah.
He's a good player, though. He's a good player, and he's got the least amount of years left.
Right, and he is, pitching and defense. If we're going to pretend that that's a thing that you want to be, then he's your absolute anchor over at the hot corner.
Lowest AAV as well for Chapman.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. Also the cheapest.
Well, and you would have said Jung-Hoo Lee if we did this in late April. Like, what contract?
I might have. Yeah.
Right. You were down on Jung-Hoo Lee.
I thought it wasn't just down. I was like, meh. And that was the one where I was like, that might actually be tradable.
Right.
That's a tradable deal because he's young, he's not quite as expensive, and there's still some curiosity about him. And then he hasn't made an out since I said that.
Right.
Yeah, so there's that. Rick in Daly City. Hi, Rick. Thank you for calling. What's going on?
Hey, first off, the annulment thing, I'm stealing that. That is the absolute perfect phrase, and I love it. I can't believe no one's come up with that.
Yeah, you can have that, Rick. You can use that at the office.
Nice. Now the other thing, when you guys were talking about, is Devers just wearing a Giants jersey? That's been something I've been talking about all season, is that these guys, this whole team, really even Tony V, it just feels like leases and rentals. Like there's no one to latch onto. And granted, that those, even years teams, the city is going to be attached to those guys the way they were like the 80s Niners. There is so much personality, and from the freak to the beard to the panda to the rally thong, and then these guys pull in, and there's, just like you said about Devers, sitting down in the dugout. Adames, yeah, he's got a lot of personality, but it'd be like he's like George Kittle personality with Cleveland Browns record. It's a bit of a turnoff to see a guy so happy and celebrating when they're so terrible. It's not really that fun. And to have your shortstop be one of your worst defenders is laughable in baseball when you're supposed to be built up the middle. And then you go to Chapman, and it's like, he's the longest tenured guy. And, someone earlier I was listening said he's the heart of the team. It's like he's chewing out Casey Schmidt. And, granted, the things that were said about him were horrible. But, being very public about, his issues with the city and the fan base, and then he's underperforming. But the thing the three of them have managed to do all season is they're like that girlfriend that treats you terrible, and right when you're about to break up with them, they cook you dinner and keep you around for another month or so. You're like, I think she changed. They're not going to change. Get rid of them. Rinse and repeat. I'm done with these guys.
So Matt Chapman is basically on a booty call right now, is what you're saying.
That's 100% what he is, and not a good one.
No, could I ask you something, Rick, though? You said something there that at least is maybe out of my purview a little bit. Did Matt Chapman say he's got issues with the city of San Francisco?
No. It was married to when he was getting the horrible messages from the fans, but he made a few comments that were kind of blanket that a lot of people, or at least some people I know, took as, he just has issues with the city, which, granted, people talk about your family, all bets are off. He has every right to say what he wants. But I'm just saying, I think that, on all three fronts, there's reasons that, the honeymoon's over, and I don't think it's salvageable with any of the three.
Interesting. Hey, Rick, great call. Thank you so much. I don't know if it's not salvageable with any of the three. I don't feel like it's that far gone. In fact, with any of the three. Like, I'm not offended by any of them.
No.
I don't dislike any of them. I'm just disappointed that I don't feel more of a connection than I do. I think I would put it that way.
Yeah, and I think that is a good way to put it. And Adames is the one I think that you could look at and say there is a connection, and it's because he has that big smile and he plays with such joy. And I think the connection would be stronger if they were better and if he was performing better. Chapman is just kind of a quiet, stoic, go about your business third baseman, and Rafi Devers, you never hear from him.
You don't feel any sort of Giants connection to Matt Chapman?
I do, but I don't think that he, Drew Gilbert's out there, he's a maniac. Right. And so you can like it or dislike it or whatever, but he's somebody who stands out personality-wise. Matt Chapman's just he's kind of an all-business. Yeah. Reminds me a little of Matt Williams back in the day.
Yeah, and I don't mind that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I loved Matt Williams. I wore his number.
But Matt was not demonstrative. He's not out there, pimping home runs and the rest of it. Chapman's just a very straight-up square guy.
We got our draft special a week from tonight, dude. A week from right now, we're going to be drafting. Tuesday, June 23rd, Laughing Monk in San Francisco, 2 to 6. We want you to come out and hang with us. Watch the draft with us. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. What kind of a connection and relationship as a Giants fan do you feel to these three highly paid, resume-built baseball players who are apparently all on the market? We'll keep taking your calls. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final tonight at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. It's Austria, and they're trading at 73% to beat Jordan, meaning a $100 trade pays out $134 if Austria gets the win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code DIBS. DIBS. You get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB Now 1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm out there patting all kinds of people on the back. Career over. He's fired.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Remember when Dan O'Dowd came on our show?
Yeah, I think I was here for that one.
And then yesterday, Dan O'Dowd went on MLB Network.
No, I don't remember that one.
He talked about the Giants and Rafi Devers. why they went after him in the first place. Take a listen.
To me, in the Giants case, I think it's a reaction to not signing Stanton, not signing Harper, not signing Correa, not signing Judge.
They wanted a star.
They realized they can't sign one as a free agent, so they went the trade route.
Okay. Probably some validity to that.
Right. And they saw the way it was going in Boston, which was a very public, more than a spat, more than a feud. It was akin to Jimmy Butler in Miami, I think, where the only way that was going to end was with Rafi Devers getting shipped out.
Yeah, but it didn't need to necessarily go the way that it went. The one thing I will say about when Rafi Devers was acquired, I think all of us Giants fans were so thrilled to have an elite hitter, but there were a lot of baseball people who said in the same sentence, yes, great hitter, and I think the Giants clearly got the best player in the deal, but also a little surprised they just took on the whole contract.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any other baseball teams that were going to be willing to do that.
And wasn't some of the money paid already up front by Boston in the form of a signing bonus?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you always talk about the average annual amount on the deal, and it's not what shows on Baseball Reference, which is $33 million a year.
Right. It's actually about $28.5 a year.
Okay.
Every year.
Right, but they still took on the whole kit and caboodle.
They took on the rest of what was on it. Yeah.
Boston didn't chip in $100 million, or you just took the player and you took the contract.
They didn't chip in 100.
Right.
Let alone $100 million.
There was no chip.
There was no chip.
Nothing was chipped in.
And I like chips.
Yeah. And
a little too much, actually.
I think at the time, you looked at the trade and thought they finally got a hitter, like Dan O'Dowd just said. But at the time, you weren't thinking that Bryce was going to be just a year away and that he was going to come up and make this big of a splash this soon. And so I think Buster looked at it and he pounced. There's a really good player available, a player that had to be dealt because the situation was broken.
Look, I was in favor of it then, so I'm not going to allow myself to not be in favor of it now. But to the point he's making, does this mean that the Giants acted out of some other emotion rather than what you want to act out of, which is we like this player and we think this is the perfect deal for us right now? In other words, were they letting history into, the analogy I love to use? It's kind of like if you're dating or married to somebody who loves to go out 5 nights a week and stay out late, and that relationship sours, you're going to immediately look for like a homebody. But you may not be a homebody. That's just what you want now. It's not what you want all the time. And now you've signed up for homebody. And that's going to wear out too, because at a certain point, 5, 6, 7 years down the road, or who knows, maybe in 12 months, you'll be like, I'm bored. And so did the Giants act out of, instead of, we think this is a good deal and a great player who fits perfectly, did they basically act out of their own wounding?
Perhaps.
That's what concerns me here.
A certain amount of, not desperation, but some desperation, because you have been trying to get these really big-time hitters to come here, and you finish in second, time and time again, and Farhan's out, and so Buster takes the reins and sees this as the best opportunity. And so, you go out there and you just fire away and you trade your prospects and Jordan Hicks and you just take on the whole deal because you got yourself a real bona fide 850 OPS superstar hitter.
What you got, Grandy?
What do you think is because the Devers deal, you're getting beat on all fronts. What do you think is the worst part of it? Is it Devers' performance specifically? Is it the fact that Harrison is looking like an all-star in Milwaukee? Or is it that he's essentially blocking Bryce Eldridge? Like, what is the worst part? Because all three of those are not good.
I picked the first one. For
just
me,
Devers not playing as well?
Yeah, just like his performance is not, and it's not an offensive performance. It's just not Rafi Devers. That's what bothers me the most. I think at least in the near term, you can deal with Eldridge and Devers swapping back and forth between that and the DH. And Kyle Harrison showing out, to me, that's the cost of doing business sometimes. If you get a great player in return, then it's okay if you gave up somebody else who's performing also.
And Boston actually gave him up too.
They did.
It wasn't until he got to Milwaukee that he got healthy and learned how to pitch, apparently.
I don't know if this helps Giants fans or not. Boston's dealings in all of this were way worse. Way worse. But I don't care about that. I'm a Giants fan. I'm not comforted by, hey, the Giants are in fourth place, but hey, so are the Sox. Like, so what? I don't care about that. They messed up bigger, but the Giants still messed up.
Tibbs, by the way, is at 1,036 in the Dodgers organization.
He has been
his
the whole
OPS,
time.
I know. But even when he cooled off, he's still above 1,000.
Somebody asked the Dodgers why DH goes by the name of Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
So Pajas has been great. You've got Teoscar Hernandez in left. You spent a truckload of money on Kyle Tucker and put him in right. So that's why Tibbs is not up. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, it's probably similar to what we were screaming about with Bryce Eldridge. Like, don't call the guy up unless you got a spot to play him.
Right. And I would answer your question the same way as Mark Grandy. The first part of it, the lack of performance from Rafi Devers is the one that is the worst part of the trade for me. Because you can't control what they do with Kyle Harrison, and they gave up on him sooner than the Giants did.
Do you guys both think the Giants should trade Rafi Devers?
I don't know if I'm at the word should, but like from an opportunistic standpoint, if there's a deal that makes sense, I think they absolutely need to be open to it.
But if he was hitting the way he has throughout his career, you wouldn't want to do it, even if the team wasn't still very good?
Not right now.
I think the biggest reason for me to trade him is because of he's blocking Eldridge.
But is he? Like, I guess maybe he is long-term. I think what they're doing right now is okay for now. So the reason I would look to trade Rafi Devers is I would have questions if this could last much more than a year. But I'd be willing to do this for a year. You could trade Rafi at the next deadline. If there's no good deal right now, you can do this next July.
Yeah, and I think...
what the hell's on the line? It's not like, oh, no, we're going to ruin the rest of this year. They took care of that already.
Pretty much. And I think the further down the line with his contract you go, the more tradable it becomes.
Right.
Because
Agreed.
you don't have to eat as much, and neither does the other team.
And the older he gets, though, and theoretically the worse as a player he becomes, though.
Fair, but he also, I don't think he's going to hit any worse than this. I mean, he could start to rake. Maybe he puts up another 850 OPS and then he becomes more tradable. I agree with everything that you guys are saying. It's all a cost-benefit analysis. It's all a risk-reward play. I don't think you have to trade Rafi Devers this season. I don't even know if they can. It's hard for me to wrap my head around right now the idea, though, that they keep him for more than another year or two if Bryce is going to be anything like this at all.
I think there's a sweet spot of the contract gets smaller and he still is at an age where he can be productive. That I think is maybe it's a year or two or three, but he's never had a year this bad. His second year, his OPS was 731.
Right.
And he had 21 homers that year, but other than that, he's been high eights and dominant.
We're not even at the halfway point, too. So, I don't know where his OPS is going to end up. He might end up with an OPS over 800 again.
Yeah.
I mean, look what Chapman's done to his OPS in 3 weeks.
Seriously.
So, Devers can do that, too. When you say the word 3 years, even 2 years, though, right now, that feels like a long time to keep Bryce Eldridge shelved defensively.
Right.
Blocked a little bit, because even if you just say, hey, Eldridge, you're going to be our DH, that creates flexibility problems elsewhere around the diamond. Don't forget, Elliot Ramos is coming back. And, okay, so now what? Where's Casey Schmidt go? And does he go to right? And does Jung Hoo go to center? Right. And if that's your outfield, guess what? You have an awful defensive outfield.
Yeah, not a lot of... Well, Jung Hoo Lee's not awful, but...
No, but he's not good in center.
Right.
No, he's a good outfielder. But they decided after 2 seasons or a season and a half of watching him in center that he was below average out there. Ramos, below average. And Casey Schmidt is brand new, and now you'd be asking him to learn a new outfield position again.
Right.
And a quirky one at that. That's not a good outfield.
It's not.
And I don't want to go out into Oracle Park with a bad outfield. That's not a good idea.
Especially with that triples alley, man. That thing's huge out there.
Better move the fence way in.
Seriously. And let us play with 4 outfielders like it's a slow pitch team.
Change the name to Singles Alley.
Pretty much.
Bring that thing into about 320 feet.
So when do you think Ramos is going to be ready?
It's getting there.
Another week or two or
month of June.
Okay. Rehab assignment upcoming, and then
month of June. I think.
So there might be a way to have him come back, and at the same time you trade Luis Ariz, who is one of the most attractive pieces that's out there.
All right, we're not done with this conversation at all. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. Right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. This is Willard and Dibbs. And it's Willard for Hobbs Law. It's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing: fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. It's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com. Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th to July 12th, and it's a star-spangled celebration. Carnival bites and concert nights with drone shows, shopping, and more, like animal encounters at the Safeway Barn, the Foodie Choice Awards, and plenty of entertainment. Plus, fan favorites like Demolition Derby, monster trucks, and racing pigs make their return. Don't miss fireworks on opening day, June 19th and July 4th. Open Wednesday through Sunday. Save big with advanced ticket pricing until June 18th at AlamendaCountyFair.com.
If you're ready to lose weight, feel stronger, boost your energy, or finally get your hormones dialed in, check out Jumpstart MD. You get real clinicians, real support, and a fully personalized plan with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, testosterone therapy, hormone optimization, peptide therapy, and more. They've helped Californians lose over 1 million pounds and counting. Visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online. Mention radio for up to 70% off this June. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, so you, me, and pasta, which is what I'm going to have for dinner, by the way.
Yeah? What are you having? Like just a basic spaghetti?
Yeah,
or?
just a spaghetti. I'll make a little bit of a meat sauce. We'll just make them butter noodles for the little guy.
Okay, still on the buttered noodles.
Yeah, he's a picky one.
Yep.
He's going to be a stickler.
My younger son was all about hot dogs and bread when he was a toddler.
Oh,
he
yeah.
had this little song, too.
We'll make some garlic bread now.
Yeah.
And then I'll jam some vegetables in there, too.
Got to.
And we'll get that part done. The protein is the issue.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Okay.
Anyway.
Me, you, and pasta.
We're sitting here, and we're talking it out. And a question sort of popped into my head because it feels like it keeps coming up. We're talking about athletes who are sort of big time, and therefore, what kind of juice do they have within their organization? Right? There's LeBron, there's Steph, but think about this even in the Rafi Devers story. He's in Boston. He's like, I'm an all-star third baseman. They acquire a new third baseman. He's like, the what you say? And so it caused a big fight, and it led to the Giants acquiring Rafi Devers. And then when there was that whole Bryce Eldridge thing, the Giants are dealing with, hey, we need to get him in the lineup. You know, maybe we have some days off in here for you guys. And all the beat writers are like,
Wasn't well received?
You're not going to be able to go to that card very often because Devers wants to play first. Adames and Chapman don't want days off.
Ever.
Devers will do the DH thing here and there, but it feels like they've kind of been doing the Devers 2 days at first, 1 day at DH thing.
Yep.
For the most part. All right. Bryce Eldridge then hits a walk-off grand slam, and he says directly into a camera, I want to be the face of this franchise. Okay, let's talk.
Ooh.
How much longer does Bryce Eldridge play like this before he gets a voice? because we're still very much in the space where Bryce will be like, hey, I'm not going to make any waves. You need me to DH? If you need me to HD, like whatever you need me to do.
I'm happy to be here.
I'm going to do it, but watch what happens when I go do it. I'm going to hit the ball in the water. I'm going to walk, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to walk and hit the ball in the water.
I'm going to hit the ball the other way, and I'm going to absolutely flash.
I'm going to be awesome sauce, and I'm going to force your hand, and he's already done that with regard to getting into the lineup. At what point, and I haven't asked him this question, and he won't answer it, in that sort of a way yet anyway, but how much longer before Bryce goes, I want to play first base?
I think it's probably the balance of the year until he's able to put words onto that. He already said he wants to be the face of the franchise.
Right.
That wasn't received great by everyone. I thought it was awesome.
I think it actually was.
The majority of it.
Matt Steinmetz was the only one.
That's fine, and he doesn't want to be a curmudgeon, but occasionally he will curmudgeon.
Shoe fits.
Yeah, so I think that it would have to be a full year, and then you get ready to go to camp next year, and it's like, hey, guys, I only played first 38 times last year. I'm kind of looking for 149 of those.
Can you be, side question, if you may, Your Honor.
Yep, I'll allow it.
Can you be the face of a franchise as a DH?
I think you can. Wasn't Big Papi a DH?
He was.
David Ortiz.
That's a good example.
Yeah, I'd like to say that he was the face of the franchise.
I think you're right for the most part, right? When they were going through their run.
Yeah.
Can we think of any others? Is Kyle Schwarber the face of the Phillies? I think it's still Bryce Harper.
Still Bryce Harper, yeah.
Any other DHs that are the face of the franchise?
He's a very unique DH, but Ohtani.
Sure, but also a pitcher.
Right.
But also a pitcher. But it's a fair answer.
Yeah. I'll allow it.
All right, so now back to the regular line of questioning. I don't know if we know or if even he knows yet to what level does being in the field with a glove on a daily basis matter. But maybe we are a little bit in a race against time. Grandy asked the question about, do we think that they, quote, should trade Rafi Devers? I don't even know if they can. And I'm not in a hurry right now because the rest of this year is whatever it is. And they do have the DH. And so if Devers is here for another year or two or
7.
Maybe. I feel like they can wrap their head around that, but maybe they can't. Because quite frankly, you are one Bryce Eldridge sentence away from a big-ass problem.
That, and I do think you would like to have positional flexibility to where you could have, if somebody's throwing a lefty, you could have a right-handed hitting DH. Because right now, you have to have Devers and you have to have Bryce Eldridge in the lineup, absolutely. And Devers has played in all 72 games. 54 at first, 18 as a DH. I wonder if he's happy with that split because he's starting to lose games to Bryce over at first because you want to give him some seasoning.
Yeah, and I know it's hard for all of us when we're doing the whole, I wonder if he's happy. So most people who are listening to us right now are thinking to themselves, you know what, for $30 million, here's a cup of shut up. You be happy, period.
Yeah, period, but at the same time, if he's not happy...
That way. Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
He can call the agent, and the agent can, call Buster Olney and say, hey, they're open to shopping him because we asked him to shop him.
If Eldridge keeps playing baseball like this, he's not that far off from being able to call his own shots. That's just the reality of sports.
Yeah, baseball's different because he's pre-ARB and he's not even close to an ARB.
I'm not saying that he can force a maneuver. I'm saying that he can, even if just behind the scenes, he can cause a huge problem here. What if it's not? I know our mind goes to, all right, there's a standoff. What if Bryce just goes into Tony B's office or Buster's office? Hey, guys, I want to play first. It's really important to me. I want to be in the field. It helps me feel like I'm in the game more. What if that conversation's already happened?
Yeah, it's possible.
What do you do if you're the Giants?
You got to figure it out. You don't trade Bryce Eldridge, that's for sure.
That's the only, that is quite frankly the number one non-negotiable in the entire organization. That's even less negotiable than Logan Webb.
Agreed. Logan's got 2 more years, and then he can be free to go anywhere he wants at that point when he's a free agent. So, yeah, Bryce is your prospect, and looks like you probably hit on one. So that's the non-negotiable. But if it gets to that spot where he feels like he can be better and the numbers prove that he's better when he plays first, I'm just looking here, and he is, when he plays first, he's OPS is 708, 6 games, very small sample. When he DHs, his OPS is 1,008. Again,
you talking about Bryce?
Yes.
Okay.
26 games at DH, 1,008. 6 games at first, tiny sample, 708. So right now, he's hitting better as a DH.
I don't know. Maybe he's like, I hate playing the field.
Right.
And so maybe it's okay.
I don't want to get yelled at by Matt Chapman if I don't catch the bleeping ball.
Right. Although I got to think if I'm Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, I'm like, put the 6'7" dude over there.
Totally.
The target is huge, right?
Yeah.
Like throwing a football at Kyle Pitts or something like that. So that's, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's not tied to this at all. And maybe we're creating a problem that doesn't exist. Maybe he wants to be a DH.
It's possible.
And then Rafi Devers can just play here for 7 years, and hopefully he plays better.
Rafi as a first baseman this year, 54 games, OPS is 662. 18 games at DH, OPS is 841. So, and again, a small sample.
Maybe they should take the gloves away from all the Giants.
That's right.
They're not very good at it anyway.
Play Casey at first, and then just put one of those guys in the outfield. Let Rafi run around left field and see how that works out.
Tom Verducci, MLB Central, MLB Network. Take a listen to this.
I think it shows that they made mistakes on players that are identified as franchise-type players, signing them or acquiring multi-year deals, like far down the line. In some of these cases, if not all of them, they're going to have to pay some money to move those players. Maybe not Matt Chapman, but certainly with Devers. And
7 years, $200 million
that's too much
for Devers.
Yeah, it's a year after the trade, and the contract is underwater. So you're going to have to take on some money to move him. Arise, I think, is a good chance of being traded.
Okay.
If you're talking the last 2 months of the season, only a $3 million commitment for somebody to pick up. And Robbie Ray is an interesting one. $25 million, that's probably a little high for his value, but, when Robbie's right, man, he's a strikeout machine. So, in case you know, the Giants are in a position, and they're not in a position to say no on anybody.
Yeah.
They have to do a reset here, and I think you start now, not in the offseason.
Here's Tom Verducci joining us live from the Clevelander in Miami, so that was exciting. It was nice that we had a live mic out there on the Friday night bar scene. But Verducci's line there at the end, I'm not sure I agree with that. The Giants are not in a position to say no to trades on anyone. I don't know about that.
Why would they not be in a position to say no? Just because their payroll is so high and their team is so bad?
His point would be, I think, they've made mistakes. They need to get out from underneath them. Their record is awful. The only way to do that is to capitulate to others, both financially and in terms of players. Now, there has to be a line somewhere, and I think even Tom Verducci would agree. That he does not mean that the Giants would trade Bryce Eldridge.
Right.
I do think that he means that they should listen on Logan Webb. Again, I know the Giants don't want to do this. I don't want them to do this. But this is a scenario I threw out there a couple of weeks ago. What if this happens? What if the Giants are on the phone right now and they're like, we have got to move off of one of these deals. We need to move Rafi Devers. And there's a team out there that either has a DH or a first base slot that they could improve. They still very much believe in Rafi Devers' bat. They have a hitter's ballpark or something like that. And they're like, we'll talk to you on that. We're going to need Logan Webb also.
Right.
What do you do, hot shot?
Well, especially if I'll tell you what, we'll take Rafi and the full freight of the contract, but we get Logan Webb too. Then it becomes a really tough one because we know the Giants like to save their money. They like to break even. So now you're out from underneath the Rafi Devers deal, like crisp and clean. But Logan Webb is now a Mariner, which is the team of the day, I guess. That makes it a little bit harder to say no, certainly. I don't know. You have 2 more years of Logan after this one, right?
Yeah.
And then he can essentially walk for nothing in free agency and go wherever he wants.
He also said something recently that stuck with me, and I can't get it out of my head. Can't get it out of my head.
He likes the Giants?
I think it was an article by John Shea. He's talking about Logan Webb's future. And I know the Giants have clearly put it out to the public that they have no plans at all to move on from Logan Webb. And Logan is too much of a pro to say anything otherwise. He's not going to say that I want out. But in the process of talking about all of this, he was quoted as saying, I'm a Giant until I'm not a Giant.
Profound.
Right. I don't think he meant anything by that, but I also think that sentence doesn't come out of your mouth if you're super digging being a Giant. I'm a Giant until I'm not a Giant is very much opposed to I always want to be a Giant.
Yes, exactly.
It's very flippant and dismissive sounding. And I wasn't in the room, so I don't know the tone of it, but the conversation was about his future. And he sort of ended one of his sentences with that. I'm a Giant until I'm not a Giant.
Right.
Which sort of felt as if he would kind of be all right with not being a Giant.
I mean, now I think is an interesting time to think about something like that because he's put in the work. He's been great. He's been an all-star. He's always up there in the Cy Young voting, and you have a new skipper and a new coaching staff, and you as a team patently stink. You've got no help in the pen. You get taken out of a game early, not early, 99 pitches, and the bullpen blows it up, and you're frustrated. So I get the frustration, so you're a Giant until you're no longer a Giant.
He's getting further away from competing, not closer. I mean...
You mean with the Giants?
Yes. Yes. We keep talking about Logan Webb only through the eyes of the Giants. And yes, they have him under contract. So they're the ones who are in charge. But we do this with all of the other great athletes. I mean, how many conversations have we had over the last 3 years about what Steph wants?
Yep.
And Logan is not Steph. I'm not saying that. But he is the best. He kind of is. He's certainly their best pitcher. And you can make the case he's their best player. He's definitely their most accomplished player. He started the year off by saying, I am sick and tired of finishing 500. I don't think he meant it this way.
Right.
How about 400, Logan?
Exactly.
Does that fix it? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Logan really is all that invested in remaining a Giant over the last 2 years of his contract.
And again, I would not blame him if he felt that way because the way this year has gone has been kind of a disaster.
Totally.
You brought in the new skipper from college and you thought, chestnut checkers, watch this work. And that hasn't worked. And the bullpen, you didn't give any help. And your back end of the rotation guys get lit up constantly. And I think it's frustrating,
Sure. Okay. So exercise. You're Logan Webb. All we can do is a little bit of guesswork here, but how would all of these scenarios make you feel? Okay? You've been to the playoffs once in your whole life. You pitched your you-know-what's off. You pitched just chef's kiss against your rivals. But the Giants lose 3-2 in a 5-game series in the last inning by 1 run. All right.
He gave up 1 run in 14 2/3.
There you go. Dude, he was incredible in that series. By the way, that series for me, it bothers the living bleep out of me when people are like, Logan's not an ace. Just because he doesn't throw 100 miles an hour. Tell me you don't know baseball without telling me you don't know baseball. tell me that Logan Webb's not an ace. He's just in the top 5 in Cy Young every freaking year. That's all he is. How many pitchers in the National League over the last 5 years have been better? What, 2? Maybe?
Yeah, consistently.
Like, Logan's an ace.
Going backward, his Cy Young results 4th, 6th, 2nd, and 11th.
What are we talking about here? Dude's an ace. He's a Game 1 starter, period. And he has started Game 1, and he mashed, and he won.
Yeah, he only got 1 win in that series, even though he gave up 1 run.
Okay. So, put yourself in Logan's position. Here you are. You're an ace. You've been to the playoffs 1 time, and it went really well individually in those playoffs. You have not been able to get back since. And since those playoffs, which were not that long ago, 5 years, right? 5 years ago, you were in the playoffs. You win Game 1. From that moment forward, you have not been to the playoffs again. You have changed your manager twice. You went from the current manager to an old standby, let's get back to Giants baseball thing, followed by 2 years later, let's do something crazy. And you bring in a totally new regime from top to bottom, and specifically as a number 1 starter with 2 holes in the rotation, you kind of go punt. And as far as the bullpen is concerned, you spend last year's trade deadline selling off your best relievers, and you've replaced them with absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Got a lot of dudes with white Sharpies and not much else. All right. If you're Logan, you got 2 years left on your deal. How we feeling?
We're feeling like it might be time for something else. If you really, really want to compete to win and go to the playoffs, and he absolutely is a very competitive person, I can't imagine he's satisfied at all with how this year has gone. And you look at the rest of your time there. You have 2.5 years left on your contract. Well, this year's over. It's year 8 for Logan, and he's actually pitching phenomenally again. And that means you have 2 years left. How's next year looking? You don't know the moves they're going to make, but Robbie Ray likely gone. And
definitely gone.
Your pitching staff is going to be you again. Don't know if you can go out there and bring in a closer. You usually don't do that. Like, those dominant closers usually aren't free agents.
Maybe Randy Rodriguez is back.
Okay.
But I don't know what he looks like. You know what I mean? He's going to have missed a year and a half.
Right. And you look at what's coming up from the farm. You got a couple Carsons, and you've got a Blade, and you've got not much on the hitting front. So are you going to be good next year to compete for a title?
Well, I don't.
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't think. Well, even the title idea. Look, with the situation the NL West is in right now, and I don't even know to what level there's going to be a season next year. So there's that too. But I don't think the Giants are necessarily out of the running for contention sometime soon. Like, their situation is unique and kind of quirky. They're terrible right now, but I don't necessarily see that as this 3 to 4 year process necessarily. Depending on what they go do in an off season with the pitching staff, and we do know that at Oracle Park, you can go get pitchers to say yes. So if they were to attack that, look, offensively, since April, this has actually been a pretty good baseball team. And it has some pieces, whether you like the big money guys or the small money guys, you've got some pieces that can hit the ball. So could I see the Giants being much better in a year or two? Yeah, I really could. So I'm not dismissing that. At the same time, like, it's probably going to at least take the majority of the rest of his contract to kind of figure this out. And, dude, he is right in the middle of Primesville.
That's right.
When does he start declining?
I mean,
do you know what I mean?
Hopefully not soon. The way he pitches, too, I think he can have a much longer career because he's not a absolute max-it-out pitcher out there. He's a thinker, and he's able to carve and craft. So I'd like his chances of being able to go into the mid-30s more than other guys.
Yeah. He's turning 30 in November. He's turning 30 this offseason. So, anyway, the Giants have, quote, no plans to trade Logan. Well, I had no plans to be at the phone store for 2 hours today.
Yeah, boy.
But I was. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That wasn't a drift. It was awful. It's not a drift at all. 888-957-9570 is Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Tonight, it's Austria down there at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium, and they're trading at 73% probability to beat Jordan, meaning a $100 trade pays out $134 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and you get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. Cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and auto pay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's gross. That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
On 95.7 The Game.
Dude, it's everywhere.
Oh, yeah. At all times.
Can we circle back to this for a second? I want to understand.
Okay.
Right over my left shoulder during this this break that we just had, there's Buster. Not our Buster, the other Buster, Buster Olney, on our show last week, ESPN, and he's got his AirPods in. He's calling in a report to ESPN. San Francisco Giants are willing to trade several core players. I mean, this whole thing.
And then they put up pictures of 5 different people.
Right. Devers,
yep.
Chapman, Adames, Arise, and Robbie Ray. Well, Arise and Ray is like, duh.
Sure. I mean,
we know.
Right. Unfortunately, Robbie Ray is really struggling to get people out right now, so the return may not be gangbusters.
Right. And he's a rental.
Right. Arises too. Sure. And, if you're a really good team, you might fancy him as a pinch hitter or somebody who could be your DH if you're already taking care of at second base.
Okay. Work this out with me.
Okay.
Every big-time baseball reporter all reports on the same day the exact same thing, so they must be true. But let's work them all out together and then also figure out why the hell this all went out on the phones of all the baseball reporters. So, number one, the Giants have not decided if they're sellers yet.
Okay, I think they have.
Next sentence. Giants are willing to trade all their good players.
Right.
Okay, so that already, so there's some propaganda tucked into there. That's number one. But also the other big selling point that they wanted out there that was tagged in every one of these articles was the Giants have no plans to trade Logan Webb. Now, it does not say that the Giants are unwilling to trade Logan Webb.
Right, no plans.
They have no plans to trade Logan.
You had no plans to spend 2 hours at the phone store today.
Be careful with that. Grandy gets very upset when we talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks you're bragging.
Right, because I got to spend 2 hours at the phone store. That's a drip.
Yeah. We'll say hello to my guy Marco at the phone store. He was very helpful. His 2 compadres, not so much. Not everything went exactly the way they all said it was going to go, but that's okay. Technology is fun. So, all right. Why do the Giants send this out? And what does it all mean? And what does it mean behind the scenes with regard to what they've said to Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, who can just say no if they want?
Well, it means
that's the end of that conversation.
I believe it means that they have had some conversations about the situation and what's going on, and it really has me thinking about the manager. So you get the manager in, brand new, never been in pro ball before, and you've got, a kind of a mixed bag of a team. You've got 3 high-priced veterans. You got Robbie Ray, who's a vet. Robbie Ray's got multiple kids. He's in his 30s. Logan Webb's about to be 30. And then you've got the group of absolute pups. Casey Schmidt is young. Bryce, we know, is 21. Drew Gilbert's running around like he's fresh out of college, which he basically is. And so maybe you're trying to, as an organization, pick a direction. Because right now, this team does not really fit. You've got high-priced vets who, even if they are hitting better individually, you're on a bad team right now. And you want to play as many of these young guys as you can. And you've got a young manager who's probably more geared toward coaching a young team.
I guess what I'm asking, right, is what are the Giants actually saying? What are they saying? Why did this go to all the reporters? Do you know what I mean?
Because they're waving the white flag.
But why is that still, I still will ask, why did everybody need to know? You know I love to ask this question because for me, it's very, very important for listeners and fans to understand the way this stuff works. You do not need to tell Buster Olney. You don't have to tell JP Morosi and Tom Verducci and Ken Rosen. You don't have to. There's not a rule. You're allowed to just trade people.
Right.
In the middle of the night, Luka Doncic. You don't need
Jimmy Butler.
Right. You don't need to tell everyone. But if you're telling everyone, there's a reason. There's a reason that you want this out there. 3 headlines. We are not sellers yet. All of the high-priced guys are available, and we do not plan to trade Logan. Those were your 3 headlines that the Giants willfully wanted out in the public space today. Why?
I think as far as they're open to trading core members, I think that is a signal to the fans. Basically, if the Giants put that out to multiple reporters, they're telling fans, we know this is unacceptable, and we're going to try to do something about it.
Okay.
And I don't know how many fans out there would protest if they traded Devers, or if they traded Adames, or if they traded Chapman.
Not many, but I think there are a lot of Giants fans who go absolutely bananas sideways if they trade Logan Webb.
Agreed. So if you're the front office, and I'm not saying that they leaked this information, it seems like it did come from there, but we don't know officially. But this, to me, is a signal to the fans of, yes, we hear you, we hear how frustrated you are, and we're going to do anything we can to fix this. And if that means trading star players for prospects so you can be better down the road, well, then that's what they're going to try to do.
Okay.
That's my read on it. Because you're right. If you want the other 29 teams to know, like you call them, hey, Breslow, are you interested in taking Devers back?
I mean, in a way, when you signal this publicly to all the other teams, you're potentially lowering their value. Potentially.
Depends.
You're letting everybody know, hey, we don't want these guys.
It also could raise the value when you've got competition, competing teams, you know?
I mean, this isn't Craigslist. You don't need to just put a picture on the internet like this is available. Make me an offer.
Yep.
It's not like that. Maybe they're trying to placate the people they want to keep. Maybe this news is for Logan Webb. Maybe it's only about Logan Webb. We're not going to trade you, but we're going to try to help you. We're going to try to help you as quickly as we possibly can because we realize we've made some mistakes here.
But by helping him, I think that the majority of the haul in a trade like this would be prospects. I don't think you're going to get too many surefire major leaguers.
True, but I think the Giants need prospects.
Right, but that's not helping Logan if you get a 20-year-old and Logan's gone in 2 years.
No, but I'm talking like prospects that could be ready next year. Hey, we got this starting pitcher who can be right next to you in the rotation, we think, next year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think Seattle has the best left-handed prospect just ready to roll at AAA. So we've been talking a lot about Seattle, so I don't even know if they would need Rafi Devers, but if you could get a prospect like that, somebody who's ready to come pitch.
I just threw that, whatever. I have no idea what Seattle wants. But yeah, maybe it's for Logan. Maybe it's for Bryce. Maybe it's for Bryce Eldridge.
Yep.
Maybe he does want to play first.
I also think that you can put it out you don't have to make it public, but if you look at the American League this year, you'd be hard-pressed to find more than, I don't know, maybe one or two teams that are just absolutely out of it. Even Boston. I was looking at Buster's report just a minute ago. I couldn't hear it, but the graphic below him said Breslow, the GM in Boston, has to decide if they're going to be buyers or sellers. They're 29-40, but they're only 5.5 out in the card.
Yep.
Because the American League is just a mishmash of mediocrity.
The American League right now is threatening to put someone into the playoffs with a losing record.
Right.
NBA style.
And that's crazy.
Crazy. I don't know if we ever seen that before.
I don't think so.
I cannot remember somebody getting a wild card in baseball with a losing record.
Well, now that we have the 3 wild cards, it is much more of a possibility.
Possibility, but still seemingly unlikely.
Yeah.
You can't find me 3 teams outside of the division winners with a winning record? I don't think that's ever happened before.
You're probably right. The 3rd card right now is the Athletics, and they have a 500 record.
Are they really sitting in there right now?
Yep.
Good for them.
And then Texas is a game back, and then Baltimore, Minnesota, Houston. Boston's only 5.5 out in the card.
No, they're all in it.
So you can pretend, like even the Angels, they're only 7.5 out in the wild card. Now they're terrible, but if you're a lot of these teams, you might be in buy mode as opposed to the Giants and the Rockies and the Mets.
Are they just trying to get a jump on this? Are they trying to do it early? Maybe that's what.
Yeah, I think so.
Try to do it early.
But again, do you have to make it public?
You don't.
I really didn't. I don't think so.
It wasn't public last year.
Right.
Like the Devers thing shocked us when it happened.
Well, the Devers part was very public.
From Boston's side.
Correct, yeah.
The Giants' involvement in it was nowhere near. And even with that, you didn't know that Boston was going to trade him. You knew that they were upset at each other. But he started hitting the ball really well, and Boston was trying to compete. Like, I didn't know they were going to trade Rafi Devers. And then it happened with Kyle Harrison warming up.
Right. Down there at Dodger Stadium, right?
Yep. I got to say, I don't really understand this. I do not understand why all of the baseball reporters all at once got this information. I'm struggling to see how this helps the San Francisco Giants. Unless there is some sort of goal or motivation that I don't see. I don't know if this is a message within the clubhouse. Maybe that's it. Like,
trying to shake some guys up.
Yeah, but I don't know if that even works, because if I look at this from an individual basis, let's go around to the 3, and basically what you're saying is, hey, better start hitting the ball more, or else we might deal with you. Well, Adames and Chapman can go, no, you don't.
Right.
There, that's the end of that conversation. And I don't know if Devers is all that worried about it. I just don't. I mean, like we've heard that he enjoys being a Giant, but if I were a left-handed power hitter and my numbers went careening down the board the second I left Boston, and your power alley is 421 feet, and you're 15 games below 500, I got to think my answer would be, ooh, you going to trade me? Oh, I double dare you.
Right.
Like,
I'm sure going to miss hitting 422-yard fly balls.
Seriously, what on earth? So I don't think it's a threat. I think it might be coming from the clubhouse itself. Like, these guys may be frustrated with the situation, not thrilled with the manager, and, they can... Hey, Buster, I will waive my no trade clause if you trade me to one of these, 26 teams. I'd be open to it. So I think that there might be some of that going on, because you're right about the no trade part of it. If Chapman and Adames were dead set on staying in San Francisco, like, my no trade clause, you're not trading me. I really want to be here forever. Well, then their names would not be getting thrown out in this report. 408, please explain to me why you wouldn't re-sign Ariza. Well, first of all, because he's a former basketball player.
Yeah, UCLA.
But secondly, I know you mean Arise, so I was just kidding. But Luis Arise has done a wonderful job, but you wouldn't re-sign him because he has earned a multi-year deal, and you very well may have the opinion as a Giants fan that the Giants should be the team to sign him to a multi-year deal. But they are so clunky positionally and have no spot for Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge, who have been their 2 best hitters this year. that they need to clear space. They also have a lot of prospects who are middle infield prospects coming through the system. So the idea that they would lock up another middle infield spot, I think just doesn't make sense for them at this time. Now, I will say this, when it comes to Luis Arraez, if the Giants are in some way successful at removing some of these big contracts from the roster, that does open the Giants back up to re-signing Luis Arraez.
Right.
No question. If you traded Devers and Chapman in the next 6 weeks, sure, Arraez is back on the table now.
Casey plays short or third, and Bryce plays first.
Exactly. Now, I think you're kind of doing yourself a disservice when he is the best rental that you have to offer in a year where you're 15 below 500. You probably are better off as an organization trading him for prospects. You just probably are. But I get it. If you're a Giants fan and you're like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Guy's been awesome. He's probably going to make the All-Star team. Why the hell are we trading him? If you can race and unload some of the big money contracts and create openness on the infield, I mean, I don't hate the idea.
Right.
I don't hate the idea of re-signing Arraez.
You wouldn't have to give him like a 6-year, $150 million deal. Probably be a 2 or 3 year deal at reasonable money, and he's a guy who has proven that he can hit here at Oracle Park. That's for sure.
Yep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Bleacher Report suggested that the Warriors are the most likely landing spot for Anthony Davis, and Nick Friedel said something to us yesterday that apparently offended some people.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not in a Nick is going to get in trouble sort of a way, but just like in a Warrior take sort of a way. And so we're going to have a lot of that coming up here in about 15 minutes. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Frank. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hope everybody's doing okay.
You too, man.
I kind of got what?
I said you too. I said you too, as in I hope you're doing okay, Frank.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
This whole thing that how everybody's on the market, this has been discussed already in the manager's office and in the general manager's office. The players knew this. This didn't hit them in the side of the head. They've had that talk with Adames and Chapman and Devers about getting shipped out because of the no-trade contracts. So when they let that out, those guys already knew that, hey, we're going into rebuild mode. Are you okay with us shopping you around? And give us a list of clubs that we might be able to shop you to. This isn't breaking news in the Giants clubhouse. These guys knew that because right now, Devers is the easiest guy to get off because he doesn't have a no-trade contract. Even though the Giants are going to have to part with some money, are going to have to get stuck with some money to trade him, everybody knows if you put Rafael Devers in a regular in a regular baseball park that isn't the landfill, he's going to get an 800 OPS, 850, 900 OPS. Just put him in any other ballpark. His hitting area is right field to left field. He doesn't hit the ball down the line. So he's not built for the landfill. So he can get his numbers almost anywhere in baseball. Chapman and Willie, I don't know. That no-trade thing they might have to let go of. But the Giants have to get younger, and they have to get some arms. And they have to build from the middle out like they did, like what was his name, Sabian did. You got to go get a catcher, a shortstop, a center fielder, and a second baseman. You can put Casey Schmidt at third or second. You got to go get a center fielder. You got to get 2 more starting pitchers and probably 2 more arms in the bullpen. And that's what those guys being on the block is what they're for.
So, Frank, here's the thing. It's a good call. Appreciate you so much, Frank. I don't disagree. I think it would be crazy for the Giants to send out this note to a lot of reporters that these guys are available without at least having spoken to all 3 of them, quite frankly, but especially Chapman and Adames, because that would piss me the hell off if I were them, and that report suddenly heads to the internet and you've got a no-trade clause, and you didn't talk to me.
Right.
Like, excuse me? You're shopping me? You're not even allowed to do that without my permission.
Exactly.
So that would tick me off, so you're probably right there. However, I'm still going to fall back to my exact same question. I still don't understand why that means you needed to tell all of us.
Yeah, what's the benefit?
I don't know. I don't know. And they very clearly, in a coordinated way, did this. You don't get Rosenthal and Feinsand and Olney and everybody. You don't ever. They all did this at once with the exact same lines in their story.
You think it was like a group text?
I don't know.
Somebody in the organization just, we'll go to Feinsand, we'll go to Olney, we'll go to Kenny Rosenthal, of course. We're just going to power this out with one big group thread.
By the way, just because he brought it up, you put Devers in any other ballpark, you know he's an 800 OPS. I had to go to his splits.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they are?
This year?
Yep.
Probably. Oh, man.
Home and road splits, Rafi Devers. 706 OPS overall.
Probably 800 road and 600 home.
He is 707 at home and 704 on the road.
Wow.
Exact same player.
That's crazy.
Actually got a couple more points at home. Ready for this? 9 home runs. How many of you think are at Oracle Park?
I would say 2.
6.
Oh, wow. Okay.
3 home runs on the road.
There you have it.
So,
and he's played probably even number of games, I would guess.
He has more. He has 23 more at bats on the road. Half as many home runs and an OPS that is almost equal. His batting average is higher on the road, 243 to 225.
Okay.
But OPS is about even, and the power figures are much better at home. He has driven in 21 runs at home, 12 on the road.
Man. Yeah,
this guy just went on the road to Coors Field and Wrigley Field.
4 more road games than home games so far, and he's played in every game.
Yep.
So you give him credit for being durable, and even a couple games where I think he had pulled a muscle in his stomach or something the other day, and he came back the next day and fired through it.
41 strikeouts at home, 52 on the road.
It's a lot of strikeouts. I think his strikeout rate is 30% this year.
Damn near, yeah.
Which is
30% for his entire Giants career.
Wow.
29.8 for the whole year.
Just don't get that. It's one thing, okay, new league and new set of pitchers, whatnot, but it's been a full year now, so those reasons don't really stick anymore.
They don't. They the more you think about this, the more you dive into it, the less it makes sense. And I'll defer to Dave Fleming. I listened to him with the Joes last week, and they're talking out Devers, and they kind of got to the whole why of it. And Dave is like, I don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody can figure it out. Rafi doesn't know. If Rafi knew, he would fix it. I don't know.
He could just be a player on the decline.
Oh, boy.
And that, if that's the reality, and I don't have all the advanced metrics in front of me, but I do know that hard hit rate is down and swing speed is a little slower and other things you can look at, in your StatCast era. He could be on the downside.
Bleacher Report lists the Warriors as the top Anthony Davis landing spot. Nick Friedel pokes at Warrior fans. And I've got 3 indicators that Brandon Ayuk is about to be departing the 49ers. 3 indicators.
It's a great triple tease right there.
Thank you very much. I worked on it for the last 4.5 minutes.
You got a lot coming up.
Yeah, we do.
Better deliver.
Write them all down for me, will you, so don't forget?
I'll try.
All right, we're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Serramonte Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. Right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And this is Dan Dibley over here. All right, everybody, summer is basically here. And if you're still trying to figure out the weight loss thing on your own, come on. The do-it-yourself thing only gets you so far. That's why I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD. They're local, and they've been helping people around the Bay for years. And you actually work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan just for you. And yes, they do offer access to GLP-1 medications, and they're at some of the most affordable rates around. If you've been waiting to finally get serious before summer, don't wait until you get into summer and start to panic. Start now and get ahead of it. Call 855-JUMP-START. That's 855-JUMP-START, or go to jumpstartmd.com today. I met with my clinician. I got the plan put together, and it is working. You can get to be a part of it too and live your best life. Call 855-JUMP-START or go to jumpstartmd.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th to July 12th. And it's a star-spangled celebration. Carnival bites and concert nights with fireworks, animals, and more. Save big with advanced ticket pricing through June 18th at AlamedaCountyFair.com.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Warm and sunny today with more on the way for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Steve Kerr.
Steve, did we lose you?
I remember that voice. Steve Kerr. The draft is a week from tonight.
Cannot wait.
You think the Warriors will be in it?
I think they'll be in it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, depending on the reports, people are wanting to shop that number 11 pick all over the place.
We'll get to that. You want me to do the Ayuk thing first?
I wrote down all three just to make sure you'd remember. We got Friedel, we got Bleacher Report, and we got Brandon Ayuk.
Those are all accurate. And Brandon Ayuk has 3 in and of himself.
Okay.
3 indicators that Brandon Ayuk and the Niners are about to part ways.
All right.
Number 1. Number 1. Is dancing all over Instagram.
Okay.
Why would you dance? You would dance like you dance when you're happy.
Well, I mean, you dance when a certain song comes on and your feet start to moving.
Yeah, but like what would compel you to be like, you know what? I'm gonna film it. I'm gonna post it with a big old smile on my face. I'm super happy.
And a robe.
Yeah. Right. And
right,
robe. Right after you've had 2 posts over the last week where you're angry and calling the 49ers stupid.
Little ass robe.
Yeah.
Little ass boy.
Yeah.
Little ass boy.
Yeah, exactly.
They mad because they stupid.
Yeah. So there's that. And then a few days later, you're dancing. So that expresses joy.
Little ass robe.
Okay. Then.
Stop being a little cat.
Then here's the next one. We got another Brandon Ayuk post.
Okay.
He's weighing himself. And filming the results. He's weighing himself.
The last scale. What are you weighing at?
Are you just going to do that no matter what?
I think I might.
Okay.
What did he come in at? Like,
I think 208.
Okay.
Which is, around what he weighs.
Yeah,
I think if you go back to his draft weight, it was 200 or 203.
Yeah, I mean,
something.
No need for Jumpstart MD, but if it was 252, give him a call.
But why would you weigh yourself?
To see how heavy you are?
Well, why would you post it? Why would you post it?
To let everybody know that.
Yeah, you in shape.
Yeah, I'm about to be that guy.
I'm in shape.
I can dance. My knee's good. I weigh 208. I'm fit.
See? You're picking up what I'm putting down.
I love it. What more? Number 3.
Number 3.
Thank
you, Grandy. Number 3. There are actual reports, starting with Jason La Canfora, that, quote, the 49ers are finally ready to move on from Brandon Ayuk.
The last tweet.
So
I wasn't sure which way I was going to go.
It was good.
Little ass boy.
Yeah, it was.
Ass tweet.
So we got a report, we've got weight, and then we've got happy. Right? We've got weight, and we've got happy, and we've got an actual report. So when you mash those things together, I'm not saying we've got like a smoking gun, but I believe I used the word indicators.
Right. I guess those are indicators. I mean, he's dancing, so ostensibly he's happy. He could be happy for other reasons. maybe his favorite World Cup team won in their first fixture.
Maybe it's all the money that he got from the Niners.
Could be.
Although he could have had a lot more.
Even though they were stupid.
They were stupid.
To pay him in the first place.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And then you weigh it in because you're getting ready to roll. 208. That's what I play at.
Yeah.
I'm about to be that guy.
I just think they're indicators. And by the way, when I say indicators, that does not mean that it's imminent. But the report from La Canfora is it will happen prior to training camp. And training camp opens in about 5 weeks-ish.
Feels about right.
5 to 6. So something along those lines. Maybe the 49ers finally giving up the idea that there will be a trade out there for them.
I can see that, and I don't really ever think what they could have gotten back, like a 7th-round swap or something. But
then do it.
I don't think any team would be willing to part with anything because they know they have social media. They see all these posts of his, and he's not going to be there. So it's just the waiting game, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I'm kind of like, if you want him, then you want him. I know that Washington believes that he wants to go there. So if he is released, he will 100% go there, and not bring any other teams into the mix. So if I'm Washington, sure, and it may also be that Washington's the only team that's looking to bring him in. Or maybe they're not. I have no idea where this is going to go next. I have nothing against the 49ers playing this out and seeing and taking as long as humanly possible and as long as they want. Take their time. There's no rush. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But if they do finally get to a point where they realize there's just absolutely nothing that they can grab from this, then yeah, you let them go.
Right, and I believe that that's the place we've reached, but all these indicators would indicate to me that this is going to happen pretty soon. I mean, if he's dancing and he's weighing in, and the reports now from Jason La Canfora, and I think Mike Florio also had it, and La Canfora confirmed what Florio had put out there. If all this is like being reported now, I don't know why. I mean, it would wait till July. If he's this happy and dancing now.
Because why do it now?
Well, why would you dance now?
Because he knows. You know what I mean? Like they know stuff that we don't know. I don't know what the conversation is, but maybe there's already a verbal agreement in place that we'll do this before camp, and Washington's like, yep, and we'll have you ready for camp. And we'll see you in July. Maybe those conversations have already happened.
Yeah, it's possible.
And then so he's super happy and dancing.
Okay.
And weighing himself.
Yeah, and 208, hopefully he can keep it right at that number.
Yeah.
Maybe Washington will have a spot for him. But I was looking at their wide receiver depth chart the other day, and they have a lot of bodies in there.
We got McLaurin, and then what else? They brought in some new people, too, I think, this offseason, did they not?
Yep.
It's that time of year where I cannot remember who the hell went where.
Yeah, it gets tough.
But the wide receivers, let's see. McLaurin.
They got McCaffrey's brother.
Yeah, Kristen's brother is there. And they've got Treylon Burks, the guy who used to be with Tennessee. De'Ami Brown is still there. Jalen Lane is there. Antonio Williams is there. Van Jefferson is there. Nick Nash is there. Yeah, they got a lot of bodies.
Right, but nothing outside of McLaurin, who is the clear-cut one. Not a lot of competition that he couldn't overcome if he is fit and returns to his form. He would be somebody who would make that team, I would imagine, if the knee's okay and he's able to go out there and ball out.
Make the team, sure. I don't know if it's like, I don't know how many reps he gets. I don't know if he starts, but yeah, he'd probably make the team. That adds up.
Yep, you would imagine. So, Ayuk, your indicators, 3 indicators that this thing is finally going to happen.
I mean, I just don't think that this is, I don't think that this is stressful. This is just not, a lot of people I know have been like, God, just do it and don't let it be a distraction. And why are the 49ers hanging on? And is this out of spite or whatever it may be? All of these things, I just don't think. I think Kyle and John are on a boat.
Right.
I think
they're on a boat.
I think there are cocktails. I really do.
Certainly there's a vacation that's happening.
I don't think, then this is not bothering anybody.
No, it's given us some content and it's kind of fun to play some of the drops, but I think it's bothering Ayuk, but now that it seems like with your 3 indicators that it's finally going to go the way he wants, which is he gets to be free and he gets to go play for whatever team will have him, and maybe it is Washington, and he'll get to team up with his buddy Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. So anyway, you buy my indicators?
I do. I mean, I kind of do. But, right? I mean, he's dancing, but he is. I think he's just kind of a different guy when it comes to social media. You know, there's the stupid, and then the next post he's dancing, and then he deleted posts, and now we're showing the scale, and so I don't know. He's had a lot of passive aggressive stuff out there.
Yeah, but also I would say if you want to make this indicator 3A, there's been consistent social media posting, and he's gone months without anything, months this offseason without anything going on. And now all of a sudden, every 48 hours, we got a new post. And it went from, remember there was the analogies without naming the 49ers.
Right.
Remember the little kid with the toy.
That's right.
And then there was
That was the as boys.
That was the as boys. And then there was the stupid.
Yep.
And then there was the dancing. And then there was the scale. Feels to me like he's feeling good about the way it's playing out.
He's ramping it up.
Yeah, he's ramping it up.
He was frustrated. He took his shots, and maybe he did that because he wanted to provoke them. Perhaps it was already done. Like they had already agreed to do it in July or whatever. And so he thought, all right, I'm going to take some shots at the Niners now that this is a done deal.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not trying to get inside the mind of Brandon Ayuk when it comes to social media posting.
That's fine. I get that. I really do.
I'm really just interested to see who will sign him, how much he signs for, and is he still a good football player?
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think there's any situation in terms of what happens next where this ends up with egg on face for the Niners more so than is already the case. In other words, the egg on face for the Niners already happened. It already happened. It happened when you gave him $30 million.
Right.
And then he went out there and played poorly, and then he got hurt. But as far as this, like, in other words, if Brandon now goes somewhere else and plays well, to me, that doesn't add more fuel on the fire. He's the one who broke up with them here.
Exactly.
The way I look at it.
I look at it the same way, and I don't know all that went on behind the scenes, but clearly he didn't do the rehab as judiciously as they thought he should have, and so they were able to void the contract based on, you know, the policies that are set out there in the collective bargaining agreement.
All right, which one do you want next? You want the Bleacher Report and the Warriors with Anthony Davis, or do you want Nick Friedel pokes at Warrior fans?
Let's have him poke.
All right, let's go. Nick Friedel, I don't think he meant to poke at Warrior fans. I do know some Warrior fans that felt poked.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this characterization? Take a listen.
As we sit here a week or so before the draft in getting ready for whatever's to come, I'm viewing this Warriors team the same way I was viewing it all along, which is we're about to veer into the Kobe zone with Steph. Every night you're going to watch him play. Everybody's going to remember just how great he is when he's out there. But this is a team that is not built with him as the centerpiece right now, with enough talent around him to really think they can do much beyond that.
Can we talk for a second about the Kobe zone?
Kobe.
And first and foremost, does everybody understand what that means? The Kobe zone.
You were down there, right?
I was there. Yes, I was down there. And the Kobe zone is a reference to we are just in memory lane Showcaseville. The Kobe zone is the polar opposite, by the way, of what Steph has called meaningful basketball.
Right.
That's what the Kobe zone is. Meaningless basketball with a former great. Every night at Chase Center, an old-timers game. So we can just remember the good old days and cheer Steph as he runs around one more time. I tell you what it makes me think of, and I hope nobody takes this the wrong way. Certainly not my good friend if he's listening. But my buddy Lauren Gold, the musician who has bounced around to a lot of different bands, and he has done so often late in their career. I saw The Who with Lauren Gold up on stage. I saw Chicago with Lauren Gold up on stage. And very much, these guys are up on stage. They're in their late 70s. And by the way, so is most of the crowd. And the crowd, as these musicians, the guitarist will go on a solo, and as soon as the solo's over, the crowd sort of does this like, yeah, he did it without falling.
He survived it.
It was like, that was great. I remember that guitar solo back in 1978, and I was with a girl, and we parked behind the diner, and that's the Kobe Zone.
Right. And, I mean, the Kobe Zone is also, I'm just looking at his years here, his fourth to last year, they made the playoffs, and he was fifth in the MVP, and they got swept in the first round of the playoffs. The next year was the Achilles after Game 6. So the Kobe Zone really started when he came back the following year, and he played 35 games, All-Star, and he played 66 games, and he was an All-Star, and he shot the ball almost every single time down the floor. So I don't think that Steph will ever get completely to that, but Nick is not, he's not totally wrong when it comes to how this could end, depending on how long Steph wants to keep playing.
But how does that land with you is what I want to know. Like, I got to be honest with you here. Nick has an unfortunate point. He has an unfortunate point. I think it's an over-characterization. I really do.
Sensation.
It is. Absolutely. Because you're right. I was down there, and this does not feel like that. If I'm Steph, the label annoys the hell out of me. Like, I bet Steph hates that. We're entering the Kobe Zone. But there are clearly there's plenty of evidence out there that the Warriors are done playing basketball in June.
Right, but
or even May.
To go full Kobe Zone, you have to put in perspective, and you were there, just how bad those teams were in LA.
Yep.
21-61, and then his last year they went 17-65. So for me, the Kobe Zone is, yeah, your star player is going to keep doing stuff, but he's all you have. And I don't think that the Warriors are going to get to that spot. Will they make the playoffs and even win a round? Maybe not over the next 2 or 3 years, but they're going to be more competitive than those Laker teams were.
What if I did your favorite little game? For the remainder of Steph Curry's career, I'm going to put playoff series wins at a half.
Playoff series wins?
Series wins.
I would go over a half a playoff series win, thinking that Steph will play 2, maybe 3 more years.
Mm-hmm.
They got another series win in them, I believe. But I probably wouldn't go over 1.5.
Yeah. So, that's how I respond to Nick, is I think that is pushing it a little bit too far. However, he has an unfortunate point.
Right, but
he has an unfortunate point that the Warriors, they're going to need to do some things here this offseason. They're going to need next trade deadline, next offseason. There's going to have to be some rabbits out of hats for the Warriors to really, really fall into, quote unquote, meaningful basketball. The best rumor that we've got right now is maybe LeBron will sort of look our way.
Right.
Like that's the
or maybe
best
they'll
rumor.
trade for Anthony Davis, or
right.
You know, right now the rumors are they're not full Hail Marys, but they're moves that would make you better. But I don't think it makes you better enough to be a real threat. I'm just looking at some of these names, and you'll probably laugh: Wesley Johnson and Jeremy Lin, Wayne Ellington, Carlos Boozer.
Are you talking about players?
Robert Sacre on the Kobe team.
Yeah.
So these are like some of these guys.
I remember
Robert
that guy.
Sacre. I think the Warriors will put out a more competitive product than
I agree.
The Kobe Zone.
Oh, for sure. 17 wins. I mean, come on. I don't think that's where the Warriors are. So I believe I believe it's pushing that thing way too far. But when I say he has an unfortunate point, is it like there's a lot of evidence that the Warriors are done winning playoff series. And I go back to the statement that I threw out there on the crossover. Like, if Jimmy Butler is going to be on this basketball team, go ahead and sell to me right now with what you know how are they going to be good for the first half of this year? How?
It's going to be tough, especially when you don't have Moses Moody, who would at least be a rotational piece that would help you. And so depending on what you add and what you don't add, it's impossible to really know. But the likelihood is you get somebody with the mid-level, maybe it's Kristaps, and you bring back the majority of the guys you have under contract, and you have Steph Curry. If he's healthy, I think you can be competitive. You probably can't be great because he's not going to play every game, and he's not going to play more than 30 or 32 minutes. So, I don't think that there is a path, though, for you to go from where you are to being good. Like, you can be competitive, sure. And, it's all about going out there and competing and fighting. But ultimately, if Jimmy comes back healthy and all the other guys that you have, they stay mostly healthy, you could be a team that emerges from the play-in. You could be a 7 seed.
They got to have something up their sleeve.
You'd figure.
I hope. But they might not. I just don't even know what's available to them. But I do wonder how that kind of hits Warrior fans and how would you conduct yourself if he's right? I've heard from so many fans through the years. We are so blessed with what happened over the last 15 years. And Steph Curry is so etched in the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area athletes all time that we are willing to take whatever the hell we get on the way out the door, and we won't bark.
You get what you get, and you don't get upset.
And by the way, what I just described is exactly how it went down with Kobe in L.A. That was the deal. The Laker fans who are used to winning on an annual basis were like, no way, no how does he wear another jersey no matter what. And if we get to do 2 years where we only win 40 games in 2 years,
38,
then that's okay. We will buy tickets to his 60-point game on his way out the door, and he'll grab a wireless microphone, and he'll tell us that he loves us. We will cheer, we will cry, and then we will go home. And that's exactly what happened. And I know a lot of Warrior fans who have expressed that. But it flies in the face of another faction of the fan base who has gotten really angry really fast. And I get it. I get all the little quirks of how this is played out. Young players, old players, Jonathan Kuminga, Steve Kerr, the front office not being eye to eye. All of these things have helped create that. But it's fascinating, man. There are some Warrior fans who have said, truly, anything for Steph, whatever goes, and we'll just be happy and thankful that it happened. And then there's very much the opposite. So that comment, I think, kind of stuck with me a little bit with regard to whether or not that's actually where the Warriors are right now.
I think it's where the Warriors themselves are, the organization, and we'll find out this summer when he's able to get an extra year tacked on if he wants it. I would bet that they want it, and who knows how much it will be for, but you're going to be paying him a lot of money, and he probably won't be earning it on the court, quote unquote. I just was looking at it. Kobe signed a 2-year, $48 million deal
almost 50.
after he blew up his Achilles. And like you were saying, the Lakers did that readily, knowing full well that people would show up. The team wasn't going to be good anyway, so you just rolled him out. And I absolutely expect the Warriors would do the same.
Yeah, although, they're not in that position right now with Steph Curry. He is, I don't know how healthy, but he's healthier than torn Achilles.
Yep.
The Lakers thought at that time it was very much as much of a thank you to Kobe, but it was also a message to the rest of the league. We take care of our guys. You can come here too, and you will be taken care of. That was the thought. And there's a little bit of that with the Warriors too. Like they absolutely.
They did that with Clay, Well, Clay got hurt, and they...
Correct. I thought you were talking about the next time with Clay.
No, the first time.
Yeah.
When he got hurt.
Yeah, they want that message to be out there. And they will try to be a free agent destination. Post Steph at some point. So maybe that's important to them. But I don't think it's that bad yet, is it?
No. I mean, you're talking about 21 wins and then 17. And, Kobe was out there just shooting every time, and fans were loving it. You were down there because it's Kobe Bryant.
Yep.
So if the alternative is you trade Steph so you can speed up the rebuild, I would rather go through 2 years of misery watching my Warriors lose, but get to see all of Steph as a Warrior.
I agree with you. 95.7 The Game's draft special is a week from today, Tuesday the 23rd, live from Laughing Monk in San Francisco from 2 to 6. Come out, watch the draft with us, hang out. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Okay, third part of the conversation. Bleacher Report says Anthony Davis and the Warriors are the number one match out there as we approach draft day. Simple question for you Warrior fans. We'll go through the entire deal, the proposed deal or idea, coming up next. But are you willing to part with the 11th pick for Anthony Davis? 888-957-9570. We'll get into that. Take your calls coming up next. Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here talking about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. Started back in 1964 with one branch. They now have 21, 20 here in the Bay Area, one in Carmel by the Sea. And even though they've expanded locally, they still have stayed in touch with the communities that they serve. They're active members of those communities. The money that you deposit stays local, and it gets turned right around into home ownership and businesses and philanthropy and all the other things that make the Bay Area so great. And I did this because I became a customer about 6 years ago, and my money stays right here in the Bay Area, and it means a lot to me to be a part of a bank that does so much for the community. Other banks do this to some extent, but many of them are national, if not multinational conglomerates, and they don't have the same connection to community. And that's very important to me when it comes to my bank. The customer service is second to none. They always go the extra mile to make sure I'm comfortable and well-informed. You should make the switch and join up. Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957 the game, spend $5 to get $200 in total total rewards. That's code 957 the game. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I talked to Susan. Susan doesn't exist.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
We love you, Goo, and we hope that the Novocaine went well today.
In my mouth.
Exactly. Yeah. The
man,
root canal.
Novocaine. That's never a fun one, the root canal. You got to put that big plastic thing in your mouth to hold it open.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's rough.
I will say about that Novocaine, it's amazing. I was telling the story to one of my kids one time because they were kind of nervous about going in to get a shot or whatever. They needed some stuff done. And I was like, the craziest Novocaine experience I ever had, I needed a tooth pulled. I had some crowding there in the front on the bottom.
Yeah, you don't want crowding.
No, and they needed to grab one out of there. They just decided the quickest way to do this is, those two kind of not molars, but
they're incisors.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
AKA eye teeth.
So they're supposed to be like 4 teeth in between your incisors.
Okay.
And they're like, we'll just
4
go.
teeth inside.
Incisors.
Yeah.
And then they were like, let's just go with 3. So we're just going to yank one of those suckers out of there, and then we're going to squeeze the other ones together. And
the yank and squeeze.
And then you'll be good.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, if you say so. So to then have a guy clamp down on one of those teeth and just right in front of you, just awake as all can be.
Feel a little pressure.
Just whoop. You're like, how is that not the most painful thing? Right. I didn't feel anything. Nothing.
That's crazy.
Weirdest thing ever.
And they give you like the needle in your mouth.
Yeah, you got to deal with that.
About 3 shots in the lip.
They know how to do that. Yeah, they shake your mouth around a little bit, and it's just a weird experience.
So yank and squeeze, and then
yank and squeeze.
Were you like a kid or?
No, look at these things. See?
Yeah.
They look all right.
I can see one of them's, kind of
a little straight.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, I was not. I was like 30. This is my early 30s.
So then how do they squeeze the teeth together?
Invisalign.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, I did Invisalign. So, you get new thing every couple weeks.
It's like a mouth guard, essentially, right?
Yeah. It's like a retainer.
Yeah, I think Grandy rocks the Invisalign.
Did you do the Invisalign, Grandy?
Yeah, I'm just at night now, but
just at night. Yeah,
it's just the retainers. But I used to have the ones that actually physically moved my teeth.
You're probably one of those guys that wears the retainer every night, aren't you?
Yeah, you're supposed. I don't want to have to go through this all again.
See?
Headgear?
No, they're just the invisible Invisalign retainers.
All right.
No, I loved your response because it's the most Grandy thing ever. Yeah, you're supposed to.
Yeah. He's a rule follower.
That's what you do.
Just say what you want to say. Say it.
I only wear it like twice a week.
Well, how long ago did you have them to move your teeth in the first place?
Like I said, it's been probably like at least 15 years now.
Yeah, so I mean, I just got done with it like 6 months ago.
Got it. So I support what you're doing then.
Thanks.
But we'll flash forward 15 years from now. You can be like, whatever, dude.
Yeah. Oh, I will be with you there in 15 years.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
I had some jaggedy teeth going on, and it took out my four wisdom teeth, and those babies just started growing right.
Yep. Yeah. Human body's an amazing thing, man.
That was
it'll do some things.
That was a laughing gas, totally out, and it was like a psychotropic experience for your boy. I was like 12. I was out there, man.
Yeah. It's an experience,
Teeth.
no doubt about that. All right, kind of like this draft will be. There's a piece of me that is very excited about this because it is Mike Dunleavy's first ever lottery pick. And the reason I'm going to say no, I would not do this, is basically messaging. I just think with where the Warriors are right now, everything that's happened with young players in the last 5 years, and then also Steve Kerr coming out on the day that they announced that he was coming back and saying we need more youth, we need more athleticism. What we really, really need is more people who will play back-to-backs. To say all those things and then flip the 11th pick for an often injured 30-something-year-old star in Anthony Davis, I think the messaging is bad. But Bleacher Report did an article today, top 5 landing spots for Anthony Davis, and the Warriors landed at number 1. And what's wild is the deal is clean. Jimmy Butler and the 11th for Anthony Davis. That's it. Jimmy Butler and the 11th pick for Anthony Davis. So, who's in, who's out? 888-957-9570. What's fascinating, before you answer, Dibs, is what Bleacher then wrote about this. They make it sound like it's an absolute easy-peasy, no-brainer for the Golden State Warriors. As in, of course you would do this. Of course you would. Listen to what they write. Quote, "This is a pretty easy call for the Warriors, who know they aren't going to get anything from Butler until at least after the new year. They can afford to take on Davis's health risks and potential extension demands because they need a star next to Steph Curry on opening night. Davis has been a Warriors killer for years, so they understand the impact of his interior defense, roll gravity, and rebounding. If Golden State brings back either Al Horford or Kristaps Porzingis, it'll retain the spacing options it wants at center while slotting those two bigs into more appropriate backup roles. Anthony Davis for Jimmy Butler and the 11. Easy call for the Dubs."
Yeah, it's an easy call to hang up on when that gets thrown out there, because I am out on the acquisition of Anthony Davis. He doesn't play often enough. At times, he will disappear on you. At other times, it's like, yes, this guy should be the best player in the association. He's athletic. He can score. He can defend. He can rebound. He can shot block. But even when healthy, I don't find him to have the consistency, let alone the countenance, Mark. I don't think that his his demeanor, he's not a dog. And so when Jimmy would be traded, so he wouldn't be back. Draymond, I don't think that he would be that tolerant of Anthony Davis at times disappearing in games, let alone missing large swaths of time because he's always hurt.
How old is Anthony now? How old is Anthony Davis at this stage? Anthony is 33, has already had his 33rd birthday this year. He's a baby for the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, super young, but basketball-wise, he's played, 14 years or 15 years? He's had a good, lengthy career, but even through it all, just the injuries.
Yeah. No, I get it. Again, I'm saying, I think your no is more firm than mine. I say no just because I don't love the messaging. Here's his games played. Let's see, the last handful of years. Where are we at? Last year with Dallas, he played 20. The year before that, 51. But then let's go back to his run with the Lakers. It went 76, 56, 40, 36, 62. Now we're back with the Pelicans, 56, 75, 75, 61, 68, 67, 64. Those are his games played numbers.
Yeah.
3 times in his career has he played 75 or more.
Yeah, and that feels like that was quite a long time ago.
One of them was in 2023, 24.
Okay. So, fairly recent.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the injury list. With the Pelicans, torn labrum, left knee injury, needed surgery, various sprained ankles, shoulders, dislocated fingers, and back spasms. To the Lakers, severe calf strain and Achilles tendinosis, and he had a groin injury later. Then he had an MCL sprain in his left knee and a right ankle sprain. Sidelined in December with a right foot injury. Dealt with various lingering adductors and hip issues. Is there a body part that I'm yet to name for Anthony Davis?
Has he ever broken his nose?
Don't think so, but his recent stint in Dallas, he had to manage various Achilles, eye, calf, and groin injuries, as well as ligament damage to his left hand. It's just a lot of injuries.
Look, okay, but again, and here I go. See, I'm going to get tucked into this devil's advocate position that I'm not even trying to argue. I mean, are the Golden State Warriors really going to look at somebody right now and be like, injuries, can't have them on the team? That's all you got.
Right.
That's literally all you've got.
That's why you don't want to add another one.
No, but
even though Rick Celebrini's the GOAT.
But you're trading one who's super duper hurt for somebody who would be less hurt.
In theory, less hurt, but
who the hell on the Warriors is not an injury risk right now?
Well, there's
Yaxo Lundenberg?
One man, Mark.
Well, yes.
Pods. It's the new thing. You can say his name and
Pods and Duck.
Yeah, Pods and Duck. That was for the YouTube audience. You saw me hit the head.
Is he? You just hit the head?
Yeah, I had to.
Man, that was
really
quick.
Bad. In and out.
Is Pods coming on Thursday?
Thursday.
We'll pitch the Pods and Duck. Yeah, Pods and Duck. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Pods and the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
$58.4 million next year for AD, and then a player op for $62.8. And the talk, according to Bleacher Report, is you'd have to be talking extension. So is Anthony Davis the guy you want to give, I guess, max money to have him around?
I don't know what the extension would be. And okay, run this out with me. And again, here we go, devil's advocate, for crying out loud. This is not. I'm not for this because I think that it would be kind of devastating for the Warriors to not make this pick next week. That said, I will not go as far as you because I do see the thought process. There are worse players to acquire, I believe. And the reason is the money you just talked about, what's he owed next year?
58.
Okay, whatever.
58
That's what Jimmy's owed. So you're already giving damaged goods $58 million.
Right.
So there's no risk there. Now do the next year. The next year there's a
62.8.
62. Okay. Now you're going to match that up with the Steph Curry and Draymond Green years that you're going to add on. And you're probably not going to be very good. But look, I think we can agree, as much as he might annoy you and the injuries and all of that stuff, you're better with him than not. I mean, he's not like a crappy player.
No, he's not.
He's a 24-11 career player. He's a double-double machine. Okay, so then there's that. Now let's talk extension. So now what you're saying is, do you want to pay Anthony sort of potentially after Steph Curry and Draymond Green are gone? I actually don't even know that yet. Steph Curry may still play beyond that. But now you're talking about, do you want Anthony at age 35, 36? And at what number?
70.
But your books are, well, no, he's not. He does max? I don't know about that.
I mean, if he's 24-11, if he plays.
Well, last year he was 20-11. I was talking career numbers.
If he plays a healthy season and he plays up to his level, his career level, then he might be damn near a max player.
If he does that, then great. If he does that, then that's wonderful. He's awesome. So, okay. Now, this idea of where you would go after 2 seasons, your books are 100% clear. Your books are totally clear. And would Anthony command max? Probably not. So, is that a good idea? I'll stick with you in no-ville. I've heard worse ideas. And whoever you're getting at 11, who is he over the next 3 years?
He could be an impactful player. He could be a bust. We just don't know.
Could he be a 1 or a 2?
Probably not.
Could he be a dog?
He probably won't be as good as Anthony Davis if Anthony plays his usual rack of games, which is about 50, right? I mean, Anthony's career has been averaging about 50 games a year. Yeah, 807 games played in 14 years.
I mean,
That's about 60 games.
I don't want to be this guy, but like, who's the star that's not playing that amount now? Like, who is playing 75 games? The star.
Right.
Don't give me pods. We did that list of 10 players last year that played all 82. Nobody was a star. They're not doing that anymore. Is 60 games even offensive anymore?
Well, 65 to get an award.
Right.
So that's kind of like the baseline of what you need to get to.
Or you could just petition the league and be like, but I remember my wife had a baby and then I had to leave the country because I needed some PRP. And then they'll be like, okay, it's fine. So is that offensive anymore?
Well, 20 is offensive.
20 is.
Right. But I mean, if you're talking 60 or 65, I guess not. But I don't even know if he is going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Considering, what his career has been like.
888-957-9570. Let's take some calls. Are you in or out on the idea of Jimmy and the 11 for Anthony Davis? Dibs is a hard no. I'm a soft no. But let's add one other point to this. Dude, if you could trade Jimmy Butler's contract while he's got a torn ACL, that ain't bad, dude.
Right.
I'm
hesitant to attach the 11th pick, but you probably have to attach something for someone.
That's the other thing. You're sitting here worrying about Anthony Davis's health, but instead you're keeping somebody isn't healthy. For sure.
Till February, probably.
What's the cap for Jimmy this year? 30 games?
That's a fair number.
And that's if everything's perfect.
Yeah, and that's
right.
I mean, that's assuming that you don't have a bunch of back-to-backs after he returns, because he probably won't be playing the back-to-backs.
No chance he's playing the back-to-backs.
Right.
I'm with you. All right, Drew down in Tracy. Man, it's been a minute since we've heard from you. How are you, Drew?
Mark Willard, Daniel Dibley. How are you guys, man?
Hey.
It has been a minute.
Yeah, what's going on?
All right, so as far as the Butler and Anthony Davis, look. I'm in for Anthony Davis. Butler's playing for, a few months, like you said, and AD isn't exactly a beacon of health, but, he's a guy who should be healthier from the start of the season. And with that 11th pick, who are we grabbing? Yaxel Lendenberg?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, a nice role player, but, we're talking about, a former number 1 overall pick, NBA champion. And then as far as the money goes, I'll put it like this. I don't care. It's not my money. I don't care. Pay the money. Pay the bill. I don't care about that. With AD, and this is all hypothetical, you got a solid rim protector next to Draymond. Draymond can play at a 4. You have a guy who could, or they can be interchangeable. You have a potential number 2 option on offense. So if I'm Mike Dunleavy Jr., I'm telling him, hey, Mike, it's Nike. Just do it.
There it is. Drew Dowd, always good to hear from you.
Too, that was very good.
I mean, like I said, I'm a soft no because I think it's a bad message, but I could wrap my head around it. Like, there have been worse ideas thrown out there,
well,
for
I think
sure.
De'Aaron Fox is a worse idea to me.
I agree.
And I think Steiny threw out Zach LaVine earlier because we're talking about bad contracts.
Yep.
I think Giannis would be a better idea, but it would take more than just the 11th pick, I would predict.
Yeah, see, I think, to me, here's what's wild. That, to me, is a worse idea. Because you're saying that Giannis is better than AD, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
But not 3 or 4 more first-round picks better. That's too many. But but that's what it's going to cost.
You might, yeah.
I think it's crazy with the age of the Warriors currently to give up multiple first-round picks into the future. That's why I've been pro LeBron. You don't have to give anything up. And this one I don't love, but at least you're only giving up 1.
Right.
And if Steph is truly going to play 3 more years, then I can hear the person who says, why are we worried about the draft while Steph is still playing? It's not like you're going to get anybody that's going to have some sort of meaningful impact right now. Like that.
Most likely.
Yeah, I mean, you could, but it's very unlikely, right?
Just depends on who. I mean, drafting an 11, if you could take any player in the draft, if you were picking number 1 and you say, all right, I want DeBonsa, and you go ahead and you take him and you put him on the Warriors, well, it can take him some time to develop and learn to play the way that the Warriors prefer to play. So I get that part of it. And that's why I do think that Yaxo Lundenborg is a guy who could come in and fill a role because he's 23 and 6 years of college.
I mean, look, we're in fantasy land, so why not? What if you did that trade and it did mean LeBron on the mid-level? Now you want to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like it more. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you give up Jimmy in the 11, you get Anthony Davis and a promise from LeBron. Now you're in?
I'm more in. I'm still a little bit scared of the Anthony Davis extension that almost assuredly would have to accompany it, but that would definitely make me more open to it, and I would lean toward the yes because all of a sudden that team, when you've got Steph and Draymond and you've got Anthony Davis and then you've got LeBron and Pods,
they're good duck.
That's a pretty...
The Pods and duck. That was a little bit more of there was a little hesitancy on that one.
Pods, pause,
yeah,
and
like,
duck.
I mean, kind of like in the ABS world, I don't know if that would have counted. I think you waited too long.
No doubt.
But you did it, and I appreciate that.
If you want to just I'm looking at all the contracts right now based on next year's salary. Like Nikola Jokic, he's making $59 million. He's not on the market. Tatum's got 4 more years. That's an interesting one.
He's not available.
Boston may have to make a move. Jaylen Brown's making $57.
Yes.
He's a guy who could be available, but he's got 2 more years after it.
But how do the Warriors get their hands on Jaylen Brown? That comes out of a potential Giannis deal. Jaylen becomes available. What makes the Bucks go, we need a third team where we can send Jaylen, and what? We'll take Jimmy Butler in return and all your picks.
Oh, and the number 11 pick probably.
And more.
Well, Giannis goes to
Boston
as a free agent, right?
No.
They trade him.
This is happening this week.
Yeah, well, what are they going to get then from Boston?
Well, their picks.
Right.
They're going to want more picks. If the Warriors are getting Jaylen Brown, you're giving up multiple first-round picks.
Would you rather have Anthony Davis or Joel Embiid, for example? Another guy making 58.
I'd definitely rather have Anthony Davis.
How about Devin Booker? And I'm just naming guys who are in the $57, $58 million range next year.
Don't think Booker's available, by the way. Also had a weird second half to the year. Wasn't big on it.
Paul George for $54 million?
Definitely not. His days are over.
Kawhi Leonard making $50 million.
How old's Kawhi right now? How old's Kawhi Leonard?
I think he's 34. Just guessing. I'll look.
So he's older than Anthony Davis, if that's true. Yeah, he is 34. He's 34, but he's turning 35 in 2 weeks.
Okay. Then you get into Zach LaVine. We've talked about it. 48.9.
I think in a vacuum, I'd rather have Kawhi Leonard than Anthony Davis. The Warriors need wings.
Yeah.
If you're going to give up Jimmy Butler, who's playing the wing? Who's going to do that? But he's 2 years older, and I think it would cost you a lot more. I am not willing to do picks into the future. Period.
But you are willing to do this year's pick in a generational draft.
I don't know if I would use the word willing. I've already said
you're open to it.
I'm a soft no, but I get where you're coming from on this one. I really do. If this was a top 4 pick, it would be a hard no. But it's 11, and sure, you can get a good player. Can you get a great player? I don't know. I really don't. And I don't know how much it will matter for a number of years. And so if what you're really trying to do is find someone who will be good in 2029, I do at a certain point, I'm like, I get the idea of, well, just wait till 2029 then. And you figure it out then. Unless you feel like you can pick someone who's going to be a core player when Steph and Draymond are gone. If you feel that with your heart, then you make that pick. But if you don't see that, then I'm open.
Yep.
I'm taking calls and I'm listening.
What about Zion Williamson making 42.2? Now you'd have to aggregate some more salary on their end.
For what? For what am I giving up?
This is all in the Jimmy Butler and the pick scenario.
No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that at all.
I'd imagine John Morant is a no.
That's
also
a hard
making
no.
42.
I wouldn't have John Morant for free.
James Harden making 42.
No.
Step back daddy in blue and gold.
Good Lord. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Hi, Austin. What are you doing?
Just really nice.
Austin.
Talking to you.
You better start.
You, bro.
You better start. Okay. Chat it up, dude.
Man. How you doing? Hey, listen, I would, as Kerr would say, right? But so I'm driving Jimmy Butler to the airport.
I do, but
and I'm definitely doing AD for sure. You got a half a year of Jimmy at the most. I mean, and what's to say that Jimmy even plays next year? I mean, he's going to be on a expiring contract?
Correct.
He's looking for an extension, right? No one's talking about Jimmy's extension. I haven't heard much about that. Well,
Steiny did a lot of
extended too, bro.
Steiny did a lot of that today in Austin. All I can say to that is we've not heard. You might be right. I have no idea. Nobody has talked about Jimmy and an extension, and he's not in the greatest position to ask for it right now. You know.
So my point is, I would do the trade. I mean, if you can bring Anthony Davis, this team needs a shakeup. We act like we can bring back Horford and Porzingis. I mean, if I have a chance to bring in Anthony Davis as an option, yeah, that gives the Warriors at least another dimension. And Steph needs someone else who can score and maybe win a game when he's not playing. Who on the roster can win a game right now when Steph's not playing? That's the question. And you're going to have to win games next year when Steph's not on the court, guys. So you got to go get a player, and I don't think the 11th pick does that, Dibs. I know that we all excited about that 11th pick, but I don't know that person comes in and becomes that person or that player that can do that. So the Warriors have to go get a number 2 right away because they don't have that on the roster right now. Even with Jimmy, I don't think they have a really legitimate number 2. That's just my opinion, guys. I'll keep listening.
That's
Thanks.
fair.
Austin,
Appreciate
thanks.
it. I do think that when Jimmy was added a couple of years ago, he became the number 2, and it worked out, and it was good enough to put you on a little bit of a run and get you a playoff series win. But I don't think that anybody in this draft is going to be able to walk into a good team and be a 1 or probably even be a 2. There's a learning curve, especially when you're talking about 19-year-olds coming into the association.
I think, Austin says not enough people are talking about Jimmy wanting an extension. I have no idea if that's even where his head's at. I've got a different one that we're not talking about enough. And this is kind of why I'm only a soft no. Jimmy Butler tore his ACL.
I've done it.
We're acting like he is still a part of this. And for right now, he's not. He's not. We're in 2026, and we're we're not even halfway done with 2026. The rest of this calendar year is out for Jimmy Butler. And after that is a question mark. So the only reason I'm a soft no on this, and I'm open-minded, is Jimmy Butler is a sunk cost right now. I really wish it wasn't. I hate saying it. I feel terrible for him. The whole thing ended up coming up snake eyes. But the bottom line is he tore his ACL. And I think a lot of us are acting like, hey, the Warriors can do something meaningful this year, and then Jimmy will join us. Explain this to me. How are you going to be good before he gets back? And when he gets back, how often does this organization even let him play? Dude, they slow play everyone.
Yeah.
Clay.
Shout out Dr. Rick Celebrini.
D'Anthony, Kristaps, Steph, all of them. They're going to be so tiptoey around this. I feel like the over-under for Jimmy Butler games this year is probably similar to what it was for Kristaps after the trade deadline last year.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty similar number. So how's he going to have an impact on this year? He won't. He really, really probably won't. So I'm not saying that means you definitely do this kind of a deal. I don't know how the Warriors are supposed to be good this year with him not available.
It's true. And if you think about the timeline, it was February 8th when he had the surgery. And I'm just looking at one of those medical reports that I love to look at about, the return to play. What's the timeline? Everyone says 9 to 12 months. And I'm looking here and they studied 26 athletes. And the mean return was 372 days. That is a year and a week.
Yep.
So that would put it after surgery at February 15th, for example.
And then what do you get when he comes back?
Right. Not only that, but we already talked about back-to-backs. He won't play in them. And you get to February, and there's about 25 games remaining, roughly, because that's where the deadline is, normally. And so of the 25, Jimmy's going to play in maybe 12 of them or 15. And
even in those, what do we also hear about ACLs? Every doctor will tell you, it's like, yeah, they can return to play, but it's the year after that they're actually themselves.
Yep. It says player efficiency rating in the first season is 19% less than the pre-injury season.
All right, so you're telling me that if everything goes exactly according to plan, the Warriors this year can expect 20 to 25 games of even, and this is like where he is eligible to play, but he won't play in all of them, and when he does play, he's 80% of himself.
Right. And
what are we doing?
Well, the other piece of it, Mark, and you touched on this a moment ago, is what are they going to be record-wise when this all goes down? So February 15th, he's cleared to play, and he's gone through practices and scrimmages, and he's going to play, and the Warriors are 28-35. And what are we doing? Are we going to rush him back? Will he even want to go back if the Warriors are a sub-500 team scrapping for the last play-in spot?
Anthony Davis is not the perfect acquisition. I want to make that very, very clear. But the Warriors need to do something. And when they said, hey, we need more players who can play back-to-backs, and then our brains all just sort of accepted that Mike Dunleavy, who, by the way, will be on with Steiny and Goo tomorrow.
Nice.
We all just accepted that Mike Dunleavy's like, yeah, we're expecting to keep Jimmy, and we want Alan Kristaps back. Okay, that does not add up with what you said you needed. Steve Kerr says we need more players who are going to play. They're going to play the games. Well, Jimmy Butler's not going to play the games this year. So if you can turn him into something, you've got to look at it, I think.
Yeah.
You have to look at it.
I mean, you can turn him into something, and I ran down the list of names, and some of those guys are just expiring, and you probably wouldn't even have to worry about giving them big extensions. But if you go to Anthony Davis and he plays next year, he's got a player option for the year after, he's going to want a big old extension. And I'm not sure if the Warriors are going to be open to doing that. Maybe they are. Maybe Joe Lacob and company are big Anthony Davis fans, and this actually happens.
But like an extension in the sort of I'm not playing without it kind of a way, with 2 years left on his deal?
Or he can just opt out. He has a player option. So
Right.
he could just bounce and sign an extension elsewhere.
Yeah, he could.
You know, he's allowed to.
Be hard-pressed to opt out of a $62 million deal.
For 1 year, yeah.
Unless you're playing on fire. And if you're playing on fire, then maybe the Warriors would want to sign him to an extension.
Perhaps.
I don't know. Like, we talk a lot about all these people wanting extensions. I like what you said on the crossover. You can want an extension all you want. Doesn't mean you get it. It's not automatic.
Right.
And the idea that you wouldn't acquire, for instance, teams are not going to acquire Giannis if he won't agree to an extension. You wouldn't do that because you're giving up your entire future. But the Warriors wouldn't be doing that here. What if you did acquire Anthony Davis and you lost him 2 years later to free agency? Well, what'd you give up? Oh, well, an injured Jimmy Butler on an expiring year.
And the number 11 pick.
And the number 11
who might
pick.
turn out to be really good. You never know.
It could. Could also be a complete and total nothing burger.
Yeah.
So, not for it, but I get it.
Yeah, I understand it. And I'm, getting to be more open to it, thinking about, the reality of Jimmy Butler. And I'm just poring over the study. And I love the internet for the win again. The average age of the players that they studied with these ACL tears is 25 and a half.
Wow.
So you throw in the Jimmy Butler age factor, and he's 36, right? He's going to be 37.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll end up missing a year and a half, basically, or a full year and change, and then he'll be coming back at 37 off an repaired ACL, or you roll the dice with Anthony Davis that he can be healthy, and if you believe in him, then you can go ahead and bring him in.
He's going to be 37 before the year even starts.
Jimmy Butler?
Mm-hmm.
Man, yeah. It's not ideal, and it's terrible.
It's going to be halfway to 38 when that knee's ready to go.
Right.
Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. I think if you're the Warriors, we have to heavily consider Anthony Davis at this point. We have to give the fans something to look forward to. I understand, you want to keep the pick, but we did the old, use our draft picks, and that crapped out on our face. When we used our lottery picks on Moody and Kuminga, that didn't work. So I think getting Anthony Davis is the more logical move, and it's just the more realistic. I get it; he's not the perfect player. But, he basically had a whole year off. And I know the finance part of it. You got to factor in Jimmy Butler. I'm pretty sure that he would be on his way out as an expiring contract if we're acquiring Anthony Davis. And I think he's just more of a sure thing than whatever the 11th pick is going to be. And I like the timeline matching with, obviously, Steph Curry. To me, if he can stay healthy, and I know it's a big if, to me, he's a perfect fit for this team and what they like to do. He's a big in the league that doesn't really have that many bigs. I just think, like the previous caller said, or you guys didn't say, you do have to shake it up, and I think you have to. You just look at the landscape and just think realistically. You're probably not going to get Giannis. You're not going to get Jokic. You're not going to get some of these top players who are obviously better than Anthony Davis. But realistically, we most likely will be available. And that 11th pick is, like you said, it's a crapshoot. And then with their recent history of drafting, I can't tell you right now that I have faith that they'll nail that 11th pick. I see what Anthony Davis can be. I have more faith in that than what we would do sitting at number 11. And we can worry about acquiring picks down the road if we're trying to get young talent. But right now, I'm kind of like the Rams F them picks. Let's get who's available. And Anthony Davis is he's near the top of the list if we're talking actual available players.
Dave, thanks. Appreciate the phone call. Look, like everything else, what we're leaning into or leaning against here is sort of, what are you willing to do for Steph Curry? What are you willing to do to try to create meaningful basketball in the very near term? The one thing that I want to argue against, and this is actually the part, next time we talk to Nick Friedel, I want to kind of throw this at him because all of the ideas we threw out there, Nick tended to respond by saying, okay, let's say you got that guy. Where does that leave you? Does that actually make you a contender? I don't think that's the right question anymore because he's right in that there is no move that makes the Warriors the favorite.
Right.
But I think that's obvious already. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't make any moves. I don't think. If it does mean that you shouldn't make any moves, then you truly should sort of trumpet to the world, we're not really doing the Steph thing anymore.
Right.
We're starting over. But if you value just being a good basketball team, then you bring in good basketball players. And maybe that is with the 11 pick. I don't know. But if in any way you value the remainder of Steph Curry's career, it doesn't need to be about championships. But if you value that at all, then you got to look at something like this. Jimmy Butler is not a part of the Steph Curry experience. You just detailed it. With the contractual things that sit there right now, Jimmy Butler's probably got fewer than 25 games left with Steph Curry.
Yep.
So what are you worried about? Why are we counting on him to bring anything?
You're not, at least until February. And the study I was reading did make it pretty clear that the second year after, you get much closer to returning to the player that you're going to be. But at that point, he's going to want an extension, and you'll have to pay him to keep him. And he'll be 39 when that season starts. And I think the age at which he sustained the injury is the biggest blow for Jimmy Butler bouncing back, because he's going to end up coming back and he'll be 37, he'll be 38, right, by the time the next year rolls around. And so that becomes very prohibitive for him to even return to be the player that he was. Or you could swallow hard and trade the deal. Maybe you do it at the deadline. Maybe you do it here in the next week or so.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could do that. I don't know what would make Jimmy Butler sort of more attractive at the deadline than what he would be in the offseason, unless you're telling me that he's come back, he's played 6 or 7 games, played really well, showed out, and now somebody wants to inquire him for the stretch run. Maybe that's the case, but there's so many maybes involved in that between now and then. This is the first deal that I would be trying to move. I don't know if anything's available. But, the Jimmy Butler contract right now, I don't know, sort of kind of feels like some of the Giants contracts that we're talking about right now. You're not going to get ROI on this thing. I do not know if you can find a taker or a partner, but if you can, boy, you owe it to yourself to look at it. You owe it to Steph to look at it, for sure.
Yeah, and if you don't want to try to improve your team and think that you can at least play meaningful basketball, if you're going to have a defeatist attitude, then you might as well talk to Steph about maybe trading him and completely tear this thing apart, which they're not going to do. So with Steph still able to be a good player, I don't know how the runners' knee's doing in the offseason. He's got a big golf tournament coming up, and keep an eye on how he goes from tee to green. But Steph Curry still is good enough to where you can be a playoff team, you can play meaningful basketball. But you're right, you do need to get something for game 1. You can't just wait till game 58 for Jimmy. You need games 1 through 57 to be with a better Golden State Warrior team.
So Bleacher Report, again, if you're just joining us, suggests that the Warriors are the number 1 landing spot for Anthony Davis, and the deal that they propose is Jimmy Butler and the 11th pick for Anthony Davis, period. Clean, easy, that's it. What do you make of the fact that, and again, it's one writer, but the article suggests that this is an absolute no-brainer for the Warriors. Like, no-brainer. Because you're right. He's right. The Butler thing, to me, is kind of immaterial now. Like, that's air. You're just trading an expiring contract. That's kind of all it is for this upcoming NBA season.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to go to Washington.
Yeah, so what if I phrased it in a different way? the 11th pick for Anthony Davis. That's what it is.
Yeah, essentially.
So, my only concern is the messaging. It's like, I don't know when the Warriors are going to be in this position again. But at the same time, I think it'll be wholly unsatisfying if the Warriors are just like, let's keep the pick, and we're going to make the pick, and we're going to get this young player in here, and then we're going to play like the whole next 2 years of, he's going to get 12 minutes this night and no minutes the next night, and it's just going to be something that sort of sits there and uninspires for the remainder of Steph Curry's days. And that's sort of likely, especially if they grab someone who's 19. If they grab someone who's 19, he's not going to play that much with Steph Curry.
Probably.
I wouldn't think.
I mean, as long as Steve Kerr's here, right? I mean, that's kind of the way that goes.
Well, but I mean, it makes sense, don't you think? 19?
We have a team full of vets. If Horford comes back and he's 40 and Draymond and Steph and maybe Porzingis, and you've got a really old team, and then you have a 19-year-old who you're just going to try to throw him in there and see how he can play with the old vets? I don't think so.
Yeah. Oh, no. The more I talk this out, the more kind of open to it I feel. And I know that I know that'll hurt a lot of Warrior fans. Even me. Like, I'm excited about the draft in a week. I am. I've been very interested in sort of watching some of the prospects this year, kind of listening to what everybody has to say about these prospects and wondering who the Warriors can get. And I think new, fresh, young energy would be great for this organization and for Chase Center. I totally get it. But the idea of Jimmy Butler and that 11th pick, what do those two humans have to say about this upcoming season? Probably very little.
Right.
And that's the reality.
Just looking at this article in Bleacher Report, and he has 5 teams ranked on the likelihood. I'm looking at the other packages the Wizards would get in these other trades. And
what do you got?
Well, for example, the Clippers would trade Terrence Mann, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Brook Lopez, Nick Batum, 2 first-round picks, and a 2nd-round pick, all for Anthony Davis. If I'm the Wizards, that to me is a better package than you sending me a guy with 1 ACL and a pick. So I wonder if, and I like this article, and I think that it's a possibility, but the more I'm looking at these other packages that he's proposing, feels like it might be more than just 1 pick and a broken Butler.
Well, but remember, those picks that you're talking about from the Clippers are not in this year's draft. This draft is the key to the whole idea.
There's 1 next year and 1 in 2030.
Right. So those are flimsier. Like, this is the 11th pick in a draft where everybody loves 15 players. This is tangible. He's on your team in 7 days and is highly touted. That, to me, that's a 20, 30 first-round pick. What's that? It's being acquired by a GM who probably won't even have the job by the time you do something with it.
And the next year pick would come from the Knicks, and based on how they're doing, how you doing,
pretty good.
Probably going to be the end of the first round. But the Timberwolves would get Anthony Davis, and the Wizards would get Julius Randle, DiVincenzo, and Joan Behringer, and the rights to the number 28 pick. So
again, what does that do for the Wizards? If I'm the Wizards, all I really want are young
assets,
controllable lottery flyers as quick as possible. Remember, they've got the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Like, if you're the Wizards and you can come out of this with 2 lottery picks and one of them is the first overall, I mean, you can come out of this feeling like you got a shot to build a new core. And for whatever reason, their Trae Young, Anthony Davis thing, it sort of felt ill-conceived from the beginning. It's like, is that what you're doing?
Did they even ever play together? I don't think so.
I don't think Anthony played for Washington.
Right.
Davis did not play. He did not suit up for the Wizards.
And if you're Washington, you're thinking most likely, all right, 1 more year of being absolute dog schmidt.
There you go.
And then, by then, we should have a real large surplus of young talent. They went 15 wins, 18 wins, 17 wins. That's their last 3 years. And their coach, they're not firing their coach, which tells you that they're kind of losing on purpose. 1 more year of being bad, get one more turn in the lottery, and then see what you can make out of it.
Yeah. I see. What are some of the other offers? Because to me, if I'm Washington, the Warrior, again, these are faux offers, but the Warrior idea, if I'm Washington, that's still my favorite one.
The Rockets would land Anthony Davis in exchange for Jabari Smith Jr., Dorian Finney-Smith, Tari Eason, and a second-round pick next year.
Why would the Rockets do that? Why would I? If I'm the Rockets, why would I give up young pieces like Eason and Jabari Smith to bring in Anthony Davis to pair with Kevin Durant and be a center on a team that has Şengün? Why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Triple towers. Play KD at the 3. Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for KD's burner tweets about AD 3 games into the season. That sounds like a very ill-conceived basketball team. What else?
Finney-Smith is 33, and Tari Eason, it's actually, his contract is up, so that would have to be a sign-and trade of sorts.
Sounds like a terrible idea for the Rockets.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean,
all that young talent that they threw at the Warriors just a year ago, and they would basically turn it into KD and Anthony Davis.
They still have Fred VanVleet.
Yes. Coming off a major injury.
And the Goon.
Yep. That sounds like a bad idea.
Yep.
To me.
You're probably right.
Okay. What was the fifth one? Was there one more?
I think that was all.
Okay. All right.
I think I read through all 5 of them.
Well, that's fine, because you know what? Right about now, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to go live across the table to Dan Dibley for this World Soccer Championship Update.
Thanks, Mark. And this World Soccer Championship Update is brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. First out of the chute today. When these two countries get together, you can throw the records out. The occupiers, France 3, Senegal 1. Kylian Mbappe, very few touches in the first half. Then he got hot in the second half. He got a brace, Mark. That means 2 goals, 66 minute, and then the 90th minute plus 6 minutes of extra. France, one of the tournament favorites, gets a win over Senegal. And then the second match of 4, Erling Haaland with a brace. The gigantic Norwegian, a goal in the 29th minute, one in the 43rd minute. Norway beats Iraq 4-1. And coming up here in just minutes, Argentina, defending champion, kicking off against Algeria in Kansas City. And then just down the road a piece, San Francisco Bay Area Stadium, Austria takes on Jordan. That gets underway at 9 o'clock. And that is your World Soccer Championship Update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
Hey, where are we watching the game Friday, pre-show? Where are we watching the game? Are we going to be in here acting like crazy people inside our office next to all the corporate mucks and salespeople?
It's Friday.
Yeah, nobody shows up to work.
That's right. We're the only ones here.
I think we're good. We'll put it up on the big screen.
Who's bringing food? We're not like, come on, let's do this. What are we doing? Let's do a potluck. What am I bringing? What do you need? Grandy, what do you want? What are we doing? You want donuts?
Sure.
What do you want?
Salad. Summer's basically here, Mark. And if you're still trying to figure out that weight loss plan on your own, you're doing it wrong. Hello, do you not listen?
I do.
And I know you get...
But it's Friday. We're not doing salad with the game.
All right, soup and salad. I'll splurge. I'm going big.
Man.
Soup?
We'll give Dibs his own little
in the
corner.
middle of June?
Yeah,
Like gazpacho.
We're not. It's going to be the worst sharing food that's ever happened.
You're going to bring a pizza.
Yeah, and some doughs.
Right. And I'll bring iceberg lettuce, and
I can't.
I'll bring some of that frisee. That's always a fun lettuce.
You're uninvited.
Frisee?
Frisee.
Frisee.
Frisee, yeah.
Frisee.
I don't even know what the hell that is.
It's like this big stalky leafy thing that's more for decoration than eating.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. It looks good. It's like over the top. Anyway, we had some over the weekend in Napa because we weren't watching a game together.
Fancy pants.
Well, when in Napa. Hey, I got something for you. You know the whole Matt Chapman and Willie Adames have no trade clauses, so in order to make them available, you'd have to ask them first?
Yeah.
Well, a really good reporter went to one of them and said, have the Giants talked to you about waiving your no-trade clause? I'll tell you which one it was and what he said. Coming up here in just a sec on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley, and as mentioned, summer is basically here, and if you're still trying to figure out the weight loss on your own, come on. That do-it-yourself thing can only get you so far, and that's why I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD. They're pro salad and pro soup, in case you need to know. They're local. That was Willard. And they've been helping people around the Bay for many years, and you actually work with real clinicians, Mark, who build a personalized plan just for you. And yes, they offer access to GLP-1 medications and at some of the most affordable rates around. If you've been waiting to finally get serious before summer, don't wait until summer and panic. Start now and get ahead of it. Call 855-JUMP-START. That's 855-JUMP-START, or go to jumpstartmd.com today. The plan works and they will help you get rolling. 855-JUMP-START. That's 855-JUMP-START, or go to jumpstartmd.com today.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
We all know what the two best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear the Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
I got a question for you. I'm going to puppet it. It's just from from our text line. 925 sent this in. I want you to answer this now.
Okay.
Are we the real deal? Or does Paraguay stink?
I would say more the latter. I mean, Paraguay is not very good. And by the real deal, that means what? We going to be championship?
Real deal.
Real deal would be if you could make it to the last 8. Yeah, you'd be a real deal. They have a chance to do that.
Okay.
Couldn't have gone any better in the opener. You put up 4 and you got the 3 points, and now you have the inside track to win the group.
Does Paraguay actually stink? I mean, we were only a narrow favorite in this match, yeah?
I think so.
Dibs, last week you said watch out for Paraguay.
Yeah, you said this was a losable match.
Yes, and then fade, right?
Well, yeah.
We want to fade it up. And so
Paraguay played 18 World Cup qualification matches.
Yes.
They allowed just 10 goals in those 18 games. And they allowed 4 versus the U.S. Now, they're not playing against all really good teams, of course. I thought it was like the best display by the U.S. men's national team in forever. That first half specifically, the best I've ever seen them play.
In our lifetime, that was their best World Cup match.
Paraguay's not a great team, but they're better than a lot of teams in the World Cup.
I don't.
They're ranked 42nd.
Okay.
In the world currently.
Okay. All right.
Down a spot after the drubbing.
Oh, so when we played them, they were 41st.
Correct. USA up from 17 to 15 in the win.
Okay.
And I love that.
Top 15.
Like FIFA, they will refresh their world rankings. It's on a point system. So, for example, France with the win today, they're back to number 1. Argentina dips to 2, pending the outcome of the match that starts in 10 minutes.
Without even playing.
Right. Because the points, France jumped over them. I don't know what the point system is.
Feels a little much.
It's probably cockamamie. They gained 16.41 points in the win.
Who France beat? Senegal?
Correct.
Okay.
And Senegal's good.
Yeah.
USA just passed Senegal. They're now 16.
Damn right we did. Well, if Senegal is good and we just passed them, then say it.
Yeah, the USA is great.
We're the real deal.
Well, Italy's number 12, and they're not even in the tournament. So there's that.
Exactly. Oh, Spencer wants to say something, and then I got that Giants thing for you. What's up, Spencer in Oakland? What are you doing?
Hey, folks, I just wanted to chime in on Team USA. Other than an early goal versus Germany in the last game, the warm-up match, prior to getting into the World Cup, I feel like I'm watching some of the best soccer I've ever seen from Team USA. And, save that goal against Germany, they draw in that game, which nobody would have predicted. And I feel like the path is clear and laid out for this team to do some real damage here. If they can keep playing with confidence, all the touches they're getting up and down the field, the way he put together the roster with, an excess of defenders felt like it was going to be more of a defense-oriented team, but they got wingers running down the middle. I mean, Chris Crossan running every which way. He's really seemed to put together a really good game plan here for this team and really trying to take advantage of Pulisic's touches and get runners at the goal. And I really like it. I really, really like it. I just think regardless of what happens, they just need to stay aggressive. Stay really, really aggressive with what they got. And, I think, honestly, I do believe that the quarters are where they should be. And then beyond that, stretch goal, let's make the semis. But I think they should be in the quarters at this point. If they play like this, sky's the limit. Thanks for taking my call.
Come on, Spencer. They should be in the quarters. There's something I've never heard anyone say in my 51 years on planet Earth.
Right? But, yeah. I mean,
how's Australia?
Australia's not great. That whole region is not known for its soccer.
What are they ranked?
I clicked off the rankings.
Okay.
Yeah. I moved on to the...
How's Turkey?
Turkey's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the next best team in the group?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the threats to win the group are Turkey and the U.S.
Okay.
That's how I thought going in.
Has Turkey played yet?
Yes.
How'd they do?
They lost to Australia, which actually is...
Well, sure. Okay, that's who they'd be playing. Yeah. Okay.
Good news for the U.S. because I think Turkey's better than Australia.
Well, then we're in the go zone then.
The other piece of news is, if you remember on Friday, Christian Pulisic was subbed off at halftime, kind of surprising. He said post-game that he didn't expect it to be a big deal. As of today, he's still getting side work in during practice, so he's not practicing with the team, and he's officially day-to-day. But we'll keep an eye on that as we look forward to Friday.
He came into the tournament with a knock, as we like to call it, in his calf, and then he got kicked again in the same spot.
Right. No, and I just in reading it, watching it, but more so reading it, they were like, we don't think it's a big deal, but kind of fingers crossed. So I'm glad he's getting side work in, but it'd be better if he was getting regular work in.
He was great on Friday.
He was fantastic. He was absolutely fantastic. Okay, so check this out. Remember the whole, why would the Giants make it public that they're open to offers on Devers, Chapman, and Adames, especially if they hadn't talked to Chapman and Adames? Because if I was Chapman and Adames and I saw this report, I'd be like, hey, Buster Olney, call me. You can make me available all you freaking want. I ain't going anywhere.
Right.
They've got that right. They've got no trade clauses. So shout out Evan Wiebeck, who went and tracked down Chappie, and he said, hey, anybody with the Giants come talk to you about waiving your no-trade clause? And Chapman said, nope.
No?
Wiebeck reports Matt Chapman has not even considered waiving his no-trade clause because Buster Posey hasn't approached him about it. And added in the same story that they asked Tony Vitello, are the Giants sellers? Quote, I haven't been directed that that's the case at all.
I mean, I haven't been directed. Some of the answers he gives are just, mumbo jumbo.
Coming from me, this guy's wordy.
Right. But
coming from me.
Wordy without, really giving an answer.
Like, why?
Right.
He got a lot of, there's a lot of wasted movement in his vocab.
No doubt.
Yeah.
A lot of just words, and when you read all the way through it, it's like that. He didn't even say anything. There's 71 words and